Chapter 1. The Dimensional Prison System. In the military prison on Chris Island, two seemingly languid yet formidable guards were engaged in a game of cards while indulging in idle conversation. "Hey, my friend, did you hear about the new guy in Block B, Cell 14? He's quite the formidable character," one guard remarked. "Oh, in what way is he formidable? Can he really surpass last month's fugitive who killed 18 officers?" The other guard replied skeptically. No, what I mean by formidable lies in a different realm. What do you mean? This fellow was a second lieutenant, a subordinate of General Ross, the Thunderbolt. 3 days ago, in a fit of insanity, he assaulted the beautiful daughter of General Ross. The furious general rendered him a cripple and tossed him in here to await his demise. What? Are you saying he violated General Ross's daughter? My heavens, that's the renowned General Ross of the military. This kid is practically courting death. I actually think he's quite brave. After all, she is General Ross's daughter, reputed for her unparalleled beauty and already holding a doctoral degree. The conversation between the two guards gradually faded into the oppressive atmosphere of the Chris Island military prison. Meanwhile, in Block B, Cell 14, a handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. As he surveyed the dim surroundings and felt the intense pain coursing through his body, Leo managed a bitter smile. This is just ridiculous. He had merely been a carefree university student, enjoying a screening of Avengers, Infinity War, and then spent the night with a junior. To his astonishment, he woke up in a Marvel universe, imprisoned as a severely injured convict. Upon receiving the memories of the original owner, he was horrified to discover that he had been incarcerated for assaulting the renowned daughter of General Ross in the film. The Marvel universe is already perilous, and now I've offended the military bigwig, General Ross, and placed a colossal green hat on Banner, the Hulk. How on earth am I supposed to navigate this predicament? Lying helplessly on the rudimentary bed, Leo's heart sank at the daunting challenge before him. Am I truly destined to languish like a salted fish, rotting away in this prison? Gazing at the faint light filtering through the solitary window, Leo despaired, fearing he might become the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. Just as he wallowed in his sorrow, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Sensing the host's unwillingness, binding the dimensional prison system. The dimensional prison system? Upon hearing this voice, Leo's heart raced. Good heavens, I knew it. As a transmigrator, how could I possibly be without a system? Suppressing his excitement, Leo asked, "System, what functionalities do you possess?" This system is the dimensional prison system, capable of harvesting the souls of the deceased around the host and assisting the host in extracting their abilities or enhancing their own. Harvesting souls, extracting abilities, and enhancing oneself. My goodness, that sounds quite impressive. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Leo's eyes widened in astonishment, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. This function seemed remarkably powerful. System, can you provide more specifics? I require a detailed explanation. Given that this pertained to his ability to establish himself in this world, Leo, though exhilarated, maintained his composure and continued to inquire. Any soul that perishes in proximity to the host will be harvested into the system's intrinsic soul space. The host may choose from 3 methods of handling these souls. The first method involves refining the soul into the purest essence of soul power, which can be used to enhance oneself. This enhancement is comprehensive and limitless. The more potent the soul, the greater the boost to the host. The second method entails soul deprivation. Through this process, the host can acquire one ability that the individual possessed in life. However, once deprived, the soul will disintegrate and cannot be used for personal enhancement. The third method allows for the refining and storage of the soul, converting it into soul points, which can be utilized for dimensional soul extraction. Wow, that's impressive. After absorbing the system's detailed explanation, Leo couldn't help but exclaim. Undoubtedly, the system's capabilities were remarkably formidable. As long as someone died in his vicinity, he could harvest their soul to bolster himself or seize their abilities. Truly overwhelming. By the way, system, what does the third method mean, refining and storing souls to convert them into soul points for dimensional exchange? The first 2 methods were straightforward, but the third left Leo somewhat perplexed. Host, as the name implies, this system serves as a dimensional prison system, naturally connecting with myriad realms. As long as the host accumulates sufficient soul points, they can extract the souls of individuals of equivalent caliber for soul deprivation. The specific rules for dimensional soul extraction are as follows. 100 soul points can extract a bronze-level soul. 300 soul points can extract a silver-level soul. 1,000 soul points can extract a gold-level soul. 5,000 soul points can extract a platinum-level soul. 30,000 soul points can extract a diamond-level soul. 100,000 soul points can extract a master-level soul. 5 million soul points can extract a king-level soul. Additionally, random temporary extractions are possible for 500 soul points. So, what you're saying is that as long as I accumulate enough soul points, I can extract the souls of powerful beings from other worlds and deprive them of their abilities? Leo's breath quickened. This ability seemed somewhat surreal. Precisely. For example, if the host spends 1,000 soul points, they might extract the gold-level soul of Itachi Uchiha, and by depriving him of his soul, the host could acquire his Mangekyou. Sharingan, remarkable. Fully comprehending the system's functionalities, Leo's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. With this system, he felt confident he could navigate this perilous world with ease. However, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through him, Leo couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Although the system is remarkably powerful, it currently lies in a state of grievous injury, unable to move even a fraction. Having previously assaulted Betty, General Ross, in a fit of rage, dealt a merciless blow, showing no compassion whatsoever. As a result, he now suffers from internal organ displacement, a broken leg, a shattered arm, and 7 fractured ribs. Moreover, under General Ross's orders, no one dares to administer aid, rendering his condition tragically dire. If treatment is not administered soon, he may indeed perish within the confines of his prison at that point. Even the most formidable of abilities would be of no avail. As he feels his injuries worsening, the urgency within Leon's heart intensifies. Present. He is in no position to consider taking lives or harvesting souls. Even the slightest movement proves exceedingly arduous. System. Other systems provide new players with starter packs. I, too, am a novice seeking you offer some benevolence. With no other recourse, Leon mustered the courage to appeal to the system. Considering the host's current predicament, this system grants the host 3 opportunities for random temporary draws. Please seize the opportunity to extricate yourself from your plight. Ah, how splendid my system is! Leon mused with delight. Having read numerous novels where the systems annihilate their hosts for failing to complete tasks, he found his system to be rather accommodating. By the way, system, what exactly does a random temporary draw entail? Leon inquired with curiosity, as the name implies. The host will randomly draw souls from myriad realms, but the abilities acquired through soul deprivation are temporary, subject to time or quantity. Limitations. I see. So there are indeed constraints on time and usage imperfect, yet acceptable. I merely need to escape my current predicament. With his objective clarified, a glimmer of resolve shone in Leon's gaze. System, commence the draw. Ding. Random temporary draw initiated. Please prepare yourself. Host, buzz. As the system's voice resonated, the scene before Leon shifted dramatically, and in the next moment his consciousness was transported to a realm of mysterious dimensions. Chapter 2. The ability to break through limitations. In a dimly lit expanse enveloped in silence, countless colossal bronze pillars stood majestically, adorned with ancient and enigmatic patterns and totems, evoking a profound sense of awe. Intertwined around these pillars were numerous chains forged from mysterious iron, each supporting an array of bronze cages, densely packed and seemingly endless. Unquestionably, all these cages were unoccupied. At the heart of this space lay an altar-like structure, where 4 towering black pillars encircled an entity reminiscent of a portal. This portal emanated ripples akin to water, suggesting a connection to a realm shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Leo stood before this portal, positioned at the very center of this dimensional prison. As Leo marveled at the astonishing scene before him, the dimensional prison quivered slightly, and simultaneously, information regarding its nature flooded into his mind. Soon, a look of understanding illuminated Leo's face. It became clear that the cages suspended between the bronze pillars were designed to imprison the souls harvested in the past, while the altar and the portal served the purpose of extracting souls from the dimension, connecting to myriad worlds beyond. Upon grasping this information, Leo felt a surge of astonishment, reflecting on the true might of this dimensional prison. However, he recognized that this was not the time for admiration, as he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. System, initiate the dimensional soul extraction. Leo inhaled deeply, gazing at the vast portal pulsating with rippling waves. As per the host's request, dimensional soul extraction commencing. The system's voice resonated in his mind. With that pronouncement, the iron chains entwined around the black pillars sprang to life, writhing violently like a rampaging black dragon, swiftly extending and then plunging into the portal. Simultaneously, the surface of the portal shimmered with rippling waves that began to tremble. In mere moments, several chains began to retract forcefully. And when they fully returned from the void behind the portal, they were ensnared around a spectral figure, bound in an intricate manner. The chains wrapped around the limbs of this ethereal soul, securing it above the altar. Leo scrutinized the appearance of this soul and was immediately struck dumb. his face betraying unmistakable shock. This figure, a gleaming bald head, seemingly slender yet brimming with terrifying strength, clad in a tight yellow suit and adorned with a flowing red cape, bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist from a certain anime. As Leo's conjectures formed, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have extracted the Diamond Tier Dimensional Soul Saitama from One Punch Man. Name: Saitama World. One Punch Man Power Rating: Diamond Tier Extractable Ability: One Punch God, Breakthrough Limitations. Indeed, it was truly Saitama from One Punch Man. The system's prompt unequivocally validated Leo's conjecture. There was no denying it. Saitama's visage was undeniably recognizable. My heavens, such fortuity. To think that amidst a random selection, I would draw Saitama. This is the man who transcends limitations. Leo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated such extraordinary luck, as if he had transcended the mundane. Could it be that having lived as an African for so long before traversing dimensions, he had amassed an abundance of fortune that was now unleashed? Leo pondered in a daze. But wait. The only ability Saitama possesses that can be stripped away is that of the one-punch hero. What would transpire if I were to proceed with the deprivation, given that the soul possesses only a singular ability to be taken? The probability of deprivation stands at 100%. The system's emotionless voice sent Leo's heartbeat soaring. Goodness gracious. 100% chance to strip Saitama of his ability to transcend limitations? This is simply magnificent. Leo felt as though his heart was on the verge of bursting. System, swiftly initiate the soul deprivation, he exclaimed, gazing at the bald man bound by iron chains in the void. Due to the formidable suppression of the dimensional prison, Saitama's soul was devoid of consciousness, his eyes tightly shut. Yet, the ominous aura emanating from him was undeniably terrifying. This only heightened Leo's excitement. The stronger the entity, the more advantageous it would be for him. A friendly reminder, host, as this was a random temporary selection. The ability acquired through soul deprivation comes with time and frequency limitations and is not permanent. Please prepare yourself mentally. Perhaps sensing Leo's overwhelming excitement, the system offered a timely caution. This indeed doused Leo's fervor with cold water. I almost forgot about that. Leo chuckled wryly. However, it matters not. Even with time and frequency constraints, Saitama's abilities are more than sufficient to extricate me from my current predicament. At the very least, a prison break would pose no problem. Though somewhat regretful, Leo remained undaunted. For as long as the system exists, he would inevitably draw a diamond tier soul once more. Soul deprivation commences. Just as Leo contemplated his plans post-escape, the system's notification rang out, and simultaneously, the dimensional prison exhibited a conspicuous transformation. Before his eyes, the four towering black pillars surrounding the portal began to illuminate with countless arcane runes. The black symbols, previously mingled with the color of the pillars, flickered like red-hot irons, gradually ascending from the base. The runes spread from the pillars to the iron chains. Then, one by one, they infiltrated Saitama's soul through his limbs. Saitama, who had previously kept his eyes closed, furrowed his brow rapidly. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from his seemingly unremarkable form. Fortunately, as the sovereign of this realm, Leo remained unaffected by the overwhelming presence. Otherwise, he might have been rendered unconscious by its sheer might. Soon, as the iron-like runes completely merged with Saitama's soul, golden threads of light were drawn from Saitama's being, transforming into starry sparks that infused Leo's body. With a hum, as the luminous points fully integrated into his form, a thunderous roar resonated in Leo's mind. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation. A powerful aura radiated from him, creating waves of energy all around. Host, Leo World, Marvel Current Abilities. One Punch Over God Breakthrough Limiter. Uses 2. Basic Martial Arts Intermediate Marksmanship Power Rating. Bronze 1 star. Power rating does not account for temporary abilities. He had truly acquired the One Punch Over God ability of Teacher Saitama. After a considerable time fully embracing this formidable power, Leo gazed at the panel in his mind, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion. Although he possessed only 2 chances, they were more than sufficient to render him unafraid of any threat. It should be noted that Teacher Saitama's combat prowess could obliterate stars. In the early narratives of Marvel, there existed no entities capable of contending with Teacher Saitama. The 2 opportunities to break through the limiter would significantly enhance his survivability. For instance, at this moment, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Chris Island military prison with a single punch, erasing it completely from the waters off New York, with a firm clench of his fist. Feeling the latent power within, a subtle smile graced Leo's lips. The pressures of survival had finally lessened considerably. As for the current abilities of basic martial arts and intermediate marksmanship, they were likely skills possessed by the original owner of this body. After inheriting the memories of the former host, Leo naturally acquired them too. At that moment, in the void above, the soul of Teacher Saitama, previously bound by menacing black iron chains, radiated a faint aura of authority. Then, it transformed into a beam of light, instantly vanishing into the portal, sending ripples throughout the space before disappearing from sight. What is happening? Observing teacher Saitama's disappearance in the slow retraction of the chains, Leo felt perplexed. System. Did you not say that after a soul is deprived, it would disintegrate and vanish into nothingness? Yet, teacher Saitama does not appear to have disintegrated at all? Host. The dimensional temporary extraction you just performed did not disturb Saitama's core power, it merely extracted a fragment. Therefore, Saitama's soul will not disintegrate, but rather return to its original plane. Moreover, if you are fortunate, in the future, by spending diamond-level soul points, you might be able to extract his soul again, thus obtaining the complete one-punch over God ability. I see. Since it was a temporary extraction that did not disturb the source power, the soul would not disintegrate. After hearing the system's explanation, Leo nodded slightly. In that case, system, proceed with the next extraction. Chapter 3. Thunderous Roar and Nara Shikamaru thinking about having extracted such a powerful diamond-level soul as teacher Saitama on his first attempt. Leo was filled with anticipation for the other two temporary extraction opportunities. Ding! Dimensional extraction begins. As the system's prompt echoed, the dark chains on the colossal black pillar began to sway rapidly, plunging into the portal like a blade, creating ripples in its wake. Soon, the chains retracted, revealing an ethereal soul that appeared remarkably peculiar. What is this? Observing the soul ensnared in the void by the chains, Leo wore a perplexed expression, questioning the bizarre situation. Name: Thunder Roar Volibear World. Valoran Continent, League of Legends, Strength Rating, Silver Leveled Deprivable Abilities, Storm's Choice, Raging Thunder, Wild Fury, Supreme Roar, Thunderous Claw Goodness. ISNT this the bear from League of Legends? Can one really obtain such a creature? Leo mused, gazing at the chains encasing the bear-like entity clad in runic armor. Its imposing frame adorned with azure-white fur, sharp claws, and fangs. Oh well, a bear is just a bear. As long as its abilities are commendable, it's acceptable. Before long, Leo cast aside thoughts of Volibear's identity and began to contemplate which ability to deprive. The system displayed the bear's deprivable abilities, which undoubtedly corresponded to the bear's passive in the game, along with others. The skill Raging Thunder was immediately dismissed. While it was effective in the game, in reality, it would prove rather useless. As for Wild Fury, it seemed to boast considerable damage, but the method of attack involved biting, which Leo found utterly shameful. He questioned his ability to engage in such an embarrassing act during battle. Thus, Wild Fury was also discarded. The skill Supreme Roar, however, caught his attention. It functioned similarly to a lion's roar, capable of repelling and slowing nearby foes while inflicting damage. Yet, the same issue arose. How ridiculous would it be to suddenly howl like a bear in the heat of battle? Hence, he resolved to explore other abilities. Thunderous Claw, the bear's ultimate move, unleashed a series of lightning strikes from within, capable of hitting up to 8 nearby enemies. It was powerful, dignified, and offered substantial damage, making it an enticing option for Leo. However, upon observing the bear's passive ability, Leo found himself in a quandary. The passive, Storm's Choice, allowed Volibear to rapidly regain health when on the brink of death. Specifically, when health dwindled to 30, he could recover 30 health in just 6 seconds. This was an incredibly practical life-saving ability, particularly suited to Leo's current predicament. He was indeed gravely injured, his health below 30%. Opting for the bear's passive would enable him to recover most of his wounds in a brief span, ensuring his survival was far from impossible. One ability was offensive, a thunderous ultimate, while the other was a life-preserving skill, leaving Leo in a state of indecision. Yet, he did not linger in confusion for long. Upon calm reflection, it became apparent that he had but one choice to make. That choice was to select the bear's passive ability. Due to his current injuries, there is absolutely no time to delay. Without proper treatment, he could perish at any moment. At such a juncture, opting for an offensive capability would be sheer folly. After all, what good is a formidable attack if one's life is at stake? Regrettably, it seems the bear's ultimate move is wasted. With a sigh, Leo decisively chose the passive ability of the bear's storm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to strip the soul's roar of Woolybell's storm. Host: Leo Current World. Marvel Current Abilities. Basic Martial Arts. Intermediate Firearms Proficiency. One-Punch Superhuman Breakthrough. Occurrences. 2. Storm's Choice. Occurrences. 3. Finally, he no longer had to worry about his imminent demise. Observing the newly acquired passive ability from the bear, Leo chuckled to himself. As for his current abilities in Basic Martial Arts and Intermediate Firearms, they were honed by the original owner of this body. After inheriting his memories, Leo could naturally utilize them. System: continue the extraction. Although the second extraction yielded only the silver-level thunder roar of Woolybell, Leo was nonetheless satisfied. as it addressed his most pressing concern of being gravely injured. He wondered which formidable figure he would draw this time. As he watched the chains on the black pillar begin to sway, heading toward the void beyond the portal, Leo felt a surge of anticipation. With a clatter, accompanied by the sound of the heavy iron chains retracting, a soul gradually emerged from the rippling portal. The figure was clad in a green vest with a black netted lining, wearing leg wraps and sporting a pineapple hairstyle, complete with a forehead protector. Though bound in midair by the heavy chains and rendered unconscious by the soul suppression, an air of languid wisdom emanated from him. Name: Nara Shikamaru World. Naruto abilities available for acquisition. 1. Intermediate Konoha Fluid Technique 2. Nara Clan Shadow Secret Technique 3. Advanced Body Replacement Technique 4. In Release Brain Domain Development, it was Shikamaru. Seeing the third soul extracted from the void, Leo was slightly taken aback. He held a vivid memory of this character, who played a significant role in the Naruto storyline. Shikamaru, with his impressive shadow techniques and remarkable intelligence, had garnered a considerable fan base. Leo appreciated Shikamaru's character, but admiration aside, he needed to consider which ability to strip. The intermediate Konoha Fluid Technique, while decent, lacked practicality given his current physical condition, which was insufficient to fully harness its potential. The Advanced Body Replacement Technique, however, was exceedingly useful. Not only was it versatile, but it also served as an excellent means of self-preservation, a valuable skill for any situation. To be frank, Leo was quite eager to acquire the Advanced Body Replacement Technique. Yet, the thought of the temporary extraction process, coupled with time and frequency constraints, left him feeling rather frustrated. After all, he was still imprisoned. The body replacement technique wouldn't aid in his escape. If one cannot escape the confines of prison, then no matter how proficient the three-body technique may be, it remains a mere trifle. The fourth option, the development of the Shadow Realm, is similarly formidable. It is undoubtedly a secret art of the Nara clan, which elucidates the exceptionally high intelligence of its members. Naturally, Leo yearns to acquire such esoteric knowledge. However, this technique demands extensive training and cultivation. Instantaneously stimulating the brain's development would be extraordinarily unnatural. Furthermore, the temporary extraction is constrained by time and frequency limitations. In other words, before he could manifest any tangible results, the effectiveness of this ability might expire, quite vexing indeed. Thus, the fourth option is certainly not viable. The only remaining choice is the Nara clan's signature shadow technique. This ability, as one might expect, is versatile for both offense and defense, and it inherently includes control, which would greatly assist Leo in his current predicament. It would at least facilitate his escape from prison and make it effortless to eliminate a few adversaries. With that in mind, he resolved to select this ability. A glint of determination flashed in Leo's eyes as he commanded, "System, assist me in extracting Nara Shikamaru's shadow technique." Ding. The soul extraction commences. Please stand by. As the crimson runes on the chains illuminated, golden strands of light were extracted from Shikamaru's soul, merging into Leo's being. With the integration of these luminous points, Leo felt a refreshing surge emanating from within, as if a potent force was being nurtured within every cell, coursing through his meridians and filling him with vigor. Simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding the shadow technique emerged in his mind. Host: Leo Current World, Marvel Current Abilities, Basic Combat Skills, Intermediate Marksmanship, 1 Punch Breakthrough Limiter. Uses: 2. Storm's Choice. Uses: 3. Nara Clan Shadow Technique. Duration: 5 days. Power Rating: Bronze 1 star. Power rating does not account for temporary abilities. Before long, Leo fully assimilated this newfound power. He became entirely familiar with the application and techniques of the Nara clan's shadow art. He even inherited Shikamaru's experiences in utilizing the shadow technique. One must concede, the system's soul extraction is indeed formidable. Moreover, a peculiar force surged within him, coursing through his meridians with great intensity. System, what is this force? Leo inquired, clenching his fist and reveling in the sensation of fullness and the continuous flow of power. This is the power of vital energy, derived from the host's life force and stamina, utilized to fuel special abilities. The host's extraction of the shadow technique requires the consumption of special energy, hence the activation for the host. Is the power of vital energy linked to life force and stamina? I see. Leo nodded slightly. Then, system, can the vital energy be employed for other abilities, such as martial arts or combat skills? Affirmative. The vital energy activated by this system can be employed in any non-mental abilities. Excellent. With the system's confirmation, Leo smiled with satisfaction. Clenching his fists, Leo felt the surge of vitality coursing through his veins, and a flicker of astonishment illuminated his gaze. At long last, he possessed a modicum of self-defense. Having just traversed into the Marvel universe, the oppressive gloom that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. With a chime, the temporary dimensional extraction concluded, and reality returned. As the system's notification resonated, the landscape before Leo shifted dramatically. The myriad colossal pillars and prison cells of the dimensional prison vanished, replaced by the dim, cramped confines of a cell on Chris Island. In that fleeting moment of consciousness returning, a remarkable transformation unfolded within the shadowy confines of the cell. Leo's body, marred by blood, suddenly erupted with a vibrant emerald light. This verdant luminescence flickered like fireflies in the night, illuminating the entire cell. Under the nurturing embrace of this green energy, Leo's body, once riddled with wounds, began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Broken bones mended, gashes sealed, and his pallid complexion gradually returned to normal. In a mere 10 breaths, the once near-death Leo had regained a significant portion of his vitality. As he savored the sensation akin to a warm spring, a groan escaped Leo's lips. The relentless agony that had tormented him vanished entirely, and his weary body felt rejuvenated. Even his mind grew considerably clearer. All of this signified that his body was nearing full recovery. Once the emerald vitality dissipated, Leo rose from the rudimentary bed. Clenching his fists and embracing the newfound strength within, his gaze sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Excellent. His injuries had largely healed. The passive abilities of the bear were indeed formidable. With the infusion of vitality, recovery was no longer an issue. Moreover, he had the shadow technique at his disposal, along with 2 opportunities to unleash the one-punch super god. The initial hellish difficulty of his situation had substantially diminished, suppressing the surge of joy and excitement within. Leo resumed his seat on the bed, contemplating the sturdy prison door before him. With the power he currently wielded, escaping was a straightforward endeavor. He could employ the shadow technique to pick the lock or harness the might of a single punch to obliterate the prison of Chris Island, creating a pathway. However, such actions would undoubtedly land him on the military and SHIELD's blacklist, akin to the relentless pursuit faced by Banner. Furthermore, the abilities he possessed were constrained by time and frequency, making a complete evasion of the national machinery's pursuit impractical. After a brief contemplation, Leo discerned that escaping was not the ideal solution. What then? A headache began to brew. Gazing at the solid iron bars and the faint cacophony of prisoners outside, Leo began to ponder an alternative approach. Prison, inmates, escape. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Leo's mind. Why must I escape? This is Chris Island, a military high-security prison housing the most heinous of criminals. Indeed, it seems a perfect novice village for me. Not only is there no cause for concern regarding safety, but there is also ample opportunity for development, for these prisoners are, to Leo, nothing less than lambs awaiting slaughter. The shadow secret technique, even when separated by countless cells, possesses the capability to kill. By extinguishing the lives of these prisoners, their souls will serve as the finest nourishment for Leo's growth. Perfect. Contemplating his next course of action, the confusion in Leo's eyes dissipated, and the predicament before him seemed to transform into a distinct advantage in an instant. However, now is not the time. It is still daylight outside. Although there are no cameras within the solitary confinement cells, those in the corridors are certainly present. The shadow secret technique, while covert, still carries the risk of exposure. He must wait until nightfall, when the scrutiny diminishes, to commence his harvest. Perhaps inheriting the memories of the original body has rendered Leo's demeanor much calmer and more ruthless, as he no longer harbors any aversion to killing. Having devised a plan, Leo refrained from haste, allowing himself to settle into a tranquil state. Although he had inherited Shikamaru's shadow secret technique, the power of his vital energy had only just been activated. Having previously sustained severe injuries, his vitality and strength were exceedingly feeble, resulting in the current weakness of his vital energy. At this moment, with his existing vital energy, he could barely manage to execute the shadow secret technique once. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Leo shook his head slightly, letting out a faint sigh. Nevertheless, it suffices, killing is adequate. Chapter 5, Shattering Souls, Strengthening Oneself. As the sun gradually tilted toward the west, the heavily guarded Chris Island prison welcomed the conclusion of yet another monotonous day. As night fell, the once vigilant guards inevitably relaxed their watchfulness. The number of guards in the corridor diminished from pairs to singles, and those in the monitoring room began to doze off. When the clock on the wall struck midnight, all prisoners succumbed to slumber. In cell number 14, within the darkness, Leo's eyes suddenly flickered open, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Without uttering a sound, Leo rose and approached the window. Observing the silent corridor outside, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. After half a day of refining his vital energy, he had adjusted his condition to its optimal state, utilizing the weak light filtering into the corridor. Leo's hands began to move slowly yet awkwardly, transitioning through the hand seals. This was the art of ninjutsu, a secret technique of the Nara clan, which undoubtedly required such seals. The interplay of light and shadow across Leo's handsome visage imbued him with an air of mystery, as he gradually became proficient in forming the seals. After all, With Shikamaru's memories, as long as his hand speed improved, executing 3 seals per second was well within reach. The faint yet potent vital energy within him stirred as the hand seals transformed. A peculiar wave of energy began to meld with the shadow beneath Leo. As the final seal was completed, the vital energy within him was fully mobilized. Shadow strangulation technique, accompanied by Leo's barely audible murmur. His own shadow at his feet swiftly contorted and morphed. In the blink of an eye, the shadow extended outward, slipping through the gap beneath the door and lunging toward the cell across from Leo. Within the confines of the cell resided a menacing-looking African-American prisoner. Upon Leo's abrupt entrance, he was met with a barrage of scornful taunts and threats. Subsequently, Leo succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving his tormentor momentarily bored before he settled into silence. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Leo's eyes as he summoned his hidden shadows, which transformed into a dark specter, stealthily advancing towards the slumbering prisoner in the adjacent cell. The shadow melded seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, unnoticed by anyone, rendering the entire scene eerily silent. The shadow arts of the Nara clan were renowned for their enigmatic and uncanny nature, thriving in such dim surroundings. In a realm like that of the Naruto universe, one might have exercised caution, but alas, this was the Marvel universe, where such peculiar methods of assassination were unfathomable to the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Leo's shadow traversed the corridor, slipping through bars and iron gates, heading towards the bed of the brutish African-American inmate. The dark figure split into multiple strands, coiling upwards from the bed's frame, gradually enveloping the hulking figure. The shadow was ethereal and intangible, causing no sensation to the unsuspecting man. Observing the thick neck of the prisoner now ensnared by intertwining shadows, Leo's lips curled into a chilling smirk. "Prepare to meet your end," he murmured, his fingers weaving intricate signs. Immediately, the shadows that had ensnared the prisoner's limbs and neck solidified, transforming into what resembled demonic tendrils, tightening their grip with ferocity. The once peaceful African-American man, who had been sleeping soundly, abruptly awoke, his eyes bulging in horror. He convulsed violently. A visage of terror and bewilderment etched upon his face, yet no matter how he thrashed, the seemingly insubstantial black tendrils clung to him tenaciously, resisting all efforts to escape. In fact, the more he struggled, the tighter the dark appendages constricted around his throat. In mere moments, the prisoner's neck bore the horrific marks of bruising and blood. His eyes, now bloodshot and bulging, reflected a mix of disbelief and defiance. Yet, all was in vain. With a sickening crack, his cervical spine was abruptly severed. The once thrashing figure, akin to a shrimp in boiling water, collapsed limply onto the bed, silenced forever. He was dead, an end both reluctant and shrouded in mystery. Yet, such is the peculiar nature of fate, the Grim Reaper spares no life, and his journey had reached its conclusion. As the last vestiges of life faded, Leo in the opposite cell finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It was done. Observing the emptiness of his own energy reserves, Leo let out a rueful smile. Astonished by the intensity of the prisoner's struggles, which had nearly drained him of his vital force and almost thwarted his success. Although the recent encounter was a comprehensive and overwhelming slaughter, the risks involved were far from negligible. Leo's vital energy was merely nascent, and thus, quite feeble. The shadow strangulation technique dictated that the more the opponent struggled, the greater the consumption of his vital energy. The strength of the burly African man exceeded Leo's expectations. Had he faltered slightly more, he could have lost control over the shadow due to excessive depletion of his energy. At that point, the man would regain his breath, and Leo's situation would become dire. Should this incident be reported, the prison guards would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance, making it exceedingly difficult for him to employ the shadow technique for further assassinations. It was evident that enhancing his vital energy was imperative, lest the risks escalate further. Taking a deep breath to recover from the previous exhaustion, Leo contemplated this when, suddenly, a change occurred in the adjacent cell. From the lifeless corpse of the deceased African brute, ethereal green strands of light began to rise. These ghostly green luminescences intertwined and coalesced into a sphere the size of a basketball, radiating a soft glow imbued with an enigmatic beauty and an undercurrent of danger. Undoubtedly, this was the soul orb of the fallen brute. As soon as the ethereal green soul orb was formed, it drifted directly towards Leo. The iron door and bars seemed to yield effortlessly to the orb, as though it possessed no tangible form. The sphere moved swiftly and, unbeknownst to outside observers, seamlessly entered Leo's body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have harvested a soul of an ordinary individual. Would you like to view its details? As the soul orb merged with him, a prompt resonated in Leo's mind. Without hesitation, he replied, "View." Suddenly, the scenery before him transformed, and he found himself within the dimensional prison space. Very little had changed. The only distinction was in the area to Leo's left, where, suspended between towering bronze columns, a translucent, ethereal green soul was ensnared within a cage. Indeed, the very soul of the brute Leo had just dispatched. The dark iron chains appeared to possess a potent soul-binding effect, even though the brute had perished with considerable resentment. There were no signs of awakening. His eyes remained tightly shut, utterly immobile. Please select a method for the disposition of this soul. 1. Shatter the soul to convert it into the purest form of soul energy for your own refinement. 2. Execute a soul extraction to obtain one of the abilities it possessed in life. 3. Melt the soul down to create soul points for storage. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Leo pondered briefly before making his choice. System, first, let me examine the ability that can be extracted from this brute. As Leo's words echoed, the system promptly responded, presenting a panel of information in his mind. Name, Agmudo extractable ability, subpar boxing, subpar slashing, is that all? Leo mused, slightly exasperated as he gazed at the information in his mind. Indeed, the other inconsequential abilities of this soul are insufficient to be displayed on this system's panel. Very well. Regarding the aloof system, Leo refrained from making any comments. It appeared that this brutish figure, aside from possessing a truly ferocious temperament, had little of noteworthy merit. His subpar boxing and hacking skills were hardly worth extracting. As for the soul points, the current priority remained on enhancing his strength, so there was no rush to accumulate them. Thus, Leo swiftly made his decision. System, shatter this soul. I wish to fortify myself. Understood, initiating soul fragmentation. As the system's voice echoed, a transformation occurred within the bronze cage. The dark iron chains that had ensnared the brutish soul suddenly illuminated with countless crimson runes, resembling molten lava as they seared into the soul of the malevolent figure. The sound of sizzling filled the air. This was the sound of a soul being incinerated into oblivion. In but a fleeting moment, the malevolent soul was almost entirely consumed by the flames, leaving behind a wisp of impurities that dissolved into a black mist, which was subsequently absorbed by the colossal bronze pillar of the dimensional prison, its grotesque totems seeming to stir to life once more. Aside from the impurities, what remained after the dark iron chains had scorched, it was a cerulean orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist, utterly clear and exuding an exquisite beauty. Is this the purest essence of soul power? Indeed remarkable, Leo mused, gazing at the cerulean orb. As his voice resonated, the orb began to drift slowly towards him, transforming into specks of starlight midair, which then merged into Leo's being. In an instant, a sensation akin to a refreshing spring enveloped him, the pure essence of soul power transmuting into a mysterious and unique strength that coursed through his entire body. There was no pain, yet Leo could distinctly sense the unique augmentation of each cell within him, each one undergoing a transformation. This sensation was wondrous, as if he were acutely aware of every increment of strength and every metamorphosis of his cells. However, just as Leo was immersed in this experience, the enhancement abruptly ceased, leaving him with a sense of resignation and a wry smile. Was the soul power insufficient? Perhaps, for it was merely a worthless brute. It would be unrealistic for him to gain too much from such an insignificant source. Upon the completion of this enhancement, Leo naturally exited the dimensional prison space and returned to reality. Opening his eyes and clenching his fists, he took a moment to gauge the power coursing through him, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. His speed, strength, and reflexes had all seen a slight increase, and even his vitality had markedly improved, bringing his previously unhealed injuries closer to recovery. It was indeed a comprehensive enhancement. Remarkable. After savoring the experience, Leo exhaled in awe. If this trend continues, by the time I leave Chris Island, I shall surely leave many astounded, he thought, recalling certain individuals from his memory, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 6. Self-enhancement. The following morning, Leo awoke amidst a cacophony, surveying his cramped cell to confirm that he had truly traversed realms and had not merely dreamt this experience. As Leo gazed beyond the iron bars at the chaotic prison, a cold smile graced his lips. He chose to disregard the turmoil, instead opting to rest quietly on his bunk. Damn it, dispose of his body, and ensure they are watched closely. I do not wish to encounter such a situation again. In an office nearby, Warden Ogden spoke sternly to his deputy, his vibrant golden locks meticulously groomed and impeccably styled, a man who took great pride in his appearance. Ogden had risen to the position of warden through familial connections, yet he spent most of his time engaged in socializing outside the prison walls. Ultimately, he was merely here to enhance his reputation, yet these inmates disrupted his peace. Why couldn't they simply remain in their cells? Early that morning, he had received reports of another death within the confines, an unfortunate turn of events. By the way, how is that young fellow we received yesterday faring? Ogden glanced at his ashen-faced deputy, recalling the call he had received from General Ross, who had insisted on the proper care of the yellow-skinned lad. If the boy were to perish so easily, Ross would certainly be displeased. Ah, he is fine. He seems to be recovering quite well and even managed to walk to the cafeteria, The deputy responded promptly, having comprehended whom his superior referred to. Excellent. Remember, we must not allow him to die so easily. Once he is well, I intend to impress upon him the gravity of provoking a powerful general. Tossing aside the comb, Ogden donned his sharp suit and adjusted his tie, his expression dark as he strode out. The prison returned to a semblance of calm, for after all, only one life had been lost. Under the particular care of certain individuals, Leo navigated a tranquil day, the only source of his discontent being the prison's meager provisions. However, now was not the time for complaints, so he steeled himself to endure the fare. As evening fell and the absence of recreational activities led everyone to retire early, Leo found his strength fully restored, his vitality surging once more. It was time to act. In the darkness, Leo began to weave hand signs. The Nara family's secret shadow techniques unfolding with practiced precision, akin to an elite ninja. Tendrils of black smoke began to rise, and the shadows beneath him quivered, suddenly splitting away and darting outside his cell. In the dim light, no one noticed a figure cloaked in darkness moving swiftly. There you are. Leo directed the shadow through the sleeping prison, when suddenly, a tall, robust Caucasian man jolted awake. Realizing something was amiss, he opened his mouth to scream. But no sound emerged. A powerful hand clamped over his mouth, while an eerie force constricted around his throat, rendering him breathless. The force within him grew increasingly potent. For Leo's vitality surged beyond that of the previous day, allowing him to wield even greater strength. This formidable man surpassed the strength of the African man he had encountered yesterday. However, under Leo's relentless assault, this behemoth found himself ensnared in a fatal predicament. Gradually, his struggles waned, and his massive body, trembling in its final throes, collapsed onto the bed, his eyes glazing over, devoid of any further movement. His thick neck had sunk deeply, severing his windpipe, while the blood gushing forth and the bulging eyes conveyed the torment and agony he had endured in his last moments. Soon, a ghostly green flame of the soul emerged from his body, emitting a faint luminescence as it flickered in the air, swiftly making its way toward Leo's cell and entering his being. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the soul of an ordinary person. Leo did not rush to examine his prize. The day's state was far superior to that of yesterday, and he still possessed the vigor to deal with another individual. Thus, the shadow that had extinguished the life of a vicious giant stirred once more, lurking in the shadows along the walls and corners, evading the light in the watchful gaze of surveillance. During this time when all were immersed in slumber, he commenced his hunt anew. This time, his quarry was a man with a Jewish visage. In truth, Leo's selections were interconnected, both yesterday and today. His targets were the leaders of the more formidable gangs within the prison. Even amidst incarceration, they wielded considerable influence, always flanked by several underlings during daylight hours. They were the first to indulge in desirable items, such as magazines or tobacco procured from the outside world. Leo's motives were clear, to instigate greater panic and plunge the entire prison into chaos. Only in such a tumultuous environment would suspicion be diverted from him. As for his gradual recovery and burgeoning strength, when he reached a certain level of power, any scrutiny would be inconsequential, for he would then have the option to depart. The dark shadow, akin to a venomous serpent, consumed yet another man's soul. After successfully hunting two, Leo finally felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His wounds had yet to fully heal, and the wrath that Ross had once unleashed upon him had nearly claimed his life. The mere ability to rise and partake in a meal was a rare blessing. Yet, he understood that after devouring the souls of these two, his injuries would be completely mended. As the scene shifted before him, Leo regained clarity and found himself back in the dimensional prison. As before, amidst the bronze pillars on his left, two translucent green souls were bound by iron chains within their respective cages. Unmistakably the very souls of the individuals he had just hunted. Please, host, select a method for the disposal of these souls. 1. Shatter the soul, transforming it into the purest essence of soul power, refining oneself. 2. Conduct a soul extraction on the altered spirit, acquiring one ability it possessed in its former life. 3. Forge this soul into soul points for storage. Without hesitation, Leo recognized that he had little choice. These beings possessed nothing of worth for him to seize. For the time being, his abilities sufficed, rendering the conversion of soul points to extract from other spirits unnecessary. Thus, Leo proclaimed, shatter, crush their souls, and enhance my own. Chapter 7. This case is now under our jurisdiction. The soul shattering commences. Countless crimson runes ignited upon the obsidian chains that bound the two souls, burning like molten lava, searing their very essence. This was the infernal fire of retribution, purifying their souls until only the most pristine essence remained, while the remaining impurities nourished this space, sustaining its existence. The pure soul essence floated before Leo, enigmatic and translucent. Following Leo's open embrace, these refined soul energies flocked to him like fledglings returning to their nest. merging into his being. Despite having experienced this once before, Leo found immense comfort in the sensation that enveloped him. It was a rejuvenation so profound that even the finest massage paled in comparison. It could only be rivaled by the attentions of a bevy of beautiful maidens. His wounds healed. A tingling warmth coursed through him as bones reconnected and the pain in his muscles dissipated under a peculiar force, transforming into a comforting embrace. Simultaneously, Leo distinctly sensed his body growing stronger. Every cell, every organ, was more robust than before. Though the difference was subtle, it was undeniably present. This biochemical process endured longer than the previous day, as today he shattered 2 souls, allowing him to linger in this state for an extended duration. Tomorrow, he resolved to claim more lives. After a significant interval, Leo opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and vibrant, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His body had fully recovered. And thanks to the reinforcement, he was now stronger than ever. The most apparent change lay within the system, where his information had transformed as follows. Host, Leo current world, Marvel current abilities, basic combat skills, intermediate firearm proficiency, basic chakra, Jinin. 1 punch super god breakthrough limiter, uses 2, Storm's choice, uses 3. Nara clan shadow secret technique, duration, 5 days, strength rating, bronze 2 stars, temporary abilities not included in strength rating. His strength had ascended from bronze 1 star to 2 stars. A night passed, echoing the events of the previous day, yet this time the situation was even more exaggerated. In the span of merely 2 days, 3 individuals had met their tragic ends in their sleep. Similarly, they succumbed to a forceful strangulation, transcending the realm of mere coincidence or any other excuse that could mask such occurrences. By a remarkable twist of fate, the 3 individuals who recently met their demise were all prominent figures within the prison hierarchy. While the death of a single individual might be dismissed, the simultaneous passing of the leaders of 3 gangs sent tremors of fear and confusion through the prison. The guards were not the only ones gripped by terror. The inmates were plunged into a state of panic. It must be the work of a devil, they whispered. Do you remember old Nick? He has returned, seeking vengeance. Whispers of dreadful rumors began to circulate. These men were far from benign, their hands stained with blood, having undoubtedly harmed others even within the confines of the prison walls. Now, as they lay dead, neither the surveillance nor the personnel had detected any anomalies. What else could it be but the supernatural? Seated at the dining table, Leo shook his head and chuckled softly. There was no need for him to intervene. The prisoners had woven an elaborate narrative of vengeful spirits on their own. Coupled with the exceptional performances of those involved, it was undeniable that they made for remarkable accomplices. Events were unfolding in a manner that Leo had anticipated. As daylight waned, a pervasive sense of dread enveloped the entire prison, with the guards receiving stringent orders from their superiors to maintain a vigilant watch and prevent further fatalities. Yet, how could they capture a mere shadow? As night descended once more, Leo, having enjoyed a tranquil day, urged his shadow to strike again. Emerging from the darkness, the shadow indeed moved as they had described, like a wraith. And since it resembled a specter, it remained unseen by their eyes. A futile endeavor. Observing the guards patrolling the corridors, Leo let out a derisive laugh. In silence, the shadow slipped into a cell, and moments later, it departed. A flickering essence of soul fire that was invisible to ordinary eyes, finding its way into Leo's chamber and merging with his being. Continuing his assault, Leo focused intently, directing the ethereal shadow of the mysterious specter as it relentlessly hunted down the inmates. That night proved particularly fruitful, having fully regained his health. He ascended to the rank of bronze 2 star, his vitality and strength enhanced. By night's end, he had claimed 5 lives. Crush and fortify my being. Within the dimensional prison, gazing at the 5 souls bound by iron chains, Leo proclaimed loudly. The system, without hesitation, executed his command, swiftly shattering the 5 souls, their pure essence flooding into him. A wave of exhilarating sensations surged through his mind. A smile graced Leo's face as he reveled in the process of becoming stronger. The tumultuous energy coursed through his body like a torrent, his heart thundering robustly, muscles taut, bones fortified, cellular vitality invigorated. Each organ felt rejuvenated, akin to newly minted automotive components, pulsating with life and providing immense power to his form. In the ensuing days, Leo replicated his method, continuing his hunt. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of dread within the prison escalated to alarming levels, with nearly every individual consumed by fear. The guards, frantic and desperate, launched an investigation. Yet, how could they possibly fathom that all of this chaos stemmed from a critically wounded newcomer who had arrived just days prior? On the 3rd night, 8 individuals. And on the 4th night, 15, this prison, which housed nearly 1,000 inmates, was on the brink of descending into chaos, resembling a lunatic asylum. Such a horrific spree of murders finally became unbearable for the warden, who felt compelled to escalate the matter. Over 30 individuals had perished in a mere 4 days. What exactly was he doing? The warden, oxen, disheveled and bearing deep circles under his eyes, had lost all semblance of his former elegance. At that moment, he appeared as a specter, glaring at his subordinate. He slammed a thick folder, containing the files of the deceased, onto the subordinate's face. Damn it. I was supposed to be transferred next year, to be promoted. Why did this happen? The office door swung open, and 2 men clad in suits and sunglasses entered. Warden Oxen, we are here to take over this case. Chapter 8. 20 killed. Who are you? Oxen inquired, his face marred by confusion as he regarded the unexpected visitors in his office. He had indeed reported the situation, as the deaths of over 30 individuals were beyond his capacity to manage. Yet, the individuals before him seemed far from ordinary. As anticipated, the lead figure among them retrieved a small booklet from his coat and handed it to Oxen. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support? Oxen leafed through the booklet, confirming its authenticity by the unmistakable official seal. Yet, he had never heard of such an organization. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He recalled the elders of his family mentioning a peculiar department within the government, one tasked with addressing bizarre and inexplicable matters. This department wielded immense power, and encountering them was to be avoided at all costs. It appeared that the Shield Bureau was indeed that very department. Realizing this, Oxen's demeanor shifted dramatically from skepticism and wariness to one of utmost respect. I truly appreciate your presence. I feel much more at ease now. Is there anything you require? Mark, why not fetch our esteemed guests 2 cups of coffee? Oxen instructed his aide, maintaining an air of deference towards the agents from this special department. May I ask how to address you? The 2 agents exchanged glances, and the one in front removed his sunglasses, smiling as he replied, I am Phil Coulson, and this is my partner, Agent Hitwell. Warden Oxen, could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation? As night fell again, shadows stirred. However, to Leo's surprise, although the inmates remained restless, unable to find peace, the guards exhibited unusually lax behavior. Not only had they eased their supervision considerably, but many had even abandoned their posts, seemingly intent on facilitating Leo's endeavors. Entrapment, is it? Humph. Since you've presented yourselves so conveniently, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. After some contemplation, Leo discerned the crux of the issue. Undoubtedly, an investigation was underway. This approach not only facilitated their actions, but also eased the captor's task. In the shadows, there were certainly observers monitoring the entirety of the prison. However, they could never fathom that Leo was employing the shadow secret technique. No matter how sophisticated their surveillance, they could never capture him. Do you think it could indeed be something peculiar? Inquired Hitweiler, devoid of any worries, as he turned to Coulson in the monitoring room. Speaking of which, Coulson's hairline was also quite high, likely to catch up with Hitweiler in a few years, leading them both to a life of solitude. In response to his query, Coulson merely smiled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the surveillance footage, a warning device clutched in his hand. Earlier that day, while the guards were busy, they had strategically placed a state-of-the-art alarm system throughout the prison, awaiting the opportune moment for the audacious intruder to act. You are an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have encountered numerous bizarre occurrences, yet so far, we have not uncovered any specters, have we? All those ghostly murder cases ultimately turned out to be the work of human hands, did they not? The latest technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from the rudimentary infrared alarms available in the market. Coulson was convinced that the perpetrator was undoubtedly someone within the prison, and as long as they were human, they would not evade their pursuit. With a series of hand seals, Leo activated his powers. In the darkness of his cell, the shadows beneath his feet twisted and writhed, breaking free from his form. After 4 days of relentless effort and the essence of over 30 souls, Leo's body had reached an extraordinary level of strength, a small superhuman. One might say, his vitality was dense and heavy, imbued with formidable power. By Leo's estimation, his physical prowess now rivaled that of Captain America, and naturally, his ability to wield the shadow secret technique had been significantly enhanced. Both the efficiency of his killings and the frequency of his actions far surpassed what he had previously achieved. Under the ruthless guise of his hunting, the shadows acted like chains of death, dragging one prisoner after another, whether in slumber or trembling in fear, into the abyss. As for the alarms positioned throughout the prison, how could a device designed to detect humans sense a shadow? 20 souls, was that the limit for today? A flicker of soul fire entered Leo's being, simultaneously. The shadow of the last victim dissipated into thin air, reappearing beneath Leo's feet. The prison fell silent once more, yet 20 souls had succumbed in their dreams, transformed into nourishment for Leo's growth. Entering the dimensional prison, Leo closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself within a realm shrouded in mystery. Adorned in an ancient style that evoked a sense of primordial wilderness, seemingly touched by the divine. Towering bronze columns bore intricate, enigmatic patterns, imbued with an inexplicable power. Between these copper pillars, within each cage bound by dark iron chains, 20 souls awaited in tranquil confinement. Let us examine their souls. Leo spoke in a low voice, a smile gracing his face. A total of 20 souls lay before him. Based on his experiences from the past few days, he understood that the soul of an ordinary individual could be exchanged for 10 soul points. Thus, these souls represented a bounty of 200 soul points, ample for him to partake in 2 bronze-level draws. In fact, he had already accumulated 50 soul points over the previous days, as not all souls had been shattered to enhance his own abilities. After all, the enhancement effects of ordinary souls were limited. It was far more advantageous to extract some useful abilities instead. However, he opted to first inspect the status of these souls, for among ordinary people, there existed those with extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves imprisoned in such a notorious facility. Every inmate confined to Chris Island prison was either a vicious criminal or, like him, had offended powerful figures. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned several useful abilities among them. Advanced hacking skills. This individual had been incarcerated for breaching the Department of Defense's network. Quite the catch. Advanced driving skills, capable of piloting ships, aircraft, helicopters, and even fighter jets and spacecraft. Remarkable talent. Perhaps he could sell the operation of a nuclear submarine to foreign nations? What a perilous endeavor. Chapter 9. The Saga of Dragons and Serpents, and the Left Hand of Forbidden Magic. After his selection was complete, Leo retained 5 notable abilities. Advanced hacking skills, advanced driving skills, fluency in 7 languages, advanced finance, and intermediate firearms proficiency. Among these, he placed the greatest value on advanced hacking and advanced finance. The former belonged to a reckless individual who had dared to infiltrate the security systems of the Department of Defense, while the latter was sourced from a financial criminal, a former high-ranking executive at a major investment firm on Wall Street. He had audaciously embezzled $1.7 billion from investors, accomplished through a method so subtle that it went unnoticed. After all, manipulating financial records was a trivial task. As for the reason behind his exposure, it was due to his son boasting and inadvertently spilling the secret, resulting in a comedic disaster of paternal proportions. Aside from these 5 abilities, Leo converted the remaining souls into soul points. It was now time to claim his rewards. He pondered, considering his mixed heritage and pale complexion, whether he would draw anything peculiar. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he gazed at the massive altar at the center of the space and proclaimed, "System, initiate dimensional soul extraction." The dimensional soul extraction commenced, costing 200 soul points for 2 bronze-level draws. The system's voice resonated slowly, and soon, chains on the black iron pillars surrounding the altar began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling dark dragons swiftly inserting themselves into the radiant portal atop the altar. As the chains entered, the portal began to tremble ominously. Under Leo's tense scrutiny, the chains suddenly tightened, resembling a trap ensnaring its prey or a fishing line reeling in its catch, taut and constricting. 4 chains, 2 souls, slowly withdrew from the other side of the door. Leo, overwhelmed with tension, gazed at the rewards before him, eagerly awaiting the system's response. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the bronze-level soul of the martial arts deity, Wang Chao, 25 years old. Name, Wang Chao, 25 years old. World, The Legend of the Dragon and the Snake. Power rating, bronze level. Deprivable ability, internal martial arts, unbreakable realm." As Leo beheld the first soul, he swallowed hard. The figure before him was far beyond his expectations. This was Wang Chao, the deity of martial arts, a being who could shatter the void and behold the divine. The first sage on Earth, the first mortal to withstand a nuclear explosion, and the first to ascend to true godhood. If Leo's astonishment at seeing Saitama was one of joy, then his encounter with Wang Chao filled him with trepidation. What sort of existence was the system that it could capture even Wang Chao's soul? However, upon noticing the annotation of 25 years old next to Wang Chao's name, understanding dawned upon him. The 25-year-old Wang Chao indicated that he was still within the realm of the Legend of the Dragon and the Snake, not yet elevated to the level of the Emperor of the Galaxy. Had it been the Wang Chao from the Galaxy Emperor saga, even the combined might of all superheroes and deities from the Marvel Universe would likely be insufficient to contend with him. After all, at that time, he would have possessed the power to create and annihilate universes at a mere thought. Not to mention, after merging with the infinite Tao, he would have stepped into the boundless realm, a state beyond all comprehension, the ultimate existence that transcends everything. Nevertheless, even the 25-year-old Wang Chao was formidable, for he embodied limitless potential. With the current Wang Chao as a foundation, it was entirely reasonable to believe that he could one day achieve true godhood, shaping and extinguishing universes. A glimmer of hope sparked in Leo's heart. Indeed, there were advantages to bronze-level figures, as many characters had their moments of weakness. Not everyone was like Saitama, who emerged as the strongest from the very beginning, a fully leveled powerhouse effortlessly defeating children. Resolving to continue his exploration, Leo felt somewhat reassured. Securing Wang Chao was a delightful surprise, especially since characters depicted across two distinct narratives were rare, and the disparity in strength between the two was so pronounced. For now, however, it would be prudent to see who the other drawn character was. As he cast his gaze upon the next figure, he was instantly taken aback. This appearance, this attire, it was undeniably unremarkable. Bound by chains, a boy dressed like a middle schooler appeared dejected, sporting bruises on his face. And his clothing bore signs of damage and grime, as if he had just been embroiled in a fight or caught in the aftermath of one. Leo scratched his head in confusion. It was his first time witnessing a soul captured by the dimensional prison system in such a state. In contrast to the previously seen Saitama, whose bald head was striking, even in repose, he emanated an imposing aura of strength. Wang Chao's supreme martial presence was equally palpable. Only this individual resembles an ordinary middle school student. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the bronze-level soul magic, the hand of a certain Mangekyou Toma. What the heck? Leo exclaimed in astonishment. Mangekyou? No, Mangekyou Toma? The ability to charm the ladies? My word, system, you are truly impressive. So it is this fellow. I was wondering why he appeared so unremarkable. However, his abilities are indeed formidable. Name, Mangekyou Toma World, a certain magical index power rating, bronze deprivation ability. The Imagine Breaker can nullify all abnormal abilities and render any supernatural energy fluctuations that come into contact with this hand ineffective. Note, direct contact is essential. Upon reading this, Leo couldn't help but laugh heartily. His system was indeed a remarkable asset. To have drawn such an exceptional ability right off the bat was astonishing. Where is he? He resides in the Marvel Universe, a realm teeming with superhumans, where mutants are as common as dirt. What power could be more fitting for this world than the ability to charm women? Thus, let the extraction commence. With Wang Chao's mastery of martial arts and the ability to charm women, the system is truly generous. Well, with Wang Chao's martial prowess, his strength would at least multiply several times. Masters of martial arts are akin to monsters, their physical abilities surpassing scientific understanding. Even an average body can unleash astonishing power. Not to mention Leo's robust physique, brimming with vitality. At the same time, possessing the unbreakable essence grants him significantly enhanced recovery abilities. A body that is pure and flawless is no trifling matter. Even Tang Zichen, with merely the cultivation of a Dan, can withstand bullets, trapping them in his muscles and instantly healing wounds. As for the unbreakable essence, unless one's organs or brain are severely damaged, one can generally rely on the formidable life force of the body for restoration. Chapter 10. Unbreakable Essence, a thread of ethereal energy, guided by the red runes on the black iron chains, surged towards Leo, mysterious and potent. Leo stood still, quietly awaiting the infusion from the system. Boom. The special force coursed into his body, akin to a powder keg igniting. Leo felt as if his mind had exploded, revealing an entirely new world before his eyes. Various martial arts, Tai Chi, Xing Yi, Bagua, Bajiquan, all the martial memories of Wang Chao before the age of 30 were infused into Leo's mind. Not only that, but the memories and experiences were merely the beginning. As the extraction continued, Leo's body began to transform. The practice of martial arts encompassed not only proficiency in techniques, but also the evolution and enhancement of the body. In Wang Chao's ultimate battle against the divine, the two resembled ancient deities, their height surging from 178 meters to towering giants over 2 meters tall, each punch and kick wielding astonishing might. Such martial prowess is evidently beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, and not something achievable by a typical human body. Moreover, the unbreakable essence represents not only a realm, but also a unique constitution. The body, pure and unblemished, through an absolute mastery of itself, has restored all impurities and injuries. The 44 teeth of the Bodhisattva's golden form, with skin as delicate as jade, reflect the cultivation of Wang Chao. At this moment, Leo's body is undergoing a profound transformation. His muscles, now subtle and less pronounced, may appear somewhat frail, yet they are suffused with latent strength. His bones have become immaculate, and the hematopoietic stem cells in his marrow brim with vitality. Simultaneously, the injuries on Leo's body begin to mend, and his internal organs function with a terrifying efficiency. Leo's entire being has been renewed. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has undergone a rebirth. After a considerable time, Leo finally opens his eyes, inhaling sharply. The sound, akin to an arrow piercing the air, reverberates within the confines of the small cell, as a mist of white vapor lingers before him, refusing to dissipate. The extraction is complete. The most significant change lies in the bodily transformation wrought by his martial arts cultivation. However, as Leo gazes at his left hand, he realizes that this unassuming appendage rivals the advancements gained from his martial training. If Wang Chao's martial prowess laid the foundation for his growth, then this seemingly ordinary hand is his assurance of triumph in critical moments. It possesses the ability to counter all supernatural forces, albeit with the necessity of direct contact, which is more than sufficient. Within the dark confines of his cell, a glimmer of brilliance flashes in Leo's eyes, quickly retreating into obscurity. With his unparalleled mastery, it is effortless for him to restrain his vital energy. To an observer, he appears to be just an ordinary adult, yet unbeknownst to anyone, he harbors a formidable power within. Leo gazes at the iron bars before him and smiles gently. They can no longer obstruct him. As for the timing of his escape, that is contingent upon his whims. After all, within this prison, there are numerous nefarious individuals with unique abilities for him to haunt. Why rush to leave? He knows he can tear apart this cage whenever he desires. As for what lies beyond his escape, with his current strength, there are few who could pose a challenge. This world, while not as tranquil as the Marvel Cinematic Universe before Iron Man's emergence, has shown no signs of extraordinary beings wreaking havoc. One need not doubt the capabilities of his unit to be privy to such information. He was previously an underling of Ross, the head of the military division tasked with managing all manner of emergencies and extraordinary events, akin to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, yet firmly under military jurisdiction. Armed with genuine self-defense capabilities and having extracted two immensely useful souls, Leo enjoys a rare and restful sleep that night. Unsurprisingly, he is awakened the next morning by a cacophony of gasps and panicked commotion. 20 lives extinguished in a single night, a grim tally that escalates with alarming rapidity. Even the most hardened criminals, notorious for their ruthlessness, now find themselves gripped by an unsettling trepidation. After all, it is the unseen that evokes the deepest fear. A lethal specter lurks in the shadows, silently stalking their existence. This sensation eclipses the terror of facing a blade or a firearm directly. Many among them are true desperados, thriving on the edge of mortality. Yet, the existence of a phantom has no regard for one's bravado. In the office of Warden Ogden, the once resplendent overseer of the prison, an extraordinary fury seethed within him. Damn it! Who is responsible for this? What do they intend to achieve? Papers flew from his desk, creating a cacophony of chaos. In mere moments, the office lay in disarray, and Ogden could scarcely endure the torment, akin to a blade being slowly drawn across his throat, not with a single stroke, but gradually, meticulously, inflicting a wound that deepens until the very vessels rupture, unleashing a torrent of blood. This was the sensation consuming him. Compounded by a gnawing sense of dread, the prisoner count continued to dwindle, yet thus far, no guards had fallen victim. The troubling implication was clear. If the assailant possessed the capability to eliminate inmates without detection, it stood to reason that they could just as stealthily dispatch a guard. I must leave this place, for I can no longer remain. Dismissals and resignations are trivial. My life is paramount, Ogden resolved, his gaze shifting with determination. At that moment, the office door swung open abruptly, and Ogden instinctively drew the handgun from his drawer, aiming it at the intruder. His nerves were frayed. The intangible killer had driven him to the brink of madness. Hey, it's us. As Hitwell entered, he immediately raised his hands upon seeing the gleaming golden firearm aimed at his head. Following him was Coulson, who, upon recognizing the two, Ogden lowered his weapon, collapsing into his chair as if the very bones had been drained from his body. Gone was the affable demeanor he had exhibited the previous day. Now, all that mattered was the preservation of his own life. Without preamble, he inquired, "Have you found that wretched killer?" Chapter 11. Detection and Testing. Coulson and Hitwell exchanged glances. The warden's demeanor had shifted dramatically since their last encounter. However, as elite agents accustomed to the unpredictable nature of their work, they remained unfazed. "We have unearthed a few clues and identified a potential suspect, but further investigation is necessary," Coulson replied with a smile. "It is fortunate that we have discovered something." Initially, Ogson responded casually, but as soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the gravity of the situation. He immediately straightened up, eyes wide with intensity, and exclaimed at Coulson with fervor, "Have you found a lead? Tell me, who is the scoundrel responsible? I shall flay him alive and ensure he understands who truly wields power in this prison." Ogson's eyes glistened with a crimson hue, a manifestation of rage boiling beneath the surface. As the warden of a facility housing the most heinous and depraved criminals, Ogson was no paragon of virtue. Such naive it would only invite chaos among the inmates. To command their obedience, one must be more ruthless, more malevolent than they are, and Ogson excelled in this regard. Hence, upon learning that Coulson and his team had unearthed a clue, transforming the elusive specter into a tangible foe no longer lurking in shadows, he felt no trepidation, only an overwhelming surge of fury. "Warden Ogson, we are merely in the realm of suspicion. There is no need for hasty action. Please grant us a little more time," Coulson replied, maintaining a rehearsed smile. He gestured for Sitwell to accompany him to the monitoring room. "That fool," he mused. "He fails to comprehend that a mere warden, capable of witnessing such carnage under his very nose, poses little threat if provoked. Sitwell, casting a disdainful glance back at the slumped figure of Ogsun, regarded him as nothing more than a waste of space, elevated by familial influence to a position of power. It is precisely individuals like him that contribute to the gross imbalance in resource distribution within this world. Necessitating a firm hand to restore order, this is the very purpose of Hydra's existence. With a silent affirmation, Sitwell followed his partner into the surveillance room. They had indeed uncovered vital leads. SHIELD possesses its own methodologies for responding to unforeseen circumstances. However, they had yet to discern how the perpetrator was able to slay so many without a sound. The concept of a shadowy figure executing such feats was almost unfathomable. Nevertheless, the pattern of death revealed itself through statistical analysis. After compiling the data, Coulson contacted SHIELD's logistical support, promptly identifying a likely suspect. Correlating the timings of the suspect's arrival and the onset of the murders brought them perilously close to the truth. Now, within the monitoring room, they were analyzing footage from around the suspect's vicinity. Look, Coulson suddenly pointed to the screen, beckoning his partner to observe. His physique, he continued. He arrived here gravely injured. General Ross showed no mercy. Although he received medical attention post-attack, do you see any signs of his injuries now? A normal person could not recover to this extent in just 5 days. On the screen, there was Leo, who had regained his ability to move normally, leisurely wandering in the prison, all the while honing his martial arts skills. This Mr. Leo had undergone a remarkable transformation in physique and demeanor since his arrival here. Coulson produced a tablet, displaying a photograph of Leo taken shortly before his incarceration. In it, he was not particularly muscular but undeniably fit, embodying a rugged charm. Now, however, Leo's form appeared somewhat leaner, reminiscent of a refined martial artist from a classic film. Furthermore, the once brazen expression on Leo's face had transformed into one of confidence and pride, evoking genuine respect from onlookers. What should they do? Should they send someone to apprehend him directly, or test the waters first? Hitzweiler regarded Coulson. They had all but concluded that Leo was the mastermind behind the recent disturbances. And even if he were not the sole culprit, he certainly had connections to the chaos. Yet, even as a lead agents of SHIELD, they hesitated to confront a figure capable of silently eliminating over 50 individuals. Ultimately, they were merely intelligence operatives, while SHIELD had its own crisis response teams, essentially combat personnel tasked with handling such situations. Coulson was well aware of this, however, gazing at the tablet with its specially noted information. He could not help but smile ruefully. Perhaps it would be prudent to probe the situation first, though it seemed unlikely that they would be allowed to intervene. Leo was associated with Ross, who headed a specialized military unit dealing with unique matters, a department whose functions often conflicted with those of SHIELD. Typically, each agency operated independently. Moreover, Leo had once been a member of this military branch, thus his issues should rightfully be addressed by Ross. This was a matter of political maneuvering, beyond the purview of the agents unless explicitly ordered to bypass Ross, in which case it would be best to inform General Thunderbolt. Yet, before that, a preliminary assessment was necessary. Quickly, Coulson sought out the deputy warden and, through him, summoned some of the more notorious troublemakers within the prison. Excluding the deceased gang leaders, these individuals were among the most formidable, each with blood on their hands prior to their imprisonment. You all, go and deal with it, young man. Be cautious. I do not wish for him to perish here, the deputy warden instructed. Observing the prisoners who resembled mice before a cat, he was unaware of any potential connection between Leo and the elusive assassin, had he known. These men would certainly have refrained from approaching him. He merely conveyed that someone above wanted Leo dealt with, a statement that raised no doubts, as most were already familiar with the reasons for Leo's incarceration. A moment later, in the dining hall, Leo was pondering while enduring yet another unpalatable meal. Consuming such swill, akin to pig feed, was becoming increasingly intolerable. Perhaps it was time to devise a plan for escape? Suddenly, Leo raised his head and found himself surrounded by 4 burly men at his table, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. To everyone's surprise, upon seeing them, Leo also broke into a smile. Chapter 12. The terrified prisoner. The 4 muscular men encircled Leo with sinister intent, their demeanor unmistakably suggesting they were not there to extend an invitation for a meal. However, what astonished onlookers was Leo's cheerful countenance upon their approach. Hey, is this kid out of his mind? One of the observing prisoners remarked, poking his African-American cellmate, who was equally perplexed by Leo's joyful reaction. Perhaps. I heard he was in a dire state when he was brought in. Maybe he suffered a head injury. But how did he recover so quickly? The African-American cellmate scratched his head, his expression riddled with confusion. What was truly going through Leo's mind? Finally, I am freed from this swill. By the way, Is the investigating department always this inefficient? It took them this long to think of me. Leo pushed aside the tray in his hand and slowly rose to his feet. Before him stood four brazen troublemakers, true giants among men. The largest among them, with arms as thick as Leo's legs, was named Nicky, a white man imprisoned for murder. As a gang enforcer, he had gruesomely slaughtered 17 individuals, but his gang was relatively small, easily dismantled by the police. During the arrest, he had even killed 2 officers with his fists, which led him to this place. Looking at Leo, Nicky displayed a clear disdain. He perceived Leo as overly delicate. Indeed, Leo was of mixed Greek and Chinese descent, his features sharply defined with the three-dimensionality characteristic of Greeks, yet softened with the refined gentleness of the Chinese. This appearance, while not conventionally delicate, did not exude overt masculinity, existing instead in a radiant balance between the two. Especially after acquiring the system and inheriting martial arts from Long Chao, Leo emanated a confident and vibrant aura. Nevertheless, to Nicky, who possessed a rugged and somewhat unsightly exterior, Leo appeared exceedingly delicate. Nicky had always held contempt for such individuals, considering them effeminate. Anyone more handsome than me is a sissy, no doubt about it. Nicky's disdain was rooted in his belief that effeminacy equated to weakness, an inherent lack of strength akin to that of frail women. With a powerful grip, Nicky lunged towards Leo's shoulder, intent on forcing him down into the chair. He relished the feeling of superiority, enjoying the sight of others looking up at him in fear. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere, startling Nicky's companions and alarming the onlookers nearby. Clutching his right hand, Nicky hunched over, resembling a cooked shrimp, while Leo, with a smile on his face, appeared to have anticipated the entire ordeal. A master of internal martial arts, Leo was impervious to even the slightest disturbance. His skin and hair radiated immense power. When Nicky's hand made contact with Leo's shoulder, a hidden force surged forth, penetrating Nicky's flesh and bones. Within a mere 15 minutes, had it not been for Leo's expert intervention to manipulate Nicky's energy and blood flow, Nicky's arm would have been rendered useless. Nicky's anguish cries persisted, and he felt as if countless blades were slicing through the muscles and bones of his right hand, inducing excruciating pain. His companions hurried to support him, attempting to discern the cause of his agony, but he was incapable of responding. The understanding of the human body possessed by a master of internal martial arts was unparalleled, and the agony of the unleashed force exploited this knowledge to perfection. Witnesses could see Nicky's palm visibly swelling, darkening to an ominous shade of purple within seconds, its size grotesquely increasing. Gasps of horror erupted from the crowd, as humans often react with fear towards the incomprehensible. This bizarre spectacle undoubtedly fit the definition of terror, instilling a sense of dread throughout the restaurant. Even in the surveillance room above, Coulson and Hitwell wore grave expressions as they observed the unfolding chaos. "Have we connected the call?" Hitwell inquired, glancing at Coulson. Though Leo had yet to be confirmed as the perpetrator, it was evident that something was amiss with him. Coulson held the phone, and the beeping on the speaker suddenly ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant voice. Casting a glance at the still smiling Leo below, Coulson stepped aside. After a brief moment, Coulson returned to the window, where he found Leo seated calmly, flanked by the remaining 3 individuals, with the unconscious Nicky among them. "Are you sitting on a bed of nails?" Leo remarked, eyeing a burly man with a substantial beard who squirmed in his seat like a schoolboy yearning for the playground. However, at Leo's words, the man obediently settled down, having witnessed the fate that befell his 2 companions who had been gently prodded by Leo into submission. "What is it that you truly desire?" the bearded man inquired, his voice trembling. Upon hearing his words, Leo could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that this rugged individual would possess such an infantile voice. Typically, if someone mocked his voice, the bearded man would erupt in fury and retaliate. Yet in the presence of the enigmatic Leo, whose abilities seemed almost supernatural, he merely offered a sheepish laugh, refraining from any rash actions. Nicky attempted to grasp his shoulder, only to succumb to pain, his entire right hand swollen grotesquely. His 2 companions were forced to sit down, paralyzed by fear after a mere moment of resistance. Resembling lifeless statues, he dared not provoke Leo further. Chapter 13. The Awakening of a Certain Superpower. "Oh, you mean the individuals who summoned you were 2 men clad entirely in black?" The bearded man wore a sycophantic smile, eagerly nodding as if he were a chick pecking at grain. Yes, indeed. It was them. Although it was that fool Aegis who sought us out. I witnessed it myself. They approached Aegis first, which led him to contact us. Aegis, the assistant warden, was a cowardly simpleton, relishing the act of bullying the weak alongside the prison's leaders. Yet in the presence of Warden Ogden, he was nothing more than a groveling lapdog, earning little respect from others. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Leo's gaze shifted to a camera overhead, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Men in black? Agents, perhaps?" The military does not don black suits for missions. Only a select few engage in such practices. S-H-I-E-L-D. Leo stroked his chin. his untrimmed stubble giving him a more ruggedly masculine allure. Yet, this was not a women's prison. No one was present to appreciate his charm. Nonetheless, the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D. posed a potential complication. Leo furrowed his brow, not out of concern for S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, but for a more troublesome organization concealed within it. One might even dub it the most formidable villainous organization within the Marvel Universe, Hydra. Hydra's reach extended far beyond that of S.H.I.E.L.D., with the latter merely serving as a branch of Hydra's vast empire, and certainly not its most potent one. While conflicts with S.H.I.E.L.D. were manageable, entanglements with Hydra would prove exceedingly troublesome. Leo was still in his developmental phase. He was decidedly unwilling to squander time embroiled in disputes with Hydra. Very well. I shall simply report to Nick Fury and allow them to engage in their own squabbles. A smirk played on Leo's lips as he regained his calm, collected demeanor. It is merely a minor faction of Hydra. With the system at my disposal, sweeping through the cosmos in the future will be a triviality. What is there to fear? Leo chose not to further entangle himself with these individuals, as they were evidently intimidated by his enigmatic methods. Moreover, Leo harbored no intention of resorting to indiscriminate violence in broad daylight. Such actions would merely result in a handful of casualties and the relentless pursuit of armed prison guards, leading to a tedious escape. It seemed far more appealing to return to slumber and await the night to continue reaping souls. However, he underestimated Coulson's decisiveness. Upon discovering the issue regarding Leo's identity, he promptly contacted Leo's superior, General Ross. Merely 3 hours later, Ross arrived at the prison via helicopter, making his way to the surveillance room to meet with Coulson. General, Coulson greeted with a nod. But Ross merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting his attention to the image of Leo displayed on the screen. This young man, how has he transformed? A mere glance filled Ross with bewilderment, and he turned back to Coulson and the others, his eyes brimming with confusion. He was quite familiar with Leo, having regarded him as one of his trusted subordinates, a rare operative capable of delivering results. This familiarity was precisely why he had refrained from executing Leo on the spot. For, given his nature, how could he possibly permit a man who had violated his daughter to continue existing in this world? In his heart, Ross had even contemplated orchestrating a union between Betty and Leo. He held little affection for Bruce Banner, or, indeed, for any man Betty fancied. A soldier by background, he yearned for the raw blood of manhood, the essence of a true warrior. Yet, the men Betty chose were all of a delicate disposition, increasingly refined with each passing selection. To Ross, they were all soft. Ross stood as one of the few iron-willed figures in the Marvel Universe. Unlike the indecisive superheroes, he embodied the essence of a true anti-hero. The Red Hulk was a being of action, not words. Leo had once embodied these very traits, which earned him the position of Ross's trusted ally, hence Ross's earlier intentions to unite him with Betty. Yet, before that plan could materialize, Leo's presence had complicated matters. However, for Ross, the Leo on the screen bore little resemblance to the Leo he once knew. While his physique had not altered significantly, perhaps a tad leaner, which was not unexpected given his recent recovery from grave injuries, where was the fiery ferocity and thunderous audacity he once recognized? Furthermore, while the contours of his face still bore a resemblance, a closer inspection revealed subtle changes. Yet, in terms of appearance, the young man had undeniably become more handsome. Coulson, unaware of Ross's musings, sought clarification and soon realized they shared the same perplexities. After explaining the considerable transformations within the prison since Leo's arrival, he ventured a hypothesis. We suspect that Mr. Leo may have awakened some latent abilities upon entering the prison, perhaps related to his genetics or other superhuman capabilities. Ross's expression darkened. Neither of the two possibilities seemed to herald good news, particularly in light of the recent slaughter that ensued following the opponent's transformation. What do you think the situation is? Agent Coulson? For the first time, Ross confronted the elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent before him, a level 6 operative, whose stature far surpassed his own. He was a figure capable of conversing on equal terms with Nick Fury, a genuine general of the United States. A level 6 operative? At best. He was merely a major. However, Ross had heard of Coulson, a trusted confidant of Nick Fury, as the head of a military department competing with S.H.I.E.L.D. for influence. He deemed it prudent to familiarize himself with the strengths and weaknesses of his rival, and Coulson was indeed a notable name. I believe it to be the second scenario, the awakening of a unique superpower. Firstly, Mr. Leo is not a youth. Although there are instances of genetic awakening in adulthood, they are rare and the likelihood diminishes with age. Furthermore, newly awakened abilities are typically difficult to control, unlike Mr. Leo, who wields his powers with such ease. Coulson, possessing considerable experience, swiftly formulated his judgment, and this explanation prompted Ross to nod in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. In truth, Their conjecture was largely accurate. This system could indeed be classified as a form of exceptional superpower, but it was of an entirely different caliber than the so-called mutants, awakenings, or dark deities they had previously encountered. Chapter 14. All nuclear weapons have been destroyed. Through the one-way glass, Ross's gaze was fixed intently on Leo, who lay on the bed, lost in thought. His feelings towards Leo were undeniably complex. On one hand, he lamented the latter's remarkable talents. On the other, he harbored deep resentment for Leo's betrayal. Betty was his most cherished daughter, the sole concern in his life. Though he struggled to express his emotions, it did not equate to a lack of love for her. The actions Leo had taken against Betty were nothing short of unforgivable. However, in recent times, extraordinary occurrences had become increasingly frequent. Over a decade ago, Magneto had brazenly seized the White House before the eyes of the world, which led to the establishment of their department. Yet to this day, they had little to show for their efforts. If they could harness Leo's power, it would undeniably be a substantial asset to their mission. Ross wrestled with his conflicting emotions. He despised Leo yet yearned to exploit his abilities. Much like he would later with Banner. He loathed Banner, yet craved the strength of the Hulk, which ultimately transformed him into the Red Hulk. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ross seemed to reach a resolution, allowing reason to prevail over his emotions. He craved power. His department required the infusion of formidable strength, and no one was more suitable than Leo. Emerging from this background, Leo was a person Ross had personally elevated, an exceptional opportunity. Ultimately, the cold-hearted Ross set aside his anger. As Ross extended his hand to unlock Leo's cell door, Leo, inside the room, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had long sensed that someone was observing him from outside, and he recognized the familiar aura. It was Ross. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Ross's face. Still not overly aged, before Leo. "I thought you wouldn't come in, dear General Ross," Leo remarked, lifting his gaze towards Ross with a faint smile. Leo harbored no fondness for Ross. After all, he had ample reason to consider eliminating him, given that Ross had nearly taken his life. However, Leo understood that retaining General Ross would yield greater benefits than impulsively dispatching him. This world was no fantastical realm. Formidable souls were not easily found. And the most prudent course was to ally with the ever-intervening Americans. According to Leo's strategy, regardless of whether it was Ross or Coulson who entered, he intended to forge a certain agreement with them. Both the military and SHIELD could assist him in capturing those powerful and intriguing souls, a task far more expedient than undertaking it alone. And now, the person entering was Ross. "Soldier, has it only been a few days for you to speak so casually with your superior?" Ross regarded Leo with a serious expression, his eyes gleaming with an intense, penetrating light. As a general commanding the lives of thousands, Ross was no mere incompetent. "It seems your transformation is even greater than I had anticipated. Are you still the lieutenant I once knew?" Ross inquired cautiously. He could discern the changes in Leo, but sought confirmation. "It appears I am no longer," Leo replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Ross's heart tightened, and his gaze toward Leo turned dangerously wary. After all, it would be rather peculiar for someone who had been nearly killed to remain unchanged. Leo continued, and upon hearing his words, Ross's expression stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure. Yet, there was a discernible lightness in his demeanor. "If I were to overlook the past, would you be willing to return to my command?" Ross asked after a brief silence, fully aware of how desperately he needed Leo's strength. Beep, beep, beep. Ross furrowed his brow and glanced at his communicator, which was not his personal phone but a military device that only sounded an alarm in emergencies. He promptly answered it, and a shocking revelation flooded his ears. "What?" Leo listened intently. Though the communicator's volume was low, his acute senses allowed him to catch every word. However, the information conveyed left his expression notably perplexed. What had he just heard? During his brief reminiscence with Ross, all nuclear-armed nations around the world had been seized by a peculiar force, causing every nuclear weapon to ascend into the sky. Goodness! Nuclear disarmament? All nuclear weapons destroyed. How extraordinary! Leo could not help but feel a sense of astonishment, his expression mirroring that of Ross, who was on the other end of the line. It was hardly surprising. After all, since the advent of nuclear weapons, such an invention had remained humanity's ultimate force and means of power. The very existence of these weapons had contributed to the prolonged avoidance of a Third World War. Although localized conflicts had never ceased and powerful nations often bullied the weaker ones, a true Third World War had been averted. This was largely due to a collective reluctance to engage in warfare that could spiral into a cataclysmic end for all. Yet now, this ultimate weapon, the guarantor of peace, was being obliterated under the influence of some force. Even though those formidable nations could potentially recreate such weapons in a short span, it would still require time. Wait. Why did this scenario seem so familiar? Apocalypse? Leo was startled. He had indeed traversed into the Marvel universe, as confirmed by the system. However, The system had not specified which particular timeline within the vast Marvel multiverse he had entered. The Marvel multiverse is extensive, even employing designated numerical designations for each universe. For instance, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, featuring Robert Downey Jr. and Scarlett Johansson, is designated as Universe 19999. However, Leo was certain he had not arrived at that universe. Although it too contained Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D., it lacked mutants. Likewise, he was not in the X-Men Cinematic Universe, which is numbered 10,005 and does not feature S.H.I.E.L.D. Apocalypse belongs to that universe. However, one cannot have Apocalypse without mutants, as he is the progenitor of mutant history and the most influential mutant prior to the emergence of the X-Men. Leo pondered that the capability to annihilate all nuclear weapons worldwide could only be attributed to Apocalypse. As for the timeline, in Universe 10005, Apocalypse appeared in 1983. However, it was now the 21st century. Thus, they could not be in the same universe, and while the sequence of certain pivotal events follows a causal relationship, the actual timing of these occurrences may not necessarily align. Chapter 15. An apocalyptic scene. Ross hung up the phone with a grim expression. The disappearance of nuclear weapons on a global scale was not inherently significant. After all, nuclear arms could be rebuilt. According to military communications, all nuclear weapons had ascended into the atmosphere, hovering above the troposphere yet still within the stratosphere. Given the stability of nuclear warheads, retrieval could be arranged later. Clearly, the individual orchestrating this event was unaware of this fact. However, the crux of the matter was that this person possessed the capability to execute such an action, implying that they could also wield nuclear weapons to launch an assault. Ascending into the skies was one thing. But what if the next step was not an ascent, but rather an outright bombardment? If that were to occur, Leo would find himself facing an apocalyptic challenge within a mere week of his arrival. Ross's face was as pale as water as he began to pace in the cramped confines of his cell, lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Leo, as though he had resolved upon something. Captain Leo. Leo's expression shifted slightly, but he soon suppressed a smile and slowly rose to his feet. Yes. Ross nodded in affirmation. Captain Leo, effective immediately, you shall be reinstated to your former position. I will expunge your transgressions, and I can even offer you a chance to apologize to Betty. The current situation is that the nation needs you. The military requires your service. Will you fight for them? A smile spread across Leo's face. Of course, sir. His response was casual and decisive. After all, this was the advantage of aligning oneself with the military. Formidable adversaries were now at their doorstep. For him, powerful enemies signified substantial souls, which translated into a wealth of soul points. Being part of an organization that often found itself in conflict suited him perfectly. As he accepted the dog tag, a steel plate inscribed with his name, rank, and residence, from Ross, he recalled that such items often appeared in films. It was said that the U.S. military had devised them after soldiers were left unrecognizable on the battlefield, allowing fallen comrades to return to their roots. Leo smiled as he took the tag. It signified his formal reinstatement within the military ranks. Captain? One step further leads to a colonel. My rank is not insignificant. Achieving the rank of colonel meant he was now a senior officer, officially embarking on a career within the military and earning the title of superior. Remarkably, Leo had attained the rank of captain at such a young age, indicating that Ross's unit was indeed highly esteemed. Dressed in a crisp military uniform and donning the dog tag, Leo groomed himself meticulously, exuding a striking masculinity that was undeniably handsome. Meanwhile, Ross had summoned a fighter jet, preparing to return immediately to the capital, Washington, to convene at the Pentagon. Leo arrived empty-handed and would leave in the same manner, his demeanor unpretentious as he followed Ross, exchanging casual remarks with Coulson beside him, everything appearing light and relaxed. However, a sudden surge of intense foreboding washed over Leo. Though he had not attained the path of utmost sincerity, the formidable spiritual prowess of Wong had been inherited by him. His instinct for danger was heightened, akin to a cicada sensing the autumn wind before it stirs. Be careful, Leo shouted, and Ross turned back in confusion, just as a fierce wind erupted above them. The skylight of the prison shattered, sending a massive shard of glass plummeting towards their position. Leo's body tensed as the ground beneath him fractured, an immense force surging forth, leaving deep imprints on the floor. In an instant, Leo shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his fingers splayed like an eagle's talons, seizing the towering Ross in his grasp. With a fierce cry, Leo grasped Ross with one hand and Coulson with the other, propelling them away with tremendous force. A colossal pane of tempered glass plummeted to the ground, shattering into a myriad of fragments, leaving onlookers in a state of shock. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The disconcerting sound of twisting steel suddenly echoed through the air, as Ross and Coulson stood frozen in bewilderment. It was then that Leo appeared unexpectedly at their side. Leaning against the wall, his muscles taut like a poised cheetah. The blood surged within Leo's body, and as he crouched, He released Coulson with one hand and forcefully pressed against the thick prison wall, which measured several decimeters in width. With a resounding crash, the wall yielded without a trace of resistance. Leo's skin flushed a deep crimson, and an astonishing heat radiated from within him. The sound of his blood surging akin to the roar of a tidal wave, particularly the thunderous rhythm of his heart, which seemed otherworldly. A massive aperture manifested in the robust concrete wall of the prison, as if he had effortlessly carved a hole through it. Without hesitation, Leo seized both Ross and Coulson, casting them aside before following closely behind, and the trio emerged directly into the outdoor yard where the prisoners were allowed to breathe fresh air. As the wall crumbled, a piercing alarm blared. However, before the guards could comprehend the unfolding chaos or arm themselves, a tremendous noise erupted, and the cement floor beneath their feet trembled violently. The seemingly impenetrable prison began to fracture as if it were a child's toy, splintering inch by inch, cracks appearing across the once pristine white walls. Boom. The prison commenced its collapse, one level after another, as the island's most formidable penitentiary crumpled like a mere shell. Yet, it was not the prison that was collapsing, but the very earth itself. The intense vibrations emanated from below, heralding a cataclysmic earthquake of global proportions, with direct and indirect economic losses soaring into the trillions. Leo glanced towards the distant sea, where the waters surged and soared skyward, as vessels and debris were hurled into the air, defiantly breaking free from Mother Earth's embrace, striving to mingle with the untouched clouds above. An extraordinarily spectacular scene unfolded before him as the tremors persisted, gradually subsiding. Nevertheless, Leo's keen instincts detected a subtle shift in some unseen force. It was the magnetic field. The planet's magnetic field was undergoing a slow, deliberate transformation, gradually shifting its alignment. Countless birds cried out in despair, lost without their navigational bearings, as if their eyes had been blinded. Schools of fish flailed wildly, breaching the ocean's surface, while a monstrous tsunami loomed ominously, painting a picture reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. A sight so grand it could only be captured in a disaster film. Chapter 16, the accursed magneto earthquakes and tsunamis threw the entire planet into disarray, ushering in a wave of unprecedented panic. Within the Pentagon, high-ranking officials gathered in a conference room as a geographer stood before a projection screen, elucidating the unfolding calamity to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing now is a vast geomagnetic phenomenon. Our surface and seabed are saturated with an abundance of metallic elements, iron, cobalt, nickel, and even more lie deep beneath the Earth. The continental shelf may provide a temporary barrier, yet it will not endure for long. Before we know it, everything that human civilization has painstakingly crafted since the Copper Age will dissipate into nothingness. At that moment, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. What had they just heard? The apocalypse was imminent. The troubling reality, however, was that just recently, their most formidable weapons had been obliterated, and even their powerful military was incapable of approaching that man, not even by a single step. The king of magnetism, the Metal Age, belonged to him. Damn it! Ross roared, his fist crashing violently against the last intact wall of the prison. If it weren't for Leo's quick actions, they would have been buried beneath the rubble like the prisoners and guards. Fortunately, I evacuated everyone in advance, Coulson mumbled. When Ross arrived, he had instructed Hitwell to lead the retreat, unwittingly saving everyone's lives. Leo gazed mournfully at the collapsed cell. So many souls, each one a precious point of essence. Observing the ethereal green spirits that began to emerge, he lamented that had he personally taken action, the number would have multiplied by at least 100. Alas, Leo wandered around, absorbing a dozen or so spirits. Even those who perished without his direct involvement could yield spirits available for absorption, albeit with a very slim probability. However, if the deceased were sufficiently powerful, this probability would significantly increase. After venting his frustration, Ross's massive fist, battered against the wall, left his hand bloodied. As a soldier, there was no greater anguish than being powerless in the face of national peril. Reports from the Pentagon conveyed the grim news. Our world was on the brink of annihilation. Ross merely uttered a quiet acknowledgement before leaning back against the wall, lighting a fine cigar from Cuba, and letting the smoke waft into the air. Upon his return, Leo observed this scene and smiled softly. General, are you truly prepared to give up? Rise and arrange for a fighter jet. By the way, if we save the world, what rank can I expect to attain? Leo's eyes glimmered with determination as he casually stretched his neck and remarked, it's merely an apocalypse. What is there to fear? With his charm and the opportunity for 2 encounters with the embodiment of Saitama, he regarded the apocalypse with utmost nonchalance. Meanwhile, Ross, who was seated there inhaling the smoke, glanced at Leo, perplexed by his unfounded confidence. This was a global catastrophe. While Leo could silently eliminate dozens in a single night, it paled in comparison to the grand spectacle conjured by Magneto. Yet, it was evident that Leo harbored some form of assurance. Very well. If you can truly save the world, I shall ensure you attain the rank of general without hesitation. Ross sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with renewed determination. The despondency that had once clouded his spirit vanished. He was not one to succumb to despair. His previous self-abandonment had merely stemmed from a lack of hope. Just then, Coulson approached him with urgency. "Mr. Leo, there is a Quinjet nearby, ready for departure should you require it." Ross glanced at Coulson and nodded. This was not the moment to dwell on matters of sovereignty. They were both astute individuals, aware that despite their political rivalry, the gravity of the situation superseded personal grievances. Moments later, a sleek black Quinjet descended onto the dilapidated prison island, and the three of them boarded swiftly, following Leo's directive towards Cairo with haste. Cairo? Why there? Due to the global shifts in the magnetic field, the ground control systems had largely malfunctioned, rendering drones and similar technologies inoperative. Although satellites remained functional, no one paid heed to Cairo. Egypt had languished into obscurity since its decline 7 millennia ago, and the world had long since forgotten it. Consequently, news of Cairo's devastation had not reached beyond its borders, and with its population extinguished, there were no reports to be had. Initiate satellite surveillance. "I want to see the situation in Cairo," Ross commanded, devoid of the hesitation that characterized Coulson's inquiries. He contacted the Pentagon and bellowed into the communicator. And soon an image materialized on the aircraft screen. Goddamn. Even Coulson, the perennial good-natured individual, could not restrain his exclamation. What he witnessed was staggering. Cairo, once a bustling metropolis of millions, had been reduced to rubble, reminiscent of post-war Moscow, with nary a standing structure in sight. No, there remained one. A monumental pyramid that towered amidst the ruins, grander than any previously known. Yet, this pyramid was stained with the blood and souls of countless Egyptian citizens. Nearby, a man clad in battle armor and a helmet hovered in the air, surrounded by a swirling mass of metallic fragments and particles, manifesting an invisible magnetic field before their eyes. It was truly him. Not only Ross, but numerous generals within the Pentagon also beheld this scene. The man who had once threatened the President of the United States before the eyes of the world had returned. Damn Eric Lenscher. Why can't he ever relent? The room echoed with furious exclamations. All eyes were fixed on the figure on the screen, teeth clenched in rage, yearning to confront Magneto at that very moment. "Ross, do you truly have a plan to deal with him? What support do you require? Speak freely. We must stop this man at all costs." The president's visage appeared on the screen, and Ross glanced at Leo, who gestured affirmatively. "Mr. President, believe me, in truth, we currently possess but this singular opportunity." At his side, Leo secretly chuckled. Only one opportunity? With Jean Grey present. Apocalypse was destined for demise. He was merely there to collect heads. Even if he did not intervene, the Phoenix would resolve the matter with Apocalypse, which elucidated why he remained unfazed in the face of such a cataclysmic threat. Chapter 17. The arrival of the war police in comparison to the might of the Phoenix. Apocalypse was but a trifling adversary. However, the influential figures were oblivious to this, and Leo would refrain from enlightening them. The Quinjet soared through the skies with remarkable speed, a testament to the advanced technology of the Marvel Universe, which had made multiple appearances before. Departing from the prison island, the journey to Cairo was not overly distant. Merely a traverse across the Atlantic. Thus, within a little over an hour, the trio arrived at the ruins of Cairo. To their surprise, they were not the sole team to arrive. Not far from their landing site, a warplane was also making its descent. It was Mystique. Coulson gasped for this mutant. Akin to Magneto, had shone brightly a decade ago, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had certainly kept records of her. Notably, over the past 10 years, Mystique's popularity had surged globally. A mutant hero, she had rescued the President of the United States and vanquished Magneto, thereby quelling the hostilities between humans and mutants. Such a figure was undoubtedly familiar to Coulson. Moreover, there was Hank McCoy, known as Beast, a logistics scientist from the CIA, reputed to possess an intellect ranking among the top 10 in human history. Acknowledging Coulson's information, Leo nodded and subsequently opened the hatch, striding towards the group. Dressed in military attire, he sported tactical trousers and boots, complemented by a tactical vest. As a practitioner of martial arts, he was well versed in weaponry, rendering cumbersome armor unnecessary. For a martial arts adept, the body itself serves as the most formidable weapon and armor. The sound of his hard-soled military boots echoed crisply against the ground as Leo approached the team of war police, led by Mystique. Hearing the footsteps, the young members of the squad turned in unison, surprised to discover the presence of another. Who is this? Leo's appearance was distinct from theirs, apart from Mystique and Beast. The others were merely students, still in high school. Despite Quicksilver being somewhat older, his demeanor remained childlike. In contrast, Leo was a seasoned soldier, having undergone extensive training. After absorbing the entirety of martial arts mastery from the god of martial arts, Wang Chao, his temperament far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Wang Chao was no mere martial arts master. He was the unrivaled champion, the supreme warrior among the 70 billion of the old world, known as the Invincible King. Following the acquisition of an alien spacecraft and the revelation of cosmic secrets, he ascended to divine levels, cultivating himself to the status of a cosmic deity over centuries. Although Leo had merely acquired the martial will reminiscent of his invincible reign, it was nonetheless incomparable to the naivety of the bewildered children before him. Even Mystique and Beast, who had weathered numerous crises and averted the outbreak of a third world war, found themselves momentarily intimidated by Leo's imposing presence. "I am Captain Leo. You must be from Xavier's school," he stated, feigning ignorance, primarily to assert his dominance over the group. After all, it would be quite bothersome if these individuals sought to cause him trouble later on. He was there to reap souls, and the name of Apocalypse had already been inscribed in his ledger. As for Magneto and the others, Leo had no immediate intentions towards them, especially with Phoenix observing. What if Professor Charles, who was currently losing his hair, decided to intervene? After all, the bond between Charles and Magneto, forged over a century, was profound, and Leo had no desire to provoke him. Military personnel? Mystique paused momentarily. Having just escaped from the clutches of the military, she viewed them as inherently malevolent, her gaze reflecting her unease. Leo's keen perception did not miss this detail, but he dismissed it, turning his attention to a girl with striking red hair amidst the crowd. Though she was merely a girl at present, few could fathom that she was one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Alas, Leo mused inwardly. The power of the Phoenix was not devoid of vulnerabilities, or rather, Jean Grey was not without her weaknesses, yet he lacked the time to delve into that now. They should be arriving shortly. You are here to fight, are you not? Prepare for battle. Leo's demeanor suddenly turned grave, as his heightened senses detected impending danger from the approaching guards. Who are they? A multitude of the battle-ready officers remained oblivious to the threat, prompting Leo to shake his head in disdain. They were still too inexperienced. With that, he disregarded the group and made his way towards the towering pyramid. His first objective was to rescue the balding yet unempowered Charles, although allowing Apocalypse to possess him could lead to Phoenix retaliating, if all else failed. Leo could always deliver a punch, but why grant the enemy experience and equipment? Boom. An immense surge of power erupted as Leo unleashed his raw physical strength, akin to a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, leaping towards the pyramid with remarkable speed. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Leo's form seemed to shift through the ground, moving laterally in a flash, yet immediately, bolts of lightning struck the spot where he had just appeared, as if bound by chains. Humph. Leo scoffed. He was certainly not faster than lightning. His evasion was merely due to his forewarning of danger. However, glancing at Storm, one of the current horsemen of Apocalypse soaring above, he could only harbor silent resentment before pressing onward. Stop right there. Lightning chains incessantly struck towards Leo. Yet the conundrum lay in the fact that Leo's martial prowess had ascended to an unparalleled level, although Wang Chao had not yet reached the realm of utmost sincerity, preventing him from foreseeing dangers like Tang Zichen, who could sense threats weeks or even months in advance. Leo's extraordinarily acute intuition allowed him to evade most perils. Stop him. The Storm Woman cried out in desperation as she summoned the might of nature, her eyes rolling back as fierce gales materialized out of thin air, sweeping towards Leo. Who are they? The Nightwalker stared at the Storm Woman hovering above, momentarily dazed, only to hear the shapeshifter command loudly, "Forget the details. Our priority is to rescue Charles. Quickly, let us execute our plan." Chapter 18. Defeating the Storm Woman. The thunderous chains resembled a long whip, relentlessly trailing behind Leo. Yet, with nimble movements, Leo evaded every strike of the lightning chains. In truth, he had no need to evade. With his exceptional charm, he could effortlessly absorb the lightnings, akin to a mother deftly handling a troublesome child. However, the Storm Woman was not comparable to a mere child. She could fly. Leo moved with grace, akin to a seabird dancing amidst the waves, drifting like a wisp of cloud, elusive and untouchable. With her eyes rolled back, the Storm Woman frantically wielded her powers. But Leo's agility rendered her efforts futile. Each time she unleashed her lightning, he had already shifted his position. Despite the ground being marred with charred craters from her strikes and the surrounding dilapidated structures lying in disarray, no matter her relentless attempts, she could not ensnare Leo's figure. Damn it, is this person swifter than lightning? Of course, Leo was not faster than lightning. If he possessed such speed, there would be no need for him to navigate this chaotic fray. This was akin to a martial arts master overcoming an armed assailant, though bullets travel at remarkable speeds. Even a handgun's initial velocity exceeds the speed of sound. Lightning is even swifter. In a vacuum, electromagnetic waves propagate at the speed of light, as light itself is a form of electromagnetic wave. This velocity is nearly impossible to evade. However, the Storm Woman, much like those wielding firearms, could initiate attacks at great speed, yet the process of executing those attacks was not instantaneous. A marksman raises their weapon, aims, pulls the trigger, and then the hammer strikes the primer. This is a sequence that cannot be condensed. Why is the revolver regarded as the fastest-firing handgun? It is not due to the bullet's velocity, but rather the interval between shots. The bullet's speed is influenced by its charge and design. The revolver's simplicity allows it to outpace semi-automatic pistols. Similarly, the Stormwoman's lightning could be likened to a laser gun, yet she too must aim, charge, and release. Thus Leo's swiftness merely surpassed hers, not the lightning itself. Swish. The howling gale sent a jagged stone hurtling from Leo's hand, akin to a bullet unleashed from its chamber, striking the airborne Stormwoman with a terrifying velocity. After a prolonged wait, Leo finally seized the opportunity presented by her momentary distraction amidst the lightning chains. Although he had yet to master the art of flight, it mattered little, for Stormwoman, perhaps due to overconfidence, had not ascended to great heights. She appeared to believe that Leo, as mere infantry, could not possibly threaten her, the lofty air force. After all, she had never witnessed the extraordinary feat of grenades downing aircraft. Thus, tragedy befell her. The sharp stone, akin to a projectile, sped towards her. And for a skilled fighter like Leo, the several dozen meters of altitude were but a trifling distance, regardless of their disparate positions. A piercing scream erupted as Stormwoman clutched a gaping wound on her neck, blood pouring forth. Leo's sudden stone assault had not instantly claimed the life of this novice on the battlefield. It was then that he realized, wind. Pausing, he observed her pallid visage. Filled with shock as she gazed at him, and resolutely soared towards her, contemplating the revelation that had dawned upon him. The reason Stormwoman could fly was the invisible currents of wind that cradled her, lifting her aloft. Leo's stone, initially destined to pierce her skull, had been deflected by this wind barrier, which both supported her flight and provided a modicum of protection, resulting only in a wound to her neck. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was now devoid of combat capability. A glimmer of determination shone in Leo's eyes as he abandoned the pursuit. While Stormwoman possessed commendable abilities, the allure of apocalypse was far greater. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, heading towards the pyramid. Meanwhile, with Stormwoman no longer obstructing their path, the battle police commenced their charge as planned. However, a white-haired man with metallic wings soon descended from above, his sharp feathers resembling arrows poised for flight. "Stand down, or perish," commanded Warren, now transformed into a battle angel by Apocalypse, soaring high above, his metallic feathers erected and targeting the crowd below, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Yet, the battle police would not remain idle. A blue shadow flickered through the void, and an imposing figure landed directly upon Angel Warren's back. "Make haste," cried the Blue Devil, his tail encircling the angel's neck. Positioned on Warren's back, he was impervious to the sharp feathers, for no wings, regardless of their nature, could bend in reverse. However, the restrained angel swiftly conceived a solution. After struggling in vain, he let out a furious roar, his enormous wings flapping wildly as his body soared through the sky with rapid intensity, spinning in an attempt to use inertia to cast off the Blue Devil. "Kurt, be careful." A crimson laser shot forth, cleaving the heavens and targeting the angel aloft. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the positions of the angel and the Blue Devil exchanged. Scott shouted in alarm, but it was too late to retract his actions. With a violent shake of his head, the disoriented Blue Devil, flung through the air, inadvertently dragged the angel into a skyscraper. Boom. Debris flew as energy beams sliced through the air like a sharp sword, instantly shaking the very fabric of the earth, silencing the chaos that once prevailed. The sheer force was sufficient to cleave through particles across the globe, its power terrifyingly immense. Leo gazed in astonishment at the deep fissure before him, then abruptly turned to see the youth covering his eyes, preparing to don his glasses. Realizing it was an unintentional mistake, he understood that otherwise, he too would sense the presence of hostility, rather than merely a premonition. His abilities were indeed commendable, but regrettably, the potential for growth was limited. Scott's powers were fundamentally akin to those of his brother Alex. However, Alex, known as Shockwave, could emit this energy from all over his body, while Scott was confined to his eyes, and even that was beyond his control. In fact, among the brothers of the Summer family, Scott possessed the weakest abilities. Yet his role was that of a leader. Leo cast a deep glance at Scott before charging ahead. Chapter 19. A fist to propel the angel professor. You cannot falter. Meanwhile, another figure racing towards the pyramid appeared beside Leo. Clad in hues of blue, with a plush physique, this creature exuded an aura that belied its rugged exterior, emanating a peculiar charm. The beast, this was a genuine azure beast. Leo's steps were light and ethereal, akin to a celestial being, yet in a single bound he could cover considerable distances. In contrast, the beast's approach was utterly straightforward and brutish, akin to a true creature of the wild. Utilizing its formidable physical strength, the beast leapt madly amidst the ruins. The beast's ability, body enhancement. Yet, some claim that its powers included a simultaneous enhancement of the mind as well. The pinnacle of intellect within the official narrative, all advanced technologies of the battle police were birthed from his ingenuity. To be precise, aside from Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, this individual had produced the most inventions. Decades ahead of its time, he developed a fully cloaked supersonic fighter jet. A feat the U.S. government had spent billions attempting to realize without success, yet he accomplished it with ease. Holographic projection technology, the training facility for the battle police, served as a place where students could engage in combat training against all adversaries they had encountered, projected through a computer-controlled simulation, including the professor's levitating chair and the true essence of gene suppressors, which he developed to assist those mutants who struggle to control their powers and are prone to violent outbursts, only to have them seized by enemies later. This individual is a genuine genius. Though he appears as a beast, he possesses wisdom beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In fact, among the X-Men, aside from the Professor and Phoenix, the person Leo values most is him. With a swift motion, Leo propelled himself through the air, landing gracefully on the ground like a diver, while a glimmer of envy flickered in the beast's eyes. Then, like a meteor, he crashed to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. They had arrived. The pyramid loomed before them. Hurry, we must rescue the professor. If he falls into Apocalypse's grasp, then Apocalypse will command us all, the beast shouted, gazing into the deep mouth of the cave. Leo's strength surpassed his own, a fact that his primal instincts had already revealed. When it comes to physical strength, the beast is not particularly formidable, although he exceeds the average person. He is merely a notch or two stronger than Captain America. According to Leo's prison system evaluation, his combat power is estimated to be around the bronze 4 to 5-star level. In contrast, Leo's physical prowess stands at 3 stars, comparable to Captain America, a result of absorbing countless ghostly energies that surge through him like a tide. However, Leo also possesses an unyielding foundation. He is a martial arts grandmaster of the indestructible level, classified among the celestial beings, and has attained the status of a primary warrior among mortals. With the same tonnage of strength, Leo can deliver an impact equivalent to 5 tons, while the beast can manage only 8,000 kilograms. This underscores the significance of martial arts and the purpose of its practice. Leo nodded at the beast and, without further ado, dashed toward the pyramid. Behind him, a whip of ethereal blue energy descended violently. However, he remained unfazed, having long sensed the arrival of the spirit butterfly, knowing that someone would shield him. As anticipated, the beast lunged forward, placing his body in front of Leo to absorb the strike of the energy whip, which lashed out with a furious crack, prompting the beast to emit a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. Yet, that no longer concerned Leo. Apocalypse, I am here, Leo declared, following the trail of energy as he strode forward. The 4 horsemen were all held at bay. Now, only the 3 of them remained. Boom. A figure cloaked in ethereal blue suddenly materialized before Leo, causing him to react in shock and unleash a powerful punch, his vitality surging forth. In his fury, Leo's strike shot forth like an arrow, emanating a terrifying force that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. A silver figure appeared, intercepting Leo's path, striking like thunder, moving like a comet, delivering a blow that was unstoppable as a wild stallion breaking free. Leo's blood surged, and a fierce roar echoed throughout the pyramid. While the silver figure was sent reeling, resembling a tattered remnant, pale bone spikes protruding from its shoulder, a spray of blood splattering forth, tainting the blue figure entirely. Leo gazed at the angel hurled away by a single punch, and at the blue devil, who clutched his head in terror, uncertain of what to say. He could not have anticipated the sudden arrival of this individual, particularly since the blue devil had not exhibited any hostility towards him. The peculiar nature of his abilities left Leo momentarily bewildered. The punch itself was merely a subconscious reaction born from his surging vitality and indomitable spirit. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The being he had struck down was an angel, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and thus a villain in his own right. The death of such an entity seemed inconsequential. With this thought, Leo cast a cold glance at the blue devil before racing forward. Guided by the essence of Apocalypse and Charles, he had already heard Charles's cries. Those sounds of anguish and struggle indicated that the transmission of consciousness was reaching a critical juncture. Get out. Leave my brain, Charles roared, bound and unable to move. His lower body lay paralyzed, and with his arms restrained, he was rendered entirely immobile. He could only futilely shake his head, attempting to expel the encroaching consciousness of Apocalypse. Yet, the ritual of consciousness transmission continued unabated. Apocalypse, having acquired strange rituals over millennia, had plundered countless mutant abilities, leaving him with an all-encompassing power. He was omnipotent, capable of teleportation, telepathy, ability enhancement, matter manipulation, immortality, mental shielding, and more. His mastery over such extensive powers rendered him godlike. Presently, a deity was invading Charles's mind, the most formidable intellect on Earth, capable of commanding the superintelligences of humanity. Get out now, Charles bellowed, suddenly feeling a lightness envelop him as all pressure dissipated. The tension that had gripped his mind released, leading to a moment of darkness before unconsciousness took him. Yet, before he succumbed, he beheld a vision, a man clad in military attire, beaming with a radiant smile, swinging his fist down with divine force upon Apocalypse. Chapter 20. The astonished Apocalypse. With fists like blazing fire, Leo absorbed countless soul energies to fortify himself, his vitality surging like an unrelenting tide. Enhanced by Wang Chao's martial prowess, his energy was at its zenith. As his fist moved, his entire being followed suit. The tumultuous vitality surged forth like a roaring wave. Professor Charles felt as though he could hear the terrifying sound of waves crashing against the shore. As Leo's punch descended, his energy swelled, and in an instant, the temperature around them soared. A torrent of heat rushed towards Charles, making him feel as though a great furnace was ablaze beside him. Leo's muscles rippled as if they breathed in unison, while beneath his skin, something akin to a colossal serpent writhed. The ominous sound of bones creaking, reminiscent of a roaring tiger, echoed continuously. A resounding roar erupted from Leo's throat, as an energy shield enveloped Apocalypse's form. To his astonishment, Leo's fist failed to shatter it. Instead, it merely roused Apocalypse from his stupor. Casting aside all hesitation, Leo surged forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, his fists ablaze with fury, striking towards Apocalypse. Apocalypse's eyes widened in alarm, as he felt a chilling wind rush towards him, akin to a ferocious beast charging forth. Leo's outstretched claws resembled the talons of a divine dragon, poised to capture its prey. A palpable sense of danger enveloped him, and he sensed the imminent threat of death. In a moment of sheer horror, Apocalypse beheld the gaping wound in his chest. Leo's black tiger claw had seemingly extracted his very heart. You shall pay for this. With a thunderous thud, Leo was hurled away by Apocalypse's telekinetic force, yet he remained unscathed. He twisted in midair, landing gracefully as if he were a nimble cat. Apocalypse's telekinetic shield was formidable, impervious to the combined might of Magneto, Cyclops, and Storm. It was only the Phoenix Force that had breached his defenses. Leo's strike had been effective solely because Apocalypse was preoccupied with transferring his consciousness, leaving his body vulnerable. However, it mattered little now, for Apocalypse had lost the opportunity to regain his focus. The professor was safe, albeit with a bald head. A smile crept across Leo's face as he gazed at the professor's smooth scalp. Meanwhile, Apocalypse stared at the gaping hole in his chest, where Leo's tiger claw had forcibly extracted his heart. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the last ability he acquired before awakening was the gift of immortality. The wound in his chest began to mend slowly, but his fury raged like an inferno. He was incensed that Leo had interrupted his ritual and had made him experience a long-forgotten sense of mortality. You shall never be reborn. Apocalypse glared at Leo, raising his arm to summon a dazzling bolt of purple lightning, thick as a child's arm, crackling with his seething rage, intent on tearing Leo to shreds, leaving even his soul without peace. Yet, Leo merely smiled faintly, one arm extended, mimicking the gesture of a traffic officer amidst the urban chaos. Stop. The hand of magic, capable of restraining all supernatural energy fluctuations, energy attacks, elemental assaults, even mental and curse-based onslaughts, commanded silence. At this moment, Leo appeared as a master of charm. His hand raised before him, as the fearsome purple lightning crackled ominously, the air around it thick with a burnt aroma. Astonishingly, this divine wrath, reminiscent of Zeus's fury, was halted by a single hand. Charles strained to lift his head from the stone platform, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Blinking in astonishment, he realized he was not mistaken. Turning to Apocalypse, he noted the movement of his lips, clearly as stunned by the spectacle before them, muttering incomprehensible words from millennia past. What on earth? Charles had witnessed many grand spectacles. Indeed, as a mutant, one could hardly expect to thrive without experiencing the extraordinary. Consider the grandiosity of the old man. Apocalypse. Was the siege of the White House a decade ago not a notable event? Or, further back, the astonishing feat of mind control that quelled the tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union, effectively averting a third world war, was that not monumental? When it comes to grandeur, mutants surpass all others. Yet, the scene before him now left him perplexed. Did you skip breakfast? Charles could not help but inquire, observing the thunderous display, yet noting its lackluster effect. For goodness sake, even I, a mere spectator, find it unbearable. Apocalypse. Are you perhaps losing your touch? Has the mighty fallen? Provoked by Charles' mockery, even a being of stone like Apocalypse could no longer restrain himself. With a furious roar, he rose from the stone platform, his purple lightning dissipating, and the immense wound on his chest had miraculously healed. A torrent of incantations poured forth as Apocalypse's eyes rolled back, unleashing a terrifying force from within him. Felt most acutely by Charles, who lay upon the stone slab. The platform trembled violently beneath him, the walls around him swayed precariously, and a massive golden rock spire threatened to descend upon him, igniting a sense of urgency. This was the overwhelming psychic energy of Apocalypse, spilling forth. After enduring repeated humiliations from Leo and Charles, this once revered entity, worshipped by many, now seethed with rage. Die. Apocalypse directed his arm, unleashing a surge of psychic energy toward Leo, intent on reducing him to mere dust. However, upon observing Leo, who remained nonchalant and seemingly awaiting something, Apocalypse faltered. Die. He gestured again, the air whistled ominously, as if a dreadful force swept through the atmosphere. A visible white streak lingered in the air, unyielding, while the surrounding walls bore deep, claw-like imprints as if an invisible talon had swept past. Leo turned to glance, yet remained oblivious to the peril. It was as though Apocalypse merely gestured, fired a shot, yet what resulted was a mere blank. What are you playing at? Are you going to fight or not? I have a meal to return to, Leo remarked, shifting his stance, his blood surging with impatience. He had grown weary of Apocalypse's antics and was ready to dismantle him. What are you? Apocalypse's countenance reflected sheer terror as he gazed at Leo. He had never imagined that his powers could falter. No. It was not merely a failure, but rather that this man had somehow countered his abilities through some bizarre means. No, this cannot be. I am an omnipotent deity, the supreme ruler. My power cannot simply vanish. Chapter 21. Apocalypse in a rage. Apocalypse roared like thunder, and with a clenched fist, the entire pyramid began to tremble under his might. This pyramid was a monument he had erected after laying Cairo to waste, yet now, the very stones that constituted it began to crumble piece by piece. Die. The Apocalypse roared with a sound more magnificent than the grandest pyramids in human history. The towering structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, countless fragments and debris began to succumb to the pull of gravity inwards. Massive boulders, each the size of a vehicle, plummeted suddenly, while an abundance of sand and earth, under the command of the Apocalypse, morphed into sharp blades, all aimed at a singular target, Leo. Oh no. A crisis loomed, and this time it was indeed dire. Leo's eyes widened in alarm. He had been able to fend off previous attacks with his charming techniques. Rendering elemental assaults ineffective was no mere jest. Even the strike from Cannon Sister 5 had merely produced a bit of smoke. However, this time it was not an elemental attack. Though it bore the appearance of one, the Apocalypse merely elevated the stones high above, letting them fall. The true force at play was the gravity of Earth. This was the one type of assault Leo could not counter. Marking the conclusion of supernatural forces in the first phase of the attack, the Apocalypse lifted the stones and then let them tumble, only slightly adjusting their trajectory in between. Yet, the real power lay in the inexorable pull of gravity. If the stones had been directed by the Apocalypse, flying straight at him, Leo could have seized them, thereby relinquishing the Apocalypse's control. But now they descended from the heavens. With a pace as swift as the wind, Leo's instincts were pushed to their utmost limits. Resembling a moonlit rabbit, boulders cascaded towards him, yet they perpetually fell just shy of his reach. Countless grains of sand and stone attempted to ensnare him, but he always found a way to break free. Die, die, just die. The Apocalypse bellowed, commanding the elemental forces amidst the swirling debris, which surged through the air and, under the influence of inertia and gravity, hurtled toward Leo. In an instant, he found himself in perilous circumstances. Nonetheless, thanks to his formidable physique and the agility honed through martial arts training, Leo remained unscathed for the time being. Yet, the confines of the pyramid were limited, and the accumulating debris would soon leave him with no means of escape. Could it be that he would squander this opportunity? He had intended to reserve his punch for the moment of the Phoenix's eruption. With a sigh, Leo lamented that unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to waste a strike from Master Saitama. Against a formidable opponent like the Apocalypse, Leo was keen to extract abilities from their soul, such as the gene manipulation that allowed the Apocalypse to catalyze other mutants, or perhaps their group teleportation skills, or elemental control. Each of these abilities was immensely valuable. Thus, the soul of the Apocalypse could not be shattered into soul points, even though it would undoubtedly hold great worth. The prospect of gathering enough power to extract a diamond tier soul, like that of Master Saitama, seemed an unfathomable endeavor. This was why Leo was reluctant to squander a punch. Yet now, it appeared that the moment of necessity had arrived. He decided to hold on a little longer and see if a glimmer of hope might arise. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Leo's eyes as he swiftly moved, his entire being pulsating with an unstoppable surge of vitality, akin to a formidable engine propelling his body to perform astonishing feats. Die, perish. The Apocalypse, having been taunted repeatedly by Leo, descended into madness. He had been wounded, ridiculed, and his power disregarded. As a being who once ruled the entire world, a deity who reigned supreme over all existence, how could he possibly tolerate this? How could he allow Leo to survive? The mightier one is, the less they can accept defeat. Apocalypse's strength was such that throughout his millennia-long existence, he had scarcely encountered an adversary. He had dominated the ancient earth, compelling all beings to submit. Thus, he could not accept failure. For him, there were only two solutions. One was to annihilate the world that had brought him disgrace, and the other was to utterly obliterate the one responsible for his downfall, Leo, reducing him to ashes. What transpired within? Outside the pyramid, Mystique, having hastily met with Magneto, gazed at the collapsing structure with a face full of bewilderment. Not only she, but all the Sentinels, including the jubilant Psylocke engaged in battle with Beast, and Ross and Coulson, who had found a secure vantage point to observe the unfolding chaos, turned their attention to the pyramid. Oh no, Charles. Mystique suddenly recalled, her eyes brimming with urgency. This was her brother, with whom she had grown up. Despite their separation and diverging ideologies, their past and deep bond remained unchanged. Charles. Mystique's lips quivered as she turned, hoping for assistance. To her astonishment, a figure appeared behind her. Are you referring to him? Quicksilver grasped Charles's arm with one hand while supporting his neck with the other. A smile adorning his face, an angelic smile in Mystique's eyes. However, upon regaining her composure, Charles, now rescued by Quicksilver, looked ahead in alarm. Quick, Peter. There's still someone inside, a soldier. Before the word soldier could fade from his lips, Quicksilver vanished once more, and as Charles began to falter without support, Quicksilver reappeared by his side, steadying him. Ugh. Leo furrowed his brow, glancing at Quicksilver behind him, his half-raised fist slowly descending. All right, I've spared an important trump card. He mused that had he waited just one more second, he would have unleashed that punch, and Apocalypse would have met his end. However, on the flip side, Quicksilver's abilities were indeed remarkably advantageous. Never mind, the side effects are substantial. Leo shook his head. Quicksilver's abilities appeared impressive, yet in reality, he was not as swift as one might presume. According to the mass-energy equivalence principle, speed is positively correlated with energy. If Quicksilver truly possessed extraordinary speed, rather than resembling the Flash's ability to transcend the material realm, then the speed he had just exhibited, delivering a punch, would equate to a miniature nuclear explosion. This elucidates why the Flash can never surpass Superman. Superman achieves such velocity through his own physicality. Each of Superman's lightspeed punches carries the force of a nuclear explosion, while the Flash's lightspeed punches amount to mere heavy strikes. Chapter 22. Quicksilver's unfortunate turn. The current situation appears favorable. Apocalypse's initial phase of his plan has faltered, and Professor Charles has been rescued. This signifies that Apocalypse is incapable of launching a global consciousness invasion, nor can he possess others without a ritual. Indeed, possession is what Apocalypse refers to as omnipresence. It is, in fact, a seldom utilized ability of the Professor. Professor Charles possesses an extraordinarily potent psychic force, strong enough to act independently of his physical form. Naturally, he can also intrude upon another's mind, completely occupying it, while he frequently employs psychic invasion. The complete takeover is rare. This ability was showcased only once in the films, during the old trilogy, when he was disintegrated by the Phoenix Force and subsequently awakened in the body of his comatose twin brother in a post-credits scene. Through this means, he was revived and later reunited with Magneto. Upon discovering the Sentinel crisis, they found him again in the post-credits of Wolverine's second solo film. Thus, if Apocalypse were to truly occupy the Professor's body and absorb his powers, he would become an indomitable entity akin to Ultron. Even if one were to destroy his current form, he could disperse his consciousness globally and seize a new vessel. This presents an insurmountable dilemma. Therefore, rescuing the Professor from Apocalypse's grasp is of paramount importance. Currently, Apocalypse resembles Ultron, who has been restricted from transferring himself by vision. What Leo must do next is quite simple: eliminate him. Casting a glance back at the dazed Professor Charles and the inexperienced X-Men, Leo stretched his limbs. Apart from the yet-to-awaken Phoenix, only Quicksilver among them could offer any assistance. Once he appears, you shall deliver me to him. I possess a means to confront him. Do you understand? Leo instructed Quicksilver, who merely nodded lazily. This nonchalant demeanor caused Leo's brow to furrow, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Boom. The pyramid has entirely collapsed. This miraculous structure forged in a brief moment by the Apocalypse has metamorphosed into a desolate ruin. Yet, it matters not. If the weather has triumphed, he can effortlessly create another. Conversely, if the people here have emerged victorious, it is evident that none would wish to preserve a monument wrought from the flesh and blood of the entire populace of Cairo. Where the hell are you? A thunderous roar erupts. It is the voice of Apocalypse, searching for Leo. He has not felt the fear of death in a long time, nor the sensation of being beaten. So few have ever made him experience pain. Yet today, Leo has imparted a lesson on humility, his fists teaching Apocalypse the essence of suffering, while his disdain has revealed the meaning of contempt. Now, All he desires is to rend Leo to shreds. Boom. Countless fragments of stone burst forth as Apocalypse stands in the center of the ruins like a deity of chaos, with a sweeping motion of his arms. Debris and gravel soar into the air, resembling arrows in flight, hurtling towards the gathered crowd with terrifying speed and a razor-sharp edge. Be careful, the shapeshifter, observing the unfolding chaos, shouts as she pulls Charles to his feet and begins to run. The others unleash their full abilities. Cyclops removes his glasses, his eyes widening as an endless barrage of crimson energy beams erupts, striking the incoming stones with the force of a battering ram, carving a path to safety. The beast roars, lifting a massive concrete slab to shield a group of individuals, yet amidst them, only Leo and Quicksilver do not retreat. Rather, they press forward. Leo strides with the grace of a tiger, his internal energy surging, a terrifying power emanating from him. He seizes a shattered car door, using it as a shield. The clangor ringing incessantly, yet he continues his steady advance. Quicksilver, even more rapid, activates his abilities, seemingly freezing the world around him, with silvery hair flowing. He deftly dodges all debris and shards of sand, arriving at Apocalypse's side in the blink of an eye. Humph. Quicksilver smirks, a hint of disdain gracing his features, oblivious to the tremors in Apocalypse's pale eyes. With a swift punch, silence accompanies his strike, yet Apocalypse finds himself airborne. Quicksilver matches the rhythm, delivering another blow directly to Apocalypse's chin, but the tremors in those pale eyes quicken. One punch, two punches, in this realm of super speed. Quicksilver naturally perceives himself as invincible, for no one can match his velocity, be it bullets or bombs. Nothing can catch him. He has toyed with many, relishing in thievery as surveillance cannot capture him, delighting in mischief as no one can unveil his tricks. And now, does this seemingly omnipotent villain not embody the same? What can you do if I strike you once? What will you achieve if I strike you twice? I strike, I strike. The fists of Quicksilver fell upon Apocalypse like raindrops, and although no immediate damage or power was evident, once time resumed its normal flow, the accumulated harm would undoubtedly erupt. However, he overlooked a crucial fact. What is the fastest thing in this world? Light? Lightning? Or perhaps the Flash, empowered by the Speed Force? None of these. The swiftest of all is thought. Well, to be precise, it is the Flash's thought. Yet, even the cognitive speed of an ordinary human surpasses the speed of light. Quicksilver, in his arrogance, believed that his velocity went unnoticed, but he forgot that, while Apocalypse could not perceive him with the naked eye, the protective force field surrounding him was more than capable of tracking his trajectory. With a swift activation of his powers and a manipulation of the elements, Apocalypse calculated meticulously and chose the most decisive course of action, conjuring a barrier that obstructed Quicksilver's advance in an instant. Bang! Quicksilver tumbled like a ball, flipping several times through the air before crashing violently to the ground. His right leg twisted grotesquely, rendering him incapable of running. Even if his constitution allowed for recovery from such an injury, he would not be able to move freely in the short term. Nevertheless, once time returned to normal, Quicksilver's earlier actions would not be in vain. Chapter 23, Defeating Apocalypse. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the countless strikes Quicksilver had unleashed culminated in a powerful explosion, and Apocalypse let out a dreadful wail as his skin grotesquely caved in and bulged. The immediate result of the force from Quicksilver's fists left him momentarily immobilized. However, that was where it ended. Quicksilver's rapid movements relied on his abilities, not on the explosive power of his flesh, much like the Flash, yet entirely unlike Superman. Thus, his fists could never possess the formidable strength of Superman's. They were merely significantly stronger than those of an ordinary person. A massive blood hole appeared in Apocalypse's chest, yet it was far less impactful than the one created by Leo's earlier punch. The brief pause in Apocalypse's movements posed no advantage to him, as no one could see such an opportunity. Or could they? In midair, Leo glanced at the wailing Quicksilver, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze towards Apocalypse, filled with murderous intent. Rest assured, I shall not squander this opportunity you have created. It was as if he was making a silent promise to Quicksilver. At that moment, he had traversed a significant distance, piercing through the surrounding haze like a dragon breaking the surface of water, arriving before Apocalypse in the brief window created by Quicksilver's explosive force. Cannon Fist. When it comes to the realm of sheer might, the Cannon Fist is undoubtedly one of the most powerful forms of martial arts. What is a cannon? Unmoving like a mountain, striking like thunder, silent and still, its roar can shatter the heavens. Kill. As Leo's fist moved, his entire being followed suit. A resounding roar akin to that of a tiger reverberated through the air. His heart surged, a powerful force of vitality radiating throughout his body, coalescing in his fist. With a single strike, he shattered the dust-laden atmosphere, a sharp sound echoing as a pristine passage was carved through the chaos, reminiscent of a cannon's thunder, blasting open a grand avenue. With a resounding thud, Leo's fist connected squarely with the chest of the Awakening, who had just regained his senses from a previous assault. Before he could react, a colossal fist crashed against his chest, the freshly healed wound still stained with blood. In a mere moment, his heart was pierced again. A plume of crimson mist erupting into the air. A strange sound escaped the awakening's throat, his hands grasping at nothingness. For all he could see were Leo's fists and eyes. With relentless ferocity, Leo pressed his advantage. The awakening, struck by the force of Leo's blow, found his gaze scattered by the fierce momentum. Leo surged forward, lifting his leg like an ancient beast, the ground trembling and the mountains quaking beneath the weight of his assault. The awakening's thick thigh was reduced to mere pulp beneath Leo's crushing foot. But that was not enough. Leo's roar echoed in the air as his vitality suddenly solidified and contracted, transforming into an immense force that erupted from his fist. The sound of a dragon's roar rang deafeningly as Leo's punch surged forth, akin to a comet grasping the moon, striking the awakening's shoulder with devastating impact, obliterating half of his form. Truly ferocious, Scott exclaimed, his eyes wide as he peered through his specialized red glasses. Although he could not witness the blood-splattered scene in its entirety, each step Leo took sent debris flying, creating deep craters in the earth. And every punch rendered the once mighty awakening, who commanded the creation of great pyramids, to a state of agony. I feel he is more suited to the title of beast. Don't you think? Scott remarked to the blue-haired Hank beside him. Indeed, in comparison to Leo's ferocity and terror, Hank's beastly appearance seemed overly restrained. It was Leo's relentless, visceral attacks that embodied the essence of manly combat. With a sickening squelch, the awakening lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Leo kicked aside his armor and planted a foot upon his once proud head. I hear you consider yourself a god. Yet do you not wonder why a god finds himself beneath the feet of mortals? Leo looked down with disdain at the awakening. A mere fortunate soul thriving in an age of ignorance, wielding power by chance. True strength was never so easily attained. You, wretched insect. The awakening's eyes blazed with fury, nearly bursting with rage at Leo's humiliation. He no longer wished to merely dismantle Leo. He sought to annihilate everything, to obliterate this world, to destroy all that Leo cherished, forcing him to experience what true suffering entailed. However, the prerequisite was that he must first escape from Leo's grasp. Still yearning to struggle? Leo sensed the shift in the atmosphere surrounding Apocalypse and let out a booming laugh. Suddenly, he lifted the foot that was pressing down on Apocalypse's head and brought it crashing down. Another arm was reduced to a pulp beneath his heel. And Apocalypse let out a wretched howl, his azure visage trembling uncontrollably. This excruciating pain was simply unbearable. Who was he? He was the god who ruled over all. One who had always inflicted suffering upon others. When had anyone ever made him feel pain? At that moment, the hatred and fury in his eyes were supplanted by a different emotion, fear. He began to fear. He dreaded injury and recoiled from pain. Despite having caused countless individuals to suffer and wail in the throes of death, when the tables turned and the torment was his to bear. Even with his myriad superpowers and seemingly omnipotent strength, he could not endure such agony. Especially when Leo suddenly crouched down, placing a hand upon Apocalypse's spine. The very axis of the human body and the hub of all nerves. How many lives have you extinguished? 1 million? 2 million? Or even 10 million? As Leo pressed down with his fingers, a stream of dark energy surged from his fingertips into Apocalypse's body, penetrating deep into the spine that connected all nerves. The protective shield that Apocalypse hastily conjured offered no resistance against Leo's magical suppression, and then that dark energy erupted violently within him. Ugh! Apocalypse's eyes widened in horror. His mouth agape, yet unable to breathe or speak. An indescribable sensation overwhelmed his mind, as if countless ants were crawling over him. As if innumerable blades were slicing through his flesh, and as if countless candles were burning upon his very skin. Pain, endless pain and torment instantly filled his consciousness. Masters of martial arts, without exception, possess profound knowledge of the human body, for martial arts are fundamentally a path to unlocking human potential. Both internal and external martial arts focus on the human form, striving to reach a state of divine invulnerability, achieving perfect control over every muscle and every drop of blood. Though such formidable beings cannot achieve complete mastery over another's body, in terms of understanding human anatomy, even the most erudite anatomist pales in comparison to them. Thus, employing the intricacies of human structure to inflict unparalleled suffering upon others becomes a task of simplicity. Chapter 24, The Torment of Apocalypse. Endless suffering. A terrifying agony that emerged from the abyss, from the unfathomable depths of darkness, tormented Apocalypse from every muscle, every bone, and even every cell. His mouth, agape yet unable to draw breath, futilely inhaled sand and dust, while his wide-open eyes perceived nothing but darkness, despite the vast expanse of the world before him. Apocalypse could not feel his body, nor his soul, only pain remained, madness-inducing pain. Leo did not consider himself a virtuous being, driven to avenge the countless lives lost. He tormented Apocalypse purely out of dissatisfaction. This lofty demeanor, perceiving him as mere vermin, This arrogance that seemed to elevate him to a divine status was profoundly irksome to him. He had no desire to be trampled upon a second time. The colossal pyramid of despair loomed over him, crashing down like an avalanche. An overwhelming sensation of hopelessness engulfing him. He resolutely wished to never endure such feelings again. Let it be a sacrificial tribute of blood and death, honoring the frailty and impotence that had departed from Leo. From this moment forth, he would tread upon countless corpses, all in pursuit of ascension to the pinnacle, to become the god of gods. Hence, now perish before me. With his left hand, the hand that nullifies magic, he pressed down upon the suffering form of the Apocalypse. Leo observed as the creature writhed in agony, yet it was evident that all of Apocalypse's powers had been entirely sealed by his touch. This meant resurrection was no longer an option. His right arm lifted, a simple yet forceful fist, striking down with an explosive vigor, akin to a hammer striking a drum. As his muscle coiled and released, bang! The head of Apocalypse burst open like a ripe watermelon, juices splattering in a chaotic display of red and white. Thus fell a once mighty tyrant, a villain who had threatened the world with his formidable presence. Ugh! The laser-eyed observer had just stepped forward, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, and was immediately overwhelmed by the sight of splattered brain matter. Although Mystique and her companions had encountered countless bloody scenes and skirmishes, Leo's brutish method of execution was still somewhat difficult for them to digest. The beast, however, stood in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of Apocalypse's demise. Was this formidable foe truly vanquished so easily? Had he not been invincible moments ago? Beast glanced toward the distant pyramid, incredulous. One strike had obliterated a significant figure of Cairo? Was this not a touch too casual? Covered in a few specks of blood, Leo approached him, catching the tail end of his bewilderment. With a smile, he extended his hand towards Beast. A powerful grip clasped around Beast's furry arm, and to his astonishment, the vibrant blue fur began to recede at a visible pace, revealing the pale skin that had been confined to the lab for too long. Oh my! What is this power? It was utterly miraculous. Beast marveled at his fully restored arm, exclaiming in disbelief as he examined his body. Although he was adept at controlling his transformations, the ability to suppress his powers through another's strength was still a source of astonishment. In that instant, the scholarly instincts of a top-tier scientist surged within him. He yearned to investigate Leo's abilities and comprehend the principles behind the nullification of his powers. However, just as Beast's transformation reached its midpoint, Leo withdrew his arm, watching as the blue fur re-encased Beast's body once more. This is my power, to render your abilities ineffective. A faint smile graced Leo's face. He was certainly not revealing his cards aimlessly to these individuals. He believed that there would be ample opportunities for collaboration with the war police in the future. Thus, showcasing a fraction of his prowess here served as a means of intimidation. Even in a partnership, there exists a dominant party, and Leo had no desire to be led by others. Therefore, demonstrating a capability that exerted profound restraint over them was essential to regain the initiative in their interactions. Leo's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes exuding a powerful, domineering aura. The assembled individuals dared not meet his gaze, feeling as though his eyes were sharp swords, piercing and formidable. As the foremost individual among 7 billion, this imposing presence inherited from Wang Chao was manifestly displayed by Leo. You are all mutants. Trust me. From the moment this fellow erupts, your lives will undergo a seismic transformation. The more so, I must warn you, do not commit acts that you will come to regret. Otherwise, your fate will mirror his. Leo resembled a sovereign, while those before him were mere subjects, subdued by his regal authority that left them breathless. The corpse he pointed at served as their most fitting warning. However, as Leo pointed behind him, those who involuntarily glanced over were seized by terror, and some even began to shout in panic. This is bad. Leo swiftly turned, his left hand raised defensively, only to see a massive concrete block hurtling toward him. Good grief. Apocalypse has resurrected. As Leo soared through the air, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Firstly, he realized he had overlooked several crucial details. He had not received Apocalypse's essence. Secondly, his magical suppression could only be activated upon contact, and when his hand was removed, Apocalypse's powers were restored. He had not anticipated that even after having his head reduced to pulp, this creature could still revive. Clearly, he had become overly complacent, believing that his system granted him unfettered freedom, forgetting that he was in a Marvel universe teeming with peril. One must exert full effort even when battling a rabbit. Ultimately, his lack of combat experience had led him to commit such a blunder. Fortunately, there remained an opportunity for correction. Leo narrowed his eyes, observing Apocalypse rising slowly in the distance. The subtle pain coursing through him was merely a minor inconvenience, a lesson learned. Thus, he resolved to absorb this lesson. Adjusting his posture midair, he gracefully landed atop a nearby building, where Ross and Coulson looked at him in sheer astonishment. Apocalypse? It will be your honor to perish beneath my fist. Chapter 25, Stalemate in the murky sky, thick clouds loomed. not due to thunder, but because Magneto was manipulating the magnetic field affecting the Earth. In the tranquil expanse of the sky, Apocalypse floated silently, gazing at his restored hands. He touched his head, relieved to find it still firmly attached. Had it not been for the terrifying self-healing ability he had acquired just before his slumber, he might have truly succumbed to the mortal who had nearly slain him. Yet, he remained vigilant. His demeanor tense as he scanned the surroundings for that figure, his nightmare, like a boulder pressing upon his heart, like the sword of Damocles poised at his throat. An ever-present reminder of his precarious existence. Cold sweat dripped from Apocalypse's brow. He understood that if he did not eliminate the man today, it would be his own life that would extinguish. There was no room for retreat. He must seek him out and employ every means necessary to vanquish him. Only then could he ascend to become the sovereign of all, finding peace only after transforming that man's flesh and blood into the throne upon which he would reign. Scott. Act now. Suddenly, Apocalypse found himself in a daze, his consciousness torn asunder. Half of it plunging into an abyss of chaos where a man gazed at him before delivering a powerful blow to his head. Damn it! Apocalypse snapped his head up, his fierce gaze directed downward. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, conjuring a blue-purple protective field that deflected the crimson beam shot by Cyclops. You were courting death. Within the realm of the mind, the awakened Charles swung his fists with ferocity, launching an assault on Apocalypse. This was his mental domain, the arena where he held the advantage. As he felt the agony deep within his psyche, Apocalypse bellowed, summoning the winds and thunder. A cloud of gray-yellow dust swirling into the air, entwining to form a colossal serpent that dove towards Cyclops' head. Be careful. A beast lunged forward, enveloping the eyes-closed Scott and swiftly pulling him aside. Yet, an invisible force suddenly surged, lifting them both and slamming them against the wall. What do we do now? What are we supposed to do? In the room, Nightcrawler watched helplessly as the chaos unfolded outside, the others swiftly dispatched. His gaze fell on the professor sprawled on the ground, a bitter question lingering. What had compelled him to engage in this battle? What do we do? How should I know what to do? Mystique lamented, casting her eyes upon Charles. Apocalypse was far too powerful. They were ill-equipped to confront such an adversary. In that moment, a vision flashed in her mind, an imposing figure, radiant as the rising sun, banishing the darkness. If there were to be any salvation, it would surely come from him. Kurt, listen to me. We must proceed as follows. The shapeshifter seemed to have resolved upon a decision, abruptly pulling the Nightwalker close and whispering into his ear. Moments later, Nightwalker reluctantly nodded, grasping Charles with one hand and the caring Jean with the other, transforming into a spectral blue shadow that vanished into thin air. Shortly thereafter, Apocalypse continued his search around him, having confined Cyclops and Beast against the wall, unleashing a chilling roar that seemed intended to draw someone out. Come out, you wretched creature. Are you not powerful? Do you not wish to save the world? Show yourself and demonstrate your strength. A stone pillar ascended into the sky, sealing Cyclops and Beast in place, rendering them immobile. Come forth. Let me witness your prowess, or I shall eliminate them right now. The dusty haze swirled ominously, threatening to engulf the two men, while Apocalypse, at the eye of the storm, appeared godlike, majestic, formidable, and elusive. Come out. The ground trembled. Fissures opening as Ross and Coulson watched, their faces pale, gazing at Apocalypse's grotesque form, a sight beyond human comprehension, their hearts pounding with dread. After a prolonged wait, with still no sign of Leo, Apocalypse's fear slightly diminished, replaced by a surging fury. In his mind, he had prepared thoroughly and believed he would not be defeated again. No longer a naive child subjected to Leo's humiliation. As this thought took root, it birthed an overwhelming confidence and a blazing wrath. Apocalypse's eyes shone white, signaling the activation of his powers. He possessed many abilities, yet few flowed as effortlessly as elemental manipulation. He could deftly control the elements of the universe, appearing akin to telekinesis, though such rudimentary telekinetic skills could not achieve what he was capable of. The grayish-yellow sand particles floated in the air, remnants of the disassembled structures of Cairo, a testament to the Earth's timeless hue. As he willed it, the grains began to coalesce, transforming from an irregular mass into a sleek, mirror-like blade, as if those grains were inherently destined to fit together so seamlessly. The blade, now formed, gleamed like an exquisite piece of high-end artistry crafted by a master, beautiful enough to rival the ancient pyramids, which had been revered by mankind for millennia. Yet, the onlookers found no joy in appreciating this weapon. Instead, they felt a chill as it threatened to take the life of their dearest friend. I have no more to say. Now, show yourself, or you will watch them perish. Apocalypse snarled, a sinister grin spreading across his grotesque visage. A transformation so unfathomable it defied belief. 3, 2. Apocalypse surveyed his surroundings, yet silence prevailed, intensifying the fury that simmered within him. With a sweeping gesture, his blade descended upon the stone pillar beneath him, aimed directly at the neck of Cyclops. Halt! Apocalypse was about to utter his final command. ready to stain his lethal creation with blood. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the air. A man clad in a black military uniform emerged slowly from behind the wall. His expression one of arrogant disdain as he regarded Apocalypse. Release them. If there is something to discuss, speak with me. Alternatively, I might consider going easy on you when I strike later. Within Leo's eyes, a flash of bright yellow flickered momentarily as he inwardly pondered. Why hasn't that fellow arrived yet? Chapter 26. The exposed Apocalypse indeed. The Leo before him was the illusion conjured by Mystique, who had to devise a means to safeguard Beast and Cyclops' lives. Although she mustered the courage to step forward, uncertainty clouded her mind regarding her next actions. The only strategy she could conceive was to buy time until Leo's arrival. You have finally emerged. Apocalypse was oblivious to the unfolding events beneath him, lacking any extraordinary vision. Thus, even though the Leo crafted by Mystique bore his likeness, it lacked the overwhelming aura of supremacy. He remained unaware of this discrepancy. Excellent, splendid. Apocalypse stared vacantly at the Leo beneath him, inhaling deeply, his chest brimming with unrelenting frustration. Yet, in a sudden shift, he erupted into maniacal laughter, then ominously proclaimed, "Had you not shown yourself, I might have been at a loss, but I have long since discerned your weakness. You cannot fly. Nor do you possess the ability to strike me from this distance. Your power is to nullify the abilities of mutants, is it not? Alas, you cannot reach me now." Apocalypse's mind raced. His earlier wrath had been overshadowed by a wave of fear that instilled dread within him. However, upon the appearance of Leo at his feet, he realized the adversary was merely human, though he had nearly perished at Leo's hands moments ago. Seeing him again dispelled the oppressive sensation that had gripped him. Thus, Apocalypse swiftly comprehended the recent changes. In the pyramid, Leo had disregarded his defenses with a single punch, nearly shattering his heart. Yet, when unable to make contact thereafter, the sensation of that peculiar power evaporated. Although his energy attacks had been thwarted by Leo, Apocalypse recognized that his boulders still plummeted toward him, leaving Leo with no recourse but to evade. Consequently, Leo's vulnerabilities became glaringly apparent. After all, he was a being who had existed for millennia, having once ruled over multiple epochs on Earth. His legend echoed from Egypt to Asia Minor. Apocalypse was no fool. On the contrary, he was remarkably astute. Otherwise, he would not have swiftly annihilated all nuclear weapons on Earth, nor would he have sought out his four subordinates immediately upon his return. He understood that while he possessed immense strength, he was not invincible, though he was omnipotent. He was not omniscient. Thus, he eradicated threats and sought allies. In a world where the ultimate force of the Phoenix still existed, he might have truly succeeded in seizing control. Rather than attributing his defeat to the Phoenix, it would be more accurate to say he succumbed to fate. After all, who could have fathomed that in such a remote corner of the universe, 3 Infinity Stones resided alongside the host of the Phoenix Force, a power deemed ultimate across multiverses? Apocalypse's audacious declarations left Mystique astounded, yet she found herself with no alternative. She could not stand idly by while he executed Cyclops and Beast. The former was a protégé, a young mutant she had devoted her life to protect. The latter was a longtime friend, with whom she had shared trials and even some exquisite moments, despite never fully forming a romantic bond. Allowing them to perish was utterly unacceptable to her. However, she felt utterly powerless. Transforming into the likeness of Leo to buy time had exhausted her capabilities. What more could she possibly do? You are enraged? You are fearful? Terrified of me, which is why you have conjured an array of words to bolster your confidence and muster the courage to confront me. Yet you have overlooked one crucial fact. I can defeat you once, just as I can twice. Mystique remained resolute in her intention to delay, waiting for Leo's arrival, placing all her hopes upon him. Indeed, the moment her words escaped her lips, Apocalypse's expression shifted drastically, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask of rage, as if provoked by some unseen force. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. How could I possibly fear you, a mere mortal? I am a god, an omnipotent deity, the king of kings, the first pharaoh of Egypt, the sovereign of Jerusalem, while you are merely a pitiable human. Like a jester unmasked, Apocalypse roared, spittle flying from his mouth, oblivious to the spectacle. This time, it was evident not only to Mystique but to all present. Leo had indeed struck a nerve, igniting within Apocalypse a profound loathing and fear. In the distance, Ross and Coulson exchanged contemplative glances. They may have considered Leo's extraordinary prowess, yet in comparison to Apocalypse's grandiosity, his power seemed negligible. However, the unfolding events suggested a surprising turn. Meanwhile, Beast and the other captive, sealed within the stone pillar, felt their spirits tremble at Apocalypse's furious outbursts. Who could understand Apocalypse's might better than they? What had Leo done to provoke such a display of emotion from him? In the distant sky, Magneto manipulated the magnetic field. If one were to observe Earth from outer space, they would discover that the entire atmospheric water cycle had assumed a bizarre posture. Soon, the magnetic environment of this planet would undergo a profound transformation. The poles would shift, continents would topple, and oceans would flow backward, all becoming reality. Meanwhile, the man responsible for this turmoil gazed towards Apocalypse, his brow furrowed. It seemed that this individual, who had incited him, was not as formidable as initially perceived. Earlier, Apocalypse's entrance and subsequent actions had imbued Magneto with a sense of mystery and an overwhelming feeling of inferiority. However, upon closer inspection, Apocalypse appeared rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary attributes compared to him, possessing simply greater abilities and methods. Magneto could not help but recall that this man seemed to excel in enhancing mutants' powers. The winged individual and the white-haired girl of African descent had evidently been empowered by him. Yet, why did he not enhance himself? Magneto suddenly pondered. Could it be that he feared being surpassed? A smirk crept onto Magneto's lips, a glimmer of amusement sparkling in his eyes as he stumbled upon this intriguing realization. For him, these actions were merely a momentary surge of anger, a desire for vengeance. However, after calming down, particularly following a conversation with Mystique, his thoughts began to subtly shift. Chapter 27. A return to the fray. No, I do not fear you. I am not afraid. Apocalypse bellowed, his arms raised high. Having discerned Leo's weaknesses, he commanded the omnipresent elements of the earth. A surge of yellowish sand shot skyward, evading Mystique while swiftly ascending to the altitude of Apocalypse. With a thunderous shout, all the sand coalesced, crystallizing into sharp blades that rained down upon Mystique below. Damn it! Mystique cursed under her breath. Taken aback by Apocalypse's sudden onslaught, she quickly attempted to evade, but the method Apocalypse had meticulously devised to counter Leo was not easily discerned by Mystique. Moreover, her abilities paled in comparison to Leo's, even though her physical prowess was significantly superior to that of an ordinary human. It was only when she transformed that her full potential was realized. Even at her most concentrated, her capabilities merely matched those of Captain America. However, at such a level, evading the rain of razor-sharp blades proved insufficient. With a swift motion, a blade sliced past Mystique. Though she desperately dodged, the sheer speed of the weapon ultimately inflicted a deep cut on her arm, exposing her true identity as her blue skin transformed uncontrollably in response to her injury. Indeed, upon witnessing her clumsy evasion techniques and recalling the unparalleled finesse with which Leonidas had previously eluded harm within the pyramid, a sense of foreboding had already begun to take root. How dare you deceive me? Apocalypse's fury surged, and with a swift motion of his hand, he finally ensnared the shape-shifting Mystique, whose ability to evade had previously rendered his powers utterly ineffective against her magical resistance. Gasping for breath as her throat was constricted, Mystique underwent several transformations, ultimately reverting to her true form, her azure skin exposed, and a pained expression etched across her face. As Apocalypse, filled with rage, lifted her higher still, she found herself before him, gasping desperately for air. Do you realize the audacity of your provocation? You stand before a magnificent true god. The intensity of Apocalypse's wrath was beyond mere words. Had flames ignited upon his head, they would undoubtedly have scorched the very heavens above. Now, he intended to wield that inferno to extinguish the life of this insolent fool. Die. With a forceful thrust of his palm, he levitated Mystique into the void, while 5 blades of sand and dust materialized around her, poised to sever her limbs and neck. He sought to execute the cruelest form of dismemberment, ensuring the demise of this ignorant wretch who dared to mock him, thereby solidifying his dominion. No, Raven, the beast cried out in anguish, watching as Mystique hovered on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, as countless metallic particles, like a tempest, surged toward Apocalypse, piercing him through and eliciting a howl of pain, while those very particles rapidly coalesced into blades that shattered the stone columns, liberating the beast and Cyclops. In the chaos, the sudden assault forced Apocalypse to relinquish his hold on Mystique, whose slender form plummeted downward, only to be caught by a swift gust just before she reached Magneto's iron disc. From the ruins afar, Storm, clutching her throat, caught sight of her idol, her eyes rolling back in distress. Magneto cast a glance at Storm, then unleashed his blades, aimed directly at the recovering Apocalypse. However, Apocalypse, prepared for such an eventuality, summoned a barrier of violet energy to shield himself. You dare betray me? Apocalypse questioned in disbelief, perplexed by Magneto's sudden aggression. Yet, Magneto, his expression grave, replied, I merely betrayed them earlier. Now, I seek to return to their side. Countless metal fragments soared into the air. This place had once been a modern metropolis. Though located in a less developed part of Africa, Cairo, nourished by the might of the Nile, was relatively affluent, with an abundance of steel structures. For Magneto, this represented an inexhaustible arsenal at his disposal. Thus, following the awe-inspiring turmoil of the magnetic storm, the onlookers beheld a remarkable spectacle. Countless metallic objects surged towards Apocalypse like a tempest, as if intent on striking him down. However, The protective force field erected by Apocalypse held firm, repelling all that came. The metallic projectiles collided with the barrier, resulting in astounding explosions. While the two most formidable mutants engaged in a direct confrontation. Bang! The beast cradled Cyclops, gently placing him on the ground, and then caught Mystique, who had been released by the severely injured Storm after a brief nod of acknowledgement. The beast turned to Cyclops. Can you unleash your powers? Give it your all. And assist Eric. Cyclops, still gasping for breath, inhaled deeply at the beast's words and turned his gaze towards Apocalypse. He removed his visor, activating his abilities without any depletion. Though he was the weakest of the Summers clan, none could wield their powers as boundlessly as he could. After all, he merely needed to open his eyes. In a parallel universe, he had once been captured, his eyelids severed and bound to a specialized apparatus, harnessing endless particle beams to generate electricity. A brilliant crimson particle beam, imbued with tremendous impact and thermal energy, suddenly surged forth, striking alongside Magneto against Apocalypse's force field. What had initially been a manageable situation for Apocalypse now demanded his utmost strength to counter the two assaults. Nonetheless, for the moment, he appeared to remain unharmed. After all, compared to the original 3-on-1, the addition of Storm's lightning strikes seemed to render Storm herself gravely injured at the hands of Leo, who was now tending to her. Should she attempt to exert her powers further, she might falter. Meanwhile, Leo, having traversed a certain distance, returned to witness the scene seemingly back on track, a smile gracing his face. It seems I must be the one to resolve this matter. A pair of silver wings, as strong as steel, materialized behind Leo, who hovered in the air and surveyed the battlefield, observing Apocalypse besieged. A subtle smile adorned his face. Chapter 28, Steel Wings. The silver wings shimmered under the re-emerging sunlight, exuding an unimaginable beauty, akin to an ancient deity descending before its worshippers, as if the will of the ancients manifested before the eyes. Leo flapped his wings, conjuring a fierce whirlwind. He had long been expected, yet encountered an individual along the way, subsequently claiming a life. These wings had been stripped from that very individual. The myths of this world, or rather, the mythology of the Marvel Universe, are based on reality, not mere fabrication. The tale of angels and demons is indeed the creation of two mutants. The former represents the ancestor of the angel from whom Leo claimed a life, while the latter refers to Nightcrawler from the X-Men, also known as the father of the Blue Devil, the Red Devil from the first battle. The Red Devil serves as the archetype of demons in mythological lore, having existed for millennia, showing no signs of youth compared to the Apocalypse. In contrast, the angels depicted in mythology are the ancestors of Warren. However, due to their mutation, they do not possess the true divinity or demonic essence. Thus their powers are not as formidable as those portrayed in legend. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential to Leo. For all he requires are these wings, wings that can be cloaked at will, bestowing upon him the capability for aerial combat. Moreover, since the powers of the angel had been previously awakened by the Apocalypse, these wings are akin to steel. With a vigorous flap, the wings stirred fierce gales. And as Leo observed the Apocalypse ensnared by Magneto, he could not help but acknowledge the accuracy of this fellow's strategy. Had it been earlier, Leo would have been unable to confront him. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically, with a resounding thud, as the wings closed together. An immense force transformed into a propulsive energy, launching Leo skyward like a swift arrow, as if he aimed to strike down the sun itself. The ethereal violet force field surrounding the Apocalypse further accentuated his presence, likening him to a radiant sun at the horizon. Yet, while the sun of mythology is upheld by celestial beings, this sun symbolizes malevolence. As the wings flapped and parted the air, Leo soared like a majestic eagle in the firmament, his talons extended, locking onto his prey with eyes sharp as a hawk's. You are doomed. With a powerful beat of his wings, a thunderous sound erupted as Leo surpassed the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom merely through the vibration of his wings. His impending strike was inescapable, with nowhere to retreat. Clenching his left fist, Leo suddenly rolled mid-air, his wings snapping together forcefully, his fist becoming the arrowhead, his body the shaft, hurtling towards the Apocalypse. The supersonic arrow found its mark without a hint of doubt, generating ripples in the atmosphere as if Leo had pierced through the very air itself. Bang! A completely distinct explosion reverberated. Magneto raised his palm before his face, attempting to shield himself from the oncoming gale and shockwave. However, Leo's strike drew upon far more than the strength of his wings. Even with the addition of wings and flight, as a grandmaster of martial arts, he could harness every ounce of his physical power. He resembled a genuine cannonball crashing before Magneto. While Magneto was unafraid of cannonballs, the stipulation was that they must be metallic, within his control, and undetonated. Therefore, despite his strenuous efforts to block the attack with an array of techniques, the invisible shockwave sent him reeling, akin to a heavy hammer striking his chest, causing his complexion to pale and blood to spill from his lips. Yet, while he had been caught in the crossfire, his plight was not the most dire. That unfortunate fate belonged to the apocalypse. Bound by the attacks of Magneto and Cyclops, he was utterly unable to evade Leo's assault, rendered incapable of any action, let alone the simplest act of dodging. The humanoid projectile, Leo, descended from the heavens, piercing through the air while simultaneously breaching the protective force field of Apocalypse. Those formidable energies dissipated the moment they encountered the hand of anti-magic. What appeared virtually indestructible before others crumbled in Leo's presence, vanishing without enduring even a fleeting second. The ominous hand inched ever closer. Ultimately, mirroring the tragic events of the past, it seized Apocalypse's throat with a vice-like grip. How can one articulate such folly? Why do you persist in your reckless ways, courting destruction at every turn? Leo grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, yet to Apocalypse. That smile was a harbinger of dread, evoking memories of the torment Leo had previously inflicted upon him. Please, don't come any closer. Apocalypse's arms flailed chaotically through the air, devoid of any knowledge on how to resist. The fear surged anew, extinguishing the once raging flames of his anger as if doused by a bucket of icy water, leaving no trace of embers behind. Meanwhile, Leo, wings unfurled, tightened his grip around Apocalypse's neck, laughing heartily. The scene resembled that of a tyrannical landlord bullying a helpless bride. Even the previously terrified beasts, such as Cyclops, could not suppress their amusement at the sight. Magneto observed the raucous laughter of Leo, his brow furrowing in confusion. Who is this? Earlier, during Leo's display of power within the pyramid, Magneto had been oblivious. Witnessing Leo hoist Apocalypse as if he were a mere chick left him utterly perplexed. However, Apocalypse's formidable strength instilled a sense of caution in him. A foe endowed with omnipotent powers was a significant threat to all adversaries. Yet here was Leo, effortlessly subduing Apocalypse, suggesting that the latter had indeed fallen victim to misfortune, a misfortune that had been long overdue after millennia of slumber. At that moment, the mirthful Leo, holding Apocalypse, found himself in a quandary. Hey, do any of you have a way to eliminate this guy? After considerable contemplation, he decided to directly descend and seek assistance, fortuitously finding himself before one of the brightest minds in this realm. Are you asking me? Beast, supporting Mystique, was taken aback as Leo suddenly landed before him, still gripping the Dark Lord Apocalypse in a manner that lacked the semblance of a mere inquiry. As a technology enthusiast, Beast had never encountered someone as ruthless and domineering as Leo. While Magneto was indeed the world's most notorious terrorist, his methods differed vastly from Leo's direct and brutal approach. In truth, Magneto exuded an air of sophistication reminiscent of Prussian aristocracy. Chapter 29, Apocalypse, terrified to the core obviously. You are the only one of any use here. You hold several doctorate degrees, while the others haven't even graduated high school. What can I possibly ask them? Leo arched an eyebrow, gazing at Beast with palpable impatience. The hand of anti-magic must make contact to nullify abilities, meaning Leo had to maintain his grasp on Apocalypse to render his immortality ineffective. Moments ago, Apocalypse's head was shattered, yet he has returned to life. Therefore, Leo must devise a strategy to eliminate Apocalypse without resorting to the extraordinary power of One Punch Man. Such an ability is a rare and pivotal skill, one capable of obliterating the moon itself. Unless absolutely necessary, Leo wishes to preserve this power, for they find themselves in the Marvel Universe. Were he to acquire all of Saitama's strength at this moment, there would be no cause for concern. However, when contemplating the existence of beings such as Galactus, Thanos, and Dormammu, what is Apocalypse in comparison? Merely a lesser foe, indeed. Yet, after listening to Leo's explanation, Beast pondered for a considerable time, still unable to conceive a viable method. As you suggested, it is imperative to capture him, but high temperatures would not suffice unless one were willing to sacrifice a hand. Similarly, strong acids would also fail for the same reasons. The notion of casting him in molten metal seems equally unreliable, given his myriad abilities. It is uncertain whether he could escape. Considering his aptitude for manipulating sand and stone, entombing him in concrete or metal appears futile. Beast scratched his head, discussing with Leo how to eliminate Apocalypse while the latter stood before them, visibly terrified and shaken. The scene was truly heart-rending. One could only lament the fall of such a grand figure as the first pharaoh, the divine Apocalypse, in Sabah-Nur, a creator of human civilization, reduced to such a state. And these two individuals before him, were they demons? Surely, they must be, to openly deliberate his demise in his presence. It was akin to binding a pig to a board and debating whether to feast on its head or intestines, pondering whether the ribs should be braised or sweet and sour. What of human rights? Even judgment must adhere to fundamental principles. Do they not fear protests from the International Pig Protection Association? Poor Apocalypse found himself questioning his existence amidst the discussions of these two fiends. At that moment, he yearned desperately for the illusion that he was merely dreaming, still slumbering within the pyramid, or perhaps 5,000 years ago. embracing enchanting Egyptian maidens draped in delicate veils as they gazed upon the rising sun. "Are you crying?" Leo inquired as he observed Apocalypse, who had been the subject of extensive deliberation with Beast, yet they had reached no satisfactory conclusion. Beast suggested that he might attempt to develop a serum upon returning, one that could temporarily suppress Apocalypse's powers before deciding whether to incinerate or dissolve him. Leo, however, believed it prudent to respect the thoughts of the individual involved and thus intended to inquire about Apocalypse's perspective. To his astonishment, he found the being before him weeping profusely, lost in reverie. As Apocalypse shifted back from his reminiscence of 5 millennia past to gaze upon Leo, he could not deny the reality of this demon before him. This was indeed terrifying. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Apocalypse succumbed to despair and began to weep uncontrollably. "Hey, if you're going to cry, at least don't lean on me." Leo had restrained Apocalypse's powers, but had not bound his body. At this moment, Apocalypse, kneeling on the ground, was nuzzling against Leo with a desolate expression, leaving a trail of tears and mucus everywhere, which disgusted Leo to no end. In frustration, he grasped Apocalypse by the neck, rendering him unconscious. "Let South leave this place for now. There are matters to attend to that can wait." With a disdainful glance at Apocalypse, Leo resolved that this chaotic battle had finally come to an end. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of irritation and, with a decisive stomp, crushed Apocalypse's grotesque head beneath his foot. Although it would eventually regenerate, it would take time for him to grow a new one. During this interval, he would be unable to cause any disturbances. Leo was not one to keep a constant watch over him. He could simply crush it again when it had regrown to a certain extent. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Hey, Magneto, come here." Leo beckoned. Magneto approached slowly, propelled by his magnetic powers, his expression wary. The sight of the formidable Apocalypse rendered helpless in Leo's grasp was akin to a fragile infant, instilling a sense of trepidation in Magneto. Observing Magneto's demeanor, Leo nodded in satisfaction. "You need not fear. I shall not kill you, at least not now. If I desired, slaying you would be as easy as dispatching a chicken," Leo remarked, as he stomped down once more, shattering Apocalypse's head that had just begun to regrow. Much to the horror of the onlooking mutants, seeing their fearful gazes filled Leo with a sense of contentment. "Seal his neck with metal, that way. His head shall not regenerate, at least not until this seal is lifted. Though those with immortality can evade death, they are still subject to the laws of nature. Movement is impossible until the brain is formed. Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Deadpool are renowned immortals. Yet they can be dealt with through encasement, as famously depicted in the comic where Wolverine was encased in adamantium, turning into a statue. However, Apocalypse possessed elemental control and an array of bizarre abilities, rendering this tactic ineffective against him. Nevertheless, temporarily hindering the growth of his head would suffice to immobilize him for the time being. In doing so, Leo also preserved a valuable opportunity to summon Saitama. Magneto quickly grasped Leo's intention. With a mere thought, countless metal particles enveloped Apocalypse's body like grains of sand, eventually solidifying into a single mass, awaiting their return to devise a means to obliterate him entirely. However, the thoughts of the world are often filled with idealism. Leo, too, believed that this time he was assured victory, yet he forgot that some matters cannot afford negligence. Chapter 30. The anomaly holding the fully encased body of the Apocalypse in metal. Leo approached Ross and the others, the lifeless form being unceremoniously thrown at his feet. "General, when will I be able to earn the title of general for my efforts in saving the world?" Leo's gaze was imbued with a playful arrogance, while Ross's expression towards him was profoundly intricate. To be candid, Leo's earlier request to come to Cairo had been met with Ross's reluctant agreement. A desperate gamble on his part. Especially after witnessing the Apocalypse's otherworldly power, Ross felt a sense of despair. He had not anticipated that Leo would indeed succeed in capturing the Apocalypse, albeit without yet bringing him to justice. According to military regulations and the fastest promotion records, within a year and a half at the latest, he would become the youngest general in the history of the United States. Ross sighed. The military is the most pragmatic of institutions, where strength and merit reign supreme. Those who ascend through wealth and influence may rise, but they seldom earn the respect of those beneath them. After all, on the battlefield, even the wealthiest and most powerful leaders can become burdens, endangering their troops, and such individuals can hardly command respect. Thus, in any formidable nation or military, the supremacy of strength is inevitable. Leo's monumental achievement in saving the world stands as undeniable merit, ensuring that his ascent through the ranks would be remarkably smooth. Ross's words were thus heartfelt. "A year and a half? Not bad." Leo raised an eyebrow. Promotions are generally a gradual progression. He was currently merely a captain, with the ranks of major, lieutenant colonel, and brigadier general standing between him and the title of general, a total of 4 ranks, and potentially more when broken down further. Ross, having devoted his life to the military and now past his 50s, had taken a shortcut by leading a special forces unit and had only attained the rank of Major General. Upon his return, he might be promoted to Lieutenant General, making him one of the few younger figures in the military. It is easy to imagine how challenging it is to achieve the rank of general during peacetime, when large-scale wars are absent. However, for Leo, such considerations mattered little. What takes an ordinary person a lifetime of struggle to attain, he would accomplish with relative ease. After tossing the remnants of the apocalypse onto the aircraft, Leo shook himself, as his massive wings gradually folded inward, the once massive appendages shrinking to a delicate, cicada-like adornment on his back. At that moment, the battle police behind him had completed their preparations and were making their way over, their aircraft having been destroyed in the chaos, leaving them with no choice but to board Coulson's Quinjet. Additionally, the beast needed to assist in the complete destruction of the apocalypse's body. By the way, where is Charles? Magneto surveyed his surroundings, with Beast supporting Mystique, while Cyclops lent aid to the injured Quicksilver. Only Magneto possessed the leisure to search for the three individuals who had initially fled the battlefield. Beast straightened himself and glanced around. Uncertain of the situation, it had been too perilous, prompting him to instruct Kurt to lead them to safety. He placed Mystique onto the aircraft and stepped outside, intending to locate the three who had mysteriously vanished. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself gravitating closer to Magneto. Coulson assisted in securing Quicksilver and Mystique, having just briefed his superior, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., on the unfolding events. The magnitude of the tragedy was staggering. An entire city, with millions perishing, marked one of humanity's rare genocides of such scale, reminiscent only of the atrocities during World War II, particularly those committed by Prussia in the East, as well as the incursions by the Manchu dynasty centuries prior. Yet, these were the results of prolonged periods of conflict. Apocalypse had wrought such devastation in a mere day, an occurrence that could not remain concealed, necessitating intervention. What troubles you? Coulson inquired as he approached Leo, who had moments ago been jesting about his superior, General Ross, but now wore a frown of concern. Leo shook his head, expressing, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Anxiously, he approached Apocalypse's lifeless form, pressing his arm down, yet the unsettling sensation persisted. His gaze shifted to the outside, where he spotted Beast moving closer to Magneto, witnessing the moment when Beast unexpectedly removed Magneto's helmet. "Watch out," Leo shouted, his voice echoing, as the aircraft jolted violently, causing Coulson to tumble to the ground. Without hesitation, Leo leaped into action, but the distance between him and Beast was insurmountable. In an instant, Beast acted, catching Magneto off guard by stripping away his helmet. "Damn it!" Leo roared, suspended in midair. Yet his keen eyes noted the rapid transition in Magneto's expression from bewilderment to razor-sharp focus. With a decisive move, Leo tackled Magneto to the ground, momentarily disregarding him as he turned to glance behind. Indeed, much of the metal encasing Apocalypse had dissipated, especially the metal sealing the wound at his neck, which had vanished entirely. While this alone might have sufficed, as a head would require time to regenerate, providing Leo ample opportunity to maintain his control. An ethereal blue figure suddenly emerged, embracing Apocalypse's remnants before vanishing in an instant. "Charles." A sinister smile crept across Leo's face. It was clear this was not an act orchestrated by Charles, who would never come to Apocalypse's aid, yet the ability undeniably bore the hallmark of Charles's power. It was through the mental conduit established by the two individuals that Apocalypse entered Charles's body at the moment when his head was obliterated by Leo. As previously mentioned, those endowed with psychic abilities can achieve a state of mental detachment at a certain level of power, rendering them nearly immortal. Professor Charles, Emma Frost, Jean Grey, Beast, and Shadow King are all capable of this feat originally. Apocalypse lacked this ability. Despite his formidable mental prowess, he did not possess psychic abilities. However, his soul transference ritual had progressed to a certain point, establishing a connection with Charles, which enabled him to abandon his own body and forcibly seize control of Charles's. Chapter 31. What transpired? Coulson hastily rose to his feet, yet found himself momentarily bewildered by the tumultuous scene unfolding before him. He noticed Leo, who remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If he failed to eliminate this threat now, there may not be another opportunity. After this confrontation, it was certain that this adversary would not reappear before him, making this the final chance. With his chin resting on his hand, Leo suddenly grasped the situation. There were times when it was better not to conserve one's skills. One must sacrifice to gain. He had been fixated on retaining his trump cards, but he had forgotten that a trump card, when kept in the deck, remains merely a card. Only when played does it transform into a formidable ace. With a decisive motion, Leo released his left hand, casting Magneto to the ground with efficiency. He ceased to confine him and instead stepped aside, observing the still vibrant Magneto and Beast, and laughed heartily. "You are indeed formidable. I must concede your prowess." I underestimated you. Even at this juncture, you managed to find an opportunity to turn the tide. Leo chuckled lightly, adding, however, I have a flaw. I cannot abide those who surpass me. The more powerful you are, the greater my delight, for in defeating you, I find true exhilaration. His face radiated arrogance, yet he possessed the merit to back it up. Come now, I shall grant you a chance. Control these individuals to defeat me. Trust me, this is your final opportunity. Otherwise, you may continue to cower in the shadows. Like a rat or a pest. As long as I draw breath, you shall remain confined to the sewers. Boom. A cloud of vapor emanated from Leo's head. Rising like a signal fire into the sky, this was the sanguine smoke produced when one's vital energy reached a certain zenith, signifying a new realm of mastery over his blood energy. At this juncture, his martial prowess had transcended that acquired from Wang Chao, forging a new domain of his own. This was hardly surprising, as Wang Chao lacked the dimensional prison system to deconstruct souls and provide sustenance. Leo's physique was vastly superior to Wang Chao's. His current breakthrough was merely a natural progression. In response to Leo's provocation, Magneto, now helmetless, and the fiercely poised beast both advanced, ready to confront Apocalypse. Indeed. As Leo has articulated, this is his most opportune moment. All the Sentinels present have fallen under his control, and coupled with the power of Apocalypse. If he cannot vanquish Leo now, then Apocalypse shall remain forever cowering in Leo's shadow. The dread of being slain twice will forever loom over him. Even if he escapes this time, he dares not reveal himself again, for to do so would mean confronting a merciless harbinger of death. A terrifying entity that shakes him to his core. Countless metallic blades, akin to a rain of swords, are launched towards Leo, under the influence of control. Magneto's might is significantly diminished, yet he remains the most formidable force among those present. Consequently, Leo allocates the majority of his focus towards him. His left hand clenched into a fist, repeatedly striking to thwart the oncoming metallic particles. His steel wings, resembling two sharp swords, deflect the incoming projectiles. While Leo's legs remain unyielding, the beast within him unleashed, he attacks with the ferocity of a wild animal, relentlessly charging despite being repelled time and again by Leo's strikes. Suddenly, Leo brings his wings together, thrusting his left hand forward with great force, his right fist tightening, unleashing a tremendous power that shatters a descending steel blade. Within his left hand, a violet psychic blade flickers in and out of existence, struggling to maintain form. Ling Dai, having been defeated by the beast, has been lurking nearby, having witnessed Apocalypse's 2 previous decapitations at Leo's hands, leaving her devoid of ambition and prepared to flee. Yet, she is still compelled to attack Leo under Apocalypse's command. A blow sends Ling Dai flying, and Leo lunges forward, a crimson beam striking the spot he had just occupied, with Cyclops also under control. At this juncture, all who remain capable of action and combat on the battlefield are under Apocalypse's dominion, charging towards Leo. Nevertheless, Leo does not relent. Engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks, his wings flapping as he becomes entangled with the throng, creating utter chaos. Useless. All of them are useless. In a room away from the battlefield, a girl stands silently, unmovable and voiceless. The revived Apocalypse lies on the ground, eyes shut, while Charles sits nearby, his face contorted in rage as he gazes into the void, uttering a stream of furious words. I must rely on myself, Charles mutters, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, his expression softens, and Apocalypse abruptly opens his eyes, rising from the ground and soaring outside without a word. What he fails to notice is that as half of his essence returns to his body, Charles' eyes gleam with intensity as he utters a name, Jean. The girl, paralyzed and previously overlooked by Apocalypse, slightly stirs her eyelashes. In the sky, Apocalypse hovers above the battlefield, observing the fierce combat below. He takes a deep breath, and then, as if drawn by a mysterious force, countless grains of sand and dust begin to converge towards the heavens. Oh my God! As Ross and Coulson remained lucid, observing the entire spectacle due to their perceived lack of combat prowess in the eyes of Apocalypse, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a colossal object in the sky. Meanwhile, Leo, who was exerting himself to the utmost in his battle against the Sentinels, noticed the ominous shadow beneath him, soon realizing that the massive, dim yellow sphere above was growing ever larger. Ah, the earth-shattering meteor? So this is your ultimate move? Leo laughed heartily, recognizing the validity of Apocalypse's strategy. Conventional elemental attacks were futile against him, yet this gravity-driven meteor was precisely his bane. Moreover, Leo was momentarily distracted by the Sentinels. Although the impending boulder could very well crush them, it hardly concerned Apocalypse. I have awaited your arrival for so long, Leo thought deeply. And with a powerful flap of his iron wings, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent the beast sprawling, while the gust of wind swiftly hurled Cyclops away. And Magneto was incapacitated by his proximity. As Leo's wings folded, a glimmer of brilliance emanated from him, creating an illusion of grandeur and majesty, as if he were poised to uphold the heavens against the towering, massive boulder above. Focus, a simple punch. Chapter 32. The terror of a single punch. What transpires when a man becomes truly serious? Leo gazed at the ever-enlarging boulder in the sky. No. It was no longer merely a boulder but a meteorite. Its immense mass and volume generated a palpable gravitational pull. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravity. And now this colossal meteorite, which encompassed the entirety of Cairo's surface and buried its depths, could only be described with one phrase: it obscured the sun. Leo was uncertain of the size of Sokovia that Ultron had cast aside, but this meteorite, summoned by Apocalypse's full might, was undoubtedly far larger. In contrast, Leo's form appeared diminutive, akin to an ant confronting a steamroller. Yet what of it? Sometimes, an individual's capacity for power bears no relation to their size. Otherwise, why engage in training or cultivation? Focus, a simple punch. Leo's gaze was electric as the meteor obscured the daylight, plunging everything beneath it into profound darkness. However, in that fleeting moment, a flash of lightning appeared. Leo retracted his foot, stepping back, with his fist resting at his waist. A bald man clad in a golden-red battle robe, adorned with a cape, seemingly materialized behind him, merging with him. An overwhelming and formidable aura erupted. Akin to a legendary beast, a celestial wolf unleashed from its confines. Suspended in midair, Apocalypse, standing atop the meteor, momentarily froze, his heart halting, breath caught in his throat. All his senses immediately returned as he peered downward, akin to gazing into an unfathomable abyss. Gulp. Apocalypse swallowed hard. This was the last action he could muster. As the meteor plummeted from a height of several hundred meters, its weight exceeding hundreds of thousands of tons, the gaze of the harbinger of doom was filled with madness. Beneath that frenzy, however, lay an inescapable and profound terror. At that moment, Leo, who had thus far been poised and restrained, sprang into action. With a deft punch, Leo's brow furrowed, and in an instant, he merged with another. This strike was fueled by borrowed strength. Yet he truly sensed and experienced the formidable power and mindset of that unparalleled warrior. Boom. It was as if a sun had emerged upon the ground of Cairo, not the sun obscured by clouds high above, but a new, golden sun rising majestically. The fearsome impact pierced through the ages, transcending the fabric of time and space, casting its radiant light upon the meteor. Silence enveloped the scene. When the explosion and shockwave surpassed human auditory perception, sound ceased to exist. First, the downward momentum was halted. The meteor, weighing over hundreds of thousands of tons, descended from its lofty perch, a force so immense that it seemed insurmountable, even for the most potent weapons of mankind. Yet it stopped. Its descent was arrested. Then, the meteor began to shatter, reminiscent of a sugar ball bitten into by a child, splintering with a thunderous crack. Initially, fissures appeared, followed by a collapse, revealing a small indentation at the base, akin to a tiny fist imprint. From that imprint, the entire meteor disintegrated, bursting apart in an instant amidst the air, transforming massive boulders into smaller fragments, and then into an increasing multitude of minuscule stones. Ultimately, with a faint pop, the remnants, now no larger than a human head, exploded into a rain of pebble-sized debris cascading softly from the sky. With unwavering determination, the fatal punch had been delivered. As the meteor obliterated, the harbinger of doom, his face etched with fear, recoiled in terror. "No, spare me, please," he pleaded, resembling a frightened child. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a ghostly purple light materialized beside him, accompanied by an inexplicable temporal fluctuation. He yearned to flee. However, at that very moment, in another part of the city, a force even more fearsome and powerful erupted, transcending time, defying death, and embodying all power itself. The phoenix's cry echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, as that ultimate force of the universe instantaneously locked onto the harbinger, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In the midst of his horrified gaze, the fist was already upon him. With a swift motion, there was no blood rain, no explosion. The harbinger vanished as if he had never existed in this world, leaving not even a single cell behind. Simultaneously, behind him, the oppressive clouds were swept away, and sunlight returned to illuminate the earth. Should any satellite have been observing, it would have noted that from Cairo, the atmosphere formed a conical void, with all clouds and vapors dissipating into nothingness. The might of a single punch had achieved such an extraordinary feat. However, your arrival is neither early nor late. It seems you are intent on claiming souls. Fortunately, my brother remained composed and did not afford you the opportunity. Leo gazed at the now restrained Phoenix Force in the distance, shaking his head. The Phoenix Force represents the ultimate power of the universe. A complete Phoenix Force could easily overpower a gauntlet equipped with all 6 Infinity Stones. Even within the evaluations of the Dimensional Prison, the Phoenix Force undoubtedly ranks as a power of royal caliber. Of course, Leo was not concerned. for no one can attain the complete Phoenix Force. Thus far, every individual in the Marvel Universe who has encountered the Phoenix Force has only possessed fragments. If one were to truly harness the complete Phoenix Force, the universe itself would be on the brink of explosion. How could a mere human contain such power? Just like now. Leo, embodying Saitama, felt no threat emanating from that Phoenix. This indicated that the Phoenix Force wielded by Jean Grey was, at best, rated at a diamond level by the system, far from achieving an invincible status. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the fragmented soul of Apocalypse. At last, Leo received notification from the system, something he had not been granted in previous encounters where he had crushed Apocalypse's skull, after obliterating him completely this time. The notification finally arrived. Yet, why was it incomplete? Without hesitation, Leo entered the dimensional prison. Time outside was nearly stagnant, so his brief absence would be imperceptible to others. Check the information regarding the soul of Apocalypse. As he observed Apocalypse imprisoned within a bronze pillar, Leo's face lit up with joy. He had long coveted this being's abilities. Even if they did not enhance his strength, they would provide him with significant advantages. Chapter 33, Shattering the Soul of Apocalypse. Name, Insabaner World, Marvel Universe Power Rating, Platinum Deprivable Abilities, Gene Manipulation, Elemental Control, Celestial Projection, Spatial Transfer, Telepathy. Telekinesis. Remarks. Due to interference from a multiversal entity, the soul is partially fragmented, preventing the precise extraction of abilities. Upon reviewing the character interface before him, Leo sighed. Is this truly the extent of the Phoenix's capabilities? According to Marvel's lore, the Phoenix Force is undoubtedly of royal level, a condensation of all consciousness and thought across infinite multiverses. Essentially the Tao of the Marvel Universe. However, within this realm exists a supreme deity that resembles the Tao even more closely than the Phoenix Force, which is why few refer to the Phoenix in such terms. That final punch, although executed without Jean Grey's assistance, would have been sufficient for Leo to vanquish Apocalypse. Nevertheless, her intervention could not have been trivial. It was unsurprising that she would shred Apocalypse's soul. What stands out, however, is the formidable nature of the dimensional prison. This system was capable of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, salvaging a significant portion of Apocalypse's soul, a remarkable feat indeed. One can surmise that the creator of the dimensional prison is likely a being of royal caliber themselves. However, at present, Leo found himself in a quandary. The fragmented soul of the Apocalypse rendered him unable to specifically choose a particular ability for deprivation. The genetic manipulation and spatial transfer he yearned for could not be acquired by selection. Given the randomness of the situation, Leo had just counted that the abilities of the Apocalypse numbered in the hundreds, resulting in a minuscule probability of success. Notably, the power rating of the Apocalypse was at a platinum level, although much of his strength stemmed from these abilities. It was evident that not every individual could conjure a formidable force effortlessly. A spark of inspiration illuminated Leo's mind. The Apocalypse's might was not solely reliant on these superpowers. Rather, these abilities served merely as a medium for release, with true strength emanating from the essence of the individual. To articulate it succinctly, these abilities were akin to energy waves, yet the magnitude of such waves depended on the inherent vitality one possessed. Could the energy wave emitted by Goku, who had just mastered the Kamehameha, be of the same magnitude as that unleashed during his Super Saiyan transformation? With identical techniques, one might merely topple a small car, while the other could obliterate galaxies. The chasm between the two was immeasurable. Thus, I have resolved to shatter his soul, transforming it into soul power to fortify myself. Amidst the soul fragmentation, crimson runes illuminated the dark expanse, casting a flicker of light within the profound blackness. Subsequently, wisps of azure smoke wafted from the soul of the Apocalypse, comprising the impurities of the soul, among which were the superpowers that Leo had coveted. In no time, a pure and transparent orb of soul energy materialized before Leo, embodying pristine soul power that could seamlessly integrate into his being without any adverse effects, serving as vital nourishment for enhancement. As the force coursed through him, Leo experienced an intense, searing flow entering through the crown of his head. Previously, he had undergone enhancements, but those were akin to merely sipping a bowl of warm water, pleasant yet fleeting. Now, however, the sensation was akin to a divine epiphany, leaving him reluctant to cease its embrace. Most significantly, the mere influx of warmth was accompanied by a profound euphoria that permeated his body, mind, and soul. Crucially, as this power surged within him, an unstoppable torrent of energy began to swell, intensifying with each passing moment. The tumultuous vitality first reverberated within him like a tidal wave before erupting outward, forming a straight plume of vital essence above his head, which subsequently coalesced into a majestic banner unfurling in the air. This blood vitality banner represented a new echelon of mastery following the surge of vital energy. Yet, this was not the culmination. As the vitality began to consolidate and the infusion of soul power concluded, Leo stood firm. his form resembling an iron tower or a colossal beast, subtly pulsating with energy. Suddenly, Leo's eyes flew open, and an astonishing force erupted from his being. With torrents of vitality enveloping him, converging at the crown of his head, reminiscent of a furnace of hell, poised to refine the very fabric of the universe. In the realm of the vitality furnace, Leo had astonishingly leaped 2 major realms, arriving at a state where his blood energy surged like a blazing furnace. At this moment, should anyone be nearby, Leo would need not lift a finger. The boiling vitality within him could incinerate a person alive, if one must categorize according to certain fantastical tiers. Then at this juncture, Leo's physical form has ascended to the late stage of the human immortal among the young gods, with the next step leading to the pinnacle of human immortal, where the mysteries of the body may be unveiled. Furthermore, according to the system's assessment, his strength has transcended a significant level, leaping from the original rank of bronze 8-9 stars to that of gold. Indeed, he is deserving of his platinum-level soul. Even in the absence of those extraordinary abilities, the sheer essence of his soul has afforded him such remarkable enhancement. Those abilities are secondary, as one can never be certain which power might be drawn, and even if a commendable ability is acquired, it is not easily transformed into combat prowess. Conversely, Leo must invest effort in its development. However, enhancement is an entirely different matter. It is all-encompassing, and Leo, possessing an extraordinary mastery of martial arts, can assimilate all this newfound power with little hindrance. Fortune favors the bold. The dimensional prison system connects to myriad realms, providing access to a plethora of formidable abilities, rendering a single apocalypse inconsequential. As Leo felt the surging power within him, he mused that, indeed, he was fortunate to possess such a formidable asset as the dimensional prison, capable of capturing the souls of powerful beings across countless worlds to obtain their abilities. What was a mere apocalypse to him? Upon opening his eyes once more, Leo found himself back in the external world, gracefully landing on the ground. Observing the unconscious masses sprawled around him, he felt a twinge of annoyance. The last clash had left these individuals incapacitated, seemingly unable to awaken for the time being. However, witnessing the chaos around him, Leo decided to play the part of a benevolent savior, effortlessly tossing the fallen bodies onto the aircraft. Yet, he would not let them off so easily. A smirk crept across his lips as he chuckled to himself. The beast had transformed into an oversized plush toy, cradled between Ross and Coulson, where the 3 slumbered sweetly. Magneto sat on the ground, leaning against the cabin, with Quicksilver sprawled in his embrace. Their poses exuded warmth and harmony, reminiscent of a tender father-son bond. As for Mystique, after a brief examination of her anatomical structure, Leo set her aside. There were still a few more over there. Chapter 34, Little Girl. Do you know who you are? The sky was clear. Inside the transport aircraft dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D., Leo gazed out the window at the sun, which was about to dip beneath the ocean's surface, his thoughts adrift. Within the cabin, a multitude of individuals lay scattered about. The only one capable of sitting upright alongside Leo was a young girl, Jean Grey, the Phoenix. At that moment, Jean was lost in thought, her mind wandering much like Leo's, oblivious to the world around her. How long will you gaze? Leo turned back, regarding Jean with a mischievous smile, a stark contrast to the solitary aloofness he had displayed while contemplating the sunset. Jean gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily withdrew her gaze from Leo to focus on the floor beneath her. In that final moment, it was the two of them who had united to vanquish Apocalypse. Although either of them could have executed the final blow alone, it was indeed a collaborative effort that sealed the fate of their adversary. This led to a mutual recognition of each other's prowess. Leo discerned that the upper limit of Jean's capabilities did not exceed the diamond level, while Jean, in turn, felt the formidable force unleashed by Leo's punch. However, unlike Leo, who was well acquainted with Jean's origins and life experiences, Jean remained entirely uninformed about Leo. Thus, once they boarded the plane and settled into their seats, Jean began to observe Leo intently. What manner of man was he? His handsome visage resembled a radiant star, with a high nose bridge and deep-set eyes. His slanted brows added an air of intensity, and his gaze, even when fleeting, could send shivers down one's spine. His slightly pursed lips formed a gentle curve that elicited gasps of admiration. What astonished Jean even more was Leo's robust physique, unmatched even by the world's finest bodybuilders. Each muscle appeared as if meticulously sculpted by the hands of a divine creator. Together, they formed a perfect proportion, reminiscent of the marble statues crafted by ancient artisans, which, despite their timeless beauty, paled in comparison to Leo's form. What truly captivated Jean, however, was the melancholic expression on Leo's face as he gazed toward the sun descending below the horizon, resembling a prince from poetry, stirring her heart. Previously, Jean had not understood what it meant for one's heart to race, but now she comprehended. When Leo's brow relaxed, the confidence and radiance emanating from him entranced Jean to the point of distraction, allowing Leo to notice her reverie. Do you know who I am? He suddenly rose, his tall figure filling the cabin as though he had compressed the very space around him, even bending the light. This was an illusion, a consequence of Leo's overwhelming might, which naturally exuded an aura that enveloped the surroundings. Jean felt her breath quicken, although she was the host of the Phoenix. Summoning its power was not always within her grasp. In truth, the Phoenix's strength often weighed her down. As an Omega mutant, only such a being could bear the Phoenix's might, even if it were merely a fragment. Yet, due to the need to withstand the encroachment of the Phoenix's power, Jean's abilities were frequently suppressed, her true strength oscillating in an unpredictable manner. Thus, before Leo, she appeared merely as an ordinary girl. Observing the tremor in Jean's form, Leo smiled, then shook himself, dissipating the oppressive aura that seemed capable of subduing the world, reducing it to mere illusion. He seated himself beside Jean, drawing near to her slender frame, and inquired once more, "Do you know who I am?" "What I do?" Jean lifted her petite head, her bright eyes filled with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she first nodded, then abruptly shook her head. "You were Captain Leo?" Leo burst into hearty laughter, his mirth possessing a unique infectious quality that instantly eased Jean's tension and shyness, allowing her spirits to lift considerably. "You are correct. I am Captain Leo. Now, do you know who you are?" This time, Jean's gaze shifted, regarding Leo with a look akin to that reserved for a fool. She pursed her lips and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Is this how you flirt with girls, sir? I thought you might offer me a compliment or two." Jean lightly wrinkled her delicate nose, then blinked, revealing a playful smile. "Well, I am Jean Goulet." A delightful fragrance emanated from her, a maiden's subtle allure, contrasting with the mature elegance she would later embody, akin to a captivating crimson rose or a fiery phoenix. In this youthful version of herself, although she possessed a grace cultivated from quietude and study, she exuded a vivacity and mischievousness. Leo found it difficult to discern which version he preferred. However, children make choices, while adults desire both. Suddenly, Leo reached out, brushing aside the errant strands of hair that had fallen near Jean's ear. His fingers inadvertently grazed her petite, glistening ear, which reddened visibly and became heated, as if it might bleed. "Miss Jean Goulet, you may have misunderstood my intentions." Leo withdrew his hand, observing Jean roll her eyes at him. Yet the rapid heartbeat echoing in his ears was unmistakable to him. "Perhaps you wish to know about your true capabilities, such as that phoenix you witnessed. One that yearns to incinerate everything, to annihilate all, incessantly gnawing at you, seeking to devour you." Leo's whispers drifted into Jean's ear as he appeared at the other end of the cabin. Coulson and Ross had awakened, having been sheltered at a distance. And at the last moment, they found themselves positioned directly behind Leo, entirely unscathed. "General, I hope you will remember the promise you made to me, after all. I believe you wouldn't want to witness such a tragedy unfold in Washington." Handing the communicator to Ross, Leo sat before him, a smile on his face. Yet his gaze remained as cold as ice. He was prepared to engage with the military, for it served his pursuits of hunting and soul acquisition. But this did not mean he would be pliable. In blunt terms, the military was merely a tool to him, and his choice of the U.S. Army was solely due to its status as the most formidable force on Earth. Chapter 35. Nick Fury's thoughts. Ross gazed intently at Leo, his eyes locking onto those cold, sharp as a blade. Ross was seized by a sudden tremor, instantly comprehending that if this situation were mishandled, Leo might indeed commit some dreadful act. Having witnessed the resolution of even the apocalypse, Ross understood all too well the formidable power Leo possessed, akin to a colossal meteorite. A chill coursed through his heart at this realization, and he found himself inexplicably gripped by a profound sense of dread towards Leo. Despite the fact that Leo was his subordinate and, even with a promotion on the horizon, could not overnight rise to the rank of a general on par with him, he would still remain beneath Ross's command. Yet, facing a subordinate, Ross felt an unexpected surge of fear. The team of Avengers gradually regained consciousness, and after consulting with Nick Fury, Coulson personally escorted them back to the eastern seaboard of the United States. Both he and Ross had indeed contemplated the possibility of apprehending these troublesome individuals. However, the dilemma remained. Should they capture or even execute them? Who would manage the next crisis of such magnitude? The military might trust in its own arsenal, and even Ross might begin to acknowledge Leo's might. Yet there was one person who would not. Nick Fury would never permit the assassination of Charles Xavier and his team of Avengers unless Xavier himself resolved to oppose humanity. Otherwise, Fury would not only refrain from striking against them, but would also lean on their capabilities. The more he feared the power of mutants, the more he would rely on the strength of the Avengers. In stark contrast to those foolish politicians who tarnished and suppressed the mutant community for a few meager political votes, propagating the threat of mutants, Nick Fury understood more profoundly where the genuine peril lay. It resided in the chaos and insurrection that would ensue if mutants lost their true leaders and the balance of power. Thus, Fury would never allow any harm to come to the Avengers, nor would he engage in any foolish endeavor to indiscriminately capture the members of the Academy. As for the notion that generations hence, humanity would be supplanted by mutants, what concern was that to him? In generations to come, would he even still be alive? Even if he were, if humanity had been replaced and all were mutants, what would be left to contest? They spoke of future generations, not an immediate demise. As the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, his sole concern remained the security and stability of the nation. Matters pertaining to humanity's potential replacement were of no significance to him. Therefore, under this guiding principle, Coulson transformed into a personal chauffeur, diligently transporting the mutants to their destination. With the destruction of the mansion in Westchester, they arrived at another property belonging to the professor. As a descendant of the first Britons to seek fortune in America, Charles was a quintessentially wealthy individual. Though not on par with someone like Black Panther, who possessed literal mines, he still owned an impressive array of real estate. Wow, this house is quite splendid. Observing the architectural style and decor, he noted, it has a certain vintage charm, doesn't it? Leo certainly did not leave. He had nowhere to go. In this lifetime, he was an orphan, having enlisted in the military after leaving the orphanage. After several years of honing his skills, he became an officer under Ross. Thus, in this existence, he bore no surname, merely a name, Leo, which, when translated into Chinese, resembles his previous name quite closely. However, at this moment, Leo had no intention of returning to the army immediately. There were still matters he needed to attend to. Please return first. I recall that I haven't taken a vacation in many years. I would like to request a month off. I trust the general will not mind, he said. His expression languid and devoid of respect as he regarded Ross. Yet, Ross was unperturbed. The military esteemed strength, and Leo's capabilities afforded him the privilege of arrogance. Ah. Do not forget your promise to me. Although a direct promotion to brigadier general is not feasible, a promotion to a field officer should pose no issue, correct? Faced with Leo's insistence, Ross took a deep breath and nodded. While he had previously agreed to secure a general's position for Leo out of necessity, the strength Leo displayed now made him ponder whether granting him a generalship was truly a concern. After all, a military rank is merely a title. The distinction between a real general and a ceremonial one is significant. There were numerous generals within the cultural troupe who could attain such status merely by singing a couple of songs. Did they command even a single soldier beneath them? Consequently, Ross assented without a hint of pressure. Leo, fully aware of Ross's thoughts, found it inconsequential. First and foremost, he needed to establish his foothold within the military. As for the future, that was a matter to be addressed later. As night fell, although the great battle had concluded, chaos continued to reign. The most significant impact on various nations was not the magnetic fluctuations caused by Magneto, which had ceased. Nor was it the devastation wrought by Apocalypse upon Cairo that sent shockwaves through the world. Instead, it was the disappearance of nuclear weapons. All superweapons, all nuclear arms, were obliterated in an instant. This was the truly dire matter. What constitutes the deterrent power of a superpower? What defines a nation as a great power? Is it economic strength, the quality of its citizens, or perhaps the so-called per capita gross national product? None of these. A great power is deemed as such due to its military might. The former Soviet Union, that grand red empire, was economically backward, agriculturally lagging, deficient in light industry, and lacking in education, often described as a giant with but one strong leg. That leg symbolized military power, heavy industry, weapon manufacturing, advanced technological research, all facets that could enhance the military's combat effectiveness, were immensely formidable, even sending tremors through the United States. Yet, they remained powerful, once forming a bipolar world order. What was the reason for this? Simply because of the Tsar Bomba, under the brilliance of which any nation could be instantaneously erased. Just by deploying the Tsar Bomba onto the soil of any country in the world, no matter where it landed, that nation would inevitably face its doom. Unless a nation can possess a vast expanse of over 10 million square kilometers of uninhabited wilderness, akin to the former Soviet Union, and place the Great Ivan precisely at the heart of that wilderness, is it truly feasible? Take the United States, for instance. Even if the Great Ivan were to detonate on the East Coast, its repercussions would paralyze the entire Midwest. Moreover, the violent tremors from the explosion would directly impact the continental shelf of the United States, leading to the potential submersion of California beneath the waves. This illustrates the reason why superpowers are labeled as such, yet that reason has now vanished. Chapter 36. The Disappearance of Tony Stark. So the promised vacation has evaporated into thin air? I must ask, could you possibly be any more inept? Leo leaned against the door, behind which awaited a young girl, seemingly anticipating something. It has been half a month since the apocalypse crisis has passed, during which Leo has resided in the grand mansion of Professor Charles. The warriors of the X-Men hold profound respect for their savior and formidable ally. Even Magneto regards him with a measure of caution. Yet, the sole reason for Leo's stay here is to pursue Jean Grey. Indeed, He is intent on winning her heart, or rather, claiming her as his own. Since he cannot best her in combat, he resolves to make her his partner. The Phoenix Force is an overwhelming power that can rival all existence within the universe, including the celestial beings in the Infinity Gauntlet. Such formidable strength is not something Leo is willing to relinquish lightly, particularly not to that insufferable Cyclops. Very well, very well. I understand. Let us arrange for you to pick me up tomorrow. How bothersome. With that, Leo terminated the call, his expression still etched with disdain and impatience, as if he held the caller in utter contempt. And who could the caller possibly be? Naturally, it was his nominal superior, Ross. At that moment, Ross, on the other end of the line, wore a grim countenance, his eyes betraying a flicker of indignation. However, the thought of Leo's immense power compelled him to exhale deeply. The super soldier program must be activated once more, he growled, unwilling to entrust his fate to another, especially not to a rebellious individual. Meanwhile, at the threshold of Jean's room, Leo sat by the window, observing the young girl immersed in her book, a smile gracing her lips. What is it? Are you leaving? Jean feigned nonchalance in her inquiry. Naturally, she had overheard the conversation, yet what right did she have to meddle in his affairs? Indeed, the uproar they had stirred was considerable. That fool Apocalypse had obliterated all nuclear weapons worldwide, and thus the officials at the Pentagon were on edge. A sardonic smile crept across Leo's face as he mused on their predicament. They were preparing for a campaign in a small, war-torn nation in the Middle East, eager to assert their dominance with new weaponry. Yet regrettably, the expert responsible for delivering these innovations had been captured. Sunlight streamed through the branches outside, casting dappled patterns upon Leo's face. His extraordinarily handsome features, coupled with a perpetual smirk and his penetrating gaze, left Jean increasingly entranced. I shall depart tomorrow to rescue a vital individual, Tony Stark. Is he not of great significance? Indeed, it is Stark who has encountered peril. 3 days prior, Tony, equipped with the Jericho missile, arrived at a military base in the Middle East, where the U.S. military intended to showcase this weapon to reaffirm the world's perception of America as the sole superpower. However, Stark was abducted, and in an attempt to assert dominance, they instead found themselves humiliated, a poignant reflection on the military's actions. In truth, over the past fortnight, nations have been steadily augmenting their nuclear arsenals, with the great powers of China, the United States, and Russia rapidly replenishing their stockpiles within the first week. The seeds of discontent have been sown. The world has come to realize that superpowers hold little weight against formidable entities such as Apocalypse. Thus, the U.S. military conceived this misguided strategy of exerting influence over a small Middle Eastern nation, only to inadvertently lose Stark in the process. Stark is not merely an individual. He is the principal shareholder and executive of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, as well as one of the most remarkable weapons inventors of the 21st century. Regardless of the circumstances, Stark must be rescued, a mandate from above. Consequently, nearly everyone instinctively thought of Leo. I am leaving. Do you have anything you wish to convey? Leo rose from the windowsill and settled beside the young woman. His countenance, which typically exuded coldness and authority in the face of adversaries, now radiated warmth. He gazed upon her delicate features, inhaling the ethereal fragrance she emanated, as if awaiting an unspoken moment. Quinn's body quivered slightly. Throughout the past month, Leo had remained by her side almost incessantly, and her innate curiosity and growing affection for him had blossomed into an extraordinary sentiment within her heart. Will you return? She finally inquired, her crimson locks brushed behind her ear, as Leo's fingers gently grazed her sensitive earlobe, reminiscent of their first encounter. Do you desire my return? Leo pushed Quinn gently onto the bed, his robust frame looming over her as he observed her flushed cheeks and the flicker of alarm in her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I believe you will miss me, for I shall certainly miss you. Suddenly, Leo rose, casting one last glance at Quinn, whose chest rose and fell with palpable tension before he turned to leave. As he exited the room, the smile on his lips faded abruptly upon noticing a boy standing before him, a flash of anger igniting in his gaze. Scott, the one known for his laser vision, still harbored intentions toward Quinn. Though you operate under official capacities in this world, Quinn belongs to me. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in Leo's eyes. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely casting a dismissive glance at Scott as he brushed past him. Unbeknownst to all, Leo's finger discreetly tapped a specific point on Scott's body, severing his connection to his vitality. The so-called yang pulse, well, from this moment on, Scott shall no longer be consumed by desire. This technique is akin to a surgical purification. Henceforth, this individual's thoughts and needs regarding women will diminish progressively, ultimately transforming him into a true man devoid of errant desires. In a distant future, no longer ensnared by romantic attachments, Scott emerges as the new leader of mutants, guiding them towards a promising future with the support of Professor X and Magneto. In an even more remote timeline, A man with a mechanical half-body and a robotic arm engages in conversation with an individual clad in a red bodysuit, holding an object reminiscent of a pocket watch. Oh, damn. The electrical lock seemed to sense something, muttering a curse, as he witnessed his own form gradually fading away, his existence erased by someone in the past. Chapter 37. Rescue of Tony Stark Monkey Business. Is this what temporal erasure looks like? Quite spectacular, isn't it? Wait, what is this? The man in the red bodysuit, armed with twin blades, picks up the pocket watch from the ground, examines the markings, and casually adjusts it. Boom. He vanishes from the spot. Unaware of the implications of his actions on the future, Leo bids farewell to everyone and boards a military aircraft the following morning. Hello, Major Leo. I am Colonel Rhodes. General Ross has spoken highly of your accomplishments. You are remarkable. The officer who greeted Leo was a black military officer, and upon hearing his name, Leo realized this must be the future War Machine, Tony Stark's close friend. Hello. After a handshake, Leo found a seat. He had been promoted to major, officially entering the ranks of officers. However, his status as a major was somewhat exceptional. This was evident from Rhodes' demeanor. From the moment he spotted Leo, Rhodes was exceedingly cordial. Not due to any peculiar inclination, but because he understood that Leo was destined for greatness. Given Leo's established achievements, his rank as a major would merely be temporary. Rhodes had heard whispers that headquarters had earmarked Leo for the position of brigadier general. Thus, despite Leo currently holding the title of major, even this colonel had to treat him with utmost respect and perhaps even flatter him a bit. Indeed, the military values strength, yet fundamental human relations still hold significance. Tell me about this operation. The military transport aircraft moved swiftly. At supersonic cruising speed, it could reach the destination in mere hours. Seizing this opportunity, Leo sought to gather intelligence. This world is not the cinematic universe where Iron Man is about to be born, and the second generation of war machines are mere children. Apocalypse has just fallen, whereas in the cinematic realm, Apocalypse made his debut in the 1980s. Therefore, if Leo wished to avoid a last-minute gamble to turn the tide, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the essential information. Upon hearing this, Rhodes wasted no time and promptly laid out the entire situation. Tony is not only his close friend, but also the chief weapons supplier for the military, for both personal and professional reasons. He wishes for no harm to come to Tony Stark. Overall, this situation mirrors that of the film. After listening to Rod's account, Leo nodded, fully grasping the circumstances. Given his current prowess, dealing with such trivial matters posed no challenge to him. With a power rating of gold, he possessed the capability to raise cities without unleashing his ultimate abilities. For someone of his caliber, numbers had become irrelevant. Modern firearms posed little threat to him. Confronting a group of terrorists was, therefore, a task that could be accomplished with ease and enjoyment. In essence, it was merely a matter of collecting heads, akin to a game of hack and slash. From Rod's perspective, as Leo listened and nodded, a confident smile emerged on his face, radiating an air of assuredness. Although he had only heard of Leo's capabilities without truly understanding them, Rod felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He could not fathom the source of this confidence, especially considering that these were terrorists whom the U.S. military had struggled for years to eradicate, not mere common adversaries. Yet, after observing Leo's countenance, Rod felt an increase in his own confidence. Perhaps this was the unique aura that Leo exuded. Soon, the aircraft arrived at the base in the Middle East, descending smoothly. Leo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Rod perceived a fleeting flash of light within the cabin, but quickly realized it was merely an illusion. At that moment, Leo stood up, and as he rose, the unwavering steadiness and overwhelming presence he exuded momentarily left Rod breathless, his gaze filled with astonishment. This aura, even more potent than that of the fiercest veterans he had encountered, those who had claimed countless lives on the battlefield, was unparalleled. Rod, a soldier himself, fought on the front lines. Yet in comparison to Leo's commanding presence, he felt as though he could scarcely draw breath. Thump, thump. The sound of his racing heartbeat echoed in Rod's ears. He took a couple of deep breaths before turning his attention to the cabin door, where Leo had already disembarked. Despite this, his mood lightened further. With such a formidable ally at his side, Tony, it seems your life is destined to endure, Rod mused with a smile. Upon arriving at the base, Leo and Rod made their way directly to the command center, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around them. Leo entered with decisive speed, heading straight for the operations command desk. Display the radar images from the searches conducted over the past few days. Additionally, show me a topographical map of the area within 100 kilometers of the location where Tony Stark was abducted. Inside the operations room, everyone stood stunned, unsure of who this sudden intruder issuing commands was. Some noticed the insignia on Leo's uniform. Major, who are you? What is the purpose of your abrupt entrance? And surely, upon meeting an officer, one should at least offer a greeting? A black lieutenant colonel emerged from the crowd, standing before Leo. In comparison, Leo's physique could be deemed rather slender, while this man resembled an iron tower, bearing a striking resemblance to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. However, stature does not encompass all, nor does military rank. Observing the imposing demeanor of the black lieutenant colonel, Leo raised his gaze and appraised him briefly before suddenly extending his hand to rest upon the man's shoulder. Rank. Of little consequence. What mattered most was my discomfort with being looked down upon. The last person who attempted such a thing would find it quite challenging to locate their remains. Leo's hand descended with an air of both gentleness and force, and despite the lieutenant colonel's intent to evade, he could not escape the inevitable. Leo's hand settled upon his shoulder, and an overwhelming force bore down upon him, as if a great mountain had been placed upon him. All his muscles began to quiver. Even with a physique that seemed as robust as an ox, he found himself utterly unable to withstand this pressure. Soon, the sound of cracking bones echoed through his body, and his knees, unable to bear the weight, buckled beneath him, leading him to kneel awkwardly in the void, before Leo. At that moment, Rod suddenly entered. Colonel Hawk. This is Major Leo, whom I have summoned for assistance. Our task is to fully cooperate with him in this operation. Chapter 38. If I say it's feasible, then it is. Leo raised his hand, effortlessly lifting the kneeling Colonel Hawk as if he were plucking a turnip, casting him aside with ease. The once dominant figure, now reduced to a half-kneeling position beneath Leo's weight, suddenly regained stature, standing tall like a pillar. Even the most oblivious among them could now discern that Leo was no ordinary individual. Therefore, Rod's statement served merely as a pretext, offering them a means to save face. Welcome, Major Leo. It is an honor to finally meet you. Immediately, a quick-witted individual approached Leo with a broad smile, extending a warm greeting. Though not to the point of sycophancy, their enthusiasm surpassed even that of Rod's greeting earlier. Now is not the time for pleasantries. We must find a way to locate Tony Stark. Setting aside Tony's public persona, his significance to the military extends further. Weaponry programs. Currently, the majority of military arms are supplied by Stark Industries, with most designs credited to Tony himself. Consequently, Tony possesses intimate knowledge of military fire control radars, artillery systems, and even the performance data of aircraft. Should this information be compromised, it would necessitate an expenditure of billions for the military to undertake a comprehensive overhaul of their weaponry and systems. Otherwise, should such data fall into the hands of major powers like China and Russia, it would spell catastrophic disaster for them. And would these terrorists divulge the information to China and Russia? Who knows, but one must prepare for such contingencies. Therefore, Tony Stark must be rescued. If that proves impossible, he must be eliminated. This is the directive from above, and everyone is acutely aware of it, though few dare to voice it. In the command room, Leo gazed at the map before him, marked with a plethora of points, locations identified through satellite reconnaissance as strongholds of armed factions. However, those individuals were concealed within the mountains, unperturbed by the aerial assaults of the U.S. military. Even tanks and armored vehicles could not penetrate their refuge. To send soldiers charging directly would be akin to relinquishing the strategic advantage of a triad assault, thus rendering the U.S. forces utterly impotent against them. Mark the factions you have identified. Where is Stark most likely to be? Leo stepped back, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in contemplation. The staff in the command room immediately sprang into action, annotating the data as requested by Leo. Based on our analysis, primarily from the positions of vehicles observed at the time and the routes captured by satellites, these terrorists are most likely to be in these areas. However, due to the subsequent sandstorm, their retreat was obscured, leaving us with these 7 suspects after exclusion. Suddenly, Leo chuckled, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. He glanced at the specifically marked locations and then turned to Rod, who awaited his response. If we were to cover these 7 locations, how long would it take? Rod paused, taken aback by the question, and instinctively calculated. Well, the distances aren't too great, but considering fuel consumption and reconnaissance, we could traverse them all in a maximum of 3 days. Rod suddenly hesitated, casting an odd look at Leo. What do you intend to do? Leo merely twisted his neck, a hint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. Nothing much. Since these 7 locations are suspicious, we should eliminate them all. Rod was taken aback, as were all the personnel in the operations room. Leo's words were delivered with such nonchalance, as if he were merely pouring a cup of water or sipping tea. Yet, if it were truly that simple, why had they expended vast resources and manpower? Standing guard here day after day? Were they merely enjoying the scenery? They had a formidable presence here, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world, yet remained powerless against the vermin hiding in the mountains. How could Leo, with just a few words, proclaim the intent to eradicate them all? This. Rod glanced at Leo with a tinge of exasperation, uncertain of what to say. He recognized the man's formidable prowess, but this seemed excessively audacious. The military strategists and even the soldiers looked at Rod with expressions of helplessness, awaiting his reply. Major, this task may not be as straightforward as it seems. Unexpectedly, Leo suddenly raised his head and gazed at Rod, his bright eyes resembling brilliant stars, revealing an intimidating authority that left Rod choking on his remaining words. If I say it's done, then it is. Leo disdainfully regarded the crowd, followed by a cold laugh. A bunch of useless individuals, equipped with the finest gear the world has to offer, reaping the benefits of the most elite military. But look at you. Beyond these superficial adornments, what do you possess within? Beneath your robust physiques lies not a true warrior's heart. You are nothing but arrogance personified. Shaking his head, Leo stepped outside. We depart at dawn. As he passed Rod, he remarked casually, this is what the so-called American military amounts to, mere facades built upon wealth. They aren't even worthy of lacing the shoes of the once mighty volunteers from the Celestial Empire. No wonder a nation governed by capitalism, corroded by money, offers little value. Watching Leo depart, Rod let out a bitter smile. At that moment, he questioned whether bringing this man on board was a wise decision. However, they currently had no means to rescue Tony Stark, and all they could do was place their faith in Leo. They would prepare according to Major Leo's instructions, hoping for God's protection over Tony. After giving his orders, Rod followed suit outside. Truth be told, Leo's words resonated deeply within him. Behind the facade of the formidable American military lay a lack of military spirit, cohesion, and willpower. The American military operated on a mercenary system, where soldiers enlisted not out of patriotic aspirations but merely for a paycheck, leading to increasingly inflated egos among them. The more skilled they were, the greater their tempers. A common occurrence. Yet, even more prevalent were the brash soldiers with little talent but significant arrogance. Almost everywhere American troops were stationed, news of their disruptive behavior emerged: South Korea, Japan, the Middle East, and even within the United States itself. Chapter 39. An unconventional parachute jump. What a bitter irony it is that soldiers meant to safeguard the people have become figures of evasion. Though the cinematic portrayals of American soldiers depict them as noble and heroic, in reality, calling them garbage would be an insult to refuse. As Leo pointed out, while they enjoy the finest military benefits in the world, the American military has faced a string of failures in foreign engagements since the 1950s. Their few victories consisted of bullying impoverished nations that lacked even the most basic industry. Moreover, these victories involved no soldiers on the ground, merely bombings from afar, taking advantage of nations devoid of aircraft or air defense capabilities. We need a hero. Rod furrowed his brow. The American military once had a hero, a leader who led them to countless victories. In that era, the American soldiers, under his guidance, fought purely for freedom. That hero was Steve Rogers, Captain America. Once, nearly all American soldiers enlisted out of admiration for him. Now, 90% of generals and senior officers grew up listening to tales of their captain. However, what they now lack is precisely that indomitable spirit. The following morning, Leo concluded his early training, exhaling a long breath, a cloud of white smoke lingering in the air, shooting forth like a sharpened arrow. After having breakfast in the mess hall, Leo made his way to the airport, where he found Rod leading a cadre of elite soldiers awaiting his arrival. What are you doing? Leo inquired, observing Rod, fully armed, alongside his soldiers. In truth, behind them stood a considerable force, fully prepared and ready for deployment. What? Rod scratched his head, perplexed by the apparent issue. Hadn't Leo instructed him to prepare for today's operation to eliminate the terrorists? When did I say we should charge in so brazenly? Wouldn't that alert them to our presence? What if they take hostages? Leo rolled his eyes, regarding Rod as if he were a fool. Was this the level of competence expected from a colonel in the Air Force? Were the standards of the U.S. military truly so low? Had Rod not been African American, his face would surely have turned a shade of deep anger. Yet, he understood the validity of Leo's words, leaving him without room for rebuttal. The only retort that came to mind was a simple one. Who told you not to clarify? How was I to know you intended to go in solo? Nevertheless, Rod dared not express his frustration toward Leo. Instead, he darkened his expression and disbanded the fully armed soldiers, then took a few communication personnel to follow in Leo's footsteps, boarding a transport aircraft. Hey, have you heard? That guy plans to tackle those terrorists alone. As the transport plane ascended, it swiftly vanished from the sight of those on the base. On the ground, a staff officer observed the horizon with a mocking grin, whispering to his comrade beside him, I've heard. Who else could it be? Yes, certainly not like us. As he replied, a peculiar smile adorned his face. In modern society, a single individual charging into the fray, risking life and limb against fully armed terrorists. How could they not be intrigued by such a grand spectacle? Who does he think he is? God. To confront those terrorists alone, seeking death while dragging us along, who knows where Colonel Rod found such a madman? Meanwhile, above in the sky, Leo was meticulously polishing a tactical dagger, the atmosphere within the cabin tinged with an eerie quality, yet he paid it no mind. Ultimately, he was indifferent to the opinions of these individuals. His sole concern was how many souls he could reap this time. With 7 terrorist bases, assuming each housed 100 individuals, that would amount to 700 souls. Given that an ordinary soul equates to 10 soul points, that totals 7,000 soul points. 7,000 points would be sufficient for him to extract a platinum soul. Certainly, in an ideal scenario, the bases typically harbor fewer than 100 individuals, all of whom engage in guerrilla warfare against the American forces. The foremost rule of guerrilla tactics is to avoid clustering. It is a remarkable achievement for a base to consist of merely dozens of personnel, and once Leo slaughters 2 or 3 bases, it is highly probable that the remaining ones will scatter upon receiving the news. Consequently, from 7 bases, Leo could potentially acquire around 200 souls. And if the base of the 10 Commandments gang boasts a substantial number of members, the harvest may be even greater. Major, do you not require your combat gear? Observing Leo meticulously polishing a dagger for an extended period, Rod could no longer suppress his anxious curiosity and inquired. He referred to the tactical vest designed for special operations. Equipped with military-grade level 3 ballistic protection, along with various weapon magazines and grenades. Essentially, his question implied whether Leo needed any weapons at all. To Rod, who was accustomed to overseeing various aircraft and artillery, the dagger in Leo's possession hardly qualified as a weapon. Colonel Rod, while there may exist weapons capable of taking my life in this world, I assure you, none are present here. Moreover, I do not believe any weapon surpasses the strength of my own hands. With that, Leo proceeded to crush the finely crafted steel dagger before Rod's eyes, as if it were mere clay rather than metal. Witnessing the seemingly indestructible dagger disintegrate into iron shavings under Leo's pale hands, Rod and the observing communication soldier could not help but swallow hard, their expressions betraying a mixture of fear and profound respect. This demonstration was precisely Leo's intent. He was weary of explaining himself to these individuals, as they no longer operated on the same plane of existence. Their persistent perception of him through the lens of an ordinary person was, to say the least, rather tedious and obstructive. Major, we have arrived over the first target. Are you prepared to descend? Upon hearing this, Leo abruptly stood, shaking his head as he approached the cabin door. No, you all may remain here. I shall descend alone. Are you going to parachute? As the cabin door opened, the fierce winds of high altitude rushed into the aircraft, prompting Rod to shout. Yet, Leo merely smiled enigmatically. Parachute? Indeed, I'm going to jump. With that, Leo leaped into the air, much to Rod's astonishment. In a panic, Rod hurried to the cabin door, only to witness what should have been Leo's descent metamorphose into a piercing cry as a pair of massive steel wings unfurled from his back, shredding the military vest. Chapter 40. A Rampage That Fellow. Rod withdrew from the door, shaking his head. The smile on his face was ambiguous, a blend of bitter amusement and self-mockery. It dawned on him that they had consistently underestimated Leo, perceiving him as nothing more than a normal individual like themselves. But was he truly a normal person? Sir, it appears the Major did not bring a parachute? Rod's subordinate tentatively inquired. Peering over the edge, one could no longer see the ground below. To catch a glimpse further, one would have to draw closer, yet such an approach would inevitably invite danger. Thus, they remained at this altitude. Indeed, he had not brought a parachute. Rod smiled briefly before his expression turned serious as he faced the attentive crowd. Immediately activate the satellite and focus on that location. I want to know everything about the Major's situation. Additionally, prepare the base personnel. Once the Major locates Stark, we will swiftly coordinate an offensive. A hint of menace crossed Rod's face. Had the United States shown weakness for so long that they had forgotten that we were the ones most fond of warfare? Born from profiting through 2 world wars, the United States thrived on malicious provocations, initiating conflicts to reap benefits. Yet now, they found themselves provoked. Tony Stark was deeply involved. And these terrorists, emerging from the shadows, dared to abduct him. If that were the case, let them witness the might of the Union. Commands were dispatched, transmitted through the airwaves. Yet the soaring Leo remained oblivious, continuing his search. The satellite's cameras might be obscured, but his keen eyes were not. As he descended, the entirety of the earth unfurled before him. A patch of wild grass, a solitary brownstone, all were visible, and the crude disguises of the terrorists were no exception. He had found them. The vibrant yellow-green grass, coupled with military canvas, revealed a camp, mercilessly exposed under the blazing sun. Like a hawk, Leo dove down. Oh, what is that? The armed patrol, equipped with classic terrorist weaponry, looked up at the sky. With no entertainment, no signal for television, let alone the internet. Their leisure time consisted merely of gathering to play cards. Though they claimed to be on patrol, who would come here? Ah, just a bird. A bearded man glanced up and casually remarked, Oh, that bird is falling. It seems we might have a feast tonight. The bearded man looked up again, but suddenly, His expression shifted dramatically, as if he had seen something terrifying. Enemy attack. Before he could finish his warning, the rifle he cradled was barely lifted when a sharp wing blade descended from above, piercing through his head with precision. The sentry who first spotted Leo, witnessing the lifeless body of his comrade, barely managed to scream before a heavy foot descended from the sky, crushing his skull into his chest. Subsequently, the foot's owner rolled back, landing gracefully on the ground, steel wings folding slowly to reveal a robust, iron-like physique. Noisy. Leo cast a casual glance at the two corpses on the ground, retracting his wings and retrieving several magazines from their bodies. With a forceful flick of his fingers, the magazine shattered and golden bullets cascaded down, all of which Leo swiftly gathered. He then strolled into the depths of the cave as if nothing were amiss. "Who are you?" inquired a sentry, startled by Leo's sudden appearance. Before the question could be fully articulated, a bullet whistled through the air, piercing the sentry's skull. Entering from the front and exiting from the back, the bullets propelled by human strength proved to be no less potent than those driven by mechanical force and explosive gunpowder. Leo advanced with nonchalance, his gaze dismissive of all around him. Yet, each sentry who caught sight of him was met with a swift, bloody demise at the hands of Leo's bullets. Indeed, it was on the battlefield that souls were easily obtained. In mere moments, 7 souls had been claimed. These souls belonged to ordinary individuals. Their enhancement would be of little use to him now, for they possessed no valuable abilities. Had they held anything noteworthy, they would not have resorted to becoming terrorists. Thus, their sole purpose was to become soul points for Leo, enabling him to draw upon more powerful essences. However, the yield was rather meager. Standing at the cave's entrance, Leo listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, as well as the palpable scent of blood that was unmistakably evident to him. There were fewer than 20 individuals inside, and given the number of weapons he had observed outside, the scale of this space was rather small. This was likely not the holding place for Stark. Yet it warranted further investigation. Leo pondered briefly before stepping forward into the cave. "Who are you?" Before the words could finish, a steel fist descended like a hammer upon a drum, striking with tremendous force. Bang! A cyan imprint appeared on the back of the terrorist, and in an instant, blood poured from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground, his insides utterly obliterated upon dissection. Earlier, outside, Leo had opted for a stealthy approach, utilizing projected bullets to discreetly eliminate foes. Now, within the confines of the cave, the distances were no more than 10 meters, with only a few turns, essentially. Whenever someone spotted Leo, he was already upon them, and then, death ensued. Fists like cannons, strikes like arrows. The essence of martial arts was embodied in the balance of hardness and softness. Martial arts were a means of killing. And now Leo reveled in the full expression of his skills. Each punch and kick encapsulated profound martial principles, each palm and leg executed with exquisite technique. Moments later, at the cave's deepest recess, there were no prisoners held captive, only a group of bored terrorists engaged in gambling. Did I come to the wrong place? In the cramped cave, corpses lay strewn about, and blood flowed like rivers. Leo casually grabbed a rag to wipe the blood from his hands, his gaze sweeping across the scene until he confirmed there were no survivors, and then he stepped back outside. "Colonel, it's time to clean up," came Leo's languid voice over the communicator, leaving Rod, still hesitating on whether to dispatch reinforcements, utterly bewildered once more. How long has he been down there? Chapter 41 Harvesting Souls 41 Report. "Sir," said a sweating communications officer. "It seems it has been less than 5 minutes since the Major went down." He doubted his own perception, but the facts confirmed it indeed. It was merely 4 minutes and 47 seconds from the moment Leo opened the hatch and leaped down to the report of his success in dispatching the adversary. He had accomplished this feat in under 4 minutes. Gulp. Rhodes swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions before tremblingly seating himself. "Let us go," he urged himself repeatedly, reminding himself that Leo was no ordinary individual. Yet this was astonishingly swift. 5 minutes. What could one achieve in that span? It wasn't even enough time for a single shot, unless one was exceptionally quick. Yet Leo had managed to breach a stronghold defended by numerous terrorists equipped with formidable weaponry in just 5 minutes. This was not akin to slaughtering a herd of pigs, indeed. Even if it were, one could hardly finish such a task in 5 minutes. Reflecting on this, all Rhodes could muster was a bitter smile. However, as he had surmised earlier, the stronger Leo was, perhaps the greater the chance of rescuing Tony. The transport aircraft descended gradually, the pilot remaining vigilant, circling twice to ensure it was not a trap. Should anything seem amiss, a swift retreat would be in order. For instance, upon witnessing the terrorists' response to the American helicopters, immediate evasive maneuvers would be executed. Yet, as they finally landed, no signs of assault were detected. Descend. Rhodes observed the surroundings and found everything to be remarkably normal. Even more so than he could have imagined. No, it was not merely normal. It was eerily calm, so tranquil that it felt less like a terrorist hideout and more akin to a meticulously arranged film set. However, he soon discerned the unsettling truth of this tranquility. In the open space stood a man with a physique sculpted like steel, his gaze unwavering, his posture as erect as a pine tree, merely standing there. Yet, this presence emanated an impression akin to a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, an everlasting pine amidst the ages. It felt as though he embodied the entirety of existence, as if he upheld the very heavens and earth. Beneath him lay countless severed heads, lifeless with eyes wide open, bloodied and grimacing. "Ah!" a timid communications soldier exclaimed, shattering the silence. Though they were soldiers, communications personnel had never been on the battlefield. Their role was to provide support from the rear. In that moment, the gruesome sight of bloodied heads, carelessly strewn like tattered cloth bags amongst the corpses, imparted a harsh lesson on the reality of war and its merciless nature. "Clear this area," Leo instructed, casting a brief glance at Rhodes and his companions before falling silent. After this, he believed there would no longer be any doubts regarding his prowess. His formidable reputation shall be widely celebrated within this battalion. Leo stood aside, observing the flurry of activity as the soldiers meticulously arranged the munitions and weaponry. The method to handle this situation was exceedingly straightforward. Obliteration would suffice. Once ignited, these explosives could level the entire area, a task that posed no challenge for the troops. Meanwhile, Leo remained solitary in a secluded corner. Although he did not enter the prison, he was still able to converse with the system. "How many souls do I currently possess?" The host currently commands 34 souls. He decided to sift through them for any potentially useful abilities. Though he held little hope, necessary tasks must be undertaken. Unfortunately, as Leo had anticipated, these individuals were merely ordinary folk. Most were civilians from nearby nations ravaged by the terror organization, who had been brainwashed and trained to become terrorists, lurking in the mountains, occasionally receiving orders to confront American or government forces. Prior to this, their skills were limited to agriculture and herding. They lacked even the qualifications to work in factories, as their countries boasted very few. Let us dispose of them all, converting their essence into soul points for storage. Leo shook his head. The souls of these individuals were of little worth. It seemed that his notion of accumulating soul points through their slaughter was untenable. To gain strength swiftly, the most effective approach remained the elimination of the powerful. One single awakening had propelled his strength across a significant tier, a transformation facilitated by the Phoenix's intervention, which rendered the awakening soul fragmented. Otherwise, considering the awakening strength, while it might not reach the diamond level, it could certainly attain the peak of platinum. The 34 souls of ordinary individuals would merely translate to 340 soul points, insufficient even for a single golden tier draw. Low-tier draws offered minimal enhancement, unless one were to acquire a unique ability akin to charming. Thus, Leo had no intention of drawing just yet. He would reserve his resources for a golden or even platinum tier soul. "Major, we have completed the task and are ready to leave." At that moment, Rhodes approached Leo from behind. Although he had previously exhibited great enthusiasm, the hierarchy was evident. As a colonel, Rhodes held a rank 2 levels above Leo's. His regard for Leo had been one of mere respect. However, after personally inspecting the lair of the terrorist that Leo had dispatched with his bare hands, Rhodes now regarded Leo with the same trepidation and reverence as the lower ranks. In that moment, he resembled a fresh recruit witnessing a legendary figure stride past. Envy, respect, and fear intertwined within him, as he felt himself revert to a novice in the presence of Major Leo. "Very well, let us depart. May we resolve the third target before nightfall?" Leo naturally noticed the shift in Rod's gaze. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, he strode forward, heading towards the aircraft. It was time for slaughter. No, it was time for the hunt. 34 souls claimed were hardly sufficient. His endless blade still craved more. Under the reverent stares of the onlookers, Leo ascended the plane. As the hatch closed, the military transport aircraft gently lifted off, soaring towards another target marked on their map. The inhabitants of this land would perhaps never fathom that on this seemingly tranquil day, they were about to encounter a harbinger of death. Chapter 42. Ake and the 8 Gates of Duinjia 99, 100. With a thunderous strike from his iron fist, the solid door shattered, sending fragments hurtling through the air, instantly killing the 2 guards behind it. Leo stepped inside. A quick survey revealed no sign of the brilliant scientist, the playboy. He turned his gaze toward the motionless body of the terrorist leader on the ground, and with a firm stomp, he brought an end to it. Subsequently, a ghostly green soul slowly emerged, merging into his being. This marked the 100th soul collected, granting him 1,000 soul points. Yet, it still felt insufficient. However, it did allow for a golden extraction. This was the second day of Leo's hunting expedition, having eliminated the 4th terrorist stronghold. The numbers of these individuals were unpredictable, sometimes abundant, sometimes sparse. The first stronghold he encountered yesterday housed 34 members, quite a considerable number. but the subsequent two contained merely a handful. And today's target had seen a resurgence in numbers. It was clear, had their ranks been truly formidable, they would have long since vanquished the government forces instead of skittering like rats in the ravines. In truth, as Leo surveyed the surroundings, he realized that without external funding providing them with advanced weaponry, including those developed by the Stark Group, their terror would have been eradicated by the U.S. military long ago. The Ten Commandments gang, he pondered their strength. In the films, the leader of this gang commanded an entire encampment, not hiding but boldly setting up camp in the wilderness. Clearly, that was the true face of the insurgents. Moreover, according to the comics, the Ten Commandments gang was an organization established by a grand figure, tasked with amassing wealth and abducting individuals to support his endeavors west of the Celestial Empire. To engage in conflict with the Celestial Empire, they must certainly possess a considerable number of members. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to investigate further. Leo mused quietly. Then, in an instant, his form vanished. Entering the prison. "Welcome, host." Leo remained silent, methodically opening the newly acquired souls to ascertain if any possessed valuable abilities. Previously, he had discovered a high-level hacking skill, but it overlapped with one he had obtained in the Chris Island prison, thus he chose not to claim it. Yet, it became evident that these individuals were not entirely devoid of merit. Some indeed held potential worth exploring. Perhaps, it was merely a matter of unfortunate luck on his part. Leo searched around and found that the newly acquired batch of individuals were merely ordinary people, lacking any exceptional abilities, which left him somewhat vexed. Nevertheless, he decided to obliterate them all, needing to accumulate 1,000 points for his extraction. In truth, Leo's expression bore no trace of darkness. During his inaugural extraction, he successfully attained the powers of Saitama. Although there were limitations on the frequency of use, it nonetheless facilitated his triumphant turnaround. On his second extraction, he further acquired the extraordinary skill of charm, which, had it not been for Mangekyou Toma's inherent ineptitude and the necessity of physical contact with that hand for the skill's activation, he would never have been rated as merely bronze. Wang Chao fared even worse. Leo's extraction of the 30-year-old Wang Chao occurred at a fortuitous moment. Had it been earlier, Wang Chao's martial prowess would not have been fully realized. And had it been later, the arrival of an extraterrestrial vessel might have altered his trajectory, propelling his evaluation to the level of a champion. At 30, Wang Chao stood at the cusp of the Dragon and Serpent era, yet had not stepped into the epic of the Star River, rendering Leo's fortune rather favorable. In this instance, the scenario unfolded similarly. The dark iron chains swung wildly, piercing the abyss and delving into an unfathomable, lightless void, reminiscent of a primordial chaos. Suddenly, a series of runes illuminated the chains, and a figure clad in green ninja attire, sporting a watermelon-shaped head and thick eyebrows, was slowly drawn forth. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Azure Beast of Konoha, Mangekyou." Leo gazed in astonishment at the soul ensnared by the chains, its shut eyes and prominent brows unmistakably embodying the spirit of fervor. "The Azure Beast guy, is guy of the golden rank?" Leo pondered, furrowing his brow. Mangekyou, with all 8 gates unlocked, had nearly brought the formidable Madara to his knees. Madara, in turn, was a powerhouse capable of contending with multiple shadows. The might of Mangekyou stemmed from the sacrifice of his own life force. In his normal state, he did not genuinely possess the strength of a shadow. In fact, even the Hokage would only be rated around Platinum 3 stars. Thus, it was reasonable for Mangekyou to be classified as golden rank, as the system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Leo began to grasp the evaluation system's methodology. The rankings of characters were determined by their comprehensive capabilities. For instance, the ability of the anti-magic hand, when assessed solely on its merit, would at least warrant a platinum ranking. However, the anti-magic domain, which could seal anomalous powers without physical contact, would merit a diamond classification. Yet, due to Mangekyou Toma's lack of talent, his overall assessment remained at the bronze level. Wang Chao's case was analogous. His martial arts mastery was profound. After the arrival of the extraterrestrial vessel, he gained enlightenment nearly a decade later, becoming a legendary figure capable of spiritual traversal through the void, with strength equivalent to that of Ancient One in this realm. However, prior to the arrival of the extraterrestrial vessel, without obtaining the method to breach dimensions, Wang Chao's power was confined to the bronze tier, possessing the potential to become a cosmic entity yet lacking the means to achieve it. Hence, his evaluation also remained at bronze. As for Mangekyou, although he became invincible after unlocking the 8th gate, such prowess came at the cost of his life. Akin to the technique of the demonic disintegration, where one trades life for power. That is not typical combat power. So it is quite reasonable that it cannot be classified as platinum. However, can the Hokage truly only be rated as Platinum 3 stars? Leo felt somewhat perplexed. After all, each of them was a formidable individual capable of soaring through the skies and altering the very fabric of the world, yet they are only rated as Platinum 3 stars. even inferior to the likes of Apocalypse? Upon further reflection, it seems that they indeed fall short of Apocalypse, who possesses the capacity to threaten the entire Earth. Yes, the standard strength of the Hokage is merely evaluated at Platinum 3 stars. However, there are a few notable exceptions, such as the first Hokage. Nonetheless, even the mightiest among them does not exceed a rating of Platinum 6 stars. Kaguya Hime possesses a strength rated at Platinum 6 stars? She has created a space of her own, yet her power is so limited? The fabricated space is not a true creation of a world. Alright. The system succinctly clarified this matter, and Leo ceased his inquiries regarding the soul of the Azure Beast. Never mind, I won't dwell on it any longer. Especially since there is only one ability of yours that piques my interest, the 8 Gates release. Chapter 43. The effects of the 8 Gates release crimson runes began to illuminate the dim space like stars, and gradually, Might Guy's soul became increasingly ethereal, transforming from solid to void and ethereal. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 8 Gates release technique. An enigmatic thought slowly emerged in Leo's mind. Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Dying Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, and lastly, the Death Gate. The methods for opening the 8 gates and the training techniques appeared in Leo's consciousness, as if he had practiced them countless times before, rendering him exceptionally proficient. Well, it doesn't seem too difficult. Let us give it a try. Within the dimensional prison, he need not worry about damaging anything here, for the system had long made it clear that everything within this realm exists between reality and illusion, allowing for navigation through the infinite expanse of time and space. Injury Gate, open, Leo shouted with fervor, grounding himself as an invisible wave of energy erupted from his body. Had he been outside at that moment, one would have witnessed everything around him being blown away, as if a bomb had detonated at his feet. Boom. Upon opening the gate, Leo felt a surge of powerful energy erupt within him. His heartbeat quickened, resonating like a drum, pumping blood throughout his entire body, as a formidable and terrifying force coursed around him. This is at least double the strength I had before, Leo exclaimed with delight. While the 8 Gates release claims to remove the limits on chakra, it is, in essence, the liberation of physical constraints. The open gate targets the cerebral domain, enabling the user to gain perfect control over their entire body and utilize their full strength. This effectively allows martial artists lacking inner training to possess the prowess of internal energy. Hence, Leo bypassed this initial step. The second gate, Rest Gate, allows for the body to operate beyond its limits and negates fatigue. This is something Leo, already possessing divine resilience, could accomplish effortlessly and continuously. So he chose to skip it as well. It is only upon reaching the Life Gate that the true benefits manifest for Leo. However, the enhancement is likely minimal. So he opted to directly activate the more perilous Injury Gate. His mastery of physical technique surpasses that of both his mentor and his disciple, albeit lacking a crucial element known as chakra, akin to the internal energy in the realm of martial arts, which serves to amplify one's abilities. However, his physique diverges from Wang Chao's. While Wang Chao's body imposes limitations on his progress, Leo's world does not impose such constraints. Owing to the fortification of his soul, Leo has transcended the barriers that restrict Wang Chao, rendering him considerably more formidable. Thus, initiating the Injury Gate poses no challenge for him. Should he subsequently acquire a training method that complements his internal martial arts and unique constitution, such as the martial arts from the realm of Yangshan or those from the realm of eternal life, the restrictions of the 8 gates might cease to apply to him. With a deep exhale, he inhaled the surging vitality that emanated from his body. Upon opening the Life Gate, a practitioner of the 8 gates experiences an overflow of green chakra, while the activation of the Death Gate transforms the aura to a crimson hue, indicative of evaporating blood. Yet, Leo lacks chakra. Instead, he possesses only the vigor of blood and energy. Consequently, upon opening the Injury Gate, it is this vitality that spills forth. While there is some damage incurred, it remains within manageable limits. For merely opening the Injury Gate, the harm can be disregarded within half an hour, as his body's recovery rate maintains equilibrium. However, prolonged exertion would necessitate time for recuperation. After testing his capabilities, Leo gained a rudimentary understanding of the 8 gates. By opening the Injury Gate, his strength would double within half an hour, with negligible side effects. Each subsequent gate opened would similarly double his power, albeit with corresponding damage. According to Leo's calculations, even upon reaching the Death Gate, he could sustain it for 10 seconds, requiring only minimal recovery afterward. This advantage stems from his formidable physical cultivation. Although the physical techniques in the Naruto universe rely on chakra, the dragon and snake world, devoid of chakra or internal energy, compels its practitioners to delve deeply into the potential of the human body and uncover the treasures within. Consequently, after acquiring the training methods from the extraterrestrial spacecraft, Earth's martial artists soared to unprecedented heights. Wang Chao achieved the sacred manifestation realm in merely 10 years. While he may not completely overshadow Kaguya Otsutsuki, he stands shoulder to shoulder with her, a testament to the robust foundation laid by the internal martial arts. Emerging from the dimensional prison, Leo did not succumb to complacency despite his newfound power. Instead, he pressed onward, embarking on his journey of hunting. Nearly 4 terrorist hideouts had bestowed upon him a golden level ability. Overall, he had profited, yet it was precisely this that spurred him to strive harder. Major. As he boarded the aircraft, Leo seated himself with confidence. Upon his arrival, all present, whether communication officers or his deputy who had taken on command in lieu of Rod, displayed deference, from the lowest-ranking soldier to the lieutenant colonel, whose rank surpassed Leo's. Each acknowledged him with respectful nods. Though only a day has passed, the remarkable deeds of Leo have already spread since their return to the base last night. With his solitary prowess, he eradicated the terrorists that had previously consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, a feat deserving of their respect and admiration. Onward, Leo remarked calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The feeling of being revered was pleasant, yet his joy was fleeting. As Leo stood before the 5th terrorist hideout, he rose from his seat, unveiling his formidable physique to the awestruck gaze of the soldiers surrounding him. He opened the hatch, preparing to leap into action. Be cautious. There's a missile. Suddenly, an alarm blared within the cabin, sending a jolt of foreboding through Leo's brow. Damn it. Without hesitation, Leo jumped from the aircraft. Mere moments after his departure, a deafening explosion rang out as a fiery missile struck the helpless transport plane. Boom. The aircraft erupted into a blazing inferno midair, scattering debris in all directions, searing fragments raining down upon Leo. At that moment, his demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination, his gaze fixated on the terrorist stronghold below, brimming with lethal intent. Chapter 44. In the crossfire, haha, Stark Group's missiles are truly effective. How dare these damn Americans invade our airspace? A burly figure with a bushy beard laughed heartily as he observed the array of equipment before him, complete with fire control radar, control systems, and anti-aircraft missiles. Such a sophisticated arsenal, even on the black market, is worth a fortune. A complete set could fetch billions, yet here it was, in the hands of terrorists in a secluded valley. To be frank, I almost feel reluctant to let the boss kill him, if he dies. We may never have access to such resources again. The bearded man and his subordinates chuckled, their eyes occasionally darting toward the nearby entrance. The scale of their base was evidently larger than any Leo had encountered before, with an arsenal of weapons and munitions outside that surpassed the combined stockpiles of the previous bases. Moreover, they possessed high-end equipment that others could scarcely acquire, such as anti-aircraft missiles and the latest weaponry produced by the Stark Group, state-of-the-art armaments that even the U.S. military had yet to deploy on a large scale. Now all present in this location. If a journalist were to capture this scene, its publication in the U.S. would undoubtedly create a colossal uproar. A group of terrorists reveled amidst the advanced equipment that the U.S. took pride in, their laughter echoing. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was akin to pressing the Americans down and using their own shoes to chastise them. However, this spectacle was destined to remain unseen. What was that sound? The bearded man suddenly ceased his laughter. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he gazed upward. It seemed he had caught wind of a whistling sound emanating from an unknown source, as if something was rapidly approaching. Ah, an enemy attack, he bellowed. In the sky, a dark dot was swiftly advancing, its size increasing with each passing moment. Although it did not resemble a missile, given the absence of a fiery tail, it certainly did not appear to be any large bird either. Enemy attack. Unlike the woeful equipment of his comrades, they wielded the most advanced American military rifles. Moreover, their combat proficiency was markedly superior to that of their peers. At the sound of the bearded man's warning, the previously jovial crowd immediately seized their weapons, warily scanning the heavens. However, they soon realized their caution was unwarranted. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as 2 pointed steel feathers were projected from Leo's wingtips. Simultaneously, Leo, who had been plummeting headfirst in a diving position, abruptly altered his trajectory. His body surged forward, causing his descent to decelerate dramatically, carving an elegant arc through the air as he skimmed over the ground in a diving posture. Boom! Leo straightened his wings behind him to slow his descent and rose upright, delivering a powerful kick to the heavy machine gun nest positioned in the ravine. The entire emplacement crumbled as if struck by a demolition machine, burying both the heavy machine gun and its operator beneath the debris. Yet, in that very moment, the group behind him had already opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire resonated like raindrops against a window. The bullets, propelled by tremendous force, rained down upon Leo. Nevertheless, he paid them no heed. Folding his wings, he formed a massive shield behind him, the steel feathers brimming with potent vitality. The bullets struck against this barrier, having no effect whatsoever. Only the force of the impacts caused him slight discomfort and impeded his movements. This was precisely why he was the first to neutralize the heavy machine gun position, while the bullets might not inflict harm upon him. The soldiers clad in bulletproof vests on the battlefield were not so fortunate. Military-grade level 3 body armor could effectively deflect bullets from handguns and submachine guns, and 5.56mm rounds would not penetrate unless multiple struck a single point. However, the formidable impact of the bullets could shatter a soldier's ribs or induce internal bleeding. For Leo, these projectiles posed no significant threat. Yet, should they form a barrage, such as when that heavy machine gun opened fire, it could potentially create a relentless onslaught, rendering him immobile. If those adversaries unleashed a few larger rounds or utilized specialized sniper ammunition, he would find himself in considerable trouble. In truth, at his level, even nuclear weapons would prove ineffective against him. As soon as a nuclear missile is launched towards him, he instinctively senses the imminent threat. With a powerful flap of his wings, he escapes at supersonic speed, for the effective damage radius of a nuclear weapon is limited, with the periphery merely encompassing radiation that holds no concern for him. Similarly, the same applies to missiles and medium to long-range weaponry. His sole apprehension lies in the possibility of being trapped in a confined space. Given the current state of human technology, there is virtually no means of eliminating him. Have you considered the laser with a focal temperature in the millions of degrees? Just like the Hulk, does Ross truly have any means to contend with him? His intention is merely to capture him alive. If the objective were to kill, an anti-material sniper rifle paired with armor-piercing ammunition, such as the 82-92, could easily penetrate the frontal armor of any main battle tank in existence within a range of 2,000 meters, with a penetration depth reaching an astonishing 730 millimeters. That is a special alloy steel. 730 millimeters is nearly the length of an adult human arm. Can the Hulk's skull possibly be more resilient than that? The Hulk's greatest vulnerability lies in the fact that his strength incrementally increases with his anger. Thus, if he were to unleash his full power before reaching peak anger, he might very well falter. Crack, crack. The sound of gunfire mingled with sharp, crisp noises as Leo crouched behind a steel shield, his ears slightly twitching. Are they out of bullets? A smile crept across Leo's lips, and soon, the sound of clicks multiplied as a magazine was emptied. Even with their swift movements, there was still a gap of over a second, and that was ample time. Boom. With his wings unfurled and his toes lightly touching the ground, a surge of formidable strength propelled Leo forward with remarkable speed, resembling a majestic rock soaring through the skies, his talons descending upon the group that had previously fired upon him. Upon witnessing his sudden charge, fear gripped the hearts of all present. Some, in a frantic attempt to reload their weapons, shouted in terror, discarding their firearms and fleeing. No amount of indoctrination can overshadow the primal fear of death. Chapter 45. A first encounter with the foul stench. Ethan, did you hear that? Within the depths of a shadowy cavern, only a few small openings above provided a passage for the air. Inside the cave, a dimly lit oil lamp and a roaring fire illuminated the surroundings. At a table of indeterminate colors sat two men. On the left was a disheveled man with matted hair and a beard stained with blood. Despite his dire situation, there was an inexplicable air of dignity about him, quite extraordinary. Moreover, a peculiar, gleaming device appeared to be embedded in his chest. To the right sat a man who bore the appearance of a local, dressed neatly in a small suit, complemented by glasses that gave him an intellectual aura. At that moment, both men turned their gaze towards the entrance, their eyes reflecting curiosity, while outside the cave, two armed guards appeared somewhat flustered, shouting incomprehensible words as they inquired about the disturbances occurring outside. Outside, it seems there are sounds of gunfire, Dr. Ethan remarked with a look of perplexity. Moreover, there are indications of some large weaponry. If you listen closely, you might discern the echoes of explosions. Those tremors could hardly be conjured by mere mortals. The corner of Tony's mouth curled into a smile, as if recalling a joyful thought. Someone is approaching, and it is their adversary. This individual is none other than Anton Stark, who had been confined for several days, seeking a means of escape from captivity. Generally, he is referred to as Tony Stark. A week prior, he was seized and thrust into this place, beginning his life as a prisoner after filming a certain video. He was coerced into fabricating a type of large-scale conventional weapon he had previously demonstrated, the Jericho missile. Yet, with his proud nature and an unwillingness to submit, how could he easily acquiesce? On the surface, he complied, but clandestinely, he commenced the creation of a particular weapon, hoping to leverage it for his escape. Under the duress of life and death, his intellect was pushed to its limits, and within mere days, a prototype of armor, albeit rather unsightly, was nearing completion, showcasing immense power. However, it seemed that he might not have the need to utilize it any longer. The cacophony outside grew increasingly intense, leading Stark and Dr. Ethan to lose interest in their previous conversation and chess game. They gathered at the door, peering through a small window that was originally designed for external observation but had now become their sole portal to the outside world. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted, this time resonating profoundly close, as if it were reverberating in their very ears. Upon hearing this noise, Tony and Dr. Ethan exchanged glances before speaking. This doesn't appear to be an explosion. It seems more like footsteps. Tony voiced this thought with a hint of disbelief. What sort of footsteps could be so thunderous? Akin to a clap of thunder or the tumult of waves. Yet, curiously, the more he entertained this notion, the clearer an image formed in his mind, a giant standing beneath the heavens, treading upon the earth, crushing countless demons and devils beneath his feet. It seems the one coming to rescue you is no ordinary person, Dr. Ethan remarked with a chuckle, continuing to observe the scene outside. Ah, do not approach, demon. You are a demon. The sound of gunfire erupted like firecrackers, only to abruptly cease midway, followed by the chilling sound of bones being crushed. Concurrently, the thud of military boots striking the ground suddenly filled the cave, echoing ominously in the ears of the two men. The previously silent lair of the terrorists, reminiscent of a ghostly haunt, was suddenly pierced by footsteps that felt as if they were treading upon the very hearts of Tony and Ethan. Although both were aware that this individual was most likely sent by the U.S. military to rescue Tony Stark, the sound of those footsteps, akin to the approach of death itself, still caused them to tremble with involuntary fear. Finally, around the corner, a silhouette emerged beneath the flickering light. The bare torso appeared as though it had been chiseled by a master sculptor, each angle sharp and distinct, the muscles more impressive than the finest creations of an artisan. Though the visitor's face remained obscured, the sheer physicality of his form delivered an unparalleled impact. Under the flickering glow of the firelight, Stark and Dr. Ethan found themselves in awe, momentarily at a loss for words. If one were to force a description, it could only be encapsulated in a single term: artistry. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece of the highest caliber. As footsteps advanced, they approached the iron door that separated them from the outside world. Tony Stark? Leo's gaze fell upon the pairs of eyes visible through the small window, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the wealth of this space was evident, as it had just furnished him with over 40 souls, recharging the points he had recently expended. Ah, yes, it is I, Stark, came the response from within. As Stark regained his focus, Leo nodded, casting a glance at the iron door. There was no need for brute force to open it. Simply unfastening the latch from the outside would suffice. Without further ado, he swung the door open and turned to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Just a second. Stark, realizing Leo was about to depart, turned to Dr. Ethan, recalling something. Ethan, what do you say? Would you care to visit my home? My wine cellar is stocked with an impressive selection. Ethan had been Stark's savior, providing substantial assistance in recent days, and their conversations had illuminated many of Stark's previous misunderstandings. Thus, as they prepared to part ways, Stark extended his invitation. Ethan paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Tony, a serious expression settling on his face, and nodded emphatically. It would be an honor, Mr. Stark. I am indeed quite interested in your praised mansion. Chapter 46. Bloodstained Valley. Very well, let us be off, Stark said with a smile, leading Ethan toward Leo. Finally escaping this hellish place. Stark reflected on the magnitude of his losses and suffering, vowing to indulge lavishly upon his return. Yes, let us invite 10 or 8 stunning models over. I've heard that girl groups are all the rage in South Korea. Let us bring an entire group here, along with all manner of gourmet food and fine wines. Whatever can be procured, I shall have it all. I must make up for lost time. As Tony's thoughts raced, he stepped forward. However, Leo's soft voice echoed behind them. Going somewhere? Where do you wish to go? Despite its gentle tone, the word struck Stark and Ethan like a hammer, causing their breaths to catch in their throats. Stark's neck stiffened. His voice trembled as a troubling thought crept into his mind. Was this man not here to rescue him, but rather to lead him into the clutches of some other nefarious group? Though Leo wore military boots, they were not contraband. Yet what did it matter if they were? His missiles were scattered everywhere. And what of a pair of military boots? Aren't you the American soldiers sent to rescue me? Tony inquired tentatively, his gaze drawn to the firearm clutched by the corpse lying nearby. However, Leo's subsequent words alleviated his anxiety. Oh, indeed, I am here to save you. Tony let out a sigh of relief, as did Ethan. Hey, brother, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were a terrorist as well. Since that's the case, let us head home. I can hardly wait to devour 2 cheeseburgers. Yet, Leo shook his head and, observing the incredulous expressions of Tony and Ethan, slowly continued. Well, we cannot leave, as they blew up my plane while I was parachuting down. Therefore, we must wait here for a while. I trust Rod has already received the message before the explosion and will come to retrieve us. After this explanation, Leo disregarded the two and walked straight outside. He detested being confined in such a cramped space, which felt akin to standing on the edge of a precipice for a warrior. Meanwhile, Tony and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with questions. I have a piece of advice that I'm uncertain whether to share, Ethan finally exclaimed after a prolonged silence. It was evident how severely Leo's words had impacted their spirits, given that it took such a straightforward individual to utter something so alarming. Could one really die from speaking in one breath? Moreover, what did it mean that the plane was blown up? Were you really a lone wolf infiltrating in such a manner? Do you even believe that yourself? This was no superhero movie. With these thoughts swirling, Tony and Ethan emerged from the cave, relishing the rare experience of being in the open air. Yet, after standing at the entrance for a moment to adjust to the transition from darkness to bright light, they found themselves utterly astonished by the sight before them. Military rations? Well, the taste was average, and they were rather high in calories, sufficient to stave off hunger, at least. Amidst a plethora of supplies, Leo rummaged through and discovered several cans of American military rations. Paying no mind to the two behind him, he sat down on the ground and began to eat. As a warrior, his standards for food were considerably elevated. He required a substantial meal after a significant battle. However, he was also capable of enduring prolonged combat. Like Leo, fighting continuously for 3 days and nights without rest was certainly feasible, but it would necessitate a longer recovery period afterward. Furthermore, if he was well fed and did not engage in vigorous activities, he could easily go without food for 10 days or even half a month. This echoed the ancient practice of fasting among cultivators, yet to truly eliminate the need for sustenance, one would have to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, whether it be spiritual energy or otherwise. Thus, Leo's next objective was to acquire a certain ability or technique for energy absorption. While he relished his meal, the two behind him appeared pale, as if they had just recovered from a severe illness. There is no escape. Upon opening one's eyes, one is greeted by a gruesome vista of corpses and a sea of blood, which would undoubtedly elicit a look of horror from anyone. The entire valley is strewn with dismembered limbs and remnants of bodies, blood splattered everywhere, staining the very earth a vivid red, while entrails and brain matter cling to the walls and various artillery. This place bears no resemblance to a base or a lair. Rather, it resembles a slaughterhouse, reminiscent of a rural pig slaughter scene, drenched in gore. Yet, amidst this ocean of blood, a man, undeterred by the stench of decay and the sight of putrid flesh, savors his meal with abandon. The scene is unsettling, almost akin to cannibalism. Ugh! Stark is the first to succumb. Clutching the rocky wall with one hand while covering his mouth with the other, he begins to retch violently, expelling the remnants of his breakfast and last night's dinner in a chaotic torrent. Once he has emptied his stomach, he continues to heave. The previously resilient Ethan, spurred by Stark's distress, soon joins in, as if they were in a contest of nausea, alternating their retching amidst the pervasive stench of blood, now mingled with a sour odor. However, mid-vomiting, Ethan suddenly rises, his face a mask of terror as he exclaims, "We must leave this place at once." What? Leo turns back, still chewing on the canned beef, which, though lacking in flavor, is high in calories and nutritious, ideal for the battlefield. He has consumed several cans already. The sight of Leo devouring the beef nearly triggers another wave of nausea in Ethan, though he manages to hold it together. Taking a deep breath, he insists, "We must hurry. This is merely one of their outposts. The 10 Commandments gang controls an area spanning hundreds of kilometers, and their leader is not here." Ethan scans the valley, confirming Leo's assertion. Their aircraft had been destroyed, and remnants are still visible. The explosion of the plane served as a clear signal. They value Mr. Stark highly and are undoubtedly en route. We must evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Tony, having finished emptying his stomach, now retches bile, panic washing over him as he recalls the bald man. If that guy arrives with a large troop, we'll have just escaped a wolf's den only to walk into a tiger's lair. Yes, we must leave now, quickly. Chapter 47. The Gate of Injury, Open. Tony and Ethan are in a state of frantic urgency, yet Leo merely chuckles at their alarm, shaking his head as he continues to relish his energy meal. What a jest. The heads are coming to be delivered. There is no way I am leaving. I am far from the next lottery. And this is an opportune moment to gather some heads, replenish my forces, and enjoy the bounty. With a smile, Leo continues to indulge in his feast. However, his nonchalance only heightens the anxiety of the two men behind him. In this life or death moment, how can he still be eating? Hey, brother, stop eating. Haven't you heard? We need to leave this place immediately. Do you really enjoy canned food that much? Upon my return, I shall procure a warehouse full of canned goods for you to savor at your leisure, if that pleases you. Tony, nearly brought to his knees, marveled at the calm demeanor of this gentleman. How could he remain so unperturbed in such dire circumstances? Even now, he still had the audacity to think of food. Relax a little, for you are a billionaire with a fortune in the trillions. How can you lack such composure? Leo, holding a box of fresh canned goods, rose to his feet, eating as he spoke. Is this a matter of wealth? It is a matter of life and death. What good is my fortune if it cannot save my life? Even if I possessed trillions, I could buy America, yet it would not spare me from peril. This is a singular existence. Observing Leo's carefree attitude, Tony felt an almost unbearable frustration, yet he dared not leave Leo's side. He was utterly oblivious to the circumstances outside. Without Leo, he feared that mere moments beyond these walls could lead to his untimely demise. If only his armor were complete. Perhaps he would muster the courage to venture forth, but alas, it was still 2 days away from readiness. Relax, I am not anxious. Why should you be? Leo reassured, patting Tony's shoulder. Compared to Leo's towering stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Tony's modest height of 5 feet 7 made him appear like a younger sibling. Here. Canned fruit, will you partake? After comforting Tony, Leo casually offered him a box of canned goods and resumed his own meal. Faced with such a formidable presence, Tony felt utterly powerless. At that moment, he had no plan save for hoping that his dear friend Rhodey would arrive swiftly to rescue him from this madman. Before long, the scene of one person dining on canned goods transformed into 3. Goodness, he eats like a voracious beast, exclaimed Ethan, who, having consumed 2 boxes of fruit, could eat no more, staring incredulously at the towering pile of empty containers, while Leo continued to shove more into his mouth. Humph. As foolishly gluttonous as a pig, what else could one expect? Tony glared at Leo, his mind brimming with resentment. He yearned to leave this place. Yet with Leo unwilling to depart, he felt trapped. Suddenly, the distant rumble of vehicles echoed from beyond the valley, causing Tony's expression to shift dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Leo tossing aside an empty can and standing tall. His imposing figure, with well-defined muscles, radiated a quintessential masculine allure. The face, previously obscured by his consumption, now illuminated in the sunlight, revealed itself fully to Tony and Ethan, with perfect contours, striking features, subtly pursed lips adorned with a fine stubble, and eyes that sparkled like brilliant stars, complemented by a gentle smile that never left his face. Tony, a frequent figure in the entertainment industry, found himself more interested in luring the beautiful women of that realm into his bed than in the unfolding events around him. At this moment, Tony was certain that among the glamorous figures of Hollywood he was familiar with, even the most handsome of young men could not compare to the striking appearance of the man before him. It's time, Leo said nonchalantly. You'd better take shelter in the cave to avoid being hit by stray bullets. He gestured towards the cave behind Tony, aware that the battlefield was ever-changing. Leo was neither Superman nor the Flash. He could not anticipate every bullet's trajectory. If some fool happened to pull the trigger and inadvertently killed the future Iron Man, then Leo's efforts would have been in vain. He had hoped to acquire a couple of suits of armor from this fellow to play with. After all, he had saved his life. Upon hearing Leo's directive, Tony and his companion quickly sprinted toward the cave, only to turn back halfway. What about you? Leo, smiling, gazed in the direction of the approaching car sounds. I will hold them off here. There is no need for concern. Although the two were puzzled, they recognized that this was not the time for mutual hesitation. Since Leo had made his choice, there must be a valid reason behind it. All they needed to do was watch quietly. Yet, how exactly would Leo proceed? Curiosity stirred within them as they crouched at the cave's entrance, peering out, contemplating that if things turned dire, they would simply retreat and lock the door behind them. No, that is too perilous, Tony thought, feeling uneasy. After a moment, he dashed back into the cave, removed a mask from his armor, and returned to the entrance, this time donning a helmet that left only his eyes visible. Instantly, he felt a surge of safety. Observing Tony's actions, Ethan, unmasked, felt a pang of envy and decided to hide behind him. Leo remained unaware of the duo's maneuvers. He stood at the valley's mouth, eyes fixed on the approaching convoy, which comprised armed terrorists and a bald leader atop an armored vehicle. Just in time. A delightful package. Leo chuckled heartily, his brows furrowing as he lifted his gaze, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Open the gates. His vitality surged like a roaring river, and Leo radiated an intensity akin to a fierce blaze, ready to forge the world anew. A wave of blood-red energy surged forth, creating a thunderous sound. With a swift motion of his foot, Leo propelled himself into the air, drawing the astonished gazes of Tony, Ethan, and the countless members of the Ten Rings gang. With a burst of steel wings, Leo's form twisted, the wings morphing into a colossal blade that descended with ferocity. In an instant, the lead vehicle was cleaved in two, its engine exploding soon after, flames and debris soaring into the air. Meanwhile, the man with the iron wings soared through the sky, preparing for another strike. Chapter 48. You devil. With wings as sharp as blades, they descended, cleaving through the air, rendering even the most formidable armored vehicles into mere halves. Such blades, Leo possessed too. Soaring into the skies, gunfire erupted. These individuals were far from mere wooden figures. Rather, they were ferocious terrorists, audacious enough to challenge the mightiest nations of the world. The moment they came under attack, they retaliated en masse. However, Firing their weapons did not guarantee that they could strike their adversary. 3 wingtips detached, transforming into lethal swords that sliced through the machine gunners and their steel barrels effortlessly. The hardened alloy proved utterly feeble beneath the winged swords, akin to a hot knife gliding through lard, melting away in an instant. If the robust alloy could not withstand such onslaught, the fragile human bodies were rendered even more vulnerable. With a swift thrust of the winged swords, numerous foes fell, all of whom manned the machine guns atop their armored vehicle. Subsequently, Leo plummeted downwards. An invisible aura of blood energy coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier that repelled bullets from small-caliber rifles and submachine guns alike. As for the armored vehicle beneath him, unfortunately, the ground beneath Leo's feet began to collapse. The once sturdy roof offered no resistance, yielding instantly to his weight, warping until it resembled a deformed letter. The occupants within were mercilessly crushed beneath a foot capable of bending steel, reduced to mere pulp. The vehicle lay wrecked, transformed into refuse. And what was even more horrifying was the blood oozing from within. This was utterly ferocious. Tony swallowed hard, his throat quivering in disbelief, captivated by Leo's brutal display. As an arms dealer, he had witnessed the realities of war. However, the chaos of bullets and artillery could not compare to the visceral horror unfolding before him. Amidst the gunfire, one only felt a sense of shock. This, however, was not mere shock, it was terror. In the past few centuries, human industrial civilization had birthed myriad steel beasts, yet here stood a figure who, with nothing but flesh and blood, trampled upon these metallic giants as if they were made of paper. The scene was striking, especially for Tony, who hailed from a realm of iron and revered the cult of steel. To him, enhancing the basic qualities of soldiers paled in comparison to fortifying weaponry. He held a belief in the superiority of his developed hardware, viewing them as more reliable, devoid of intelligence yet devoid of error, merciless in their execution. Yet now, a wholly different world unfolded before him. With a thunderous crash, a tank was hurled aside by Leo, landing directly before Tony and Ethan, its form grotesquely twisted, unrecognizable as the vehicle it once was. Inside, the mangled mass of flesh and protruding eyes bore witness to the horrors these individuals endured in their final moments. "I am certain I will have nightmares tonight," Tony remarked, to which Ethan, hiding behind him, nodded in agreement. "I have finally unraveled the fate that befell the inhabitants of this valley. Perhaps we should consider taking a step back?" This gruesome spectacle is undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of 2 ordinary individuals like us. With every punch unleashed, a torrential rain of blood erupts in the air. With every kick, a battle tank is rendered into scrap metal. The steel wings resemble 2 colossal blades, each thrust claiming the life of a child, each sweep leading to a string of lifeless heads. Tony nodded in agreement and cautiously retreated deeper into the cave alongside Ethan, fearful that the demonic slaughter outside might turn its wrath upon them as well. As for Leo's safety, the entire convoy has been shattered by his onslaught. Akin to a ferocious tiger or a majestic lion invading a flock of sheep, defenseless lambs, whose fates are already sealed. Given this, how could he possibly be in peril? Has one ever heard of a lion breaking its teeth while feasting upon sheep? In truth, Leo is far more than just a tiger or lion to the members of the 10 Commandments gang. Unlike the stealthy, calculated hunts of a tiger or lion, which require ambush, pursuit, and a final bite to secure their prey, Leo's method of extermination is devoid of such complexities. A single punch to the chest shatters hearts into dust. Even the mere gust of his fist feels like a sledgehammer striking a drum, instantly rupturing their insides and leading to an untimely demise. A single stomp results in shattered bones, as if their very skeletons were crafted from glass, crumbling into dust, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl if caught beneath his foot. This is a true battlefield of carnage, where no matter how formidable these individuals may seem, they are utterly incomparable to a being like Leo. In their usual routine, bolstered by advanced equipment and a modicum of training, they thrive by preying upon their fellow comrades and innocent civilians, feeling quite at home. However, when faced with the superior training and equally matched equipment of the American forces, they reveal themselves as nothing more than a disorganized rabble, an unruly mob, even if trained. And even the well-equipped and battle-hardened American troops falter when confronted with a killing machine like Leo, let alone the members of the 10 Commandments gang, who were cornered into hiding in the ravines. "You devil!" roared a bald man from within the flock, his face contorted with grief and fury, brandishing a nearby rocket launcher at Leo, heedless of their proximity. Even if he were to hit his target, the collateral damage would undoubtedly ensnare himself. Such a suicidal assault is hardly easy to evade, especially at such close range. Yet does Leo need to evade? With a swift fold of his wings, the steel wings envelop him, forming an impenetrable shield. These wings, while not forged from true steel, possess a performance that rivals, if not surpasses, genuine iron. In the future, there exists a steel warrior, endowed with the remarkable ability to transform his corporeal form into a body of steel. However, This is not genuine steel, rather. It is a force that transmutes his flesh into a biological alloy, bestowing upon him numerous properties akin to that of iron. Boom. The rocket exploded with a deafening roar, serving as the most advantageous weapon for terrorists against American helicopters. In years past, the greatest losses inflicted upon the American military were attributed to this very device. Consequently, the military now refrains from allowing helicopters to approach these rugged terrains, for otherwise, given the helicopter's terrifying combat capabilities against ground units. How could these individuals have survived until now? Chapter 49, A Favor in Kind. The wails of despair echoed, causing Leo to shudder slightly before unfurling his wings. The sight that met his eyes nearly elicited a chuckle. There stood the bald leader of the group, clutching his face and howling in agony. The rocket had not harmed Leo in the slightest. The shrapnel and flames were effectively shielded by his outstretched wings, and the force of the blast was trivial in comparison to his resilience. However, the unfortunate leader could not withstand such intensity. Though fortunate to be at a distance and spared from the shrapnel, the scorching wave of heat had obliterated his entire face. A self-inflicted calamity. Leo shook his head, surveying the carnage of the slaughterhouse surrounding him. Quick, run for your lives. With a swift whoosh, 2 sharp wing blades shot forth, eliminating the last 2 surviving members. Glancing at his soul count, Leo noted it was precisely 100. Ah, your luck is quite fortuitous. I have just enough souls collected, so you may live for the time being, he remarked with a faint smile, recognizing the bald man still held some utility. Since he had amassed 100 souls, Leo decided to spare him for now. After all, he would meet his end eventually. It was midday, so a brief reprieve seemed reasonable. Come out now, it's all taken care of. Stretching his limbs, Leo retracted his wings, which diminished until only a faint tattoo-like mark remained visible. After calling out, he settled back amidst a pile of tin cans, resuming his energy replenishment. It was high time to prioritize acquiring the art of chi refinement, for merely subsisting on food all day was not a sustainable solution. Tossing aside an empty can, Leo contemplated. Having gathered 100 souls, he was poised for another golden draw. However, he mused that such a draw might be somewhat extravagant, and should fortune not favor him, it could result in unfortunate outcomes. Thus, it would be wiser to conduct 10 bronze-level draws, or perhaps 3 silver-level draws instead. His body had reached its peak development, brimming with vitality, yet without further supplementation, there was little opportunity for advancement. At this juncture, mere sustenance could no longer suffice to meet his bodily demands. It could only replenish what he had expended in battle. Therefore, drawing became exceedingly crucial. And his primary interest lay in the cultivation techniques of chi refinement, those who draw upon the cosmic energies to replenish their own essence. They tread the path of harnessing the universe's power to restore themselves. Alternatively, one might possess extraordinary abilities akin to those of Black Emperor or Superman, who can absorb energy from their surroundings. Superman derives power from the sun, while Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw is capable of absorbing all forms of energy defined by physical concepts, albeit with a significantly lower threshold than Superman. Leo was contemplating his next course of action when 2 heads emerged from a cave, immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench of blood. Including the newly arrived convoy, 100 souls had perished in this confined valley, each meeting a gruesome end, whether dismembered or punctured in a tragic manner. Their blood had, without a doubt, drenched the entire valley, rendering it akin to a slaughterhouse. They resembled pigs at Leo's mercy, each surrendering their lives amidst chilling cries. Ugh! The foul odor made Tony's stomach churn, and he nearly retched, yet he ultimately restrained himself, likely because he had already expelled everything he could. TSK. This gentleman seems to relish dining amidst a mountain of corpses. Tony gazed at Leo, who was engrossed in a can of food, his eyes filled with awe, though his playful nature could not resist a jest. All right, Tony, he saved our lives, and I believe we ought to express our gratitude. Ethan's gaze towards Leo was fraught with trepidation, yet he understood that he would not oppose Leo, and thus, Leo would not turn against him. Surviving in the midst of wolves, Ethan was clearly no ordinary individual. However, upon hearing his words, Tony hesitated for a considerable time. With his proud disposition, he had never sought assistance nor expressed thanks to anyone in all his years. For the average person, uttering a simple thank you is a trivial task, yet for him, it was a daunting challenge to undertake. Nevertheless, he recognized that his life was saved by Leo, and his own self-rescue plan was, in truth, fraught with slim chances of success, a reality he was acutely aware of. The Mark I was merely a prototype, lacking the meticulous design and rigorous processes of the Mark II, rendering reliance on it to escape filled with uncertainties. Moreover, he required several more days to prepare. What if? During that time, these terrorists grew impatient or uncovered his scheme. With Ethan's gentle urging, Tony reluctantly approached Leo. Major Leo, thank you for your assistance. Ethan expressed his gratitude with ease, while Tony dithered, ultimately failing to voice his thanks. much to Ethan's growing impatience. Mr. Stark, you need not force yourself. Trust me. There will be a genuine opportunity for you to express your gratitude. However, for now, perhaps you could interrogate that fellow. Tony Stark, a notorious troublemaker, would undoubtedly find himself in need of Leo's assistance in the future, especially since Leo also harbored an interest in his armor. Thus, Leo was not in a hurry to sever ties with him. Rather, it was indeed necessary to forge some sort of alliance. In the future, as he ascended the ranks of the military, it would be imperative for him to create a network centered around his own interests, essentially, to form a faction, which was inevitable. After all, who would choose to associate with a solitary commander devoid of any vested interests? Individuals like Rhodes and Stark were precisely the allies he sought to cultivate. In fact, Coulson's faction, namely S.H.I.E.L.D., had always maintained a close relationship with the military. With its immense power and abundant resources, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an entity Leo aspired to engage with. After all, should Hydra bring about its dissolution, it would be far more advantageous for him to absorb it than to let it fall apart. The bald man before him was the very first gift Leo had bestowed upon Tony. Is that the leader? Tony and Ethan both cast their gazes toward the figure sprawled on the ground, his life force waning. His face was charred and disfigured, a grotesque amalgamation of red and black scars. Yet, the most critical aspect was that he still lived and could utter words. Chapter 50. The Thread of Faith. Do you not wish to know who sought to capture you? Who betrayed your whereabouts? Leo approached the bald man, his foot nudging the body to flip it over. The agony had rendered the man's consciousness painfully hazy. However, that was inconsequential. Leo possessed methods to elicit responses. With a firm hand, he pressed down, his fingers darting across the bald leader's body like a tempest, and suddenly, the nearly lifeless man widened his eyes, gasping for breath before violently turning to face the trio. It's you devil. Leo had awakened his vitality, the effect akin to the 8 gates of doom. Albeit this technique stemmed from internal martial arts and was primarily utilized for healing the gravely ill. It was comparable to administering a jolt of adrenaline to a dying patient. Albeit this method was far more domineering. With each moment of lucidity granted to him, the man's lifespan would diminish slightly. Yet, during this interval, his thoughts would be remarkably clear, his mind astoundingly sharp, and even his physical prowess could briefly reach its zenith. Inform him that I have extracted his soul. If he wishes to avoid eternal torment after death, he must comply. Perhaps then, I may consider granting his soul freedom, allowing it to return to that paradise filled with 72 maidens, overflowing with honey and milk, an endless realm of gold and jewels. This was the Middle East. And the man's attire was that of a devout follower of the green faith, undoubtedly a believer in the omnipotent singular deity, Allah. The reason such individuals fearlessly pursued their so-called holy war, never retreating, was due to their indoctrination. They firmly believed that to die in battle was to be reborn, that the world beyond death was far superior to this one. The paradise Leo had just described was what their scriptures promised, and now, with Leo claiming to enslave his soul, preventing him from reaching that paradise, his intimidation tactics far surpassed any physical humiliation inflicted upon him. Dr. Ethan cast a profound glance at Leo before acquiescing to his command, translating the words accordingly. He adheres to the belief in the Almighty, yet unlike others, an intellectual of his caliber is remarkably resilient to indoctrination. For them, faith remains merely faith. Many even find themselves questioning the deity they worship. Otherwise, why would medieval Europe have sought to suppress the dissemination of literature, if not for the fear of intellectuals challenging their authority? Indeed, when Leo's words were translated and reached the ears of the bald man, who initially bore a fearsome demeanor and attempted to resist, the anger in his gaze towards Leo swiftly transformed into sheer terror, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. You certainly know how to handle them, Tony remarked earnestly. In truth, you two possess the capability. There is no need to imprison his soul, merely anointing his wounds with pig's blood would suffice. With the multitude of injuries adorning his body, contact with the pig's blood would render him impure, preventing his soul from ascending to paradise after death. At that moment, even Dr. Ethan could not contain his astonishment. His gaze towards Leo trembled, for this tactic was indeed exceedingly cunning. It is worth noting that swine are strictly forbidden by their doctrines, considered a symbol of impurity. They do not even consume pork. This is not unusual. The people of the East refrain from eating beef, and monks abstain from all forms of meat, adhering to their religious tenets. However, Leo's method of dealing with them seems rather terrifying. Last century, when the East was under British rule, soldiers were issued bullets wrapped in oil paper, which they had to bite open. The issue arose from the fact that the oil paper was made with beef tallow. For the first time, the usually submissive and compliant people of the East erupted into rebellion, simply because their mouths had come into contact with beef tallow. Imagine the gravity of such an affront to one's beliefs. The people of the Celestial Empire are no different. However, their faith does not rest in deities. Insulting the Jade Emperor or the Buddha is unlikely to provoke any backlash. But dare to insult someone's ancestors? No. As Leo proposes to bathe the bald man in pig's blood, the severity of this punishment surpasses the implications of desecrating ancestral graves in the Celestial Empire. It is no wonder that both the bald man and Ethan's expression shifted dramatically. In the depths of the bald man's fearful gaze, Leo sat with an air of calm. He attempted to establish contact with Rod, aware that he must have received word of the commotion and the incident with the aircraft. Clearly, this was not an appropriate place to rest. It was time to urge him to hasten his arrival to escort them away. Removing the communicator from his waist, he soon established a connection. Upon learning that Leo had successfully rescued Tony, Rod was overjoyed and informed him that the transport plane had taken off and would be arriving shortly. Meanwhile, the interrogation had already commenced. Who are you? Tony had many questions, but the first to escape his lips was this one: the Ten Commandments gang. The gaze of the bald man lingered solely on Leo, for it was only Leo who commanded his respect. Yet, he did not evade the inquiries posed by Tony, responding to each question with diligence. The Ten Commandments gang was affiliated with Masterman, an organization he established to conquer the ancient nation in the East, aimed at seizing young men and plundering wealth to amass sufficient military strength and resources for war. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Tony found himself utterly perplexed, having no knowledge of who Masterman was. Moreover, that ancient nation in the East was the only country on the current globe capable of rivaling the United States. The Northern Bears, having relied on past glories since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, had seen little development, and their inherent population and economic disadvantages rendered them incapable of vying for supremacy, merely surviving on the legacy of a bygone emperor. Western European nations, long weakened, had become vassals to the United States since World War II. Though they now sought to distance themselves from American influence, could such aspirations be swiftly actualized? Numerous bankrupt governments plagued the region. What basis did they have for resurgence? As for East Asia and South Asia, it was best not to delve into those matters. East Asia's South Korea and Japan remained economically shackled by the United States. To put it bluntly, should the U.S. desire their demise, they would not survive long enough to see dawn. When the economic market is manipulated, everything else falls under that control. The sole exception is the Celestial Empire. With its vast population, decades of scientific and educational advancements, and military-industrial accomplishments over the past 70 years. In certain fields, they had even surpassed the United States, particularly in aerospace, where they were rapidly catching up. Thus, regardless of societal opinions, it was clear to all that the only remaining threat on this planet came from those who wielded square characters. Chapter 51. The Killing of Uncle and the Path of Enlightenment. So, a question arises. As the Celestial Empire is regarded by the United States as its most formidable adversary, how could a terrorist organization dare to wage war against it? What audacity or foundation could this terrorist group possibly possess? This is not an ancient society where one could rise in rebellion and claim dominion. Terrorist organizations targeting the United States are numerous, yet how do they operate? Through human bombs and suicide attacks against buildings. Their sole purpose is revenge for the invasion of their homeland. Do you think they aspire to conquer the United States through such means? That is evidently implausible. Yet now, Tony Stark had audibly learned of a terrorist organization that dared to contemplate the conquest of a world superpower. The United States stands as the only superpower in the world today, occupying the top tier, while the Celestial Empire undoubtedly resides in the second tier, on the verge of an upgrade. Frankly, this farce is not amusing in the least. Tony shrugged at Ethan, who shared his sentiment that Masterman must indeed be mentally unhinged. Meanwhile, Leo, possessing a modicum of insider knowledge, affirmed that, indeed, Masterman was quite deranged. This individual secluded himself for over a century, and upon his return, he found that the world had transformed. The nation he once governed had evolved into a democratic republic. Driven by a fervent desire to restore the imperial regime, he attempted several insurrections, each of which was swiftly quelled. Ultimately, in a state of despair, he retreated to the regions of West Asia. To Leo, he appeared nothing short of a fool, someone unworthy of consideration. However, even if this esteemed official possessed the strength you claim, one must ponder, why then do you seek to capture me? The Jericho missile is indeed formidable, as it was my creation, yet relying solely on it to conquer that ancient Eastern nation, your leader's intellect must be in question. Tony, initially brimming with pride as he extolled his invention, then cast a derisive glance at the bald man. Modern warfare hinges upon comprehensive national strength. The notion that a mere advancement in weaponry can alter the tide of battle is a fallacy. One might wield a cannon to dominate the battlefield 5 centuries ago. But in this contemporary era, such aspirations are mere fantasies. The Jericho missile boasts significant power. Yet Tony is acutely aware that its might is contingent upon the overall strength of the United States military. It is the exceptional logistics, powerful air force, and extensive satellite reconnaissance that render the Jericho missile so formidable. Otherwise, it would merely be a grand explosive device. Tony's probing inquiry evoked a skeptical gaze from the bald man, whose expression irked Tony, as if he were regarded as a fool. The bald man then spoke. Are you genuinely ignorant, or feigning ignorance? The reason we have targeted you is that someone has commissioned us to eliminate you. He has supplied us with an abundance of Stark Industries weaponry, with the sole demand being your eternal entrapment in the desert. He gestured towards the nearby ammunition crates and various weapons adorned with the Stark insignia. Tony Stark, how foolish of you to consider yourself astute. Have you not contemplated who would willingly toil for another for a lifetime? To him, both you and your father, Howard Stark, are merely instruments for profit. Once those tools become unwieldy, they are to be disposed of. Yet you dare to question why we assault you? Huh. The bald man's countenance was rife with derision. Perceiving Tony as a simpleton who had been duped and was now counting the profits for his betrayer. However, none of this mattered to Tony, for his mind was consumed by the implications of the bald man's earlier words. It was he, Obadiah. Why? I regarded you as an uncle. My only remaining kin after the tragic demise of my parents years ago. Why would you do this? Tony's face drained of color as he staggered backward, inadvertently tripping over a corpse and collapsing to the ground, as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. For years, Obadiah had been the sole figure to show him care and concern, a person he believed to be trustworthy, and he had placed his utmost faith in him. He is nominally affiliated with the Stark Group. However, those in the know are well aware that he has never concerned himself with the affairs of the organization. His greatest passion lies in invention. He creates weapons, which Obadiah then sells, while he indulges in a life of extravagance, chasing women and racing cars. Much like the relationship he observes between his father and Obadiah. Yet now, Obadiah has conspired to end his life. You are deceiving me, aren't you? You are lying. Obadiah is the person I trust most. The Stark Group was built through his collaboration with my father. In the Stark Group, aside from myself, he holds the utmost authority. Tony suddenly froze, his previously fierce gaze directed at the bald man now stiffening, his raised arm suspended in midair. Indeed, apart from the Starks, he is the most authoritative figure. Then, why could he not be that supreme authority without the Starks? The bald man laughed heartily, and Tony's complexion grew increasingly pale, his expression darkening further. Just when Ethan was filled with concern for him, Tony lifted his head, casting a deep, penetrating glance at the bald man before striding over to Leo. I owe you a favor. Leo set down the can in his hand, regarding Tony with a hint of admiration. This recovery was even swifter than he had anticipated. The speed with which Tony rebounded from this setback indicated that his mental fortitude still possessed the potential for redemption. In the future, he would be capable of bearing all burdens and advocating for the Superhero Registration Act, remaining unperturbed even as he witnessed former allies perish before him. His resolute demeanor was already becoming evident. Very well. Only with such a mindset can you qualify to collaborate with me, destined to become a significant general under my command. Leo mused, a faint smile curving his lips as he observed Tony's retreating figure. Subsequently, his head turned, the gentle smile remaining unchanged, yet landing upon the bald man. It caused him to shudder violently, rendering him motionless. He appeared as if petrified by the gaze of a gorgon, his body stiffening, skin turning a ghastly shade. And then he fell straight back, lifeless. With a resounding thud, the bald man collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Chapter 52, Obadiah's Intentions at Last. The roar of rotating wings echoed through the sky. Tony lifted his gaze. The previously somber expression had vanished, replaced by the joy of returning home. Meanwhile, the other two in the valley understood well that this was not an act of forgetting, but rather one of concealment, a suppression of certain emotions until their ultimate eruption. Let us depart. After spending some time arranging the scene, Leo brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, rising to his full stature like a towering jade pillar. Above, Rhodey gazed down at the valley, and despite having anticipated it, he could not help but exclaim in awe, "This guy is truly a devil." Such a scene rendered the comparison of Leo to a beast wholly inadequate. After all, what kind of beast could accomplish such feats? The fierce tiger and the mighty lion. What distinction do they hold before Leo when compared to a mere kitten? The soldiers accompanying the flight nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unsettling nature of Leo's methods. Even for those who have long navigated the treacherous line between life and death. The ground below, completely stained crimson with blood, and the overwhelming stench of carnage, which even the gusts of wind generated during takeoff could not disperse, spoke volumes of the horrors that had unfolded. At last, you have arrived. As the aircraft touched down, Tony approached slowly, a genuine smile breaking across his face upon seeing Rhodey. He was not merely a friend, but one of the few true companions he had. Having just endured the gravest betrayal of his life, the presence of a steadfast friend was an invaluable solace in this moment. You reckless fool. Will you dare to venture out alone in a vehicle again? Rhodey exclaimed, observing Tony's disheveled appearance, still marred by blood. He then stepped forward to embrace him. Careful now, I'm still a patient, Tony replied, wincing as Rhodey inadvertently struck his chest, where a significant wound had yet to heal. In truth, if he were to remove the arc reactor, the shrapnel would swiftly find its way to his heart. Nevertheless, he endured the relentless torment. Rhodey glanced at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, sighed, and shifted his gaze to Leo, who was approaching and preparing to board the aircraft. Thank you. This expression of gratitude came from Tony as a friend, yet Leo merely smiled in response, saying nothing. And who might this be? Rhodey inquired, gesturing towards Ethan. The fact that this individual stood unscathed, unharmed by Leo's wrath, indicated he was an ally rather than an adversary. However, within the lair of terrorists, one must question the existence of allies. Oh, this is Dr. Ethan. He was brought here against his will, and it was he who saved my life. Otherwise, I would have perished beneath the very artillery of my own home. With a wry smile, Tony reflected on the cruel irony that the weapon which had injured him was developed by Stark Industries. His own creations had been turned into instruments of his demise. Rhodey nodded, choosing to move on, recognizing that they could not linger in this place. It was merely a terrorist hideout, not their headquarters. Capturing it did not equate to vanquishing them all, and it was prudent to depart swiftly. He understood that even if more foes appeared, they would likely be no match for Leo's prowess. With such a formidable presence, there was little to fear. However, it was wise to avoid unnecessary complications. His paramount concern was to escort Tony back safely. Open fire on that location. As the aircraft descended, Leo positioned himself beside the pilot, calmly indicating a target below. The pilot nodded, aligning the sights on the munitions Leo had strategically placed. Once the missile was launched, the ensuing detonation would obliterate everything within the valley. Boom. The crimson flames soared into the sky, and under their farewell, Leo and his companions embarked on their journey home, accompanied by Dr. Ethan, whose family had fallen victim to terrorists. Since Tony had extended an invitation to him, he found little reason to refuse. The news of Tony Stark's rescue was swiftly relayed by Rhodey, first to the military, then back to the United States, and subsequently to the Stark Group and the media. Blasted. In a spacious office, a balding, portly old man with a partially white beard erupted in fury, sweeping everything off his desk with a single swipe of his arm. That damned fool. I had long since ordered him to eliminate that problem. Yet he has left me with this substantial mess. Obadiah's face burned with anger. The more he thought about it, the more incensed he became. He had long sensed Tony's growth, his ambitions were burgeoning, and his cunning was becoming formidable. No longer was he the naive child whom Obadiah could manipulate at will. This situation could yield only two outcomes. One, he could withdraw completely, allowing Tony to take full control of the Stark Group, thus preserving his reputation while burying the remnants of his past misdeeds. Two, he could repeat the treachery he had once inflicted upon Howard Stark. Howard had met his demise at Obadiah's hands. It was he who had leaked Howard's whereabouts and coordinated the attack that resulted in the tragic deaths of the Stark couple at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Ultimately, however, Winter Soldier was merely a weapon. The true perpetrator of this atrocity was Obadiah himself. Tony was acutely aware of this. For his violent confrontation with Bucky was driven by the pent-up rage of witnessing his mother slain before him, leaving him nowhere to channel his fury. Had he truly believed Bucky to be the murderer, with his resources and capabilities, eradicating the Winter Soldier would have been far from a challenge. Especially without Captain America to intervene. The technology behind Ultron was his own, meaning that anything Ultron could accomplish, he could as well. Yet, Ultron required the entire Avengers to combat it. But what about Captain America? No, this matter could not simply be dismissed, as long as Tony lived. He posed the greatest threat to Obadiah. A solution must be devised to eliminate him. Obadiah leaned on his solid wooden desk, his hand stroking his smooth head as he pondered his plans. Ah, that individual who had rescued him. Obadiah was no ordinary man. While publicly Tony was the face of the Stark Group, those in the know understood that Obadiah had always been the one orchestrating its operations. The Stark Group was a formidable corporation on a global scale, and in the United States, it held an even deeper significance, signifying his dominion over capital. Chapter 53. The sugar-coated bomb. Even in non-capitalist nations, the power of capital is not to be underestimated, let alone in a country governed by it. Obadiah quickly dialed a number, seeking to contact Leo. Though he was unaware of how Leo had infiltrated enemy lines to rescue Tony, it was evident that Leo was now the closest to Tony and enjoyed his unwavering trust. In truth, it is Rhodey who is Tony's most trusted confidant. However, Rhodey and Tony share a deep camaraderie, and despite Obadiah's attempts to infiltrate him, he remains impervious to corruption. But how long has Leo known Tony? In this world, there is nothing that cannot be achieved with money, especially with someone you have just met. What feelings could possibly develop? If that is the case, then it is up to you to eliminate him. Obadiah's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he plotted a nefarious scheme unbeknownst to others. In the span of a single day, Tony, under Rhodey's protection, had returned to the United States, along with Leo and Ethan, who were on the same flight. Hey, Leo. Don't rush off just yet. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight, a lavish feast, I assure you, Tony suddenly exclaimed as he noticed Leo, who was preparing to leave with his bag in hand. Tony had already witnessed Leo's hearty appetite. Therefore, while he could not articulate his gratitude, extending an invitation to dinner seemed an appropriate expression of thanks. Dinner? That sounds delightful. I happen to have no pressing matters at the moment. So joining you would be pleasant, Leo replied, glancing at the bag he held, containing only a few changes of clothes and undergarments. He had little else to his name. Having previously resided in a military camp, if not for Tony's invitation, he would have returned to the barracks. Currently, he was not on a mission, in fact. Upon reaching the rank of a school-level officer, he would occupy a fixed position, seldom required to roam extensively. Unlike Rhodey, who reported regularly to the base for work, Leo's recent promotion left him without a designated role, rendering him somewhat unencumbered. The task of rescuing Tony was merely a minor assignment. Thus, he found himself in a state of freedom. It was precisely this freedom that allowed him to witness a rather captivating scene. At the airport, Tony's devoted assistant, Pepper, stood waiting with reddened eyes. This woman had been by his side for nearly a decade, and her dedication was not motivated by professional ambition. What reason could there be for a woman to invest so much in a man? After casting a few glances at Pepper, Leo dismissed her, frankly. She was not to his liking, and given that her heart belonged to another, he felt even less inclined to pursue her. Rather, he would prefer to return and continue his flirtations with Quinn, hoping to win her affection. Tony's reunion with Pepper did not particularly concern Leo. However, following Pepper, Obadiah arrived, wearing a broad grin on his face. Though he appeared jovial, his heart was a tempest of rage and fear, even harboring murderous intent. What a stark contrast between his outward demeanor and inner turmoil. At that moment, Leo truly grasped the duplicity of Obadiah. In comparison, Tony's reaction was equally remarkable. Upon learning that his predicament was orchestrated by this very uncle, Tony seemed to achieve a profound realization. Faced with Obadiah's hypocrisy, he responded with remarkable composure, behaving as if he were utterly oblivious to the circumstances. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Ethan, who had been initially concerned. Tony, I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you. However, you must swiftly make a trip to the hospital first. After dining, it is imperative that you promptly address the media. As you are aware, during your absence, the Group S stock price has plummeted by a significant 10%. Do not underestimate the implications of a 10% drop for Stark Industries. It equates to the evaporation of hundreds of billions of dollars in market value. Fortunately, the news of your rescue has already circulated, and it is anticipated that the stock price will rebound in the near future. Yet it remains essential for you to make an appearance. Tony shook his head, visibly displeased. Hey, Obadiah, you know I detest such obligations, and besides, I have more pressing matters to attend to, dining with my friends. You can handle this. Please extend my regards to the American public. Obadiah, Tony's nickname for Obadiah Stane, was accustomed to this demeanor. Observing Tony's reluctance, Obadiah wore a look of exasperation, albeit with a flicker of delight in his eyes. Hey, Tony, you can't keep evading this. All right, this is the last time. Next time, you'll need to take responsibility yourself. With that, Obadiah turned his attention to Ethan and Leo. You must be Dr. Ethan. I've heard you saved Tony's life. Thank you. Obadiah suppressed his simmering anger, recognizing that the true culprit was the leader of the Ten Rings, whose cunning had almost cost Tony his life. Ethan, at worst, was merely a meddler, unworthy of his ire. He then shifted his gaze to Leo. Major Leo, I appreciate your assistance. Tony has grown up under my watch. Frankly, he is like a son to me. I've heard it was you who rescued him. Well, I want to keep you. Enjoy yourselves, young men. Obadiah presented a facade of joviality. Those unaware would be easily deceived by his outward appearance. Yet, the three present were acutely aware of his true nature. Thus, they responded with forced smiles. Leo, puzzled, deftly evaded Obadiah's attempt to pat him on the shoulder and proceeded forward. Rich guy, I hear you've prepared a grand feast. I can hardly wait. Upon hearing Leo's remark, Tony snapped to attention, laughing heartily as he ushered his two saviors into the car, heading directly to the finest restaurant in the vicinity. The meal was a jubilant affair, with the wealthy patron covering the bill, leaving Leo unreserved in his indulgence, as Tony could afford it without a second thought. Even though each dish might cost more than an average person's monthly salary, soon enough, the kitchen's offerings were thoroughly enjoyed. At this point, Leo began to settle down, and after retreating to the hotel Tony had arranged for him and Ethan, he luxuriated in a bath. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Sir, room service, came a gentle voice, prompting a smile to grace Leo's lips as he wrapped a towel around himself and approached the door. Chapter 54. The massage therapist greetings, sir. At the door stood a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in a kimono, her face graced with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Upon catching sight of Leo's bare torso, she exaggeratedly covered her cherry-red lips, her eyes widening in astonishment. A flush of crimson rose to her cheeks, rendering her utterly delectable. She was a vision of allure. In that fleeting moment of seeing her, Leo's mind was consumed by this singular thought. It was evident that this woman had undergone extensive professional training and was intimately familiar with the art of pleasing men. Any man, save for those with peculiar preferences, would find himself irresistibly drawn to such a gentle and charming woman. Leo was no exception. However, having practiced internal martial arts, he had cultivated not just physical prowess, but also mastery over his desires. What brings you here? Leo inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor while his rationality remained unwavering. Ah, Your Highness, I am a professional massage therapist. Here to offer my services, she replied, bending gracefully, her lithe figure unmistakably accentuated even beneath the fabric of her kimono. Massage services? Please, come in, Leo said, a smile playing on his lips. He stepped aside, allowing her to enter. As she bent once more to retrieve a small package, she stepped lightly into the room. Leo's gaze shifted slightly, glancing towards a spot outside, and his smile vanished in an instant as he closed the door behind her. This woman possessed extraordinary skills, and from the moment she appeared, Leo sensed it. She was undoubtedly nurtured by a powerful entity, even in modern society. Cultivating a woman with such profound abilities could not be achieved by just anyone. However, did they truly believe they could infiltrate him? That was rather naive. With a gentle touch, Leo ran his hand over her form, swiftly removing an assortment of devices concealed upon her. Opening his palm revealed a collection of listening devices and communication gadgets. Where were you trained? Japan, judging by your gait and respiratory rhythm. You must belong to the ninja lineage, either IGA or Koga. Ah, let me think. You are in the service of that old ghost, Yoshida. As Leo uttered these words, the once supple form of the woman stiffened in an instant. She was taken aback by his profound understanding of her background. Indeed, she was a female ninja trained by the Yoshida clan, whose historical connotation was synonymous with female spies. However, her training was distinctly unique, diverging from the typical methodologies employed by intelligence agencies across many nations. Moreover, her current mission had shifted from acquiring military and political intelligence to gathering commercial secrets. She had been dispatched at the behest of Obadiah, sent by the Yoshida clan to probe Leo. The Yoshida family, a prominent enterprise in Japan, held significant influence. Yet they paled in comparison to the Stark Group. After all, the Stark Group is a global conglomerate, while the Yoshida family can only claim dominion over a corner of the East. Nevertheless, they aspire for breakthroughs and growth, and their chosen partner is Obadiah, more precisely. The Stark Group under his management. The Yoshida family is the organization featured in the film The Wolverine, holding a significant position in the East. After being rescued by Wolverine, the elder Yoshida abandoned his official post to pursue commerce. Over half a century of business endeavors propelled the Yoshida family to become one of the most formidable enterprises in the East. Of course, behind any large conglomerate in the East lies support from shadowy forces. And the elder Yoshida relies on two main pillars. One is a lineage of ninja power passed down through generations, and the other is his affiliation with a branch of Hydra. The character Madame Viper, who appeared in the film, is also known as Madame Hydra, having once wielded immense influence over the entire Hydra organization. Leo is acutely aware of these intricacies, yet he refrains from elaborating, as it remains uncertain whether the young one comprehends the underlying secrets. What brings you here? Leo inquired. Mr. Obadiah wishes for you to deal with Tony Stark, offering a sum of $100 million. The young one seems to have grasped the reality, realizing that both he and those behind him had significantly underestimated Leo. Given that he was already there as an envoy, he readily divulged Obadiah's intentions. Chapter 55, The Turtle Hermit? 100 million? Leo shook his head in disbelief. Tony Stark's life is only valued at 100 million? This incident could serve as a source of mockery for him tomorrow. Forget it, time for sleep. Leo gently squeezed the young one's neck, inducing a state of slumber before entering the dimensional prison. The swift emergence of the Yoshida family suggests that Hydra is not far behind, prompting Leo to feel a pressing need to enhance his own power. Particularly, he must address his insatiable appetite. It is not merely about consuming simple fare. He must also expel it. Not everything ingested transforms into energy. A significant portion is absorbed. Yet after consuming so much, some must inevitably be excreted. He considers himself fortunate. The food of ancient times pales in comparison to modern delicacies, which are far more refined and energy-dense. Ancient generals reportedly consumed 4 oxen daily, and the tales of their prowess are no mere exaggeration. He decided to proceed with a costly extraction. Ultimately, Leo opted for the more expensive option, a choice he had contemplated. This method would enable him to harness the power of nature or cosmic energy, ensuring that his strength transcends mere bronze or silver levels. Based on his understanding of the system's evaluation of character strength, he has gradually discerned a pattern. The bronze level represents ordinary humanity, while the bronze 9-star signifies the pinnacle of human capability, akin to Captain America post-super soldier serum, embodying the zenith of human physicality. Figures like Captain America, Winter Soldier, Black Panther, and Batman all belong to this echelon, as does the indomitable Wang Chao. The silver level signifies a transcendental realm, where one begins to possess strength that surpasses the limits of ordinary beings. According to Leo's assessment, this level is generally capable of countering conventional firearms. In various martial arts realms, excluding the high martial world akin to Feng Yuan, most characters from the Jin and Gu martial arts lineage reside within this tier. The silver 9 stars should be comparable to figures like the sweeping monk and Zhang Sanfeng. As for the gold level, it encompasses the ability to withstand the majority of standard firearms. Aside from certain specialized weapons, conventional rifles and small-caliber sniper rifles can be disregarded entirely. Notably, this does not imply mere resistance, but rather indifference. For instance, when a standard caliber rifle strikes Leo, it would hardly inflict any harm. The blazing vitality coursing through him renders his exterior as hard as steel, and a volley of bullets would pose no issue. His bones are as resilient as fine steel, and small-caliber sniper rounds cannot penetrate his skull. However, even the sweeping monk and Zhang Sanfeng cannot dismiss bullets with such ease. They might evade them through agility, but they certainly cannot disregard them. A steel core bullet from a rifle would undoubtedly leave a gaping wound upon impact, and while they may withstand a few small-caliber pistol rounds, rifle bullets are an entirely different matter, not to mention the formidable sniper rounds. Of course, this does not imply that the martial arts world is inherently weak. It primarily depends on the specific martial arts universe. It is a fact that practitioners from the Jin and Gu lineage possess relatively lesser strength. Yet those from the Huang lineage, who can effortlessly shatter the void or single-handedly annihilate armies, would find firearms trivial, to say nothing of missiles and cannons. The platinum level speaks for itself. Figures like Apocalypse exemplify this, as they can single-handedly wipe out a nation, while the diamond level represents the capacity to obliterate a star by oneself. The concepts of masters and sovereigns are far too distant. Leo can only speculate that the sovereign level likely represents the supreme existence within a singular universe. The disparity between silver and gold levels is stark. Hence Leo's previous notion of repeatedly summoning lower-tier characters in hopes of acquiring a potent ability akin to a charming technique proved unfeasible. This realization came after extensive contemplation. Kamiho Toma, amidst numerous anime, novels, and dramas, stands out as a peculiar character. Leo could hardly fathom another protagonist possessing such a powerful skill yet being as seemingly inept. Thus, he resolved to summon characters of the gold level. As Leo murmured this thought, the dark iron chain stirred without wind, resembling black dragons delving into the abyss. An enigmatic and mysterious resonance emanated from the grand door, prompting Leo to ponder whether, in the future, once his strength had sufficiently escalated, he could traverse through this portal to other realms. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention, diverting his thoughts. This noise signified a successful outcome. Indeed, runes illuminated upon the chains, and subsequently, a figure tightly bound began to be drawn back. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a gold-level soul, martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. 320 years old, Leo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Tian? That lecherous old man? The turtle sage? Leo's eyes widened as he gazed at the emaciated figure ensnared in chains. Indeed, the bald head, hunched back, and the large turtle shell, complemented by a pair of sunglasses and the distinctive 3 strands of beard, could belong to no other than Master Rashi. A shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability? Initially disheartened, Leo suddenly realized that Master Rashi's prowess might indeed be of great benefit. The martial arts practiced by Master Rashi, known as Wu Tian, were imparted to him centuries ago by his master, Wu Taido. The concept of qi permeates the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, with its origins tracing back to Master Rashi himself. From imparting the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique to Goku, to the subsequent innovations in the applications of qi, including Master Rashi's formidable techniques such as the world-shaking palm, telepathy, and the dance of the void. Qi has proven to be an indispensable element within the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, upon closer examination, it appears that qi serves as a grand pathway leading to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball cosmos. Setting aside the various forms of Goku, it is noteworthy that even in Dragon Ball Super, Master Rashi continuously transcended limitations, reclaiming his status as the strongest earthling and attaining combat prowess rarely seen even within the universe. Indeed, he was the one. Though Goku benefited from his scion physiology, the existence of Krillin and Master Rashi demonstrates that even Earthlings, through relentless training, can emerge as formidable forces in the cosmos. According to the system's classifications, Reaching the pinnacle of platinum rank is certainly within reach, if not diamond level. Leo nodded in satisfaction. Although initially taken aback, upon reflection, he recognized that this character was, in fact, the most suitable for him. The extraction commenced. A mechanical voice resonated as the runes illuminated, and within Master Rashi's soul, something was being stripped away. Subsequently channeled through the prison and into Leo's being, transforming into a formidable power under his control. Chapter 56. The cleverness that backfired on Obadiah. Martial arts masters like Master Rashi and Wang Chao possess a lifetime of knowledge that coalesces into a unified whole. Consequently, when extracting their power, there is typically but one option, and once extracted, all their abilities are entirely acquired. Just as Leo absorbed Wang Chao's mastery of martial arts, so too did he with Master Rashi. The world-shaking palm, Kamehameha, telepathy, mirage fist, chi techniques, and the martial arts of the turtle school, all these powers surged within Leo. A formidable force distinct from the vitality of blood, yet capable of transforming into it. In the realm of Dragon Ball, chi can achieve anything. Save for one exception, it cannot grant eternal life. This notion is incomprehensible within the framework of the cultivation system in Huaxia, for, to the Chinese, the singular aim of cultivation is the pursuit of immortality. Countless paths and myriad divine abilities, yet I pose but one question, can one attain eternal life? In the realm of Dragon Ball, the technique of Ki allows beings like Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan God form, to shatter the very fabric of the universe. Yet, ironically, the pursuit of immortality eludes him, a profound irony indeed. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Goku possesses the strength to obliterate a star with his bare hands, not through direct annihilation, but by penetrating its core until it erupts. This remarkable power, however, is overshadowed by the fact that such a formidable warrior succumbed to heart disease. While this may seem commonplace in Western or Eastern cultures, it strikes as absurd within the context of Chinese paradigms. Fortunately, Leo is not plagued by such concerns. Upon acquiring the technique of Ki, he quickly realized its potential to enhance physical well-being. This is the only explanation for how Dragon Ball warriors endure the immense gravitational pressures of the gravity chamber, which are hundreds or even thousands of times greater than Earth's gravity. Given that Ki can bolster the body with the aid of his internal martial arts, he is unequivocally shielded from the ludicrous fate of succumbing to heart disease like Goku. Moreover, the Ki utilized in this practice does not originate from the human body. Otherwise, even Goku's internal nuclear reactions from consumed food would not suffice to sustain his universe-destroying feats. Rather, the Ki practiced is derived from the vast cosmos, akin to the concept of spiritual energy found in nature. In truth, aside from the Saiyans, whose natural ability to consume is extraordinary, other Dragon Ball warriors merely possess appetites that are significantly larger than average. Thus, the dilemma that has long troubled Leo finds a perfect resolution. Regrettably, at this moment, Master Rashi has yet to master the technique of flight, nor does he possess abilities such as the protective shield or the Ki blade, not to mention Goku's instant transmission. Leo shook his head. He could overlook the instant transmission, as it was a secret learned from a unique race in the universe, entirely distinct from the Ki system and purportedly a psychic ability. However, the Ki blade and protective shield are undeniably practical skills. Why fret? Are those abilities not developed by humans? If that little baldy Krillin can create them, why can't I? Besides, I comprehend their underlying principles, and the difficulty of development pales in comparison to what Krillin and others face. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Leo's eyes, his face radiating absolute confidence. Bolstered by the convictions of two martial arts grandmasters, his self-assurance surpassed that of anyone else. As he opened his eyes once more, Leo returned to reality. Observing the girl still in slumber, he gently roused her, cradling her in his arms and carrying her to the bathroom, where they engaged in profound and intimate discourse for an extended period. During this time, Leo tested his newly acquired telepathy, confirming that the girl had spoken no falsehoods. "Do you have any family left in the East?" he inquired, stroking her silky hair. It must be said, this woman possesses an innate ability to cater to a man's needs. Previously, he lacked the opportunity to appreciate such companionship, but now, Leo found himself yearning for a woman of her caliber to attend to him. He could not reside in the military barracks every day as an officer. His schedule allowed for normal work hours, permitting him to return home unless duty called. Thus, having a compliant and sensible maid at home to prepare meals and warm his bed would indeed be a delightful arrangement. In the absence of others in the household, the young girl revealed that we were all orphans, adopted by the unwavering Shitsishin family from an early age. With remarkable composure, she acknowledged her role as Leo's servant, seemingly resigned to her fate. However, through the lens of mind reading, Leo discerned her true thoughts with clarity. He understood her intentions, whether to feign submission beneath her alluring fade or to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. This woman, though naive, posed little concern for Leo. Should she wish to masquerade, he would allow her to do so, for his sole intention was to require a maid. As for that old wretch, Shitsishin, Leo would eventually demonstrate to him the meaning of insurmountable power. Thus, the following morning, when Tony arrived to meet his two new acquaintances, Leo introduced his young maid. "This is the girl sent by Mr. Obadiah to persuade me. Maid, please greet Mr. Stark." The young maid gracefully bowed, now dressed in the attire of an urban woman. Yet her delicate demeanor still drew admiration from all, including the seasoned Tony. However, upon learning that she was sent by Obadiah, Tony's expression shifted noticeably. "Maid, please convey to Mr. Stark the words Obadiah wishes you to share with me." Leo reclined on the plush sofa, a mocking smile playing upon his lips as he observed Tony. Once the maid had relayed her message, it was evident that Tony's complexion had turned a shade of ashen gray. Ah, so the illustrious Tony Stark is worth so little after all. Leo's amusement deepened, fueling Tony's simmering anger. Despite the mounting evidence of betrayal, a flicker of hope lingered within Tony. He wished for the Ten Rings gang to be deceiving him, that Obadiah had not truly turned against him. Even if the signs were glaringly apparent, if it were merely a matter of conflicting interests, Tony believed forgiveness was within reach. Yet, Obadiah's brazen aggression had evidently provoked him. On the very first day of his return, he sought to sway his savior. Had Leo not deemed collaboration with Obadiah beneath him, Tony might well be dead by now. "Do you require assistance? Although your organization's security is commendable, I find the notion of eliminating that rotund old man lacking in challenge." A fierce glint of murder danced in Leo's eyes, while he had temporarily spared Shitsishin. It was simply because the man resided far in the east, and Leo was disinclined to travel such distances for the time being. There would undoubtedly be a reckoning in the future. Yet, another schemer lurked much closer at hand. Chapter 57. Assertive given Leo's nature. He would never permit those who dared to conspire against him to survive. His strength was on the rise, and with it, an increasing pride befitting a formidable warrior. The beliefs of two grandmasters of martial arts coalesced within him, embodying an aura of dominance that looked down upon the world. In the realm of the powerful, actions spoke louder than words. However, when presented with Leo's proposition, Tony shook his head. He held over 20% of Stark Industries shares. Had he not always aspired to consume the Stark legacy, transforming the company into his own dominion? A cold smile suddenly graced Tony's lips. Given these circumstances, why not let him lose everything first? The coldness in Tony's gaze sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. Leo, on the other hand, observed him with unabashed admiration. The world had undergone a profound transformation with his arrival, particularly evident just yesterday. What was the first action taken by the normal Tony Stark upon his return? What opportunity did countless fellow time travelers seize? Ordinarily, Tony would have immediately convened a press conference to announce the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. Consequently, the stock of Stark Industries would have experienced a significant decline. Then, 1 month later, when Tony declared himself Iron Man, the plummeting stocks would have soared, not only surpassing their previous heights but also achieving new records. This cycle would have provided a golden opportunity for many time travelers to earn their first fortune or to make a powerful entrance into Stark Industries. However, the Tony of this world learned before his return that the one who had betrayed him was Obadiah, which led him to refrain from announcing the closure of the weapons division. The tides of fate had irrevocably shifted. In essence, Tony Stark had transformed. He was no longer the same Tony. Whether he was still Iron Man was another matter entirely. "Very well, suit yourself. If you need assistance, just give me a call. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Indeed, Leo had pressing engagements. Early that morning, he received a call from Ross, and the arrangements finally fell into place. According to Leo's original request, the military's upper echelons had designated a position for this world-saving hero. They decided to create an entirely new role for him. Given his capabilities and requirements, the military's high command reached a consensus after deliberation to establish a new department, which was no small honor. However, this decision was also born out of necessity. Ross's previous Special Response Department had become overly cumbersome, tasked with research, combat, and management. In other words, Leo's authority had become somewhat excessive. Thus, why not dismantle this department, separating its violent components to form a new squad, led by the distinguished Major Leo? This military unit would be officially named the Special Incident and Anomaly Response Team, or simply the Assault Team. Quite impressive. Standing before Ross's desk, Leo realized that henceforth, he would no longer be under Ross's jurisdiction. He would report directly to the highest echelons of the military, specifically the U.S. Department of Defense, where the lowest rank was that of a lieutenant general. By the way, where is Betty? This was merely the first condition. Just as Leo was about to turn to leave, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance back at Ross. The situation regarding this new team aligned perfectly with his intentions. In essence, it resembled SHIELD's Assault Team, which Captain America would lead in the future, specifically tasked with violent missions. Leo desperately required such an identity, one that would allow him to carry out official orders to eliminate threats, predominantly targeting individuals of particular significance. After all, a person of extraordinary character signifies a soul that is equally exceptional. However, this was merely one of the two conditions Ross had initially agreed to. Major Leo, a man, must learn to be content. Betty does not wish to see you. Bang! A series of cracks appeared on the solid wood table, the thunderous sound jolting Ross's heart, resonating even outside the room. Ross's aide pushed the door open and glanced at the scene. Sir, is there a problem? The aide inquired softly, observing Ross. Meanwhile, Ross gazed at the cold-eyed Leo and sighed. It's nothing. You may leave. By the way, inform the logistics department to replace this table for me. If it is merely an apology, then it is unnecessary. Your presence will only further tear open the wound. Leo chuckled coldly, raising his hands, and with his gesture, the wooden table could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed entirely, leaving a mess in the office. This is a matter between us. I merely asked you to respond. Do you think I cannot uncover information? A glint of cold light flashed in Ross's eyes, a certain fury brewing within him. She's at Columbia University, serving as a biology professor. However, I warn you, if you dare to harm a single hair on her head, even if you save the world, I will ensure you experience the consequences of inciting my wrath. The conflict between two men over a woman is a thrilling scene often portrayed in romantic dramas. However, the two present at this moment genuinely possessed formidable power. As the door swung open, Leo exited the office, prompting the aide, who had been attentively monitoring the commotion inside, to quickly avert his gaze while still straining to listen. The quality of this table is abysmal, Leo remarked with a smile as he strode past the remnants of his desk and walked out. Ross's helplessness and anger were not lost on Leo. Even if it were not apparent, with his ability to read minds, he had no fear of misunderstanding Ross's thoughts. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Leo still had utility for Ross, or rather, he had need of his position as AU's military officer. He hunted souls, necessitating that his targets be in proximity, which restricted him from employing large-scale weaponry, such as launching a few bombs at a major city. There may come a time when he has the opportunity to access powerful weaponry, perhaps unleashing a massive explosion. However, that was not an option. He must engage personally and at close range. But how close could he get? Thus, slaughtering ordinary people or the weak was largely unnecessary. Pursuing the strong and hunting formidable adversaries was the optimal strategy for enhancing his own power. Relying on the U.S. military organization, supported by a robust backing, was the most advantageous plan for him, until he no longer required the military strength or until his own status surpassed Ross's. He would refrain from taking any action against him, of course, in the future. Whether he would obediently remain a loyal subordinate or eliminate him entirely would depend on his own performance. Chapter 58, the so-called Special Forces after departing from Ross's territory. Leo proceeded to his own quarters. Now that he has a department under his command, he naturally possesses his own domain. However, in comparison to Ross's vast establishment, his territory appears rather rudimentary, merely a military camp. Including logistical personnel, the total number of those directly under his management is fewer than 100, which can be deemed quite streamlined. Major Leo, I am your adjutant, Blake, announced a gentleman of refined demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, standing before Leo. Each base commander is typically accompanied by an aide-de-camp, colloquially known as an adjutant in American parlance. After all, commanders are preoccupied with issuing orders and engaging in combat, leaving the handling of other affairs to someone else, such as personnel transfers, logistical management, and interpersonal relations. Generally, the rank of an adjutant is one level lower than that of the commander. However, Blake is an exception, holding the same rank of major. This anomaly arises from Leo's unique situation, as no one before him had ever overseen a department or base while holding the rank of major. At the very least, one would expect a lieutenant colonel, with most being colonels, like Wolverine's arch-nemesis, Stryker, who is indeed a colonel. Blake's appointment as Leo's adjutant is partly due to his forthright nature, which has offended some individuals. Although he appears genteel and somewhat scholarly, his character is quite resolute, and he approaches tasks with meticulousness. Such a disposition could be disadvantageous without sufficient strength to back it up, hence his assignment to serve under Leo. Ultimately, however, the primary reason lies with Leo himself. His distinguished achievements and formidable capabilities are well recognized by the upper echelons. Only a fool would disregard such a powerful asset, and alliances are undoubtedly sought. Nevertheless, promotions are subject to a rigid protocol, typically requiring a minimum of 6 months to pass before an advancement can occur. Otherwise, the military would encounter discontent, and the public would certainly voice their concerns over a mere soldier abruptly ascending to the rank of general. Furthermore, many influential figures seek to cultivate relationships with Leo, hoping to draw him closer to their own circles. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they are not dealing with a mere tiger in a cage, easily commanded. but rather a venomous dragon poised to strike. This is my domain? It appears somewhat austere, Leo mused, shaking his head. While he was indifferent to such matters, one naturally desires a more suitable residence. In the future, he would spend a considerable amount of time here, and perhaps even expand the size of his unit. Sir, we have been allocated a budget of $100 million. We could hire a specialized construction team for renovations if you deem it necessary, Blake continued. They found themselves in a forsaken camp, barely habitable after a hasty tidy-up by logistical personnel, yet it still appeared quite lacking, with inadequate facilities on all fronts. This budget primarily serves as compensation and reward for Leo, who has diligently achieved 2 significant accomplishments, even if a promotion is not immediately forthcoming. Recognition in the form of rewards is still warranted. Very well, you may decide this matter. I have heard your name. Your demeanor does not align with those individuals. However, I am quite different from them. Leo patted Blake on the shoulder, and his calm demeanor momentarily stunned Blake. This was intentional. He deliberately mentioned the substantial funding of $100 million to gauge the character of Leo. What better measure exists to test the human heart than money? Yet, to his astonishment, the sum of $100 million, a figure unattainable for 90% of ordinary people throughout their lives, did not even warrant a flicker of emotion in Leo's eyes. Blake's expression softened considerably. To remain unmoved by wealth, especially in modern society and particularly within a capitalist nation like America, is a rare and commendable trait. Leo possessed this quality, indicating that whatever his ambitions, they were undoubtedly significant. Would it not be more fitting and gratifying to follow such a person than those gluttonous officials who engage in petty squabbles? Very well, Commander. By the way, would you like to meet your team? Unconsciously, Blake had begun to use formal language. Leo did not comment much on it. A hint of approval in his gaze sufficed. The ability to swiftly change one's attitude and recognize the extraordinary in others indicated that his aide was indeed capable. Many future matters could be entrusted to him, and, of course, appropriate rewards could also be granted. Team members? Certainly, lead me to them. Blake nodded, gesturing for Leo to proceed first, then lagging half a step behind as they walked toward a green military tent. During their walk, Blake introduced the members of this special squad. Currently, the team comprised 6 members, all elite personnel transferred from other units, including 2 lieutenants, 2 sergeants, and 2 corporals. Leo nodded and strode into the tent, with Blake following closely behind. He immediately issued a sharp command. Assemble. Instantly, several robust figures within the tent sprang into action, regardless of what they had been doing, and promptly stood before Leo and Blake, forming a line and assuming a military stance. This is our commander, Major Leo. Good day, Commander. Leo nodded, and, as his gaze swept over the 6 individuals, he assessed their physical prowess while using his insight to grasp their thoughts. Please introduce yourselves, Leo said calmly. At that moment, a tall black man stepped forward. I am Kinza, from the Marine Corps, sir. Following Kinza, a slightly shorter, yet leaner black man spoke. I am Eisen, from the paratroopers, sir. I am Baka, from the Marine Corps, sir. The speaker is a robust Caucasian man, the most physically imposing among the 6 present. Although he is not the tallest, he possesses the broadest waist. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he is both brawny and stout, exuding a formidable presence. I am Mick, the commander, hailing from a special forces unit. Leo's gaze fixated on this individual. Mick is neither black nor white, but of Asian descent. Yet the crucial aspect is his affiliation with the special forces, commonly referred to as the elite troops. Chapter 59, an unexpected clue: what brings the special forces personnel to my presence. To be frank, the formation of this team was largely due to my influence. Collectively, your strengths would falter against me in less than a heartbeat. Leo crossed his arms, regarding the 6 individuals before him with a serene indifference, too apathetic to even cast them a disdainful glance. Such contempt would be unwarranted. These individuals might manage against ordinary folk, but to him, they were utterly insignificant. None of them possessed even the prowess of a bronze 5-star. What assistance could they possibly provide? In all honesty, their sole utility to Leo would be as mere eyes on the ground, their only role being to relay information during missions. However, it was evident that they were oblivious to this reality. Upon hearing Leo's remarks, their initial reaction was not fury but astonishment, followed closely by anger. This was particularly true for Baka, the most robust among them, whose formidable presence was matched only by his temperament. This did not imply he was the most capable fighter. The correlation between presence and fighting ability exists but is not definitive unless the disparity is glaring. Nonetheless, a man of his stature was likely to have a short fuse. Having surely faced ridicule from superiors when he was a rookie, yet his physical advantage ensured he was always a standout. Thus, encountering a commander like Leo, who bluntly dismissed him as worthless, was a first for him. Commander, I believe you owe us an apology. Otherwise, I feel compelled to request a transfer away from here. Baka's gaze was decidedly hostile. As a subordinate, he certainly could not issue a direct challenge, let alone resort to violence. Such actions could lead to severe consequences. Were it wartime, Leo would have the authority to execute him on the spot. However, since it was not wartime, he felt empowered to exercise his rights and seek a reassignment. In his view, Leo's unit seemed rather insignificant, and Leo himself did not strike him as a commander wielding substantial authority. Associating with such a leader seemed to promise little future. Moreover, the name of the unit was peculiarly odd: Special Incident and Anomaly Response Team? What sort of nonsense was that? Was this unit meant to hunt ghosts? From the very first day he arrived, Baka had been convinced that this was a trap, and upon encountering Leo, his conviction only grew stronger. What sort of department has such a young commander? Surely, this major must have obtained his position through connections. In truth, Leo had gleaned all this information from Baka's thoughts through his telepathic abilities, thereby making a choice. Apologize? You think you deserve that? A large hand extended slowly amidst the gaze of the crowd, yet in reality, it moved with astonishing swiftness. As Baka found himself unable to evade and felt the weight upon his shoulder. That broad shoulder was beyond Leo's grasp with a single hand. But this was of no consequence. Almost instantaneously, Baka's body began to tremble, his robust form quaking as if a child caught in a tempest. His powerful thighs quaking while he gradually sank to his knees. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in Baka's realization that Leo's hand rested upon his shoulder, after which his body seemed possessed, losing all semblance of control. Indeed, he could no longer command his own physique, feeling utterly disconnected, with the sole exception of his eyes. A look of terror emanated from his gaze. His mouth agape in a futile attempt to emit a sound, yet no voice escaped. Baka struggled to rise, to free himself from Leo's embrace. But his efforts yielded no results. He could only watch, helplessly, as the expressions of those around him shifted to one of strange intrigue. And he perceived Leo growing taller in his sight, not due to any actual increase in height, but rather because Leo had lowered himself, kneeling before him. The weak must acknowledge their frailty. Whether one strives for strength or resigns to mediocrity is a personal choice. However, one must first accept their weakness, lest they find themselves in a predicament such as this, where even the act of living becomes an arduous endeavor. A slight smirk graced Leo's lips as he observed the brawny Baka kneeling under his control, then he lifted his arm. Yet, Baka remained unable to rise. Leo commanded his body, and unless he chose to release him, any movement was beyond Baka's reach for the foreseeable future. This method surpassed the techniques found in martial arts novels, while those techniques involve sealing meridians through internal force. Leo wielded his mastery of internal martial arts to manipulate Baka's entire musculature at will. Having mentioned you are part of a special forces unit, what brings you here? Leo asked, directing his gaze at Mick, who trembled slightly before responding. My team was disbanded. During a mission, everyone perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. For I was a sniper, positioned farthest away. Mick's revelation piqued Leo's interest. A total loss. What transpired? Betrayal and ambush? Or perhaps an extraordinary circumstance? Mick hesitated, his eyes flitting over Leo's face for a moment. But in that instant, Leo gleaned the answers he sought from his thoughts. Wait, no need to elaborate. I already comprehend. Ghosts? Intriguing, a skeletal figure on a motorcycle, Texas, is it? Leo murmured to himself. Mick's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Leo and the others. Observing his reaction, clearly began to connect the dots. Indeed, I possess the ability to read minds. Therefore, you need not attempt to deceive me with any tricks. Your thoughts are entirely unguarded against my perception. Leo did not conceal his intentions, rather, it served as a form of deterrence, simultaneously adding an air of mystery and enhancing his authority. Naturally, his primary intrigue lay with the figure that had emerged in Mick's mind. The Ghost Rider, perhaps? Regrettably, his soul eludes me, having been surrendered to the demon. Leo shook his head. If he could obtain the Ghost Rider's soul, he would indeed be unrestrained. For that individual was undoubtedly a diamond-tier entity. However, this was contingent upon him being in his most formidable form. Johnny Blaze, in his blue flame state, could rend the very fabric of heaven and overpower Mephisto with ease. Tearing apart Seraphim would be trivial. If that soul remains unattainable, what of his adversaries? A sudden spark illuminated Leo's thoughts. The primary requisite to become the Ghost Rider was the sacrifice of one's own soul, merging with the spirit of vengeance. While merging with Johnny Blaze would yield a being of undeniable prestige, Zarathos, an ancient malevolence, comparable to Odin and Yahweh in stature. Chapter 60, The Female Assassin in the Night. For the moment, Leo set aside the matter of the Ghost Rider. However, it was essential to remain informed about him, to monitor his movements, as there might be opportunities to profit from him in the future. Kinza, Aizen, Baka, and Mick constituted only 4 individuals. 2 had yet to introduce themselves. Leo's gaze shifted, and the latter 2, sensing his scrutiny, cast a glance at the still kneeling Baka, whose contorted visage glistened with sweat. And they trembled slightly. Commander, My name is Bill, and I hail from the Marine Corps. This was another young Caucasian, yet devoid of the fierce demeanor exhibited by Baka. His physique was unremarkable, simply average. The final individual was of Latin descent, and unlike the other five who, while not conventionally handsome, possessed facial features that were acceptable, this one appeared somewhat awkward, or perhaps even unseemly. Commander, I am Jameson. Leo suddenly broke into laughter. To be honest, had I not encountered you here, I would surely have given you a beating, for I would have assumed you were either in the act of pilfering my wallet or preparing to do so. At this, laughter erupted among the group, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. However, as they glanced at the still kneeling Baka, a twinge of discomfort lingered. As they felt the humor might be excessive, all right, let us sit and converse. Now that you have come here to be under my command, we shall conduct our affairs according to my rules. In an instant, Leo moved with the swiftness of lightning, tapping each individual's forehead, including Baka, whose restraints were lifted. Yet, this was not an act of mercy. Rather, Leo had no desire to squander resources. Human capital, especially those with varying degrees of capability, was invaluable to him. And with the means to subdue them at his disposal, past grievances were of little consequence. As your dog barks at you twice, would you kick him? Yet go so far as to slay him for a mere 2 barks? Hypnotic fist. Leo's gaze subtly shifted, his voice infused with an enchanting power. At this moment, within the tent, there were a total of 8 individuals, and astonishingly, only 1 breath could be heard among them, all synchronized in unison. The prowess of the turtle sage cannot be understated. This hypnotic technique is one of his formidable martial arts. When little Wukong first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he nearly succumbed to this very technique, and had he not fortuitously witnessed the moon's transformation, he likely would have lost outright. On his subsequent participation, the male wolf was once again entranced by the turtle sage, mistaking Krillin's bald head for the moon, thus reverting to his human form. The potency of this technique is indeed remarkable, particularly as its principles can be adapted and further developed, especially when combined with telepathy, serving as a formidable method of mental assault. In truth, Wang Chao's martial arts also encompass a similar technique. The Galactic Emperor elaborated extensively on the connection between martial cultivation and hypnosis, emphasizing the role of mental fortitude in hypnotic influence. The Great Dream Sutra is a unique practice centered on entering dreams through hypnosis. Although Leo has yet to reach the stage of enlightenment through this method, he can still hypnotize a few individuals, implanting within them a mental barrier that renders them mute should they contemplate betrayal or divulging secrets. Only then can Leo feel secure in utilizing their abilities. However, this is still insufficient. With their current levels of strength, they offer little assistance. Hardly more effective than a mere messenger. I must seek out individuals of greater caliber. Leo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, yet no suitable choices emerged immediately. As night fell, Leo rested for the first time in this territory he could call his own. However, for him, rest was a distant notion. The pursuit of cultivation was ceaseless, encompassing both dynamic and static practices, with sleep also serving as a form of training. Within the military tent, Leo lay in a reclined position, appearing to be in a deep slumber, yet in reality, he was engaged in a form of spiritual cultivation. While practicing internal martial arts, his spiritual realm had not fully opened, he merely experienced a stirring. Nevertheless, having acquired the martial arts of the turtle sage, that door had now swung wide open, allowing him to glimpse the wonders of the spiritual world, akin to Doctor Strange encountering the Ancient One, who unveiled the vibrant cosmos before him. Suddenly, within the pitch-black confines of the tent, a figure stealthily entered, bringing with her a fragrant breeze, and her slender silhouette revealed her identity. She was a woman. In the military camp, devoid of female soldiers, what was a woman doing here? Moreover, why had she appeared in Leo's tent at the stroke of midnight? With a blade unsheathed, a sharp katana glinted, causing the temperature within the tent to plummet as the live figure gazed at Leo's peculiar sleeping posture. Without hesitation, she swung down the blade with force. Clang! The keen blade was ensnared by an unseen force, rendering it immobile. Yet, the figure seemed to anticipate this moment. A sudden flash of ethereal, violet light erupted as a telekinetic blade shot forth, aimed at Leo's neck, illuminated by the glow. Enough! Leo furrowed his brow slightly, flicking his finger, which was imbued with energy, precisely striking the telekinetic blade and dispersing it. Simultaneously, a surge of dark energy coursed through the arm that grasped the katana, resulting in a delicate cry as the weapon changed hands. As the lights illuminated the scene, Leo held the katana in one hand while gripping the slender neck of the nocturnal visitor with the other. Impressive blade. I didn't expect you to possess such lineage. He glanced at the weapon in his grasp. The intricate patterns on its blade and the finely honed edge signified its extraordinary origin. In the hands of a master, this weapon could indeed be a lethal instrument of silent death. However, for Leo, it held little significance. No matter how sharp, it could not pierce his skin. With a mere shift of his strength, his skin could solidify into a texture as resilient as iron sand, impervious to blades, possessing a toughness surpassing even the toughest leather. I had intended to seek you out, but you proved elusive, disappearing without a trace. So, do enlighten me. What brings you to my doorstep tonight? With a flick of his wrist, the blade returned to its sheath, and Leo lowered his arm, gazing at the figure before him, Ling Dai. Clad in a sleek black leather outfit, he found himself intrigued by this woman, having taken note of her during the grand battle against the apocalypse. However, after the conflict, he had no opportunity to pursue her further. Yet, unexpectedly, she had appeared before him this very night. Chapter 61. Ling Dai, what other reason could there be for seeking you? I am here to kill you. Ling Dai maintained a cool demeanor. Offering no thanks for being spared by Leo, her expression as unyielding as ever, exuding an air of reckless defiance. However, Leo shook his head at her declaration. You have undergone specialized training. If your intention was truly to kill me, you would not reveal so many flaws for me to detect. Sounds sense. Light, did you graduate with such subpar results? A top-tier assassin would never betray a hint of suspicion before making a move, yet Ling Dai blatantly contradicted this principle. Have you ever encountered an assassin who wears perfume? An assassin who brings a katana to execute a job? An assassin clad in a black leather trench coat? Of course. If one were to attribute these peculiarities to Ling Dai's arrogance, it would be simpler to note that Leo felt no intent to kill emanating from her. Instead, he discerned a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Yet, her nature rendered her a stubborn, proud one. By the way, you are not dressed as seductively as last time. I thought you might be here to offer your affections. As for your little tricks, to be frank, they hardly conceal your intentions from me. Leo leaned back against the army cot, observing the subtle shift in Ling Dai's expression with a teasing remark. Ling Dai represented the exceptional talent he had longed for. Her arrival was indeed most fortuitous. This is not merely a reflection on the combat prowess of Ling Dai, rather, it underscores the profound significance of her abilities in relation to him. Positioning. Mental positioning. Ling Dai is a practitioner of psychic abilities. However, her capabilities differ from those of Charles or the White Queen. She is unable to invade minds, or finds it exceedingly challenging to do so. Yet, her psychic power can manifest itself, transforming into weaponry. This, in itself, is not trivial. But the crux of her skill lies in her capacity to pinpoint the locations of others. It was she who guided Apocalypse to the angel hiding in a secluded corner. And she who led him to Magneto, far away in the German countryside, all thanks to her locating abilities. For Leo, this power is of paramount importance. Prior to mastering large-scale aura detection, his ability to find formidable opponents hinged entirely on Ling Dai's talents. With this skill at his disposal, it is akin to activating an automatic pathfinding feature in a game, effortlessly guiding him to the wild beasts. Contemplating this, Leo was even more reluctant to let go of this alluring, coldly beautiful, yet capricious woman. With a swift motion, an invisible force surged forth, drawing Ling Dai into his embrace amidst her startled exclamation. What are you doing? After maintaining her aloof demeanor for so long, Ling Dai finally faltered under such an assault. Cradled in Leo's arms, her form curled up, although she was not short and possessed long legs. She appeared petite and delicate in comparison to Leo's towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. In Leo's embrace, Ling Dai resembled a vulnerable girl, utterly devoid of resistance. Or perhaps she had no intention of resisting at all. The immense power Leo had exhibited earlier had left an indelible impression on her mind. Trained in the East, she had escaped from a brutal training ground, and her nature was predisposed to follow the strong. Initially, she believed Apocalypse to be sufficiently powerful, but Leo's emergence revealed to her the existence of even greater strength. During this time, she had pondered deeply and ultimately could no longer restrain herself, seeking out Leo. Yet, she had not anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Do you desire this? With Leo's touch, a mere caress could render Ling Dai utterly powerless over her own body, including her control over pleasure, which would entirely fall under his dominion. In a brief span, she found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of confusion, her forehead glistening with fragrant sweat as Leo stripped away her outer leather attire, revealing a seductive and alluring ensemble beneath. Stop. Please, stop. Ling Dai clung desperately to her composure. Were it not for her psychic abilities, she would likely have succumbed long ago. Yet, what harm would there be in surrendering? At that moment, a fierce internal struggle raged within her. She was drawn to Leo's formidable power, which compelled her to seek him out, yet this did not imply a willingness to offer herself up entirely. However, the current circumstances suggested that surrendering might not be such a terrible fate after all. Become my woman. I shall grant you all that you desire. What say you? Leo's hand gently caressed the smooth back of Ling Dai, yet this tender gesture felt like torment to her, the sensation, akin to a jolt to her very soul, compelled her to cry out, to scream, but somehow, she always fell just short. You are a devil. Ling Dai rolled her eyes and suddenly turned with force, locking her gaze with Leo's. She then leaned down, her small hands reaching for his belt, tugging at it with determination. The morning sun bathed the earth in warmth, and being within the military camp meant that the daily morning drills were unavoidable. "Good morning, Commander." Liao stepped out of his tent, scratching his head, and nodded in acknowledgement to Blake, who greeted him. "Ah, good morning. By the way, fetch a set of female soldier uniforms from logistics, for someone of 175 centimeters. Liao said with brazen nonchalance. Blake, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Liao and then at the tent behind him. How could one wake up to find a woman in their bed? Last night, they had all dined together and then rested, after all. However, as Liao was the commander, Blake had no choice but to comply, nodding in agreement before rushing off to logistics. A moment later, Blake returned with the uniforms, handing them to Liao, who went inside the tent. Shortly after, he emerged again, this time accompanied by a striking woman clad in military attire. Allow me to introduce Ling Dai. She will be a member of our team starting today. Liao had certainly pushed the boundaries of his authority to the extreme. Ling Dai's sudden appearance and appointment were in stark contrast to military regulations. Yet, who could contest his command? Everything here was determined by his word. The tranquil days passed swiftly. Due to the newly established department, few remembered its existence. To those above, it was merely a place to place Liao. Consequently, a month elapsed without Liao receiving any tasks. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, choosing instead to immerse himself in the profound teachings of Wang Chao's national martial arts in the wisdom of the turtle immortal. Chapter 62, 10 Precepts Gang, Masterman Floating. Rise. Liao's thoughts were absorbed as he concentrated on the chi within him, envisioning himself liberated from the bonds of gravity, soaring freely through the skies. The chi responded to his thoughts, circulating throughout his body, naturally generating a force that countered the weight of gravity holding him down. Commander, you have a call. A figure appeared behind Liao, startling him. Alas, so close. Liao opened his eyes, shaking his head. This was the third day. Since he had fully digested and integrated the 2 martial arts systems he had mastered, he had contemplated the creation of a new technique, with the first being the art of floating. However, after 3 days of experimentation, he had only achieved brief moments of levitation, still far from the ability to fly freely. What was happening? Leo turned to glance at Blake, who promptly responded under his piercing gaze. Sir, another call has come in from Dr. Ethan, indicating that Tony Stark is in trouble. A glimmer of intensity flickered in Leo's eyes as he swiftly strode towards the military camp. Who else, apart from Obadiah, could pose a threat to Tony at this juncture? Had he yet to confront Obadiah, or had he engaged and faced a counterattack, landing himself in peril? Prepare an aircraft. I am bound for Los Angeles. Before the events of the Avengers saga commenced, Stark Industries headquarters resided on the West Coast, within the confines of a sandblasting facility, before the establishment of Stark Tower. In contrast, Leo's base was situated in the suburban expanse of New York, not far from the location of the Xavier Institute, which, however, remained under reconstruction, leaving its inhabitants residing in the professor's grand estate. Upon receiving Ethan's message, Leo wasted no time, setting forth with Ling Dai. After traversing the vast expanse of the United States for several hours, he arrived at Tony's opulent Malibu mansion on the West Coast. Hey, Major Leo, Ethan appeared before him. Resembling a butler, anxiety etched across his features. Although he acknowledged Ling Dai's presence, his focus remained solely on Leo. Since Tony returned last time, he has been tirelessly laboring in the garage. I occasionally assist him. He is constructing something he previously attempted to create in the Middle East, a suit of armor. Seemingly anticipating Leo's confusion, Dr. Ethan guided him into the room while elucidating further. It is a remarkable suit of armor, an iron suit, capable of flight, equipped with powerful weaponry, and possessing immense strength. Noticing a flicker of derision in Ling Dai's gaze, Ethan hastily added, Major Leo, please believe me, I am not jesting. Jarvis, please display the test video of the armor for Major Leo's review. Ethan appeared to have truly assumed the role of Tony Stewart, possessing even the authority to command Jarvis. As his words resonated in the air, a deeply magnetic male voice responded, Certainly, Dr. Ethan. A beam of light then illuminated the room, revealing a virtual projection. Moreover, the video showcased the striking gold and crimson armor, capturing the attention of both Leo and Ethan. Flight, light cannons, strength tests, though brief and edited. The essence of the armor was vividly portrayed. All right, Ethan, I grasp the details regarding the armor. However, what does this have to do with Tony's predicament? Is there an issue with the armor? Leo inquired, a look of perplexity adorning his countenance. Ethan shook his head, then activated the television, pointing to a paused frame. This morning, we were greeted by alarming news of a group of terrorists wreaking havoc in my hometown, the town of Ymer. In my astonishment, I called upon Tony, seeking his assistance in addressing this dire situation. He advised me to contact you. However, just half an hour before your arrival, he suddenly donned his battle armor. declaring his intent to aid the townsfolk himself. Leo understood that this was the unfolding of the original plot, marking Iron Man's inaugural engagement. Yet, as he gazed at the screen displaying the band of terrorists, adorned with their emblem resembling 10 rings, a realization dawned upon him. This was the retaliation of the 10 Rings gang. Previously, Leo had eradicated an entire nest of their operatives, and, as terrorists, they were accustomed to slaughtering others. It was unprecedented for them to be on the receiving end of such violence. Thus, based on information relayed to headquarters by the deceased bald man who fell at Leo's hands, their focus shifted to Tony and Ethan, prompting the massacre in the town. Their true objective, however, was likely to avenge the audacity of Leo's assault against them. The 10 Rings gang and their leader, Mandarin. Leo pondered deeply. Considering the formidable influence of the 10 Rings and the character of Mandarin, if Iron Man were to have a fourth installment, it was almost inevitable that he would emerge as the ultimate antagonist. The portrayal of Mandarin in the third installment depicted him as a jester-like figure. Yet the true Mandarin was a far more terrifying entity, possessing extraordinary power. Thus, Leo found himself at a crossroads. Should he rescue Tony? In the cinematic realm, Tony's debut was undoubtedly grand and spectacular, but this world diverged from that of the films. Even within the cinematic universe, the narrative had been altered by Leo, leaving room for unforeseen complications. Perhaps he should consider Tony as a surrogate son. In Leo's plans, Tony held significant future potential, and it was imperative that he remained unharmed for now. Wait for my word, and direct me with precision. Following Jarvis's guidance, Leo stepped into the courtyard, shedding his shirt to reveal a pair of colossal metallic wings. As he beheld these wings that once belonged to a comrade, a glimmer of fervor ignited in Lindy's eyes, tinged with a hint of obsession as she gazed at Leo. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, a surge of force propelled him upward, launching him into the sky, where he began to accelerate frantically toward the location of Ymir. His speed intensified, surpassing the limits, until, with a thunderous roar, he broke the sound barrier. The immense air pressure battered against Leo's form, yet an invisible layer of energy shielded him from harm. Simultaneously, Leo silently recited the flight technique he had devised. Although he had not yet mastered the art of flying, he could alleviate his weight and even counteract gravity. Achieving this significantly amplified his velocity. Chapter 63, The Frustrated Tony. A white streak zipped through the sky at an incredible speed. The abundant energy enveloped the surface surrounding him, warding off the turbulent winds. Leo fervently flapped his wings, propelling his body at an accelerated pace toward his destination. Blood coursed through his veins, pumping waves of strength throughout his frame, while energy circulated within him, rendering Leo lighter and more powerful. All of this culminated in a mere mortal who, through sheer physical prowess, could transcend the speed of sound by more than a factor of 1. It is noteworthy that humanity invented the airplane, yet supersonic aircraft took over a century to materialize. Despite relentless advancements in modern science and technology and continuous progress in materials science, humanity still required an inordinate amount of time to enable aircraft to surpass the sound barrier. In contrast, Leo could achieve this feat solely through his corporeal abilities, truly a marvel of nature. In such a state, should any object obstruct his path, one need not speculate, the outcome would undoubtedly be obliteration. However, his arduous journey was not merely for the thrill of flight. The paramount objective was to swiftly catch up with Tony, who had departed long before him. Ahead, amidst the clouds, a figure adorned in gold and crimson was racing at the same supersonic velocity. Even with a supersonic cruise, traveling from the Americas to the Middle East would take only a few hours. Yet, since this was merely the prototype armor, still taking shape within a cave, it could be considered the Mark I of this world, and its speed, naturally, was far from the rapidity of future iterations. Major Leo had already set forth, pursuing from behind. Within the armor, Jarvis's voice resonated, while Tony remained silent, his focus unwavering. Recently, he had felt somewhat stifled. Obadiah seemed to sense something amiss, leading to increasingly blatant actions. Just days ago, he had deceived a group of board members, effectively ousting Tony from the board. The official pretext, of course, was purportedly for Tony's benefit, yet he was acutely aware of Obadiah's true intentions. This was the crux of the issue. He had yet to devise a plan to confront Obadiah. With his current capabilities, he could not reclaim Stark Industries from Obadiah, whose grip was too secure. Unless some formidable force intervened to bolster his position and address external threats, he remained at a disadvantage. Damn it! A flicker of indignation crossed Tony's face. Being deceived was one matter, but being manipulated for over a decade without knowledge was intolerable. He had once reveled in his genius, only to find himself treated as a mere puppet, a cash cow destined to be felled, becoming fuel for someone else's relentless fire. There remained 50 kilometers to the target. Jarvis's voice reached Tony's ears, signaling that it was time for him to decelerate. After all, he had departed long before. and despite Leo's superior speed, there was still a temporal gap to consider. The crimson and gold war armor began to decelerate, with the thrusters behind and beneath it reducing power, while the propulsion devices at the front and within its palms expelled opposing forces to counteract inertia. Move quickly, don't obstruct here, damn it. A small leader unfastened the firearm from his waist and ruthlessly struck the back of the man on the ground with the butt of the gun. The piercing scream elicited a cruel smile from his face. He reveled in this sensation, this thrill of possessing the power over life and death of another. Daddy, no, Daddy. A young child wailed in despair, witnessing his father collapse to the ground in agony. Struggling, he broke free from the grip of the armed assailant and rushed to his father's side. What are you doing? How could you let him escape? The small leader glanced at his subordinate behind him, shouting in anger, but then he turned around, raising his rifle to aim at the child. Bang, bang, born amidst chaos. In a land rife with conflict, slaughter, and death, ruthlessness was their highest principle for survival. Without hesitation, the small leader fired, believing that eliminating this troublesome child would best assert his authority. In that moment, the air was filled with cries and gasps of horror. However, to his astonishment, he did not hear the sound of bullets striking flesh. Instead, there came a series of clanging noises, as if the bullets were ricocheting off steel. A towering figure crouched protectively in front of the father and son, crossing its arms to deflect the bullets. It was, in fact, a suit of iron armor. Open fire. Faced with this unexpected entity, the small leader instinctively chose to shoot. The rhythmic gunfire resonated through the not-so-narrow space like a symphony, and the rifle in the small leader's hands unleashed a barrage of bullets in mere seconds. Yet, as he gazed upon the faint marks on the iron armor, a chill crept into his heart. He was unaware that the metal used in this armor could withstand thousands of degrees of heat and possessed extraordinary aerospace capabilities. Withstanding the impact of bullets posed no challenge for it. In fact, it was almost effortless. However, the members of the Ten Commandments gang, who were perpetually enamored with brute strength and the power of their firearms, could not help but feel a surge of fear upon witnessing this monstrous figure that seemed impervious to both gun and bullet. What kind of monster is this? The small leader pondered. Then he noticed the armor suddenly turning its head, two entities resembling eyes, which were actually cameras, locking onto him. Boom. As the arm was raised, Tony gazed at the small leader. The arc reactor in his palm erupted with a formidable force, delivering a powerful impact that smashed into the small leader's chest, shattering his ribs and obliterating his heart and lungs. After eliminating the minor leader, Tony wasted no time and commenced a relentless spree of slaughter, dispatching all but a handful of terrorists with his own hand. Even the innocent civilians taken hostage met their demise beneath the trajectory of bullets calculated with precision by his sophisticated computer system. Just as Tony believed he had vanquished all adversaries, a thunderous blast echoed, the sound of a hidden armored vehicle targeting him. A single anti-tank missile was launched, striking his armor with devastating accuracy, sending him tumbling through the air like a mere plaything, before he crashed to the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt. Damage to the armor, 11%, Jarvis reported. In the following moments, Tony was met with the ominous sounds of approaching treads and the roar of engines. It was indeed a trap. Jarvis, employ satellite surveillance to detect surrounding enemy forces. As Tony gazed at the converging troops, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Jarvis had not responded. Jarvis, the intelligence system, developed by Tony, had evolved through his continuous enhancements to exhibit traits of artificial intelligence. It was Jarvis that enabled Tony to operate the armor with such finesse, as the majority of its functions were under Jarvis's control. In the heat of battle, it was impossible for Tony to focus on the nuances of every strike or to adjust the thrust of the propulsion engines in real time, let alone manage the myriad functions required during flight. With Jarvis's assistance, piloting the armor was akin to playing a computer game, transforming a device more complex than a fighter jet into a user-friendly experience. However, Jarvis's mainframe resided in the basement of his home, not within the armor itself. After all, Jarvis was the culmination of human software engineering, far too intricate to be confined to a mere chip. Thus, the connection between Jarvis and the armor relied on the omnipresent network, which had now inexplicably severed. Damn it. Tony's gaze sharpened. He immediately resolved to vacate the area. He issued commands to the armor, preparing for takeoff, but before his feet could leave the ground, another explosive blast resonated. Boom. The deafening sound startled Tony, prompting him to evade instinctively. Yet, his speed could not rival that of the incoming projectile. Under normal circumstances, with Jarvis's assistance, the system would have reacted instantaneously to the threat, allowing Tony to dodge before the attack even materialized. But now, Jarvis was absent. A tremendous force struck Tony's chest, followed by a violent explosion that propelled him away. Even though the steel armor remained largely intact and the inner lining was exceptionally durable, the overwhelming impact was too great to withstand. However, his ascent was abruptly halted, and he plummeted from the sky, coughing, Tony lay on the ground as he received a report from the armor's support system. The outer shell had sustained 30% damage, and he was now afflicted with numerous contusions. The sharp pain radiating from his arm made it painfully evident that he was in dire straits. At present, his only hope lay in the swift arrival of Leo. The clattering of tank treads grew increasingly closer as Tony lifted his gaze. Finding himself encircled by a multitude of armored vehicles and tanks, their cannons aimed directly at him. Yet for the moment, no attack was launched. A man, adorned with tattoos and exuding a wild demeanor, descended from one of the tanks. "Tony Stark, what makes you think you can provoke us?" The man's expression dripped with disdain as he surveyed the armored suit on the ground, his eyes betraying little regard for the formidable weaponry that had driven nations into a frenzy. "I am Mangekyou, the leader of the Ten Rings. Remember my name, lest you arrive before the King of Hell without knowing who has brought you to your end." Mangekyou strode forward, his footfall deliberate as he approached the prostrate Tony, who, in response, scrambled to his feet, only to see the turrets pivoting menacingly. Yet Tony was acutely aware that a mere handful of turrets could not deter him, provided he could establish communication with Jarvis. "How did you manage this?" "You've jammed my communications, not through software, but via some form of hardware interference. The question remains, how did you achieve this when I possess my own satellite?" Tony's voice emerged from behind his helmet, seeking to buy some time. From Mangekyou's behavior, it was evident he was a man of many words. A type Tony was all too familiar with, a man embittered by unrecognized efforts and talents, driven by a yearning to assert himself, to be seen by the world. It was a sort of vanity, though theirs was a vanity with purpose, not merely a desire for adoration and applause. As anticipated, upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Mangekyou halted before him, letting out a couple of boisterous laughs. "Tony Stark, are you truly so clever as to not deduce how I accomplished this? You pride yourself on being a genius, are you not? The youngest graduate in MIT history, completing a master's in mechanical engineering in just 3 years. I've heard from the Tumun organization that you rank among the top 10 in human intelligence." While it seemed Mangekyou was complimenting Tony, his tone was laced with derision. However, rather than becoming incensed, Tony chose to play along. "A genius? I certainly am one, but genius does not equate to omniscience. Only God possesses such knowledge. Are you planning to divulge your methods, or do you wish to maintain an air of mystery, showcasing your supposed superiority?" As the head of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, Tony was far more than just a tech enthusiast. In truth, he excelled at managing interpersonal relations. It was no wonder that amidst the multitude of billionaires, he alone garnered such a devoted following and was loved by countless individuals. Was it merely because he enjoyed showing off? Surely the oil tycoons of the Middle East were more ostentatious than he. There was a reason for his popularity. In fact, he had been well-liked since his school days, possessing an undeniable personal charm. Thus, he was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of the man before him. He yearned to showcase his prowess, to witness the astonishment etched upon Tony's visage, to bask in the reverence that Tony would bestow upon him. Yet, contrary to his desires, Tony chose to provoke him instead. The pitiful tech savant, it seemed, also had his own realms of ignorance. Mangekyou shook his head and then extended his palm, revealing his left hand to Tony. This hand bore no particular distinction, save for one intriguing detail. It was adorned with an abundance of rings. "Oh, just to clarify, I am not disparaging you," Mangekyou quipped, raising his middle finger towards Tony with a grin. "Do you see this ring? While it may not possess the formidable power of my father's 10 rings, it is indeed capable of disrupting your signal." In truth, Mangekyou had yet to reveal an additional facet of this ring. It not only blocked signals but also obscured vision, essentially rendering the wearer invisible. It was precisely this reason that had allowed Tony to overlook the hidden forces lying in wait. However, Tony gazed at Mangekyou in utter bewilderment, disbelief evident on his face as he retorted, "Are you implying that this trinket is a magic ring? Do you really believe I am so easily deceived? Do I appear to you as a fool? As a devout follower of the Church of Science, how could Tony ever accept the existence of magic? Perhaps he was unaware that in the future of the Marvel multiverse, he would ascend to become the new Sorcerer Supreme, succeeding Stephen Strange. Nevertheless, in this moment, he remained resolute in his skepticism towards the concept of magic. To him, all that seemed magical was merely a ruse of advanced technology. The historical tales of magic were, in his view, little more than elaborate deceptions crafted by charlatans, and future generations would effortlessly unravel these legendary narratives through scientific inquiry. Yet now Mangekyou, with his middle finger raised, asserted that he wore a ring imbued with magical power. Was this to suggest that his dual doctorate degrees had been purchased? Even though Tony's helmet obscured his expression, his sudden silence spoke volumes of his incredulity. In response, the derision on Mangekou's face became even more pronounced. "Foolish creature, seated at the bottom of a well, believing that what you perceive constitutes the entirety of the sky. There exists an expanse of knowledge beyond your comprehension, though you may never have the opportunity to grasp it." Mangekyou extended his right hand, revealing yet another ring upon his middle finger, and in that moment, he clenched his fist, The suit's built-in system detected a surge of intense energy. Do you really need to state the obvious? I am not blind, Tony exclaimed, observing the radiant currents and formidable energy emanating from Mangekyou's illuminated right hand. Even without the system's alert, he could feel the overwhelming force. This was undoubtedly a potent strike, yet in this critical moment, Tony's tech-savvy nature led him to ponder a pressing question. From whence did this power originate? How could such a diminutive ring wield such immense strength? This defied the laws of science. Boom. Like thunder striking the earth, akin to the resounding boom of a cannon. The deafening sound heralded the onset of a fierce assault. Mangekyou wielded his fist, enveloped in a blinding electric light that seemed almost tangible. Thunder Dragon Fist. Mangekyou, evidently straightforward in demeanor, eschewed flamboyant and ostentatious names for his techniques. Instead, his attack bore a name as direct as his strike itself. Swish. The unmistakable sound of charging resonated. Faced with such a formidable blow, it was apparent that Tony had not devised an adequate countermeasure. He could scarcely manage to evade. For the might of this attack could not simply be avoided. The only recourse was to confront it head-on. A true man must summon the courage to face challenges directly. The renowned literary figure Lu Xun once remarked that when confronted, one must stand firm. If one cannot prevail, one must still endure, even at great personal cost. Though Tony had not encountered this wisdom, being a figment of the author's imagination, he nonetheless grasped its essence. He concentrated all the energy from his chest reactor into the arc generators in his palms. Originally intended to stabilize his flight, this device now possessed an astonishing destructive potential. He could only hope it would serve as his salvation. With a mighty push, akin to a Kamehameha wave, Tony shouted to bolster his resolve, hoping to instill a measure of intimidation. Yet, Mangekyou remained unfazed. Confident that his strength was sufficient to shatter any resistance, not even the intriguing toys of Tony Stark could withstand his might. Boom. The thunderous punch collided with the energy shockwave, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. The air rippled, and a tempest erupted from the center of their confrontation, sending clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Tony was on the verge of a primal scream. Having never truly experienced combat, his encounters in college paled in comparison to this life-and-death struggle. His emotions surged, and the overwhelming force coursing through his palms was a disconcerting sensation. It felt as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. Igniting a profound fear within him, a fear of imminent death, he felt as though he might perish in the next moment. Yet, he refused to succumb. He was not one to yield easily. The energy reserves dwindled rapidly, plummeting at an alarming rate, but Tony gritted his teeth, refusing to abandon hope. He was not yet at the point of surrender. In truth, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He yearned for a savior, a figure as pure as an angel. You were too weak. A voice full of derision echoed in Tony's ear. It was Mangekyou. Amid such a fierce clash, especially without the protection of his armor, he still possessed the energy to taunt. Electric Serpent. In the next moment, Tony heard a sharp command. He did not comprehend the meaning of those words, but realization dawned upon him swiftly. In the heart of the collision, where electric sparks danced, suddenly, serpentine bolts of electricity surged forth, striking fiercely against Tony's chest. In an instant, the energy flowing through his hands ceased, and a powerful fist from Mangekyou broke free, crashing down upon Tony. The impact reverberated like a meteorite descending to Earth, toppling Tony and his armor, creating a massive crater in the ground beneath them. How foolish, Mangekyou remarked, flexing his fist. Although his magical ring was a mere imitation, its strength was formidable. His father, Mandalan, had stood against the might of the Celestial Empire, evading death despite multiple attempts from the Divine Spear Bureau. As a scion of a prestigious family, he was not to be underestimated. Tony Stark, I can offer you another chance. Submit to us, and I shall make you our chief weapons designer. When my father reigns over the world, I, as the heir to the Empire, can grant you dominion over North America. Mangekyou dusted off his hands, his words dripping with condescension. It was evident that he did not perceive his proposition as the ravings of a madman, but rather as a tangible and achievable ambition. My father, Mandalan, possesses grand aspirations and unparalleled skills. Shortly after his ascension to power, I will inherit the world, and it would be your honor to kneel at my feet and serve as my subordinate. Chapter 66, stalling for time, continuing to show Tony's side, but as he exhaled, a fit of coughing ensued, a metallic taste rising in his throat, a sign of internal injury and bleeding. It was crucial to note that his armor had been meticulously designed for protection. Its offensive capabilities were relatively low, yet its defensive strength was formidable, akin to a true suit of armor rather than a weapon. With the ability to withstand tank shells and scathe, and only sustain minor surface dents from heavy machine gun fire. It was astounding that he had sustained internal injuries. Damn it, what is that guy's deal? Tony gasped, drawing breath only to be met with searing pain in his lungs. Submit to you? Not a chance, though I must admit, your punches pack quite a wallop. Mangekyou's incessant chatter reached Tony's ears, yet he refrained from immediate response. Mangekyou, rarely encountering someone capable of engaging in discourse, typically interacted with those who had not even experienced basic education. To them, mere survival was paramount. The notion of world domination was utterly foreign. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension, causing Tony to pause. At that moment, he lay precariously on his side, struggling to support his weight. To Mangekyou, Tony appeared gravely injured, incapable of further resistance. In truth, Tony's situation was not as dire as it seemed. Yet the sudden voice startled him profoundly. You appear to have sustained severe injuries, and furthermore, your armor has suffered over 30% damage. During our period of lost communication, it appears you have endured a fierce battle. Jarvis's words filled Tony with a warm sensation. Regardless of the circumstances, Jarvis would always remain by his side. However, this was not the moment for lamentation. Jarvis, where is Leo? Can you ascertain his location? I seem to have encountered some trouble. The man before me possesses a rather peculiar ability he claims to be magic, yet I suspect it may be some form of unknown technology. Or perhaps he is a mutant. Tony speculated, but the crux of the matter remained. Where was Leo? If he did not arrive soon, Tony felt he would likely have to surrender. He had no desire to meet his demise at this juncture, and as for what would follow surrender, certainly, he would seize the opportunity to escape. He had not discovered any aircraft nearby, but while these individuals were preoccupied, he could potentially make his escape. Nevertheless, given his injuries, his movements were less than agile, which could complicate matters. According to satellite imagery, Mr. Leo is approximately 1 minute away from your location. You may need to stall for time. Tony initially felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a bitter expression. A minute's distance was not far, if Leo arrived. Together they should be able to escape successfully. Based on Tony's previous assessment of Leo's capabilities, he believed Leo would have no trouble dealing with these terrorists, although he was uncertain about the mysterious man's strength. However, once they neutralized the surrounding defensive turrets, they could take to the skies. Yet, how could he possibly delay for a minute? Have you made your decision? I believe you are quite talented, so I shall grant you a bit more time, but now, time is running short. Mangekyou abruptly ceased his verbal barrage, gazing coldly at the still-prone Tony. His hairstyle was peculiar, resembling a half-bun akin to some nomadic tribes' traditional adornments. His rugged appearance bore resemblance to the people of the Mongolian steppes, and he had previously claimed to be a descendant of the Golden family, known to be the former royal lineage of Mongolia, though true heirs had long been lost to the annals of history. Hey, don't rush me. I've made my decision. Tony's voice emanated from his armor, which could project sound externally or keep his voice contained for discreet communication. Sensing Mangekou's growing impatience, Tony hastily spoke up, struggling to rise from the ground with great effort. It hurts. What power are you wielding? Why is my armor unable to withstand it? I suspect my ribs are broken. Couldn't you be a bit gentler? Tony, while voicing his grievances, listened intently as Jarvis reported the distance, his heart ablaze with anxiety. Even the mad scientist must change his beliefs? He mused. Let me be frank. No matter how formidable the weapons you scientists create, they are of little consequence without human strength. If one remains feeble, even the mightiest weapon is rendered useless. Before true power, one merely meets a swifter demise. Mangekyou, with an air of arrogance, seemed immensely proud of his own strength. Indeed, he had bested technology and machinery through sheer human prowess, a feat worthy of pride. I'm genuinely intrigued by this power. If it could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly aid our endeavors, don't you think? Tony's flippant tone reached Mangekou's ears, yet to Tony's surprise, the latter showed no interest, instead glaring fiercely at him. Foolishness. This is the power of transcendence. Mass production, replication, even the true celestial beings would not dare utter such words. You, a mere mortal, presume to grasp the might of the divine. Tony found himself at a loss for words. Was this man truly so brainwashed? What gods or celestial beings existed in this world? Do you believe in God? Or are you perhaps a leader of a religious sect? No offense meant. I was once an atheist. Must I believe in a deity to join your ranks? Suddenly, Tony sprang to his feet and directed his gaze at Mangekyou, his tone shifting. Well, how about I introduce you to a deity? Well, perhaps not a deity, but rather, an angel, Tony exclaimed with a smile, raising his arm towards the heavens despite the pain coursing through him. In that moment, a perfectly fitted piece of armor on his gauntlet split open, revealing a launch port. A small missile, trailing flames, soared into the sky before erupting in a brilliant explosion, transmitting Tony's signal. Amidst the fire and chaos, Leo glanced towards a certain direction, a smile gracing his lips. With a powerful flap of his wings, he adjusted his trajectory, descending toward the ground in an angelic manner, just as Tony had described. Chapter 67. The shock of Mangekyou. With a thunderous boom, Leo descended like a cinematic superhero, landing with remarkable elegance. Beneath him lay a sturdy war vehicle, Akin to a fortress, yet under the force of his assault, it crumpled like mere plastic, instantly rendered inoperable. The robust vehicle, with its thick beams and specially designed front to withstand high-speed collisions, along with the heavy machine gun mounted on its roof, all transformed into scrap metal the moment Leo touched down. Wow, this fellow is truly a force of violence, Tony remarked, genuinely awestruck as he beheld the approaching Leo. He even took a moment to glance at Mangekyou, who, moments ago brimming with arrogance, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle before him. The demeanor of Mangekyou brought great joy to Tony, primarily because he had previously endured significant humiliation at Mangekyou's hands, leaving him somewhat discontented. However, upon witnessing Mangekyou's astonished expression, Tony's spirits were unexpectedly lifted. Meanwhile, Leo did not linger. The moment he dove down, he had already assimilated all the information on the battlefield, and in an instant, he selected his target and commenced his actions. With a resounding thud, Leo landed on a war machine now reduced to scrap metal, and then propelled himself forward with the swiftness of lightning. His wings, which in a fleeting moment folded against his back, transformed into delicate, gossamer-like tattoos. Yet his speed surged dramatically. Once his steel wings unfurled, they extended to an impressive span of 4 to 5 meters. Such a pair of wings, fully extended, would possess an astonishing weight even if they were hollow avian bones, let alone being crafted from metal. When retracted, not only did Leo no longer bear the immense weight, but the life force sustaining the wings also returned within him. Thus, while the wings served as formidable weapons, their retraction allowed Leo to unleash an even greater power. Moreover, he found himself in a position where weapons were unnecessary. Throughout the Dragon Ball series, aside from Trunks showcasing his sword for flair, one rarely witnesses a Dragon Ball warrior wielding a weapon. For these warriors, who can envelop themselves in energy, their bodies serve as the most potent weapon. Each punch, infused with their aura, carries immense force. With a single step, Leo ascended onto the side of the tank. A steel war machine that had once dominated the European and African continents, now rendered a mere prop in the hands of a single human. For the occupants inside the tank, resistance was futile. They were utterly incapable of targeting him with their artillery. Even if they could, the outcome would likely spell their own destruction rather than Leo's. For Leo, neutralizing them was simplicity itself. A sphere of pearlescent light had already coalesced in his hand, and with a single punch, he sent the tank's hatch flying. He plunged his hand inside, aiming for the ammunition compartment. Boom. In an instant, the tank was engulfed in flames, its turret soaring high, nearly crashing onto a nearby comrade. Tony was elated. The dire situation had been completely transformed with Leo's arrival. The original predicament, once seemingly insurmountable, was now altered thanks to Leo's impressive display. With the destruction of just 1 or 2 more tanks, Tony could reconnect to Jarvis and calculate an escape route, free from the fear of being shot down mid-flight. Yet, while Tony reveled in joy, others were filled with anger and astonishment. The strength of Leo, already familiar to Tony, astonished even Mangekyou. He had not been entirely mistaken when he remarked that his father, Mandolin, indeed aspired to achieve transcendence. The Marvel Universe is not devoid of cultivators. In fact, there are quite a few. However, due to the constraints imposed by the film's review process, their stories remain untold. Ancient One is, in fact, a citizen of the Celestial Empire, yet in the film, he is portrayed as a denizen of the land of India. Moreover, the Marvel television series provides a depiction of the Celestial Empire, particularly concerning the practitioners of the mystical arts. Within the Marvel Universe, the Celestial Empire stands as an equal to the United States, a status primarily attributed to these practitioners. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, established by the United States in collaboration with several nations, pales in comparison to the might of the Celestial Empire's Spear Bureau, which boasts elite squads that predate even the Avengers, such as the God-Sealing Squad. Their main adversary is none other than the character inspired by the elderly figure in Iron Man 3. This illustrates the formidable strength of this character. Had his gaze not been fixated on the Celestial Empire, and had he not been entangled with the God-Sealing Squad, his prowess would have likely turned the United States into chaos. He is no mindless villain. In fact, he once ruled over the vast lands of the Celestial Empire for an extended period, only to become engrossed in his cultivation, retreating for a century, thus granting the people a chance to thrive. In truth, he is a leader well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, capable of martial prowess and governance alike. The Celestial Empire, with its unified command and centralized authority, could withstand him, while the United States, with its more fragmented domestic situation, would have found itself at his mercy if not for vigilant oversight. Mangekyou, the sole heir of Mandolin, is indeed of celestial descent, and Mandolin holds a considerable regard for his son, particularly since he is yet to attain immortality and remains bound to the mortal realm. Thus, Mangekyou is afforded significant privileges, endowed with martial arts secrets and guidance, alongside substantial power. In many respects, his upbringing surpasses even that of Tony Stark. This explains why he previously regarded Tony with disdain, believing himself far superior. However, what has he now witnessed? A humanoid behemoth, effortlessly tearing apart tanks and trampling armored vehicles, slicing through their elite forces as though mowing grass. The sheer force exhibited by this creature, the energy fluctuations, the grace and fluidity of its movements, clearly indicate to Mangekyou that this is also a practitioner, one of extraordinary depth, rivaling his own capabilities. In reality, this is merely Mangekou's self-aggrandizement. The two systems of cultivation that Liu practices, namely internal martial arts and the Turtle Immortal School, are distinguished by their subtlety and tranquility. An internal martial arts practitioner remains undetected until the moment they choose to reveal their extraordinary skills, even at the pinnacle of his powers. Wang Chao's abilities would go unnoticed by all but the keenest observers, who might glimpse his extraordinary nature through the 40 teeth he reveals when he speaks. The Turtle Immortal and his disciples, including Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Vegeta and Gohan, can suppress their energy to such an extent that even a combat power detector would fail to register any anomalies. Chapter 68. Tony, why are you so good at pretending? Damn it, damn it. Stop right there. In the fleeting moment when Mangekyou was momentarily taken aback, Liu had already dismantled 2 tanks. And coupled with the armored vehicle he had crushed upon landing, the encirclement on the battlefield had been entirely obliterated. Witnessing this scene, observing the wreckage of his own forces scattered across the ground, the artillery position thrown into disarray, and the tanks charred and smoldering from the munitions detonation, Mangekyou was consumed by an extraordinary rage, and rightly so. Although he was the sole heir of Mandalin, the distinction remained that Mandalin was indeed Mandalin, and he was merely Mangekyou. The prospect of inheriting a vast empire aimed at unifying the world was a matter of the future. However, at present, his resources and foundation consisted solely of the Ten Commandments gang. This organization, established at his suggestion and with Mandalin's consent, was ostensibly created to assist in the procurement of supplies, yet it was also a refuge for Mangekyou, who wished to avoid the front lines and the confrontation with the monstrous beings of the Celestial Empire. Ultimately, the Ten Commandments gang was what he truly valued, after all. Whether Mandalin would triumph in the eastern battles remained uncertain, especially considering his previous failures. Should Mandalin falter, he could simply retreat or abandon his ambitions for domination, perhaps even choosing to pursue a path of cultivation. However, Mangekyou had no such luxury. The Ten Commandments gang was his power base, from which he wielded authority and enjoyed privileges. The tanks and armored vehicles, particularly scarce in the Middle East, were hard-won acquisitions, and if Liu were to destroy them all, it would signify a devastating loss for him. Stop this at once. A surge of potent electrical energy emanated from his ring as Mangekyou leapt into action, swinging his fist towards Liu's back. Yet, Liu was far from unprepared. Ever since his arrival, he had been keenly observing the dynamics of the battlefield, ultimately identifying the gravest threat as a seemingly unarmed man standing before Tony. Moreover, this individual exuded a strangely familiar aura. Martial prowess. It was not merely a matter of ordinary combat techniques, but rather a discipline fundamentally distinct from the martial arts that had been handed down through millennia in China. Internal energy. Regardless of whether one referred to it as qi, internal force, or hidden strength, the essence of Chinese martial arts is inextricably linked to this internal energy. Only through its existence can one transcend the limitations of human capabilities. All forms of combat techniques across the globe merely scratch the surface of human functionality, representing a branch of biomechanics. In contrast, Chinese martial arts, rooted in the philosophical musings of the 100 schools of thought during the spring and autumn period, emphasize the internal over the external. Masters of Chinese martial arts often appear unremarkable, yet they can unleash tremendous power in an instant during combat. Liu could sense this very essence emanating from Mangekyou. The power of Mangekou's fist was inexplicably formidable. For Chinese martial arts encompass not only internal skills, but also external techniques, which rival even the most ferocious of disciplines, such as Muay Thai, rendering it unworthy to even tread in the shadow of Baji Quan. How intriguing. A smile graced Liu's countenance. Since acquiring the martial arts foundation from Wang Chao, it is no exaggeration to declare that, in terms of combat skills, he stands absolutely unrivaled on this planet, looking down upon all others with disdain. The internal martial arts of the dragon and serpent world, known as Wushu, epitomize a method of cultivation that develops the human body to its utmost potential. Before the emergence of the Star River, there existed no supernatural forces within the world of dragon and serpent. Through generations of transmission and meticulous refinement, the masters of Wushu have pushed the limits of human cultivation and honed their techniques to perfection, ultimately breaking through the void to encounter the divine. This divine encounter reveals the inner spirit, allowing one to perceive their surroundings and comprehend both the internal and external, leading to a state of purity and transcendence, free from birth and extinction. Upon arriving in this world, even after enduring numerous battles, Leo had yet to encounter an adversary capable of matching him in martial prowess. The apocalypse rained down destruction, with terrorists wielding guns and cannons, none of whom were true warriors. Yet now, he found himself face to face with a genuine martial artist. Very well, let me witness your fist, Leo thought, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a surge of enthusiasm swelling within him, only to be swiftly tempered as his mind settled into a tranquil state, devoid of flaws. And with that, his fist was unleashed. He executed the Feng Tian Ain, a unique technique created by Wang Chao, not a mythical artifact from a fantastical tale, but a martial art of unparalleled mastery, forged from the essence of spirit and energy. As this punch was thrown, the oncoming figure of Mangekyou appeared, only to witness a fist descending upon him as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Mangekyou, reacting swiftly, unleashed the family martial arts he had learned since childhood, barely having time to gather the magical energy of his ring before meeting the strike head-on. The collision of fist and palm occurred with a swiftness akin to lightning, at least in Tony's eyes, who felt utterly helpless to intervene. Were it not for his armor's ability to track their movements, he would have been rendered a mere spectator, blind to the unfolding spectacle. However, contrary to Tony's expectations of an ongoing tussle, one figure was sent hurtling backward, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. As Tony focused, he saw the figure land on the ground, with its peculiar hair color, exaggerated hairstyle, and ethnically distinctive attire, none other than Mangekyou. Turning his gaze back to the standing Leo, Tony noticed that Leo's expression was not one of triumph as he had anticipated, but rather a frown, as he scrutinized his own fist and glanced down at the fallen Mangekyou. How can you be so weak? Leo mused. Tony felt a surge of incredulity rising within him, witnessing Leo's astonished demeanor, his practiced stance, and the mastery evident on his face. He could hardly contain his disbelief. When it comes to showing off, you excel. So, the defeat of others isn't a testament to my strength, but rather a reflection of your weakness, is that it? Meanwhile, Mangekyou, who had been writhing in agony, clutching his arm and contorted in pain, paused at Leo's words. This shouldn't be, he thought, bewildered. I sensed a powerful force emanating from you, and your cultivation is that of an authentic lineage, radiating an aura of righteousness. Yet, your strength could not withstand even a single blow from me. Tony's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this truly how one behaves? After defeating an opponent, must one resort to such mockery? Where is your humanity? Do you possess no sense of compassion? According to international law, the mistreatment of prisoners is a crime that warrants a military tribunal. Are you aware that you are breaking the law? What if your actions provoke a fatal reaction in him? One should know the limits of arrogance. Chapter 69, Turtle-style Kamehameha. Tony's mind was filled with scathing remarks. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. His gaze toward Leo had transformed from one of idolization to that of contempt. To humiliate someone who has already been vanquished is nothing short of barbaric. Little did he know, Leo himself was bewildered. To avoid a catastrophic misstep, he had unleashed his full strength in that punch. However, claiming it was his absolute power would be misleading. This strike utilized internal martial arts, infused with energy, capable of piercing through a concrete wall 700 millimeters thick. Yet, in his estimation, even if he could forcefully immobilize Tony and project an overwhelming aura, Mangekyou, despite being inferior, should have been able to withstand that blow. Instead, Leo found that when he struck, it felt as if he had unleashed his power upon an inexperienced novice, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Had he not hastily restrained some of his strength to assess the situation, Mangekyou might have perished under that blow. However, while Leo understood this, others did not. Upon hearing his words, they could only sense an overwhelming air of arrogance. Particularly, Mangekyou, who had been sent flying by the punch, felt excruciating pain in his arm, likely a fractured bone. How could he endure such mockery from Leo, who had always been so haughty and dismissive? You damn beast, how dare you toy with me? Mangekyou bellowed, swinging his arm. The ring on his right hand began to pulsate with power, and a mysterious bolt of lightning suddenly manifested in his grasp. Ah, now it makes sense. Watching this unfold, Leo experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he sensed something amiss. Although Mangekyou exuded strength, Leo felt himself to be utterly feeble. It was evident that he was relying on external means. Leo finally discerned the source of Mangekou's power. That ring was the source of the strange sensation Leo had felt, the true master of the power that resonated within him. Now that the issue was laid bare, there was no longer a reason to spare Mangekyou. Though I am unaware of your true identity, it is time for you to meet your end. The brilliance of lightning coalesced upon Mangekou's intact right arm, yet Leo remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the blinding electric light. He centered himself, his hands forming a bud-like posture at his waist. Turtle. Style. Kamehameha. Leo enunciated each word deliberately, with each syllable intensifying the energy he gathered, each sound amplifying the force he amassed. Until the very end, as the energy wave surged forth, Leo extended his arms, unleashing a formidable blue and white energy wave that surged ahead with a resounding explosion. Such energy waves are not exclusive to the Dragon Ball universe. They can be found across various realms, including those of Street Fighter and King of Fighters. In the Dragon Ball universe, numerous individuals possess the ability to generate these waves. However, when it comes to lethality and might, few can surpass the Kamehameha. Master Roshi's diverse techniques, such as the Dance of the Sky, the Dodon Ray, and the Kamehameha itself, immediately overwhelmed the disciples of the Crane School, whose simplistic approach leaves them relying predominantly on the Kamehameha. Yet, despite this, they managed to triumph over two disciples of the Crane School, indicating that the Kamehameha possesses unique qualities that elevate it beyond ordinary energy waves. As for its unparalleled strength, it is well known that Goku has used this technique to obliterate formidable foes, rendering them powerless. In the Naruto universe, there is a saying, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single Rasengan. If there is, then simply create a larger one. The same principle applies in the Dragon Ball realm, albeit with two significant distinctions. One pertains to the color of a Scion's hair. There are no adversaries that cannot be vanquished through transformation. If there are, then simply change one's hairstyle or hair color. Similarly, there is no wave that cannot defeat an enemy. If there is, then double it, and if that fails, then super double it. The Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha, and Tenfold Super Kamehameha all illustrate this concept. While Leo is not currently capable of executing the Super Kamehameha, an attack powerful enough to obliterate Namek, a planet several times larger than Earth, he faces only a foe named Mangekyou, who wields a peculiar artifact. A blinding white light radiates forth as the Kamehameha is unleashed, often accompanied by immense brilliance and force, one of its defining characteristics. To Tony and the surrounding minions of Mangekyou, Leo's display, with his iron wings unfurled, resembles the divine light of mythological angels. With wings akin to those of an angel, coupled with a light capable of purifying all, it appears as though a celestial being graces the mortal realm. My goodness, could he truly be an angel? Tony gaped in astonishment. Even with the majority of the light filtered through his visor, he still found it blindingly intense. The brilliance was overwhelming, and the force was unmatched. Had he not witnessed Leo unleash this energy with his own eyes, he would have assumed it to be a high-powered pulse weapon. The Turtle School's Kamehameha pierced the air, trailing a fiery tail as it approached Mangekyou. Mangekyou, with his right hand raised, felt the thunderous power coalesce above him like storm clouds in the sky. He understood that if he failed to counter Leo's strike, his fate would be dire. Thus, he summoned every ounce of his strength, the enchanted ring. A replica meticulously crafted for him by Mandolin unleashed an energy he had never before imagined. Once again, confidence surged within him. You're destined to lose. Your demise is inevitable. Mangekyou laughed heartily, his palms sweeping as a sphere of lightning gathered all his might and surged forward, just as the Kamehameha reached its target. Boom. Tony watched as the area ahead suddenly brightened and exploded, relieved that he had just lowered the volume, further limiting the transmission of light. Yet, such fortune did not extend to others, who lacked both luck and the means to shield themselves. The collision of two immense energies resulted in an explosion, the aftershocks rivaling the detonations of powerful explosives in the vicinity. Chapter 70. A borrowed head with a resounding bang. A battle vehicle was violently overturned by the force of the shockwave. The mere aftermath of the collision possessed the destructive power akin to a high-explosive grenade, sending the steel vehicle soaring. Bang! Numerous sounds echoed within the tank, the intense vibrations causing the crew to feel as though they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, enduring an unprecedented storm. In that confined space, chaos ensued, resulting in injuries and bloodshed. The deafening noise escalated to a threshold, transforming into infrasound that permeated the tank, leading to internal injuries and the silent demise of several crew members, all lost amidst the reverberations of Leo's battle. However, these occurrences paled in comparison to the central battlefield, where the sensations experienced by those on the periphery were trivial. As the brilliance faded and the dust settled, Tony adjusted the brightness, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Yet, before he could assess Leo's condition, he was taken aback by the scene before him. They had initially been in a square within the town of Ymir, ravaged by the Ten Rings gang, surrounded by ruins and debris, even in the very spot where they had stood moments ago. Yet now, the ground lay flat and pristine, devoid of any remnants, for all debris had vanished completely. At the epicenter of the previous clash, a massive circular crater emerged, half-moon-shaped, plunging several meters deep with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Such a profound pit would require considerable machinery to excavate. Yet this was merely the aftermath of the energy collision. What could have caused this? Tony pondered, feeling overwhelmed by the day's revelations. It dawned on him that Leo was the catalyst for his astonishment. He turned his gaze toward the direction where Leo had been, searching for his whereabouts. Fortuitously, Leo's position remained utterly unchanged, his expression as serene and composed as ever, as if the orchestrator of all this chaos was not he. Tony felt an overwhelming urge to step before him and point to the gaping chasm below, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, do you see that? You did that. You, the wrecking maniac. The master demolisher, the little expert at toppling tanks." However, sensing Tony's gaze, Leo slowly turned his head, regarding him with a hint of curiosity before striding away in another direction, towards Mangekyou. At this moment, Mangekyou was utterly prostrate on the ground. If the earlier blow had drained the power from the ring, then withstanding the terrifying aftershock and the force Leo had exerted had exhausted his own strength. He found himself devoid of the energy to even rise. The once formidable figure who had trampled Tony now awaited someone else to trample him. The prince of the forthcoming unified dynasty seemed to have lost all chance of ascending the throne. As Leo approached, Mangekyou lay there, face pressed into the dirt. His eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, and fear. He yearned to struggle to his feet, to evade this monster, yet he lacked the strength even to lift his arms. His terror intensified. He could no longer afford to shout, fearing the dust would fill his mouth. With a hoarse throat, he managed a few coughs. And after a moment of effort, uttered a single phrase, "Fire." The sound was faint, almost inaudible. Mangekyou tried to open his mouth wider, his tongue coated with the taste of sand. "Fire." He attempted to command the remaining tanks to fire, hoping to impede Leo's advance and create some distance from the monster. Yet, he hadn't even considered what would become of him at such close quarters. A hand reached out, grasping Mangekyou by the collar and lifting him from the ground. TSK, you don't look so good," Leo remarked, a smile gracing his lips. While Mangekyou appeared quite disheveled, his face and clothes caked with dirt, his once resplendent ethnic attire now a dull gray. The proud and charismatic visage that had once radiated confidence now lay defeated, covered in dust, resembling a radish freshly pulled from the earth. What do you intend to do?" Mangekyou's voice was raspy, seemingly choked with dust. He gazed at Leo, his eyes now devoid of hope. He had lost, he had failed, and as a defeated man, he had no right to demand anything or negotiate any terms. His only remaining fate was to obey Leo's decree, with his life and death resting solely in Leo's hands. "Apologies, but I shall borrow your head for a moment." Mangekyou's feeble words extinguished any amusement Leo might have derived from tormenting him. The game of cat and mouse is only entertaining when the mouse can scurry and leap. When your adversary has lost all courage to curse you, or even muster the strength to resist, the enjoyment in toying with him dissipates. "You." Mangekyou's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly not anticipating the swift arrival of death. Leo effortlessly snapped Mangekyou's neck and discarded him onto the ground as one would a mere sack of refuse. His gaze then swept across the surroundings, inside the tanks and armored vehicles, determined that everyone must perish. It was not merely a matter of vengeance. Leo had to secure his profits. As these individuals represented potential souls, the battlefield was soon resolved, and with wings unfurled, Leo and Tony embarked on their journey home. The members of the Ten Rings had been vanquished, including their leader. For the time being, this small town of Ethan's homeland would face no further issues. "You saved my life once more." Upon returning to the Malibu mansion, dusk was approaching. Tony descended into the garage, where mechanical arms extended to remove the armor from his body. Ethan rushed out, cradling an assortment of emergency medical supplies, bandages, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory medications, and adhesive dressings. Tony's injuries were quite severe. However, he seemed unconcerned, instead fixing his gaze on Leo and smiling as he quipped, "Just remember this, by the way. Are you so idle that you have time to gallivant to certain death?" Seated opposite Tony, Leo observed Ethan's clumsy attempts at bandaging, shaking his head after a prolonged moment, and stepped forward to assist Ethan. He first realigned Tony's displaced ribs, eliciting a painful cry from him, before striking at his arm and abdominal area with force that penetrated to the bone. Within a minute, Tony's previously pallid complexion returned to a healthier hue. Chapter 71. Awakening Tony's bloodlust. By the way, have you given any thought to dealing with Obadiah? Sipping on a rare vintage from Tony's cellar, Leo regarded Tony, who had freshened up and regained his usual vibrant demeanor. Thanks to Leo's ministrations, Tony's recovery rate was now more than tenfold of what it would be under normal circumstances, effectively unlocking the potential of his body, albeit only for a few days. Deal with him? How? He has already begun to freeze my assets. I've had Pepper investigate matters at the company these past few days. Now I can only hope she uncovers something of interest. Leo shook his head. Although Tony had changed, his solid upbringing and cultural influences still restrained him somewhat. Obadiah had dispatched assassins to eliminate him, intent on leaving him forever in the desert. In such a scenario, were Leo in Tony's position, he would disregard any so-called principles and ensure the man's demise first. As for evidence and subsequent repercussions, they could be addressed after survival was assured. Even if Tony were to arm himself and storm into Obadiah's office to eliminate him, what would it matter? Would the Stark board dismiss Tony for such an action? Why is it called Stark Industries? Because without the Stark family, the corporation would cease to function. Furthermore, even if they did dismiss him, could Tony not simply start anew with his wealth? The Stark group has thrived until now, relying solely on the ingenuity of the father-son duo, rather than on the unscrupulous machinations of individuals like Obadiah. Even if the police were to pursue a murder charge against Tony, one must consider the reality that in America, wealth can often circumvent consequences. After all, isn't it true that those with sufficient means can ascend to the presidency? The moment Tony is detained, the world's foremost attorneys would swiftly mobilize to extricate him from the courtroom, and one can only imagine the handsome fees involved. Even in the event of a conviction, the existence of parole laws in the United States means that with enough monetary compensation, one can evade even the gravest of offenses. Moreover, many states do not impose the death penalty, rendering life imprisonment the most severe consequence, which can be surmounted with a mere payment of $100 million. One could step out of prison shortly after entering. Thus, Leo found himself perplexed. What could Tony possibly be anxious about? Was he still hesitant to sever ties with his uncle, unwilling to confront the truth until the very last moment? Or was there a flicker of hope within him? Leo realized he needed to take decisive action. Tony was his chosen ally and partner. The exact nature of their relationship depended on Tony's capabilities. Regardless, Leo understood that his immediate task was to support Tony. I don't know, Leo. I am truly conflicted. It remains difficult for me to envision him committing such an act, Tony admitted. His expression tinged with pain as he downed the contents of his glass and proceeded to refill it. In response, Leo could only let out a soft sigh before speaking slowly. Given the circumstances, I no longer intend to conceal the truth from you. Observing the bewilderment on Tony's face, Leo continued, has an agent named Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. reached out to you recently? Tony paused, then nodded slightly. Do you know him? Ah, an old acquaintance. We shared a rather memorable experience in Cairo, Leo replied with a light chuckle. But then his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Tony intently. I recommend that you get in touch with Coulson and inform him that you wish to meet with their director. Oh, their director is Nick Fury, a one-eyed man. As for the reason, Leo's expression remained composed as he looked at Tony. He possesses a video concerning the murder of your parents. By the way, they told you that Howard and Maria died in a car accident, didn't they? Well, perhaps after viewing it, you may reconsider your perspective. Furthermore, you might inquire about the assassin and the individual who provided information regarding their whereabouts. Both of them were orchestrated by Obadiah. This was truly explosive news, at least. After hearing Leo's words, Tony appeared utterly stunned. His eyes reflected disbelief, yet Leo's earnest tone compelled him to accept the reality. Leo was acutely aware of what would strike Tony most profoundly, the death of his parents, a lifelong regret. He remembered that they had last met on Christmas Eve while he was still in college, unaware that it would be their final farewell. Tony's relationship with his father has always been fraught, bordering on antagonistic. However, as the years have passed, even the most strained of relationships tend to soften, leaving only a lingering sense of longing. Among those he reminisces about most is his mother, Maria. Captain America once expressed a desire to meet the woman who could tame Howard Stark. It is worth noting that Tony's notorious flirtations and carefree nature mirror those of Howard Stark himself. Thus, a woman capable of subduing such a notorious playboy must possess remarkable qualities. Unlike Pepper, who devoted a decade of her life to Tony, Maria did not have the luxury of such time. If Tony harbors any resentment towards Howard for his lack of concern, the yearning he feels for Maria runs profoundly deeper. The tragic reality that his mother was murdered, and that the orchestrator was none other than Obadiah, a man with whom he had contemplated severing ties, was an unbearable revelation. In fact, it was Obadiah's chilling admission that he was responsible for Maria's death that solidified Tony's resolve to eliminate him. Jarvis, connect me to Agent Coulson's phone. No, scratch that. Infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. security system. I want to speak directly with Director Nick Fury. Simultaneously, Tony commanded a search for the elusive video. He cast a glance at Leo, who sat beside him, showing no inclination to hide his intentions. Tony had liberated himself from restraint, should Leo's assertions prove true. Nothing could deter him. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Tony ultimately unearthed a long-hidden video from the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. He also managed to connect with Nick Fury, who was just settling down for the night. Are you Nick Fury? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony questioned, observing the screen where the dark figure of Fury lay in bed, clad in old-fashioned pajamas, his single eye wide with disbelief. Tony furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he had reached the right person. Tony Stark, why do you have my contact information? Fury's eye bore into the screen, perplexed. Despite the cloak of night, he wore an eye patch even in slumber. Leo couldn't help but worry what might occur if Fury were to suddenly remove the patch and glare at him. The Sharingan. Leo mused, sensing potential chaos. Yet, it was clear that the director was oblivious to the thoughts of the two men. His mind was consumed by questions. As he was unaccustomed to such late-night intrusions, preferring to appear suddenly, startling others before vanishing without a trace. His habit of making unexpected phone calls and offering casual greetings was ill-suited for a director. Perhaps a role in a frightful agency would be more fitting. In the realm of mystery, even Ant-Man would struggle to match his flair. Leo had vividly imagined a scenario where, in the dimly lit stairwell, a mischievous figure, chuckling to himself, was swiftly darting away, fearful of being discovered after frightening yet another innocent child. Alternatively, he envisioned this individual listening intently to his subordinates' reports, preparing to sneak in through a door just as his target was about to return home, hastily settling into the shadows of a sofa to calm his breath, ready to spring forth with a startling revelation upon the unsuspecting arrival of his victim. However, today, it was the esteemed director who found himself startled. He had never previously made an appearance before Tony, yet Tony had suddenly reached out to him. What could this signify? It indicated that his surroundings had been infiltrated. How alarming. He was the head of the largest intelligence organization in this nation. No, in the entire world. And if he had been compromised, it implied that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was at risk. A thorough investigation was imperative. Nick Fury, shaken by a phone call, felt compelled to initiate an internal inquiry. While Leo had not anticipated that his fleeting whimsy would trigger a sweeping internal search across S.H.I.E.L.D., even unearthing several Hydra agents still in the shadows. Yet, matters of significance must take precedence. Although I believe it is time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to appoint a new director, one with a greater air of authority, let us first address the pressing issues at hand. Ignoring Nick Fury's evident frustration, Tony remarked, "Do you know how my parents died?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Nick Fury inhaled sharply. Some truths were not merely unspoken, but utterly forbidden. The circumstances surrounding the demise of Tony's parents were a poignant example. At the time of his discovery, Tony lacked the power to act. And by the time he gained it, the irreversible had already transpired. Moreover, this situation posed a significant internal threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. The assassination of one of its founding members would carry implications no less severe than that of a presidential assassination. The president is a public figure, while S.H.I.E.L.D. operates from the shadows. Indeed, the difficulty of assassinating the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. might surpass that of targeting the president. After all, the president is constantly in the public eye, akin to a living target. Furthermore, Nick Fury's decision to withhold information from Tony was intended as a protective measure. It was better for Tony to remain oblivious. If he were to learn the truth, would he not seek vengeance? A genius, consumed by thoughts of retribution and wielding considerable influence, would undoubtedly pose a threat to those responsible for his parents' demise. It could be argued that Tony's continued safety hinged significantly on his ignorance of the circumstances surrounding his parents' death, as he had been led to believe it was merely an accident. Upon ascending to the presidency of Stark Industries, his first action had been to acquire the manufacturing company of the vehicle in which his parents had perished. Yet now, Tony had uncovered the truth. He had come to seek confirmation from Nick. Fury gazed at Tony through the screen, letting out a silent sigh. "Yes, I am aware. However, Tony, you must promise me not to act recklessly. I do not wish to see Howard's only son come to harm." Nick Fury gazed intently at Tony, ready to spring into action at the slightest indication of an extreme expression on Tony's face. He would not hesitate to dispatch personnel to restrain and protect him. After all, being confined was far preferable to death. However, Tony's visage betrayed neither the anger nor excitement Fury anticipated. Instead, it reflected a profound sense of loss and deep pain. Even the cold-hearted king of spies, Nick Fury, could not deny that the expression on Tony's face was heart-wrenching, evoking a rare sense of compassion within him. "And what of that video?" Tony lowered his head, speaking without lifting his gaze. "Video? What video?" Fury felt a jolt of alarm. The extent of the infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. surpassed his worst fears. That video was indeed a closely guarded secret. Since taking the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had ensured that everything save for the master copy in the database was destroyed. After all, this video did not merely pertain to Howard Stark, it involved another individual. No. Two equally significant figures. Enough with the preamble. Send me the video. Tony raised his head, and Fury's pupils constricted as an icy chill coursed down his spine. What a gaze it was. Anger no longer sufficed to describe those fiery eyes. Only madness could articulate the tempest raging within Tony's heart. "Tony Stark, you must calm yourself." Fury extended his hand, pressing the communicator at his bedside. He needed to act swiftly. for he was uncertain of the chaos Tony might unleash. I said, hand over the video. Tony resembled a beast, a creature bent on vengeance, eager to consume everything in its path. The tension hung thickly between them. In fury's single eye narrowed as he observed the crimson rage enveloping Tony. The ruthless Spy King, weighing his options, resolved to take a more direct approach. With a decisive click, the communication was severed. Fury promptly contacted Coulson, instructing him to head to Tony's residence and subdue him to prevent any reckless actions. Damn it. Tony erupted like an enraged beast, Fury's retreat igniting a fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jarvis. What have you found in the search? Taking a deep breath, Tony turned to his intelligent assistant, with Fury withholding information. He had no choice but to rely on his own systems. Yet, SHIELD possessed formidable capabilities. Even Tony, a titan of the digital realm, found it impossible to breach their core firewall. Chapter 73, Major Health Concerns. They must have employed hardware preservation. Yes. They had not stored that video on a network server but had safeguarded it through hardware means. Covering his head, Tony's mind raced as connections rapidly formed. He lifted his gaze. JARVIS. Assemble Mark III. The design for Mark III is still incomplete, according to our calculations. Mark will exacerbate your palladium poisoning, Jarvis kindly reminded. He was not merely a rigid system program, but rather an interactive system, inherently designed to offer suggestions based on the user's inquiries. However, as Tony continually refined him, Jarvis increasingly resembled an artificial intelligence. I will assemble Mark III. Since some individuals are reluctant to reveal certain truths, we shall uncover them ourselves, Tony declared vehemently, turning his attention to Leo, whom he had neglected for some time. Wait. Leo, how did you come to know about these matters? That video was so clandestine. Through what means did you acquire that information? Although Tony was furious, he did not succumb to irrationality. While some may erupt emotionally under significant provocation, losing their composure, others, upon facing such stimuli, find their potential activated, becoming more composed and meticulous. Tony was of the latter disposition. At this moment, with the cause of his parents' death on the verge of revelation, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. Although his actions might be swayed by emotion, his intellect sharpened. Leo had maintained an almost invisible presence since earlier, observing Tony engage in conversation with Nick Fury. Now, responding to Tony's inquiry, he finally spoke. I thought you wouldn't ask. It's not difficult, Tony. You will come to understand the nature of SHIELD in due time. However, I hope you will always harbor a degree of skepticism and suspicion towards them. Trust me, that organization is not as secure as it appears. It is not merely insecure. It aims to annihilate the world, aiming its cannons at all of humanity to seize control. Leo mused silently. I could relay the content of that video to you directly. However, I wish for you to comprehend one crucial point. The circumstances surrounding your parents' demise involve far more troubling issues. What that video reveals is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, it seems you should prepare to confront Obadiah now. Oh, and after you resolve that matter, I have a gift for you. Leo glanced at the time and rose from the sofa. Leo held no interest in participating in Tony's conflict with Obadiah. He harbored no doubts about Tony's ability to handle Obadiah. Such doubts were unwarranted. If Tony were to falter, he would no longer be worthy of being the individual Leo had chosen. As for the gift, Leo was not deceiving Tony at this stage. Tony undoubtedly needed something vital, a new reactor. The new element could alleviate his palladium poisoning, and Leo could assist Tony in a surgical procedure to extract the shrapnel from his body. This was not a daunting task. Given Leo's expertise and profound understanding of human anatomy, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim him the most skilled surgeon among humanity. The extraction of a few fragments would be a mere trifle. That night, less than an hour after Leo departed from the Malibu mansion, Coulson, accompanied by his team, arrived at Tony's residence. Coulson was only able to hear a resounding boom, reminiscent of a jet fighter taking off, before witnessing a crimson and gold-armored figure soar from Tony's garage. Upon stepping outside, the armored figure cast a fleeting glance at Coulson and his companions, then turned and ascended into the sky, executing a second acceleration that swiftly breached the sound barrier, leaving Coulson no opportunity for pursuit. Quick, we must investigate, Coulson exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he stormed into Tony's home. After a thorough search, he found no trace of Tony. Examining the various assembly remnants in the garage, he realized that the figure that had just departed was none other than Tony himself. Sir, we have a serious problem. Coulson sighed, dialing Nick Fury, who had been anxiously awaiting his call. He relayed the information regarding the armored figure, the supersonic flight, and Tony's sudden disappearance. Damn it, Nick Fury bellowed, as Coulson awaited his response. Head to Obadiah's location immediately. He intends to confront Obadiah. Fury's expression shifted as he directed his agents to act swiftly. After a moment's consideration, he placed another call. Agent Barton, you have a mission. Proceed to Stark Industries and await orders. The urgency of the situation was palpable as even Hawkeye was dispatched, underscoring Fury's impatience. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of the chaos found himself in a presidential suite of a hotel. Since the last incident, Tony had long-term reservations for this suite, utilizing it as his residence when not at his Malibu estate. Whenever Ethan was absent, he would occupy the adjacent room. Prepare my bath. I believe I have yet to experience the exquisite bathing techniques of your Eastern traditions. Leo, in his previous life, had never encountered such indulgences. Yet he believed that when it came to service, no one could rival the East. Not even the renowned establishments of Savatica could compete in this regard, especially when, halfway through his bathing, Leo summoned Lingdai, who had just arrived at the hotel, to join him, doubling his delight and leaving him feeling as though his very soul might take flight in ecstasy. At that very moment, in another part of the city, Tony stood before Obadiah in his opulent mansion, having dispatched nearly 10 bodyguards who stood in his way. A surge of unbridled rage welled up within him as he confronted the man he had once affectionately called uncle. Why? Why would you do this? Tony shouted, gripping Obadiah's throat, his helmet retracting as he demanded answers. Cough, cough, Tony. Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the armored figure before him was his beloved nephew. What are you saying? Tony, put me down. Have you been drinking? Obadiah still couldn't comprehend the unfolding events, unwilling to entertain the dire implications of the truth. After all, if that were indeed the case, he could very well be facing his demise. Chapter 74. The Winter Soldier emerges. It mattered little. As he had said, the reasons for entanglement were no longer significant. What truly held importance was the moment. Tony suddenly fixed a cold gaze upon Obadiah, his eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an unsettling calmness. You killed my mother. Obadiah's eyes widened, a bone-chilling fear engulfing him. He comprehended, truly comprehended the weight of his actions. He recognized that all of it had been orchestrated by his own hand. Desperate to explain, to defend himself, to utter any words, Obadiah found that Tony had no intention of granting him the luxury of speech. Tony's grip tightened, and soon Obadiah struggled to breathe, his robust limbs thrashing in futility. His eyes, now pleading, revealed a desperate yearning for mercy. Even though he had emerged from a tumultuous past where every successful individual had been ruthless. Yet, in this moment, faced with the imminent specter of death, fear gripped him. He realized that his once perceived ferocity rendered him no different from those he had extinguished. When death loomed, even he could succumb to fear. It dawned on him that he too could tremble, feel despair, and perceive existence as but a fleeting illusion. Crack, as Obadiah crumpled to the ground. His pupils void of focus, Tony exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the support of his armor, he may have collapsed entirely. Just then, an unusual sound pierced the air, triggering the armor's alarm system. The faceplate descended automatically as Tony swiftly turned to his side. Before him stood a man clad in black combat attire and a mask, brandishing a rifle aimed directly at his head. Bang! A grenade was discharged, striking Tony directly, followed by a barrage of gunfire that rained down like a torrential storm, each bullet finding its mark upon the armor. Astonishingly, the accuracy of these shots surpassed that of even the most seasoned warriors, targeting the joints of the armor with unparalleled precision. The suit, necessitating human operation, had its joints as the most vulnerable points due to the need for mobility, rendering it defensively exposed. As a result, a series of relentless assaults temporarily hindered the suit's movements. This individual, Tony observed from within the armor, his face etched with shock. The man assailing him was a formidable force indeed. As an arms dealer, he had always maintained strong ties with the military, frequently interacting with soldiers for weapon testing. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as terrifying as this individual. The rifle in the man's grip seemed devoid of recoil. Even while firing grenades, his arms remained perfectly steady. Most striking, however, was the man's gaze. He seemed less a human and more a machine. Humph, even if you are a machine, can you truly surpass my own? Tony let out a cold snort, and his previously restrained body suddenly sprang into action. The reason for his immobility was that he had yet to exert himself fully. However, under the influence of energy propulsion, the thrusters roared to life, granting him an immediate surge of motion. Streams of air erupted from beneath his feet as he lunged toward the man clad in a black mask. Though his armor was form-fitting, it rendered him significantly more formidable in appearance. The man before him, while seemingly possessing great strength, lacked a robust physique, making him appear akin to a small girl cornered by a mighty warrior as Tony dove toward him. Yet, this man swiftly revealed a second remarkable trait that caught Tony's attention. The speed at which Tony's thrusters propelled him was beyond his own comprehension. And just as he launched his fierce assault, the man managed to respond in the nick of time. He quickly ceased fire, pivoted, and executed a nimble leap reminiscent of a fish escaping from danger. Astonishingly agile, Tony watched in disbelief as this man evaded his attack with a reaction and speed almost unattainable by an ordinary person, only to immediately turn and counterattack. By the time Tony recovered from the intense inertia, the man had already unleashed a volley of shots, swiftly reloading his weapon. Damn it, Tony was thoroughly incensed. It was only natural for him to seek vengeance, yet this relentless foe seemed to believe he would not retaliate against anyone else. With palms thrust forward, Tony braced himself against the onslaught of bullets, firing an energy cannon directly at the man. To his astonishment, the man did not evade this time. Instead, he raised his arm to shield himself. Bang! The terrifying energy blast sliced through the air, crashing violently into the man before him. What transpired next left Tony momentarily speechless. What the hell? A silvery metallic arm materialized before Tony's eyes, and as the energy blast shredded the man's clothing, a silver arm adorned with a red 5-pointed star at the shoulder revealed itself. It was this mechanical limb that allowed the man to withstand Tony's charged attack, and astonishingly, he chose to abandon ranged combat in favor of close-quarters fighting. Jarvis. Analyze this man's movement patterns and physical capabilities. Tony barked, his frustration mounting. The man's crude fighting techniques rendered Tony's powerful armor ineffective against his swift opponent. After a flurry of furious attacks, Tony found himself retreating, though he was not without means to respond. Scan complete. Jarvis' voice resonated in Tony's ear, bringing him a flicker of hope amidst the relentless barrage. While the armor absorbed the majority of the damage, the man's punches were unexpectedly forceful, particularly that mechanical arm, which struck with alarming strength, making Tony feel as though he were being battered through a blanket. Take control of the battle, Tony commanded coldly. Suddenly, the armored suit halted, and before the astonished gaze of the man before him, one arm seized his fist with remarkable force. Have you had enough? Tony coldly inquired, then unleashed a powerful punch that sent the man flying. Following this, Tony advanced, though it was actually the armor in control, now governed by Jarvis, leaving Tony as merely an observer. In this moment, the combat was not his own, but rather that of his supercomputer. The movements of the armor were as swift as a tempest, exhibiting combat prowess far superior to Tony's own manipulation. After delivering a crushing blow that sent the man with the mechanical arm reeling, it swiftly closed the distance, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Had this been an ordinary individual, such an onslaught would have proven fatal. However, Jarvis had previously ascertained through the suit's scanning capabilities that this man possessed physical attributes far exceeding that of a normal human. For his level of strength, such an assault was merely adequate. Be cautious. I aim to capture him alive. This individual launched an unprovoked attack on me, and given that Leo had someone behind him, it seems this man is indeed the one pulling the strings. At the very least, he is someone well-informed, Tony conveyed to Jarvis. For reasons unknown, he harbored a deep-seated suspicion regarding this individual, feeling that there was a significant connection to his parents' demise. The more he pondered, the more he resolved that this man could not be allowed to perish so easily. He needed to unearth the larger adversaries lurking in the shadows. He had resolved that anyone associated with his parents' death would not escape his retribution. Tony sought to apprehend the man before him, yet it was evident that this adversary would not yield easily. Nevertheless, with control of the armor handed over to Jarvis, its formidable capabilities were astonishing. Tony had always regarded the suit as a marvel of advanced technology, equipped with beam cannons and missiles of high-tech weaponry. However, upon encountering Leo, he realized that given Leo's speed, many of his attacks were rendered ineffective. Moreover, once Leo closed the distance, Tony found himself bereft of any means of resistance. To prevent being subdued by a close combat expert like Leo, he had conducted an upgrade on the armor, known as Mark III. This iteration maintained long-range capabilities while incorporating combat programming templates, enabling the suit to analyze an enemy's movements and catalog various fighting techniques, thus bestowing upon it an almost unfathomable fighting prowess. Of course, after witnessing Leo's Kamehameha wave in Emil Town, he understood that the speed at which he could upgrade his suit would never keep pace with Leo's increasing power. Nevertheless, Leo was one thing. This man before him was not nearly as formidable. Under the relentless assault of the armor, the man with the mechanical arm finally faltered. His once impenetrable defense began to reveal vulnerabilities. Surrender at once. Tony extended his arms, resembling two chains, tightly ensnaring the man before him. Despite the cacophonous whirring of the mechanical limbs, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the equally formidable, technologically superior exoset. A crackle of electricity surged through the air as Tony released the now unconscious man. He was no fool, having anticipated how to subdue his opponent at close quarters. He employed an electric shock. If it had been Leo, a simple strike to a pressure point would suffice. The internal martial arts ability to seal pressure points, though not as fantastical as in the realm of martial arts, was nonetheless potent. In contrast, Tony harnessed the power of technology, directly incapacitating the individual through electric shock. Given the man's physical constitution, he had deliberately intensified the current, ensuring that he would remain unconscious for some time. Meanwhile, a contingent of agents was hastening towards their location, Agent Coulson among them. Just as Tony pondered how to handle the man on the ground, he had no time for further deliberation. Grabbing the man's arm, he lifted off the ground and soared towards his own premises. Following his fallout with Nick Fury, he was keen to avoid entanglements with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for the time being. Sir, he's flying away. Coulson sighed as he observed Tony ascend into the sky. They had arrived too late. Obadiah was dead. However, curiously, they had heard the sounds of gunfire upon their arrival. Yet no combatants were visible on the scene. It seemed another group had clashed with Tony Stark. Coulson reported his observations to Nick Fury, who, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Very well, I shall meet him in person tomorrow. Additionally, seek out that gentleman. I wish to understand why he provoked Tony Stark. Furthermore, investigate how he infiltrated our ranks." With Nick Fury's capabilities, he would swiftly ascertain who was present when Tony made his call. Tony and Leo both flew into the house, with the satellites above capturing the scene, as they were not mere figments of imagination. At that moment, Tony was eager to inquire of Leo what slight he had committed against him. Leo's actions were evidently a means to irritate Nick Fury, yet presently, Fury was at a loss regarding Leo. Firstly, Leo was affiliated with the military, operating within a different system, rendering overt actions against him impossible. Secondly, Leo's formidable strength in the shadows rendered him even less susceptible to threats. Without delving into Nick Fury's plans, we find Leo enjoying a splendid experience in his suite, having successfully pacified 2 enchanting companions by the time he received Tony's call. "I must admit, I had not anticipated you held such interests." When Leo arrived at Tony's residence, dawn was fast approaching. In truth, he had been occupied throughout the night, and Tony's call came just as morning began to break. Now, before Leo stood a man firmly restrained. Leo's so-called interest pertained to Tony's exquisite binding techniques, reminiscent of the rope artistry frequently seen in certain niche films. Indeed, rope artistry. Ahem, I once indulged in playful banter with a few young models. But let us not dwell on that. Tony waved his hand, deftly steering the conversation back on track. "Do you recognize this fellow?" he inquired, gesturing towards the black-clad assassin securely bound by specially crafted nylon ropes, within which a mechanical arm prominently rested. As a doctoral graduate in mechanical engineering and a prodigy who assembled a circuit board at the tender age of 9, it was evident that Tony had rendered this mechanical arm inoperative. He had yet to detach it, for it was intrinsically linked to this man. Removing it would be akin to severing his hand anew, thus he resolved to wait a while longer. Upon sighting the arm, Leo had already deduced the answer. Such a distinctive feature could only belong to someone a fool would fail to recognize. "Tony, I must share something with you, but I advise you to remain calm. Should we consider the Winter Soldier's fate?" From Tony's perspective, the answer was undoubtedly yes. He was a sworn enemy, a murderer of his parents, deserving of death. Yet for Leo, the Winter Soldier possessed utility, and thus he would offer a defense on his behalf. The brainwashed individual was merely a weapon. The true perpetrator was the one wielding that weapon, not the weapon itself, Leo mused. Chapter 76. The Restoration of Memory. What perplexed Leo even more was how the Winter Soldier had ended up in Tony's possession. Given the Winter Soldier's capabilities, escaping Tony should not have been a formidable challenge. After all, they were in a complex urban landscape, not an endless wilderness. "You certainly know something," Tony remarked, scrutinizing Leo. However, he harbored no suspicions regarding Leo's motives. After all, Leo had saved him on multiple occasions. If there were any ill intent, Leo would have acted long ago. Tony was more inclined to believe that Leo had access to some unique source of information. Whether Leo's actions stemmed from their connection or ulterior motives was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had acquired news of his parents' avengers. "Speak, who exactly is he?" Tony demanded, gazing at the Winter Soldier, who despite his extraordinary physical prowess, remained ensnared. Even if he did manage to break free, it would be inconsequential. With Leo present, one Winter Soldier, or even 10, would be easily subdued. Leo cast a glance at Tony before stepping closer to Bucky. He extended a hand and tapped it lightly on Bucky's neck. In an instant, the Winter Soldier, previously ensnared in confusion, abruptly lifted his head, his emotionless eyes locking onto Leo, silent as ever. "Very well. Both parties are now awake. Since that is the case, allow me to recount your tale." It was winter in 1941. On the streets of New York, a young man named Stephen Rogers and another named Bucky Barnes were en route to the inaugural Stark Industries Expo. Thus began the intertwining fates of these 3 men. As the story unfolded, dawn broke, and the sounds of vehicles echoed from outside. "Mr. Stark, and you too, Major Leo." Leo turned his head, and there stood Coulson. Last night, after searching in vain for Tony, he ultimately found himself cleaning up the aftermath, such as Obadiah's demise. With the die already cast, Nick Fury was left with little recourse. Moreover, it was Obadiah who had first acted against Tony, thus the incident had been conveniently categorized as Obadiah's own predicament. As for the armored suit, it had, of course, ceased to exist. After a sleepless night, Coulson hurried to Tony's residence following the resolution of Obadiah's affair. As they had anticipated, both Tony and Leo were present, along with an unexpected individual. However, to his surprise, aside from Leo casting a fleeting glance in his direction, the other two appeared oblivious to his arrival, engrossed in their own thoughts. Are you saying he is Bucky Barnes? Tony furrowed his brow as he regarded Bucky, who, in turn, looked back at Tony with equal bewilderment before glancing at Leo. He had never known who he truly was. His memories had been repeatedly scrubbed by Pierce and his associates. Each time any semblance of change was detected, his mind was cleansed anew. He was utterly unfamiliar with his own identity. Yet, it was evident that the individual Leo spoke of was indeed him. And the name Steve Rogers resonated with a sense of familiarity. Images of a man, sometimes diminutive and at other times towering, flickered in Bucky's mind. Steve. Coulson visibly jolted at the mention of Bucky Barnes. As a fervent admirer of Captain America, he was well acquainted with Bucky, Steve's childhood companion. Mr. Barnes? Coulson approached swiftly, scrutinizing him closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. There existed visual records of Captain America. In fact, the entire Howling Commandos had precious footage preserved, with portraits of them displayed in the Captain America Museum. As a devoted fan, Coulson had indeed seen Bucky's likeness and recognized him, which only intensified his shock. For Bucky was a figure from 70 years past, and history claimed he had perished during a mission. Yet, the living man before him posed an undeniable enigma. However, Coulson's recognition clarified for both Tony and Bucky that Leo's assertions were indeed true. He was Bucky. Pain surged through Bucky's mind as memories flooded back, the agonizing reminiscence overwhelming him. The crude brainwashing techniques employed by Hydra had evidently failed to obliterate his memories. Rather, they had been forcibly shoved into some obscure recess, akin to refuse being swept away. Yet now, Leo had thoroughly unearthed that hidden corner. What is wrong with him? Tony inquired, astonished at Bucky's anguished expression, though he had yet to lay a hand on him. Even if you are a 90-year-old gentleman, you cannot merely feign distress. It is nothing. Merely the after-effects of memories resurfacing, Leo replied, shaking his head as he observed Tony's visage, which bore no trace of anger or hatred. In the absence of video, provocation, or even Captain America's inadvertent interference, Tony maintained his composure. He understood that Bucky's actions, following his brainwashing, were involuntary. It was not his fault. Moreover, Leo had previously interwoven his narrative with personal biases, and now, Tony's ire was directed solely at those orchestrating events from the shadows, not at Bucky himself. Observing this scene, Leo felt a sense of relief, then extended his hand, leaving Bucky no chance to evade as he grasped his head firmly. Subsequently, a wave of energy surged into Bucky's mind. The Turtle School technique employed mental manipulation. Master Roshi had demonstrated his prowess in hypnosis and telepathic dialogue on multiple occasions. And now Leo merely applied these methods to untangle Bucky's memories and alleviate his suffering. Indeed, as his hand pressed against Bucky's head, the latter's movements began to slow. His once distorted visage softened, revealing a dawning clarity and a flicker of awareness. Coulson, I trust you will keep the matter of Barnes confidential. Should you agree, I shall bestow upon you a gift, perhaps intel regarding Captain America. Bucky had once been Pierce's pawn. Disclosing his whereabouts would be tantamount to alerting the enemy. Thus, Leo insisted that Coulson maintain secrecy. Furthermore, had the secret pertained to someone else, Leo was certain Coulson would hastily relay it to Nick Fury. However, concerning Bucky, which directly involved Captain America, Leo believed Coulson would heed his words. Indeed, upon hearing of the intelligence regarding Captain America, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically, and the hesitation he had previously displayed vanished. Chapter 77. Sheen, what are your plans moving forward? Leo stood beside Tony, watching Coulson depart. Now armed with information about Captain America, preparing to return and request a team to investigate the Arctic. Meanwhile, Bucky remained with Tony, or rather, with Leo. This talent was not one Leo intended to let slip away. His team lacked capable individuals, with only the Spirit Butterfly thus far. But with the addition of the Super Soldier Winter Soldier, the dynamics of the group were poised for transformation. What to do? Naturally, I will return to my role as the CEO of Stark Industries, Tony replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Eliminating Obadiah was merely the first step in his quest for vengeance. The true threat lay with those manipulating events from behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the time was not yet ripe. Only once he firmly established control over Stark Industries could he methodically plot his course. A subtle darkness began to emerge within him, and Leo observed this transformation intently. By the way, I have another piece of information to share with you, Leo suddenly interjected. The issue of the new element must be addressed sooner rather than later. I do not wish for you to inadvertently bring about your own demise while experimenting. He had forged a rudimentary alliance with Tony, but eventually they would need to discern their hierarchy. As for who would emerge as the leader, that would depend on who proved to be more formidable. Tony's quest for vengeance could not rely solely on his own strength. He seeks to overturn the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. For to eradicate Hydra, one must inevitably dismantle the agency, which has been hollowed out by Hydra's insidious influence. Leo stands as his ally, Rhodes. Though a noble companion, possesses limited capabilities and cannot be relied upon in the short term. In contrast, Leo's exploits are well known to him. The recent cataclysmic upheaval was orchestrated by Apocalypse, a fact that could not remain concealed from someone of Tony's stature. Upon inquiring with Rhodes, he learned that it was Leo who thwarted that chaos. Thus, investing in such a formidable ally, or perhaps seeking refuge in his strength for vengeance, is a consideration Tony has entertained. The new element was discovered by his father, and the key lies within the three-dimensional model presented at the Stark Industries Expo. After imparting this crucial information to Tony, Leo departed, taking Bucky with him. Although Tony harbors no resentment towards him, he cannot help but feel discomfort at Bucky's presence, prompting him to maintain his distance. Moreover, Bucky's recovery will necessitate time, and with Leo's assistance, this process will be significantly expedited. He instructs the Butterfly to escort Bucky to the military camp. The mechanical arm has been removed and entrusted to Tony for study, as Leo is wary of any tracking devices it may contain, thus opting to hand it over entirely. As for Bucky's arm, it poses no concern. Leo intends to teach Bucky martial arts. Having been injected with the super soldier serum, Bucky's physical capabilities and cognitive development surpass those of an ordinary human, making the acquisition of martial skills nearly effortless. Once he reaches the level of invincibility, he will be able to stimulate the cells at the site of his severed arm, enabling regeneration. Should it prove necessary, Leo could even seek assistance from mutants. Currently, Leo stands at the entrance of a mutant's mansion. The school in the outskirts has been nearly rebuilt, though it is not yet fully inhabitable, leaving a considerable number of students still residing there, with Jean being one of them. A bouquet of red roses, a tailored suit, and a limited edition sports car emerging from Stark's mansion create an ensemble that is nothing short of enchanting. At least, on the windowsill, Ororo and several other girls lounge on Jean's bed, gazing down at Leo, who holds the flowers, each of them starry-eyed. Wow, how romantic. If only someone would gift me red roses, and that car is so handsome, exclaimed Li Qianhuan, covering her face, lost in daydreams. They are all young women. And what girl does not yearn for love? Even Ororo, who grew up in the slums, finds her heart racing at the sight of the impeccably dressed, opulent Leo below. However, they are all acutely aware that he is not there for them. Jean, aren't you going down? He has been waiting for several minutes, giggled one girl. In a corner of the room, Jean sits with a book in hand, yet her wandering gaze and the shimmering hue of her eyes, along with her rosy complexion, betray her inner turmoil. He isn't here to see me, Jean murmured softly, just as Leo's voice suddenly called out from outside. Jean, if you do not come down soon, I shall ascend, a voice echoed. With a sharp clap, the book closed, and Jean, her cheeks flushed, couldn't help but recall the midnight musings of late, those domineering embraces and soft whispers lingering vividly in her mind. Outside, the sounds resumed, and unable to withstand the mounting anticipation any longer, she rose abruptly and dashed towards the door. In the corridor, Charles sat in a wheelchair, adorned with Magneto's presence, both casting smiles in Jean's direction. Nearby, a cluster of children peered around the staircase, giggling as they munched on dog food, blissfully unaware of the scene unfolding before them. Jean, let go. Youth is meant for a touch of madness, Charles remarked, his eyes filled with tenderness, a gentle affection reminiscent of a guardian's fondness for a child. Yet, beyond mere blessings, he harbored a deeper hope, that Jean might find solace in love, shrouding the darkness within her heart. For he wished not to witness the infernos of chaos become her reality. Blushing, Jean hurried past Scott, who regarded her with an encouraging gaze. Recently, the dynamics between them had shifted curiously. What once held a spark had transformed into a sisterly bond. The concept of a male best friend seemed elusive. Yet if that man transcended the boundaries of masculinity, the narrative could change. Exiting the door, Jean beheld Leo, who cradled a bouquet of flowers. Just as she opened her mouth, he pulled her in, the flowers soaring into the air before cascading to the ground. At the entrance, the two became entwined in an embrace. The sudden fervor of the kiss left Jean wide-eyed, soon enveloped in a wave of passion, surrendering to the moment. The onlooking girlfriends gasped, showering the couple with blessings. Such flowers pale in comparison to your beauty, Leo declared as he led Jean to a luxury car. Glancing back at the crowd of young girls on the windowsill, he waved before accelerating, the limited edition supercar roaring to life as they sped away, disappearing from view. On the bridge, a flash of electric light surged through the bustling traffic. Suddenly, a bolt of energy manifested in the middle of the road, sending two cars hurtling away with the force of its wrath. Chapter 78. Deadpool and Spider-Man. A crimson figure knelt on one knee, hands planted beside him, his head bowed. I shall return. Slowly, the figure rose, surveying his attire. Oh, how unfortunate that it is not the real thing. How much more fitting it would be. And the muscles. How does the governor achieve such form? Why can I not attain that physique? This curious being, clad in a tight red suit, wore dual swords upon his back and sported a tactical belt with a buckle depicting a cartoonish likeness of himself. In his hand, he held a damaged golden dial. Let me see, what year is it? 2012? For whole years until my solo film, how utterly unbearable. At this moment, the surrounding chaos finally subsided. The sudden emergence of the lightning sphere had triggered a fierce car accident on the bridge, with alarm sounds echoing all around, flames and thick smoke enveloping the area. Such a situation naturally caught the attention of many, including superheroes. Hey, everyone, step aside. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here. From within the smoke, a web swung gracefully. And then a nimble figure descended into the heart of the trouble. Wow, hey there, buddy. Did you do this? If so, I think you need to come with me. You might be in violation of the law. Spider-Man's voice sounded somewhat youthful, and his slender frame, standing at about 5'7", exuded a streamlined elegance, though it also gave off a rather fragile impression. To his surprise, the masked individual who bore a striking resemblance to him paused momentarily upon seeing him, before charging straight ahead. Oh, my dear little bug, you're alive. Oh my goodness, little bug, you can still converse with Deadpool. This is fantastic. Deadpool exclaimed, his legs flailing as he sprinted towards Spider-Man, his open arms and enthusiastic demeanor making his intentions clear. Spider-Man immediately pivoted and leapt away. He did not have a habit of embracing strange men. Hey, buddy, take it easy. First of all, I don't know you. Secondly, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I just confessed to a girl yesterday, so you'd better keep your distance. Surprisingly, Deadpool's movements were remarkably agile. Spider-Man dodged several times. Yet this character somehow managed to keep up. At that moment, Spider-Man was at a loss. He had encountered many vicious individuals before, some who opened fire upon him immediately, and others who appeared harmless but attacked when he let his guard down. Yet they were all manageable. His spider sense rendered all surprise attacks ineffective. But what was he supposed to do about this? Why was this fellow trying to embrace him? Sir, I have nothing against your sexual orientation. It's just that I'm not into that. So could you please stop? We can talk this out. Also, I really don't know you. Perhaps a hint would jog my memory. Spider-Man swung about, occasionally shooting a web from his wrist-mounted web shooter to hang onto the bridge as a makeshift swing. However, the man below relentlessly pursued him, and with spider sense not detecting any real threat, he hesitated to strike this individual. Oh, little bug, doesn't he want me anymore? No. We are destined friends. Look, we're wearing the same outfit. Deadpool called out. Come here. Uncle Wade just wants to give you a hug. You have no idea how heartbroken I was when you died. Deadpool nearly grasped Spider-Man's leg as he sprang off a car with the tips of his toes. That's clearly a knockoff of my outfit. How is that the same? And I'm not dead. You are. Spider-Man retorted, growing increasingly irritated. The man before him was utterly incomprehensible, behaving like a fool. He decided to disregard many concerns and resolved to subdue this fellow first. With a swift motion, a strand of web shot out, ensnaring Deadpool's hand, followed by another strand that captured his other hand. Hey, buddy, I think you might enjoy this. Have you ever heard of Zongzi? I had some once in Chinatown, and it was delightful. The young spider leaped suddenly, performing a somersault in midair before landing behind Deadpool, binding his hands in an embrace across his chest with two strands of web. Oh, little bug, are you going to tenderly bind me now? My goodness. I seem to have developed a fondness for you. Spider-Man shivered, feeling nauseated by Deadpool's words, and quickly shot out another web to attempt to seal his mouth. To be honest, it was the first time he encountered someone who could outtalk him. No way, the title of Marvel's top chatterbox belongs to me. With this conviction, the young spider began to move, continuously shooting strands of web to wrap Wade into a large Zongzi. I knew you loved me. Don't worry, little bug. I'll keep my rear end safe for you. I wash every night, so go ahead. Whatever you do to me, I won't resist. The young spider paused, suddenly realizing that Deadpool's face was masked, and the webbing hadn't actually sealed his mouth. Never mind, buddy, I think the police might have some words for you. You should save that rear end for them. Oh, and I won't report you for costume infringement this time. Remember to be a good person next time. Goodbye. With that, the young spider swung away, leaving the large Zongzi hanging upside down from the bridge. Just as Spider-Man departed, a group of people on the bridge cautiously approached when suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared. From the web Zongzi in midair, 6 claws emerged, slicing through the binding. The technology of Universe 10005 is quite impressive. The 6 claws, which should have belonged to Wolverine, retracted. Deadpool landed on the ground and shouted in the direction Spider-Man had gone. "Little bug, I'm coming." In a blink, Deadpool vanished into thin air, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Inside a restaurant, Leo and Chin were slowly stepping out. Suddenly, a red and blue figure zipped past them, with a silver strand of web floating nearby. "Excuse me." The youthful voice quickly faded, and another figure appeared before them. "Hey, have you seen my little bug?" Monkey rest. Phoenix. Chapter 79. New uses of anger. Deadpool gazed at the couple before him, covering his mouth in astonishment. The future destroyer, the supervillain Phoenix, who had annihilated 90% of the world's superheroes and 99% of humanity, stood right in front of him. "Oh my gosh, my apologies for the interruption. I didn't see anything. Please, continue." In the next moment, Deadpool's demeanor shifted dramatically. He adopted a demeanor of utmost deference, akin to that of a servant, even lowering his gaze and retreating, eager to depart. Yet, in a heartbeat, he began to tremble, for a hand had unexpectedly clasped his shoulder. "Wade Wilson. Do you know Jean?" Leo inquired, gripping Deadpool's shoulder. Although Deadpool had always exhibited erratic behavior, his current reaction was evidently peculiar. Why did he harbor fear of Jean? Furthermore, why was he acquainted with her? At this stage, he should not have known her at all. Jean had only recently enrolled, and her involvement in the battle against Apocalypse marked her inaugural foray into combat, categorizing her as a relatively inactive participant. Therefore, it defied logic for Deadpool to recognize her. "Oh, who are you?" Deadpool lifted his head, desperately avoiding Jean's inquisitive gaze, yet he was utterly perplexed by Leo. He was a madman, not a fool. He was acutely aware that he had traversed into the past. In truth, he had journeyed through multiple worlds, wielding a time-travel device known as the chronolock, which had been erased from existence due to Scott's inability to procreate. He had ventured into several realms, such as Universe 10005, where he had been transformed into a weapon endowed with an array of superpowers, including laser vision, teleportation, and retractable steel claws. His sole flaw was that his mouth had been sealed shut. Consequently, he had decisively eliminated the individual responsible, subsequently becoming an infused weapon, and in that moment of completion, he had vanquished Strick. Moreover, he had traversed to another universe, engaging in a fierce battle with the Grim Reaper, leveraging his plethora of superpowers to deliver a thorough beating. "Wade is the authentic article. You are but a counterfeit." "Bah, what a wretched imitation." He spat. Now, he found himself back in the world he had departed, albeit in the past. "Ah, I see. It's you, isn't it? You are the reason she destroyed the world, you vile fiend," Deadpool exclaimed, stepping backward. Yet after only a few paces, Leo seized him once more, rendering him completely immobilized. "What kind of power is this? To render someone utterly motionless? If I could master this, I could control that little pest." Leo's forehead was lined with annoyance as he regarded Deadpool, then gestured with his finger. This individual surely had issues. His statements appeared devoid of logic, yet if one were to truly ponder them, it would lead to foolish conclusions. Leo would not forget that Deadpool was among the few in the Marvel Universe who were aware of their existence as comic book characters. Even cosmic entities of immense power, such as those from the Eternal Infinite, remained oblivious to their fictional nature, yet Deadpool was fully cognizant. He could even traverse into the real world, thus shattering the fourth wall. This alone rendered him worthy of Leo's attention. However, ensuring his compliance would undoubtedly require considerable effort. As Leo's finger pressed down, a slender thread of energy coalesced upon it, imbued with a vibrant vitality reminiscent of a mystical entity. With a deliberate motion, this essence darted into Deadpool's body like a playful dragon. "Wow, it's warm. What is this?" "Ah, something has entered," Deadpool exclaimed theatrically. But soon his exaggerated tone gave way to genuine cries of anguish. The potential of this energy was immense. The Dragon Ball warriors had devised various methods to harness it, and Leo could both mimic existing techniques and innovate his own. Thus, he unveiled his inaugural method of application. Based on his profound understanding of human anatomy, he allowed this wisp of energy to infiltrate Deadpool's being, triggering sensations that could manifest as tingling, pain, cold, or scorching heat. In essence, it was a variant of the life and death talisman. The terror of such a talisman is undeniable. Leo's technique proved equally as effective as the authentic version. With this method at his disposal, all forms of torture paled in comparison. Deadpool, possessing an immortal body, was impervious to conventional methods of interrogation. Only Leo's supernatural technique could compel him to yield. As anticipated, the effects were immediate. Deadpool alternated between pitiful wails and uproarious laughter. His already eccentric demeanor now amplified to a maddening degree, prompting concern from the onlooker, Jean. What has happened to him? Jean's hand remained in Leo's grasp, and this brief encounter marked a pivotal step in their relationship, shattering the thin veil between them. Observing Leo's sudden aggression towards a stranger, Jean believed he had his reasons. He was no ordinary individual. He too was a mutant, albeit of a unique kind, and he had just mentioned her, raising her suspicions that he was privy to certain secrets regarding her. Leo gazed at Jean with a smile, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. The present Jean was not yet the fully realized phoenix of the future. She was merely a teenage girl. Leo's exquisite allure and domineering presence had already ensnared her heart, and his assertiveness rendered her somewhat dependent, a dynamic that was reciprocal. Let us return. We shall ignore him for now. Today, I only wish to be with you, Leo suddenly declared. He then turned his attention to Deadpool, suppressing the impulse to unleash his mutant life and death talisman. Meet me here tomorrow, or else you may find yourself in a similar predicament again. After relaying the location of his base to Deadpool, Leo and Jean walked away, leaving the panting Deadpool to grapple with the remnants of his torment. Who is he? I am certain I have never encountered him before. As he reflected on Leo's visage, Deadpool compared it to a multitude of renowned figures from the ensuing decades, both heroes and villains, yet still found himself at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, the history of this world had been irrevocably altered by the arrival of Leo. Much like Wolverine reversing the future, every action Leo undertook would inevitably lead to profound changes, rendering the future uncertain. The history Deadpool was familiar with was merely his own version of events. Chapter 80. The astonished Deadpool. Although Deadpool's interference had caused some minor complications in the dating plans, the previous day had, on the whole, unfolded rather pleasantly. The following morning, Leo returned to the military base and received news from Blake. It was assistance from Mr. Stark, which included not only supplies, but also a check for $500 million. After accepting the check and examining it briefly, Leo tucked it into his pocket. Before him, trucks were continuously entering and exiting, delivering a substantial amount of supplies that were transforming the abandoned military camp by the seaside in the outskirts of New York into something more substantial. He pondered whether he could inquire with Tony about the possibility of constructing a gravity chamber, as Leo observed his domain becoming increasingly improved. The other officers and soldiers felt a sense of joy, marking a significant phase in Leo's process of establishing his influence. Deadpool arrived in the afternoon. Leo was by the shore, contemplating the ebb and flow of the tides, which served as a fine cultivation of his understanding of human nature, reminding him that while human strength is formidable, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of natural forces. This realization fueled his motivation. Hey, handsome, quick help. People are dying. Deadpool suddenly appeared behind Leo, trembling all over. His life and death talisman was acting up once again. For the majority of superheroes and villains whose powers stemmed from mutation and genetic alteration, this talisman was akin to a superweapon, undeniably inescapable. Perhaps a martial artist like Iron Fist could devise a method to cope, or the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, under the tutelage of the Ancient One, might know how to handle such matters. However, for most, it was an insurmountable challenge, especially for someone like Deadpool, who, despite his seemingly tenacious exterior, possessed relatively modest abilities. What was Deadpool's greatest strength? Immortality. You could not kill him. He was more grotesque than Apocalypse. Even if you were to reduce Deadpool to a state where not a single molecule remained, he would still resurrect, as he embodies the concept of immortality. In this universe, death does not claim him. While all beings experience life and death, he exists in a singular state. Yet, he was not nauseating enough to deter Leo. With the life and death talisman in hand, no matter how repulsive Deadpool might be, it was directed at others, unless one day he mastered Chi and surpassed Leo's own. In a mere instant, Leo suppressed the life and death talisman within Deadpool, then flicked his fingers to deflect Deadpool's sharp blade. Leaning aside, he avoided the other dagger aimed at him. Leo's vital energy erupted with tremendous force, sending Deadpool flying. Yet, I beheld him perform several somersaults in the air before vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly before Leo. His mask lifted to reveal a visage so grotesque, it incited a visceral sense of revulsion. Huh, you can execute this move as well? I observed as the skin beside Deadpool's eyes suddenly darkened, charred by the searing force of immense energy. In an instant, a crimson energy beam, as thick as a barrel, surged forth like a divine sword aimed at Leo's head. Boom. Upon the cliff's edge, a profound fissure appeared, fracturing the ancient rocks, which had remained steadfast against the tides for eons. The cracks deepened with each moment. Yet, within the eerie darkness of the chasm, a solitary figure stood resolute, unyielding. A radiant luminescence enveloped Leo, who absorbed the pressure of the shockwave, gaining insight into the strength of the Summers family. The entire Summers lineage, Scott's siblings, and even his son, who had vanished, derived their power from a singular source, a diminutive universe brimming with these high-energy, crimson particles. Their bodies served as the gateway to this microcosm. While Scott was merely the eye of this portal, his brother Alex, the deceased original member known as Havoc, represented the entirety of the being. After all, Scott was the weakest among them. Deadpool's eye blast technique, naturally inherited from Scott, or an equivalent might to Scott's own gaze, particularly when unleashed at maximum power. Scott, aided by the glasses crafted by Hank McCoy, could emit less potent beams. With the magnitude of his power now revealed, it was prudent to exercise restraint. Leo's eyes sparkled with intensity, unwavering, while his muscles swelled as if inflated, his towering frame of nearly 2 meters seemingly expanding further. The turtle hermit, ordinarily resembling an unassuming old man, could transform into a towering giant in battle. Leo, now channeling his strength, matched this transformation with equal fervor. Kamehameha. Each syllable became a confluence of power, a testament to strength's accumulation. These words resembled incantations, though they influenced the self rather than the world. They could evoke emotions that were as tranquil as a still lake or as volatile as a volcano. Boom. A blinding white light erupted as a spherical energy wave coalesced in Leo's hands, surging forth to confront Deadpool's incoming beam. Gradually, the crimson laser was pushed back inch by inch, the energy wave advancing steadily, revealing Leo's form as it propelled beyond the cliff's edge. Inching closer to Deadpool, suspended in midair. "Ah, you too possess this ability," Deadpool exclaimed, only to be met with a resounding explosion. Leo summoned the energy coursing through his body, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave that struck Deadpool with tremendous force. Regrettably, Deadpool lacked any substantial physical defenses. In truth, he had no need for such things. Regardless of the injuries sustained, he possessed the remarkable ability to heal completely. Why would he require resilience? As the violent explosion subsided, Leo witnessed a silver-white skeletal frame, along with 2 similarly hued blades, plummeting towards the sea. Adamantium. With a swift motion of his arm, Leo summoned a gust of energy that retrieved the now skeletal form of Deadpool. The 2 blades, forged from adamantium, more accurately referred to as tanto due to their short length and straight edge, were analyzed by Leo. Despite their formidable reputation, he discovered that, even when imbued with his energy and vitality, they posed no threat to him. Chapter 81. The submissive Deadpool, a mere trifle. Leo turned his head and discarded the 2 blades. The psychic blades of Lingdai were equally sharp, and his own technique, the Chi Element Slash, was far superior. This technique possessed the ability to bypass defenses, rendering it more effective than any blade in direct confrontation. Thus, adamantium proved futile in Leo's hands. What purpose did it serve him? Would it merely enhance his durability against attacks? And how would he fare against Magneto? Even in the absence of Magneto, a moderately powerful electromagnet would be enough to pose a significant challenge. Hence, the strongest metal held little value for Leo. Conversely, vibranium might yield beneficial results. Its energy absorption properties could greatly enhance Leo's resilience. Should he don a suit of vibranium akin to Black Panther's, he could nonchalantly stroll through the onslaught of lasers from Deadpool or Scott. The diminished impact of attacks would be virtually negligible for him. At that moment, the silver-white adamantium skeleton began to regenerate flesh. Regarding this ability, Leo could only attribute it to the whims of fate. The powers of mutants were extraordinarily diverse, often defying logic and scientific principles. For instance, the regenerative abilities of Deadpool and Wolverine seemingly disregarded cellular energy expenditure. Astonishingly, despite the absence of cells, they continued to regenerate, which was rather excessive. Leo could also heal, utilizing his energy and vitality to achieve an appearance of instant recovery similar to theirs. However, this process required the consumption of his own energy, whereas Deadpool and Wolverine seemed to possess an inexhaustible source of restorative power, as if conjured from thin air. Another example would be Magneto's magnetic field. From a scientific perspective, Magneto's magnetic prowess surpassed that of the entire solar system. The mere act of lifting the Golden Gate Bridge demonstrated a magnetic intensity that eclipsed that of the solar system itself. In the realm of comics, the intensity of his magnetic field has reached levels that surpass several galaxies. Is this scientific? It is not. Scott's abilities, at least, stem from a source. He is linked to a miniature universe. But what can be said of Magneto? Furthermore, Iceman's ability to conjure ice without the presence of water molecules raises questions. The ice he creates emerges entirely from nothingness. If he were to exist for an extended period, he could potentially fill the entire universe with ice. Moreover, his ability to lower the surrounding temperature occurs without any process of heat transfer, which blatantly contradicts numerous thermodynamic principles. Nonetheless, Leo pondered. His own existence also seems rather unscientific. His system, his prison, is it not a peculiar phenomenon in itself? During this contemplation, an exceedingly grotesque naked man had completed his regeneration. Leo was certain that this individual was not the same as the one he had seen in the film. After all, the Deadpool in that portrayal required over a day to regenerate his lower half, unlike this figure who had revived with such speed. Leo kicked Deadpool, rousing the seemingly lifeless body from the ground, losing interest in further play. The force of the air acted upon Deadpool's freshly formed body, wreaking havoc. The agony he experienced was unlike any physical pain. Were it merely that, given Deadpool's insanity and his immortal nature. He might have morphed into a masochist who derived pleasure from pain. Yet, the suffering inflicted by the death symbol was incomparably more profound. Even with severed limbs and frequent disembowelments, Deadpool could only wail, tremble, and writhe on the ground, utterly unable to endure it. No, please stop. Deadpool's tone finally exhibited a semblance of normalcy. Leo observed the dust-covered figure rolling on the ground, a faint smile grazing his lips. He had assumed he would be unable to contain himself. How was it that he could no longer withstand it? Deadpool writhed like a worm on the ground. His face a complete distortion. Pain was a daily occurrence for him, and after enduring so much, he had grown numb. However, this particular suffering rendered him incapable of indifference. For it did not merely affect his physical form. Fuck. Deadpool shrieked, his laughter replaced by curses. His body, now bloodied and mangled from clawing at the hard stone beneath him, bore witness to his torment. With a snap of his fingers, Leo alleviated the excruciating pain that enveloped Deadpool. There was no adversary he could not manage. What of the immortal? He still possessed methods to compel this individual to comply. Now, are you prepared to answer my questions? Leo's cold, unyielding voice echoed in Deadpool's ears, yet he could muster only enough strength to gasp on the ground. After spending considerable time by the sea, Leo finally returned to the base. Under his relentless torment, even Deadpool, who had witnessed life and death countless times, was forced to submit. Consequently, he divulged everything, from his origins in the future to his journeys across several parallel worlds. Where's your time-space traverser? It seems that I have inadvertently caused a significant upheaval. Deadpool performed a somersault, yet he possessed not a shred of fabric upon his person. All his belongings, save for his 2 blades, had vanished into the vortex of the Kamehameha wave. The time travel device, too, met an unfortunate fate. Leo felt a twinge of regret over this. The ability to traverse various temporal nodes and venture into different parallel universes would have rendered his current existence obsolete, allowing him to hunt others with ease. After all, where one does not linger, another shall surely await. Yet, here he remained, anxiously anticipating the emergence of some hidden powerhouse until his strength transcended all. Alas, had he known to temper the wave's magnitude earlier? Shaking his head, he mused that perhaps it was destiny that prevented him from becoming invincible too soon. The Marvel Universe is a realm crafted by the hands of comic book creators. If there were an author presiding over my existence, it would likely be that very individual who curtails my path to unparalleled power. Leo chose to accept this reality, letting go of his earlier concerns. As Deadpool departed, Leo did not restrain him. The mercenary's nature was inherently unruly. Even if Leo could momentarily subdue him, he could not do so perpetually. While torment might coax compliance, it could never win genuine allegiance. Who could truly tame a madman? If it were possible, Charles would have accomplished it long ago. Thus, he simply allowed Deadpool to leave, confident that he would refrain from reappearing to stir trouble. Chapter 82. The Hulk. After 2 days in the base, the construction team had nearly completed the main building. The speed at which Americans construct their edifices is renowned worldwide. Indeed, when the funds are available, everything else falls into place. During this period of waiting, while training the members of his team and mentoring Ling Dai, Leo received an unexpected phone call. Major, I recall that I am no longer under your command. The voice on the line belonged to Ross. As his former superior, Leo harbored no fondness for the man, yet they both recognized the mutual benefit in their relationship. Despite Ross's repeated attempts to outmaneuver him, had it not been for the connection he had with Ross's daughter, Leo would have long since ended the man's life. Major, this situation pertains to national defense, and you and I are both soldiers of the United States. Ross's tone remained imperious, adopting an air of superiority while ostensibly seeking Leo's assistance. Leo felt little respect for this bravado. He had direct orders from the Department of Defense. If Ross had the audacity, he should contact them instead of attempting to play games with him. With a decisive click, Leo hung up the phone, disinterested in engaging in this charade. However, just as he prepared to return to training his rather lackluster subordinates, the phone rang once more. Major, is this how you treat a superior officer? Ross's furious voice erupted through the receiver. Leo scratched his ear, dismissing the outburst, and, amidst the admiring gaze of the communications officer, hung up the phone yet again. Rest assured, it is now a matter of others beseeching us for assistance. One must adopt an attitude of being in demand. Do you truly believe he will not call again? Leo, this time, could hardly bring himself to leave. He remained steadfastly beside the telephone. As anticipated, the phone rang once more. The admiration in the eyes of the communications officer intensified. The prowess of their commander ensured a more favorable existence for his subordinates, as evidenced by the supplies delivered in recent days. However, he could not agree with Leo's dismissive attitude. Leo had the audacity to disregard a general, a luxury that he, as a mere soldier, could not afford. Major, the voice on the other end of the line roared yet again, but this time, Leo refrained from hanging up. for he detected a note of resignation in Ross's tone. It was about Betty. Are you truly prepared to turn a blind eye to this? A fierce glint flashed in Leo's eyes. Whether he admitted it or not, Betty was the first woman he encountered in this world. Even if she was the official companion of some verdant fellow, a childhood friend and university classmate with whom she had shared a long journey. Leo was not accustomed to relinquishing his woman so readily. What is happening? Leo's voice was icy, a palpable pressure emanating through the telephone line that Ross could sense. He hastily conveyed the situation. It turned out that after parting ways with Leo, Ross had persuaded the Department of Defense to restart the Super Soldier program. Gathering a multitude of biologists, among them his daughter Betty and the eminent scientist Bruce Banner. Banner and Betty were tasked with a segment of the project. Banner endeavored to decode the secrets behind the Super Soldier serum using gamma rays, oblivious to the true nature of the serum, and the outcome was a catastrophic failure. An experimental accident gave rise to one of the most formidable beings on Earth, be it a hero or a villain. The Hulk was born. However, Ross was still unaware that Banner was indeed the Hulk. He had only learned that the laboratory housing Betty had been attacked by a monstrous green entity. And Banner had vanished without a trace. You reignite the Super Soldier program to contend with me, do you not? Leo's tone dripped with derision. He was acutely aware of Ross's intentions, having coexisted with him for nearly a decade in his previous life. Nevertheless, Ross had indeed succeeded. He had created a being capable of rivaling Leo, the Hulk. Leo terminated the call and leaned against the table, lost in contemplation. He pondered the vulnerabilities of the Hulk. What weaknesses did the Hulk possess? The Hulk had no discernible weaknesses. With an almost limitless augmentation of strength, any attempt to control his psyche would only exacerbate the situation. As he was a split personality, Banner and the Hulk were two distinct entities. The Hulk's thoughts were nearly uncontrollable and incomprehensible. At this moment, he resembled an infant. His mind shrouded in chaos, and only with the passage of time would his thoughts become clearer, enabling a semblance of communication. Yet, his cognition was shackled by Banner. With a sigh, Leo reflected on the profound enmity he harbored towards Banner. Since ancient times, few grievances have been as profound as the slaying of a father or the usurpation of a wife. While Leo did not take the life of Banner's father, he did indeed seize his wife. Such audacity. The Hulk possesses all of Banner's memories, yet Banner lacks the recollections of the Hulk. The two personalities diverged, with the Hulk exhibiting greater strength than Banner. It is needless to say what the Hulk's reaction would be upon inheriting Banner's memories of Leo. If there exists anyone on this earth capable of taming the Hulk, it would undoubtedly be Betty. Thus, Leo surmised that upon sighting him, the Hulk's fury would reach its zenith. How could one possibly conquer such a formidable foe? Leo pondered further. The absence of a discernible weakness was inconsequential. The Hulk had faced defeat before. He had been bested by Thor, whose prowess undeniably ranked at the pinnacle of platinum levels, with potential that was nothing short of royal. This was a matter of sheer strength. Then there was Veronica. The anti-Hulk armor had not vanquished him. Rather, it was his own awakening that led to his defeat. This too was irrelevant. Had he not been soundly defeated by Thanos? Such an occurrence was arguably dictated by narrative necessity, as was his defeat by Thor, which was merely a facet of another's cinematic journey. Thus, was he truly invincible? Leo scratched his head, firmly disbelieving that any being in this world could be deemed unconquerable. Furthermore, the Hulk had been vanquished on numerous occasions, albeit as a mere backdrop. The question remained, how to overcome him. After much contemplation, Leo finally emerged from the tent, accompanied solely by Ling Dai, and boarded a plane destined for a certain location, Betty's home. Ross was oblivious to the fact that the Hulk was merely Banner transformed. He assumed that something had befallen Banner, leading to a somewhat strained relationship between father and daughter in recent days. However, Leo was acutely aware that once the Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner, the first person he would seek out would undoubtedly be Betty. Therefore, he intended to go directly to Betty's residence to either search for or await Banner's arrival. As for Ross, he had no intention of informing that fool. When had Ross ever succeeded in capturing the Hulk? His presence only served to exacerbate the situation. Chapter 83, Deception? Not a chance by the time Leo arrived. Dusk was approaching. Outside Betty's house stood soldiers dispatched by Ross for protection. Wait here for me, and if you spot that fellow, do remember to alert me. Leo was uncertain whether the essences of Banner and the Hulk were identical. Given their split personalities, it was likely that they bore differing auras. Consequently, his methods of detection were somewhat unreliable, which was precisely why he had brought Ling Dai along. Ling Dai possessed psychic abilities, notably attuned to detection. Akin to a human radar, with her presence, Banner would have nowhere to conceal himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Dai's gaze held a hint of melancholy. This woman, whom Leo had trained multiple times, seemed to have developed feelings for him. Thus, when she observed Leo venturing toward another woman's home while she remained behind to guard the entrance, the depth of her sorrowful expression was ineffable. Enduring the weight of her penetrating gaze, Leo approached Betty's door with an oddly peculiar expression. As for the guards, with a mere snap of his fingers, they disregarded him entirely. Just a simple hypnotic trick. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked upon, and a voice, accompanied by the shuffling of slippers, echoed from within. Who is it? The door swung open, revealing a radiant woman standing before Leo. With a swift motion, Leo braced his hand against the door to prevent it from being slammed shut by a visibly enraged Betty. Though this gesture offered little physical resistance, it symbolized a stance. Hey, Betty, hear me out, will you? Are you really going to deny me even a chance to explain? She attempted to shut the door multiple times. Yet Leo's formidable strength rendered her efforts futile. Ignoring him, Betty turned and retreated into the house. She was unwilling to listen to any explanations. After all, if there was anything to clarify, why had he not appeared during the many days prior? She languished in agony, doubt, and self-imposed isolation for what felt like an eternity. And just as she was about to walk away, he reappeared before her. Then, all the memories rushed back, the painful scars ripped open anew, and the stitches that had held her together were severed inch by inch, intensifying her suffering. As he watched her retreating figure, Leo grimaced slightly. Truth be told, he felt somewhat like a scapegoat, left wondering why he had acted as he did before his journey across time. He had refrained from returning, fearing this very moment. Yet here he was, compelled to confront the inevitable, and the outcome was predictable. Gently closing the door behind him, Leo stepped inside, taking in the familiar surroundings. He had visited this place more than once in his memories, and it was here that he had experienced that unpleasant encounter. I know saying this may be futile, but at the very least, I must utter it. Standing behind Betty, he noted her body tremble slightly, and in the next instant, she completely unraveled. I'm sorry. Her anguished cries filled the air, and Leo inhaled deeply. The sensation of having let himself down was indeed disheartening. Now, what was he to do? He was utterly inept at comforting women, having never done so before, and this time, he was the one who owed her an apology. Should he resort to violence? Suddenly, a thought flitted through his mind, recalling something he had once encountered. There is no woman that cannot be soothed with a single injection. If there is, then administer two, until she weeps. After all, he had already ventured down this path, and as he had yet to experience the consequences of being the one at fault, he figured he might as well embrace it once more. Resolute, Leo decided that since apologies had proven ineffective, he would approach the situation in his own manner. Extending his arms, he swept the heartbroken Betty into an embrace, her strength nearly depleted, her energy consumed by her tears. However, Leo knew that soon enough, her mind would be preoccupied with other thoughts. Come now, let us celebrate love. Amidst her startled exclamations, he gently placed Betty upon the bed, closed the door, drew the curtains, and dispatched the guards outside with a mere flick of his fingers. In a distant corner, a spirit butterfly smirked, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she recalled the strength of a particular individual. Although the beginning had been somewhat unpleasant, it mattered little. The outcome was what truly counted. Reflecting on the eventual acquiescence of this stubborn woman, Leo whistled cheerfully as he carried her into the bathroom. Warm water glided over her skin, awakening Betty from her slumber. As her hazy eyes gradually brightened, she turned to Leo and delivered a sharp slap to his face. This is what I owe you, but there shall be no next time. Leo, unfazed by the sting, replied in a low voice, How dare you strike your husband? You have overstepped. Betty finally found her voice. In truth, she had almost spoken during their earlier quarrel, and now that she had broken her silence, there was no need to ignore him any longer. You were shameless. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in his expression and his words. Leo certainly did not believe that a couple of slaps could placate her, but they were necessary. Otherwise, she might have continued to withhold her words. He held firm to the belief that words were the only pathway to a woman's heart. Now, having opened that passage, he aimed to settle within her heart. Betty's gaze was somewhat unfocused. She felt flustered, her mind racing, her heart pounding like a startled fawn. She concocted numerous excuses: intoxication, being manipulated, momentary confusion, but never did she anticipate that Leo would utter such words to her. A fatal blow, a piercing proclamation. Once the heart's door was ajar, those three words became her admission ticket, leading inevitably to a bond. Meanwhile, beyond the house, in the woods, a figure approached slowly, cloaked in an aura of forgiveness. A deep green hue that even the darkest night could not obscure. Is it done? He asked as he neared. In the bathtub, Leo's movements paused slightly. Yet his spirit remained resolute as he conveyed his thoughts. Do you not know my capabilities? Those who plead daily dare to question me? Do you believe I won't make it so you can't rise from bed for 3 days next time? His words carried a hint of menace, causing Lindy's cheeks to flush. Yet she refrained from retorting. The thought of being bedridden for 3 days truly frightened her. Leo would not concern himself with her needs. And then basic necessities would become troublesome. Inside the room, observing Betty, who was lost in her thoughts, Leo gently cleaned her, and she offered no resistance. Allowing him to tend to her, It was only when he had dried her off and carried her back to bed that she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. "I will forget everything that happened before." Although her eyes dimmed slightly, her words indicated that she had forgiven Leo for his previous transgressions, signifying that a crack had formed in her defenses. Leo, however, said nothing in response. He merely tucked her in and donned his clothes. "Good night." Cold tears slowly slipped from Betty's eyes as Leo turned away, stepping into the small grove outside her home. "Where is he?" Linda emerged from the woods, her mournful gaze fixed on Leo, yet she still pointed him in the right direction. "Wait here. He is not someone you can confront." Leo took a step forward and then turned back, his tone imbued with a hint of concern, which brought a flicker of joy to Lindy's face. This was the first time Leo had shown her such care. However, he soon vanished into the night. Along the path beside the woods, a man clad in a hoodie and wearing a cap was walking slowly towards Betty's house. Had Ross been present, he would have recognized him as Bruce Banner, who had been missing for 3 days. Strangely, he appeared entirely unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, Bruce halted his steps when a man in military attire obstructed his path. "Bruce, I believe it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Betty, after all. Should things escalate, it could awaken her." The speaker was none other than Leo, whose features were obscured in the shadows, making it difficult for Bruce to identify him even after a prolonged gaze. "Who are you? Do you know me? Are you sent by General Ross?" "Listen, I must see Betty. I have encountered some issues and need to consult the original data from the experiment." Bruce advanced cautiously, still perplexed by his own condition, with only vague memories lingering in his mind. Given the immense exposure to gamma radiation he had endured, it was a miracle he was alive, and he felt compelled to unravel the mystery surrounding it. "Bruce, it seems you have yet to grasp the severity of your predicament. If that is the case, I shall show you." Leo emerged from the shadows, revealing his tall stature and sharply defined features before Bruce, who, upon recognizing him, was momentarily stunned. This was soon replaced by a surge of fury, as his visage transformed into a vibrant green hue. Indeed, green. Leo. Bruce had encountered Leo before. After all, he had previously collaborated with Ross, which was why he had crossed paths with Betty. As the so-called legitimate boyfriend, he was acutely aware of the events affecting her. And thus, a man's wrath erupted forth. With a decisive step, the typically composed Bruce Banner, who prided himself on being an intellectual, swung his fist. With another step, the green blood surged to his brain, and his eyes morphed into a vivid emerald. With yet another step, his previously frail physique began to swell, transforming into a robust and formidable form, the muscles visibly inflating as if filled with air. His loose hoodie strained against his burgeoning muscles, tearing apart, leaving tattered strips hanging from his frame. A flicker of rationality crossed Bruce's eyes, momentarily overshadowed by an overwhelming tide of rage. "Hulk!" A deafening roar reverberated through the surroundings as Hulk's fist came crashing down, colliding fiercely with Leo's outstretched hand. The impact unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward, causing the trees lining the road to topple as if ravaged by a tempest, while several young saplings snapped under the force, producing sharp, cracking sounds. With a sly smile, Leo observed the emerald-eyed Hulk before him. Even in the depths of night, those eyes shone vividly. Most notably, Leo felt the surge of energy within him, escalating at a pace that left him astounded. Yet, did he think this would be sufficient to secure victory over me? Not by a long shot. In a swift motion, Leo pivoted, grasped Hulk's arm, and deftly severed his tendons, sending him reeling with a pained howl before maneuvering to Hulk's rear. The gate of wounds opened. A crimson aura erupted like a blazing flame, as Leo unleashed his most formidable technique, the 8 gates of Uchiha, beginning with the gate of wounds which would instantly double his strength. Hulk was indeed a formidable adversary. Upon arriving in this world, the power of Apocalypse had seemed an unattainable summit. However, after the embodiment of his mentor Saitama, victories came too easily. The individuals he had previously vanquished were simply too weak, leaving him without a single evenly matched confrontation until now. Hulk's emergence undoubtedly presented him with this opportunity. This rejuvenated Hulk possessed boundless potential, yet it was evident that he was at his weakest. His intellect was not fully developed. He acted purely on instinct and was consumed by rage the moment he laid eyes on Leo. He had yet to acquire the wisdom of Banner that would come years later, where he would exhibit agility and even apply physics in battle, such as using wind pressure to extinguish flames. At present, Hulk's strength was closest to Leo's, providing Leo with his sole chance to overpower him directly. With this understanding, Leo resolved to engage in combat. After much contemplation, he found no guaranteed strategy to defeat Hulk, so he opted for the most straightforward and effective approach, a fierce battle. Indeed, when solutions elude, one must fight. Perhaps in the throes of conflict, a resolution would reveal itself. After all, victory is never derived from idle speculation. If that were the case, why bother with generals? The strategists of the Defense Department could simply dominate the battlefield. Chapter 85. ultimate combat guided by this notion. Leo discerned several advantageous factors, particularly in martial arts techniques. In an instant, as Leo and Hulk's fists collided, generating a tremendous gust, Leo swiftly turned and severed Hulk's tendons. Though he employed finesse rather than any sophisticated technique, the results were striking. Yes, Hulk possessed immense potential, yet neither he nor Banner were masters of combat. Standing behind Hulk, enveloped in a crimson aura, Leo regarded the green-eyed titan with a confident smile. With a roar akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, Hulk's face contorted in rage. Though his intellect was still rudimentary, having only recently come into existence, expressing his fury was no challenge. With a mighty stomp, he shattered the solid concrete beneath him, creating a substantial crater, and charged directly at Leo. However, Leo was not one to cower. He was currently brimming with confidence. Bang! Once more, it was a clash of strength as Leo unleashed a common, yet formidable technique, the Luohan Fist, a discipline of Shaolin martial arts. In Leo's realm, the Shaolin Temple is regarded as the very source of all martial arts, embodying the belief that all martial prowess flows into its teachings, standing alongside Wudong as a paragon of the martial world. Conversely, in Wang Chao's world, Shaolin's techniques appear less prominent among the internal styles, yet their reputation remains substantial. The Luohan Zhuangzhong, with his hands spread apart, resembling the wooden beam used to strike a bell, substantial and solid. Leo sought to create a resonance that lingers in the air, a feat not achievable by the ordinary. This technique was conceived by the Shaolin monks as they struck the great bell each morning. Aren't you the Hulk, known for your unmatched strength? Let us see if you can withstand my strike. In Leo's presence, it seemed as if a bronze bell had materialized out of thin air. Adorned with ancient patterns and a humble exterior, while Leo transformed into the relentless monk, propelling the beam towards the bell. Clang! The convergence of his fist resonated like the wooden beam striking before the Hulk, a tremendous force crashing against him, sending ripples of invisible energy radiating outward. The surrounding trees once again faced devastation. However, this time they did not shatter completely, but rather fragmented at a certain height. It was akin to a bell being struck, with invisible sound waves perpetually expanding outward. Naturally, the trees merely endured the intangible sound waves, a mere dispersal of power, while the Hulk, akin to the bell being struck, felt the full intensity of the impact. Clang! The force of the striking beam could unsettle bells weighing over 1,000 pounds, perhaps even 10,000. And the power contained within was not to be underestimated. If one were to be treated as the bell struck, the experience would likely be no less severe than being struck by a heavily laden truck. Waves of force rippled within the confined space, as if the Hulk were ensnared within a bell, absorbing all that power into his body. His flesh was disintegrating, his bones separating, and more terrifyingly, the seemingly boundless gamma energy drawn from the depths of the universe was being scattered. Roar! The Hulk let out a cry of anguish, his fury igniting the gamma energy within him, akin to a nuclear furnace, as his recently dissipated muscles began to coalesce anew, revitalizing his form. Bang! A powerful palm struck the Hulk's chest. Leo had no intention of halting his assault unless the Hulk reverted to his human form, Banner. Unless the Hulk were to perish, Leo's onslaught would continue unabated. As his palm descended, it resembled an ancient emperor's seal, capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth, rendering the sun and moon inalterable. When Leo's palm made contact, even the Hulk's skin, tougher than iron, bore a deep imprint that lingered, refusing to fade. Then, Leo lunged forward like a tiger, his hands claw-like as they gripped the Hulk's waist. The sinew, more resilient than steel, suddenly snapped beneath Leo's talons, eliciting a pained howl from the Hulk. Yet, in the next instant, Leo delivered a vicious elbow strike to his head. Bang! The impact was such that even a millstone would shatter under it. The Hulk, unable to withstand the force, began to bleed from his mouth and nose. Though he possessed formidable endurance, the nature of the assault mattered greatly. Just as Leo could shrug off the impact of a standard rifle, he would have to evade armor-piercing rounds. There exists nothing invulnerable. The distinction lies solely in the magnitude of power. Roar! The Hulk let out another furious bellow, and a layer of green luminescence erupted from his skin, not just his eyes, but his entire body radiating an ominous glow. Even as he continued to endure Leo's relentless assault, he could feel his physique becoming increasingly robust and his recovery accelerating. The crimson aura that had once contained him could no longer suppress this green giant. Moreover, that green light bore a terrifying force, gradually eroding Leo's vitality, causing the ground beneath to tremble and fracture, turning the once solid earth into dust, with flora wilting upon contact. Gamma energy. Gamma energy is currently the most impactful and destructive force observable by humanity. In the cosmos, gamma rays originate from the nuclear fusion of stellar cores. In fact, the entire universe is enveloped in these nearly boundless gamma rays, illuminating the starry sky. Their source lies in certain supergiants that have collapsed into black holes. Artificially synthesized gamma rays typically arise from nuclear explosions. The effects of a nuclear bomb are categorized into 4 components: shockwave, light radiation, radioactive contamination, and penetrating radiation. The latter is primarily composed of gamma rays, capable of penetrating conventional shielding materials like lead, and most concrete walls are unable to obstruct it. Gamma energy is the source of the Hulk's power. Theoretically, the Hulk's combat potential is limitless, as he can absorb the nearly infinite gamma rays present in the universe. Unless the entire cosmos were to become extinguished, he could fight indefinitely. Hulk! Smash! Boom! Like a cannon's roar, Leo was taken aback as he beheld a towering figure. Over 2 meters tall, surging toward him at an alarming speed, cloaked in green light. Without uttering a word, Leo unleashed his most formidable strike, the Dragon Snake Fusion. His sinews erupted with unimaginable force, while the entire spine surged upward as if attempting to leap from his body, ascending to the heavens as a dragon. A thunderous crash echoed as their fists collided, the all-consuming gamma energy radiating outward, while the crimson essence of his vital force blazed like a sun in full bloom. It was as if a cannonball had been fired, the resounding roar sweeping through the surrounding flora and earth. With the pulsating energies of red and green intertwining in their clash, transforming into a colossal storm that spread and expanded. The commotion had escalated. Leo gazed at his blood-soaked arm, shattered to pieces. The bones from his elbow forward were reduced to dust. Half of his body as skeleton lay in ruins. This was a level of injury he had never experienced before. However, Hulk's condition was equally dire. Before Leo, Hulk lay in a vast pit. A staggering fissure marring his chest, a skin that had remained unbroken until this fierce collision now bore a gaping wound. His muscles were torn open. Dark green blood staining the earth, and Hulk's visage was marked by exhaustion and agony. In truth, Hulk's plight mirrored that of Superman next door. Both drew upon the omnipresent energies of Earth in their combat, nearly unstoppable. Yet, Superman had spent decades honing his abilities, every inch of his cells fully developed. Furthermore, as the greatest archetype in the annals of comic history, Superman's potential far exceeded that of Hulk. This transcended mere science, dictated by the narrative. Superman was an essential core of all universes, embodying the yearning for freedom and beauty found across countless realms. This alone placed him leagues ahead of Hulk. Moreover, in terms of achievements, Hulk, despite being hailed as invincible, had never truly demonstrated such power, while Superman had triumphed over one cosmic overlord after another: Brainiac, Doomsday, Darkseid. Each of these could herald the end of the universe. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope for Leo. He sighed as the muscles in his arm tightened. The blood that was on the verge of spilling began to retract into his body. His bones were bound by muscle, and the surging vital force fervently mobilized. Swiftly mending his injuries, Leo pushed himself to his limits. However, before him, the Hulk, glowing with an ethereal green light, managed to rise once more. His visible wounds healing at an astonishing pace. What an incredible feat! Leo smirked, flexing his right arm, which had regained much of its strength, as though he were not even utilizing his own extraordinary abilities. Merely opening the gates of injury was insufficient. It was time to unleash his energy. Leo began to move, igniting his blood anew. Indeed, he had yet to reach his limit. If Hulk had not approached his threshold, how could he refrain from rising to the occasion? The injury gate is merely a threshold he has unlocked without any adverse effects. It is far from his ultimate limit, which lies in the death gate. Until now, he has refrained from harnessing the power of Chi, relying solely on the strength derived from internal martial arts and his vital energy. Hulk has yet to reach his limit. So how could he possibly experience that pinnacle? The second round commences. Observing that Hulk has fully regained his footing. His towering form slightly diminished yet still towering at around 2 meters and 5 centimeters, Leo flexes his right arm, now completely healed. Since that is the case, there is no need for hesitation. Opening the view gate, Leo stands firmly with his feet shoulder-width apart, closing his eyes before reopening them, revealing a flash of crimson power deep within his gaze. The overwhelming force surging through him causes his muscles to tremble slightly, and even with his mastery over his body, the agony accompanying the opening of the view gate, surpassing that of the injury gate, becomes almost unbearable. Yet, as the adage goes, one must endure pain to gain strength. Alongside the suffering comes an astonishing power, far greater than before, so formidable that it astonishes even Leo himself. As if sensing something, Hulk, whose wounds have healed significantly, lifts his gaze, a fierce glint flashing in his green eyes. With a furious roar, Hulk's aura intensifies once more. His stature swelling from 2 meters and 5 centimeters to approximately 2 meters and 7 centimeters. Excellent. Now it's more thrilling. Leo tears off his tattered shirt, watching it vanish in the night breeze, as his muscles begin to ripple. During their battle, both he and Wang Chao had pushed their physical capabilities to the limit, their vitality surging, transforming from 2 ordinary individuals of around 1 meter and 70 into monstrous figures reaching 2 meters and 20 or 30. Now, Leo too can undergo a transformation. Veins bulge, crimson tendrils surface, and beneath his skin, muscles writhe like coiled serpents or dragons. In a flash, Leo's height surges from 1 meter and 90 to nearly 2 meters and 5 centimeters. This seems much fairer, does it not? Seeing his opponent also growing larger. Hulk momentarily freezes, and in that fleeting moment, Leo vanishes from his sight. No, he does not disappear, rather. Leo's speed is so extraordinary that it exceeds the speed of sound, surpassing what Hulk's eyes can perceive. Crimson flames ignite instantly, and a powerful thigh sweeps like a battle axe towards Hulk's midsection. The massive foot slices through the air, igniting as it moves, accompanied by a turbulent shockwave spreading outward in the direction of Leo's strike. The already ravaged forest bears the brunt once more, as shattered trees are cleaved into several pieces. Hulk, who directly endures this blow, is profoundly affected. A sound akin to a whip cracking pierces the air, and Hulk is sent flying backward as if Leo had kicked him like a football. Yet, Leo's steps do not falter. The surge of power brings with it an equal increase in speed. In the blink of an eye, Leo finds himself above Hulk, his elevated leg resembling the blade of a guillotine, descending directly towards Hulk's head. Boom. On the road by the forest's edge, a verdant figure was struck down by a crimson one, crashing to the ground like a meteorite. The earth, capable of withstanding the weight of trucks, shattered as if it were mere tofu, collapsing into a colossal pit nearly 5 meters in diameter. Chapter 87, at least an 8th level catastrophe. In a concealed base nestled within the desert of Nevada, Ross, who had been resting, was abruptly awakened. This is the signal we received 5 minutes ago. The source is near Miss Betty's residence, and we have detected a significant amount of gamma radiation. We attempted to reach our station soldiers there, but received no response. Ross lunged toward the computer. The screen displayed footage captured by a drone, expanses of fallen trees, shattered roadways, and flickering red and green lights. Soon, the image distorted, indicating that the drone had become inoperable. Damn it, prepare the aircraft. I want to see a team before me in 5 minutes, Ross bellowed. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, aboard the patrolling mothership, Agent Hill was roused from slumber. Through satellite observation, they too witnessed the astonishing scene below. Hill, I have dispatched Coulson. Your immediate task is to provide him with reinforcements. Judging by the extent of the destruction, this disaster is rated at least an 8th level. The disaster rating system ranges from 1 to 10, based on the severity of the threat, with level 1 being a standard public safety issue and level 10 signifying human extinction. To date, the most severe situation recorded was only a 9th level, the apocalypse that leveled Cairo. Now, Nick Fury classified the catastrophic event as 8th level, a revelation that astonished Hill. Still unbrushed and disheveled, Hill gazed at the screen, where the intertwining red and green radiation energy persisted, his expression growing increasingly grave. Police sirens blared, and lights flickered on in homes. Once the commotion escalated, there was no turning back. Even the most oblivious would take heed upon hearing the explosive sounds emanating from the residential area, accompanied by the resounding toll of the bronze bell. The ground was trampled, and the trees lay ravaged as if by a tempest, drawing all eyes to the unfolding spectacle. Yet, no one dared to venture close. The two giants, one red and one green, were embroiled in an epic battle. Who would dare intervene? Detective Newt, should we open fire? A young police officer asked tentatively, glancing at his superior. However, Newt merely regarded the small pistol in the officer's hand before responding. Court, do you know what I admire most about you young folks? Officer Court shook his head in confusion. It's that none of you seem to know how to spell death. If you wish to perish, do it yourself. I have 5 mouths to feed at home. Casting a glance at the bewildered rookie, Newt surveyed the sky, anticipating the imminent arrival of the SWAT team. However, given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely they would resolve the issue at hand, leaving the resolution to those of even greater power. As a detective with the New York City Police Department, Newt was acutely aware that above him resided a cadre of individuals wielding formidable authority, tasked with addressing far more intricate dilemmas. Evacuate the civilians, he commanded, foreseeing the imminent escalation of hostilities. Confronting these two colossal beings would undoubtedly necessitate heavy artillery. Missiles were likely to be launched. With his wealth of experience, Detective Newt promptly instructed his officers to commence the evacuation of the populace. Yet, the urgency of his command was somewhat redundant, as the battle between the two giants had already intensified, drawing the attention of many. The green energy radiating from their clash caused nearby flora to wither, prompting several onlookers to flee in terror. Gamma energy is known to obliterate cells in medical practice. Artificial gamma rays are utilized in tumor treatment, and it is well established that cancer cells are among the most resilient, proliferating and spreading without constraint, overshadowing all other cell types. Nevertheless, not everyone retreated. Somewhere along the road, a woman clad in simple garments emerged. She was Betty, having witnessed the fray erupting near her home. At first indifferent, the escalating commotion soon compelled her to step outside. To her astonishment, she discovered the guards at her door had inexplicably collapsed. After verifying their safety, Betty hastened to the scene, where she beheld the titanic struggle unfolding before her. "Ah, how delightful it must be to have two men fighting for your honor," teased Lingdai. Emerging from the adjacent woods, Leo had tasked her with safeguarding Betty. Thus she had been observing the woman intently. Witnessing Leo and Hulk battling for Betty's sake stirred a sense of envy within her, prompting her to speak. "Excuse me, who are you? What did you mean by that?" Betty inquired, gazing at Lingdai, who was dressed provocatively and wielding a katana, her expression one of confusion. Naturally, Betty did not recognize Lingdai, whose attire starkly contrasted with the military personnel and academic figures she was accustomed to. "That is Leo and Bruce Banner. What do you suppose prompted their conflict?" Lingdai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Betty as she appraised her quietly. "Aside from your delicate features, what distinguishes you from me? Your legs are not as long, your waist not as slender, and your bosom certainly does not rival mine." Her comparison was strikingly candid, as she had observed, aside from a somewhat refined visage. Betty paled in comparison to Lingdai's allure. But why should her man fight another monster for this woman? As she scrutinized Betty, the latter was already wide-eyed, gazing in disbelief at the two combatants before her. Was that Bruce? And who was that other fellow? Chapter 88. A headache. Betty's eyes widened. It was one thing for Lingdai to remain silent, but once she spoke, Betty immediately recognized that the red giant bore an uncanny resemblance to that man. And the green giant's visage faintly echoed Bruce's features. Coupled with Lingdai's words, how could she not believe who these two individuals were? They were fighting for me. Betty seemed to pose the question to Lingdai, yet it felt more like a murmured realization, her expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. Lingdai cast a deep glance at her. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. These two monstrous beings were indeed clashing because of this woman. Two knights dueling for a princess, a notion steeped in romance. A narrative many young girls have fantasized about. Yet, the knights before her appeared somewhat terrifying. No, this cannot be. I must stop them. Why must they fight because of me? What are they to me? Betty suddenly shouted, then rushed towards the fray. Lingdai, alarmed, yanked her back, despite Betty's desperate struggles. Her strength was no match for Lingdai's seasoned prowess. "Are you insane? Look around you. Do you think you can approach? You'd be obliterated by the shockwave before you even get close." Lingdai shouted at Betty, her frustration palpable. This madwoman, while contemplating her own choices. Lingdai secretly wished for the demise of this temptress who sought to ensnare her man. However, should she perish, Leo's wrath would ultimately be unleashed upon her. After all, it was her duty to protect. Betty followed Lingdai's gaze, and under the illumination of the streetlights and police beacons, a chilling battlefield unfolded before her. Nearly 100 acres of forest lay in ruins, half ablaze, while the other half lay desiccated. The inferno resulted from Leo's powerful strikes, each blow igniting the air and conjuring fiery orbs. The desiccation was a consequence of the gamma energy emitted by the Hulk. The road encircled by the ravaged woods bore a tragic sight. Both asphalt and concrete were torn asunder, as if a bulldozer had been at work. Beneath the surface, numerous deep pits marred the ground, some small, created by the giant's footsteps, each imprint a testament to their immense weight, while others were vast, formed by the green giant crashing into the earth at the hands of the red giant. Particularly during that most intense encounter, the crimson giant materialized above the green titan, delivering a forceful kick that sent the latter crashing into the ground. Subsequently, the red behemoth descended upon the Hulk, unleashing a barrage of strikes akin to a relentless artillery assault, his fists moving like a tempest, his might blazing like wildfire, mercilessly collapsing the earth beneath them. "Damn it, you're truly unyielding," Leo muttered, panting slightly. It was the first time he found himself breathless from combat. With his stamina, he could normally engage in battle for 3 days and nights without weariness. Yet, the continuous bursts of energy, coupled with the relentless drain following the activation of his abilities, had left him feeling a twinge of fatigue. Despite his fervent onslaught, the Hulk remained standing, or rather, he appeared largely unfazed. In the depths of a massive crater, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep, the Hulk lay at the bottom, his body marred with injuries, his face a grotesque mask of destruction, and his chest revealing fractured bones. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. His eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed on Leo. Simultaneously, his robust heart pulsed rapidly, channeling an enigmatic green energy that swiftly mended his wounds. "Damn it, you insufferable wretch!" Leo cursed under his breath, vexed by the situation. He too was at a disadvantage. Yet the disparity between a traverser's abilities and those inherent to the Marvel universe was stark. It could be asserted that 99% of any special advantages in this realm paled in comparison to those native to Marvel. In truth, most individuals who ventured into the Marvel universe found that their greatest asset was often their understanding of the narrative. Of course, knowledge of the storyline is not an omnipotent tool, but it does equip them with insights on whom to provoke and whom to avoid. For instance, 90% of travelers would circumvent Professor Charles Xavier, apologizing for any disturbance. Conversely, 100% would seek to ingratiate themselves with Jean Grey, understanding that antagonizing her could lead to dire consequences. Marvel has been crafting stories for 70 years. One must ponder what unique abilities have yet to be illustrated. Superheroes may lack certain attributes, but villains certainly possess them. And if one believes there are concepts yet to be explored, rest assured, Marvel has introduced several invincible archetypes. Born a sage or a celestial being, with a mere gesture capable of overturning the cosmos? Apologies, but primal transcendent beings can reset the universe in a thought, commanding all existence to bend to their will, far surpassing any celestial decree, achieving a divine body and obliterating galaxies with a single punch. Perhaps one should comprehend the essence of time and eternity within the universe, and the infinite nature of space. Your notion of transcending epics? It merely amounts to plucking a single hair from his leg. Leo never considered his abilities to be formidable within the Marvel universe. They might hold weight in other realms, but here, they were hardly impressive. Could his rapid advancement compare to the Hulk's? The latter's rage served as a form of experience points. Did he level up as easily as the Sentinel? The latter consumed a vial of serum, instantly harnessing the energy of 1,000,000 stars, rendering him invincible in both heaven and earth. Turning our attention to the mutants, Franklin is nothing short of divinely ordained. He was born as a deity of creation, akin to the primordial being Mangekyou. By the tender age of 4, he possessed the ability to forge universes, subsequently storing these miniature cosmoses within his pocket, thereby giving birth to the novel concept of a pocket universe. He does not target anyone specifically. Rather, he implies that all present, who are mere pretenders, are utterly insignificant. Thus, Leo lacks the grounds for arrogance. He may feign superiority, yet until the day he attains invincibility, he must maintain a respectful demeanor. Fortunately, while his abilities may not be the most formidable that grant him immediate invincibility, the path to such power is still visible on the horizon. The pressing question now is whether he can vanquish the adversary before him, who has already activated an invincible state. What other techniques can he employ? Using a single punch would be a gross misallocation of effort, as there exists no profound enmity between them. Perhaps I shall try this move. Leo comes to realize that he has long overlooked a crucial aspect. He has placed too much emphasis on his energy, neglecting Master Rashi's other extraordinary skill. Chapter 89. The world-shattering palm, a surge of green energy erupted forth, as the boundless gamma energy within the universe, the very tongue of all super-celestial bodies, was swiftly absorbed by Hulk, whose body had now mended to a combat-ready state. Meanwhile, Leo, having regained his breath, assumed a stance, preparing to unleash a technique he had never utilized before. After several uninterrupted bursts of energy, coupled with the opening of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening, his strength had now completely surpassed that of Master Rashi. If a power-level measuring device were present, it would reveal his combat prowess soaring into the tens of thousands. In stark contrast, Master Rashi's power, following the battle with the second-generation Demon King Piccolo, barely exceeded 600. It was only with the arrival of the Scions that Earth's warriors first breached the barriers of 1,000, and then into the realm of 10,000. The world-shattering palm. This was the sole technique that Sun Wukong had not learned from Master Rashi, a masterpiece created by the illustrious Master Mateto, the mentor of both Rashi and Crane Hermit. With a mighty roar, Hulk leapt from the depths of the pit, as the tidal wave of gamma energy bathed the night sky in a verdant hue. Opposite him stood a towering giant, poised with hands clasped, the sound of crackling electricity resonating through the air. The world-shattering palm is, in essence, a transformation of one's internal energy into electricity, a remarkably unique conception that Leo had previously overlooked. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that if energy could be converted into electricity, then transforming it into flames or frost was certainly feasible as well. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, he aimed to employ this palm technique to defeat Hulk. With a fierce shout, a robust electric dragon surged toward Hulk. In that moment, Hulk, akin to a colossal ape roaring at the moon, evoked memories of the first World Martial Arts Tournament, where the incognito Master Rashi faced off against young Wukong. Boom. The dazzling electricity emitted a blue-white glow, introducing a third hue to the night, beyond the red and green. The electricity moved as if it were a living entity, binding Hulk tightly upon impact. Just as he prepared to unleash a punch, Hulk found himself rendered immobile once more. As with every confrontation before, he was subdued numerous times tonight. With little to no genuine resistance, he endured a relentless barrage of blows. This time, however, the pain was more acute than ever. Gritting his teeth, Leo's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and crimson streaks marred his skin, signs of a body on the brink of collapse. Ordinarily, such after effects would manifest only after he activated the astonishing gate, Yet the immense pressure from unleashing the formidable universal palm had precipitated his physical breakdown prematurely. Aware that this state could not persist for long without dire consequences, he channeled a more potent surge of energy into Hulk's body. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward once more, causing the surrounding police to wail in panic as every car window shattered instantaneously. Those filming with their phones gasped. Tossing their smoke-spewing devices aside, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the battlefield. Boom. Another shockwave erupted, amplifying the current further. The pavement began to carbonize. And a sudden, intangible electromagnetic pulse surged outward. In the sky, several helicopters that had just arrived lost control, while Ross clung desperately to the handrail, struggling to extricate himself from the chaos. Boom. The ever-increasing current finally overwhelmed Hulk's gamma energy shield. A brilliant light shot into the heavens, exploding like fireworks, captivating the entire city with this breathtaking spectacle. As the brilliance faded, the green giant, enveloped in smoke, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could no longer absorb energy at a rate sufficient to counterbalance its expenditure. His once towering frame, nearing 3 meters, began to shrink gradually, the verdant hue evaporating as his gamma energy was depleted, requiring time to replenish. Seeing Hulk's recovery, Leo exhaled in relief, followed by a triumphant laugh. Stuck? Apologies. I specialize in breaking through barriers. Leo's laughter rang out, filled with exhilaration and pride, as the mightiest of obstacles fell before him. His power finally reaching an apex of excellence. The force he had unleashed was tantalizingly close to the platinum tier. Coughing, Leo suddenly bent over, his own form diminishing and recovering as well, appearing even more haggard than Bruce Banner. In truth, Bruce bore no visible injuries, yet he was drenched in blood. His body marred by countless lacerations, his muscles utterly torn apart. Were it not for Hulk's fall, most would likely assume Bruce had lost. Yet, in his current state, he could easily vanquish the transformed Bruce Banner. Of course, killing was no longer an option. In the sky, helicopters and Quinjet transports descended, the magnitude of the commotion impossible to ignore. Leo, slightly hunched, glanced toward the edge of the woods, where Lingdai, sensing his gaze, rushed over, while Betty remained, staring blankly in their direction. On one side lay her boyfriend, lifeless and oblivious, while on the other stood the formidable Leo, drenched in blood from 2 encounters. She was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Hiss. Leo cast a fierce glare at Lingdai, who defiantly returned his gaze, her eyes reddened as she supported him. Enough. Leo shook his head, choosing not to be angered by her, instead focusing on Ross and Coulson, who were descending from the aircraft, alongside the cautiously approaching New York police. Is it really you? Ross inquired, his forehead marked by a noticeable gash. The aircraft had nearly met disaster when struck by an electromagnetic pulse. Had it not been for the onboard safety mechanisms that quickly rebooted, he would have had to eject. How did you come to be here? Just as Ross finished speaking, he noticed Betty, unsteadily making her way toward Bruce. Stop her. Urgently commanding the soldiers, Ross furrowed his brow upon seeing his daughter, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. 2 men were fighting for their daughter, yet he, as her father-in-law, found no joy in the chaos. Major Leo, could you clarify the situation? Coulson approached with several agents, having already assessed Bruce's condition, confirming he was out of energy, but otherwise unharmed. However, the earlier sighting of the green giant remained vividly etched in everyone's minds, raising the pressing question of what had transpired. Naturally, it was most convenient to inquire of Leo, one of the involved parties. Chapter 90. Aftermath. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. I believe you should subdue him first. By the way, increase the dosage of the tranquilizer, let us say, according to the scale of a blue whale. Despite being supported, Leo exuded an aura of strength, and the terrifying image of him transforming into a giant lingered in everyone's minds. The tempest of thunder surrounding Hulk was destined to be remembered as a miracle in the hearts of all for a long time to come. Thus, even in his current weakened state, no one dared to underestimate him, not even Ross, his greatest adversary, merely regarded him with a profound gaze before turning to Betty, who was being pulled toward him by the soldiers. If I discover that you have harmed Betty in any way, you will know the consequences. Betty looked up at her father, a hint of bitterness on her face. Is this how it ends for her, sold out by others? Then, she glanced at Leo, supported by Lingdai, her expression heavy with unspoken anguish. In the end, all words condensed into one question. What do you intend to do with Bruce? Leo smiled gently, recognizing that Betty had come to terms with reality, signifying a breakthrough and acceptance. Hence, he could forgive her temporary concern for another, for at present, Banner was indeed her legitimate boyfriend, while he remained the intruder. However, such actions would be intolerable in the future. He has already discerned the means to vanquish the Hulk. Thus, henceforth, whether it be Banner or the Hulk, they shall merely exist at his whim. Should she persist in her current demeanor, he shall make her acquainted with the nuances of a man's jealousy. Miss Betty, there have arisen certain peculiar circumstances surrounding Dr. Banner, and we must ascertain the nature of these developments. As for what transpires thereafter, it shall depend on whether this situation poses a threat to national security. Coulson's words were steeped in the gravity of official discourse. To put it plainly, it was a matter to be addressed at a later time. Ross cast a glance at Coulson, refraining from comment. He was no fool, and speaking now would only further jeopardize the fragile relationship between father and daughter. Following Leo's counsel, Bruce Banner was ensnared, confined within a massive iron box, with robust metal shackles that evoked a deep sense of sympathy. However, upon surveying the surrounding devastation, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event or a celestial impact, one might realize that such measures were perhaps necessary for safety. Leo, accompanied by Ling Dai, arrived at Betty's residence, where Banner was entrusted to the joint authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the military. Ross, dismissing his frightened daughter, pursued the existence he would seek for a lifetime. Betty regarded Leo with a gaze imbued with complexity, particularly as the typically proud Ling Dai appeared to embody the role of a devoted companion, catering to her with an unsettling intimacy. I shall rest here for a day. You go procure some groceries, Leo instructed Ling Dai, who departed with a hint of resentment, casting a glance at the two within the room before turning away. As Leo struggled to adjust his position, he began to assume a stance, regulating his breath. What are you doing? The peculiar posture Leo adopted resembled that of a great bear with outstretched arms, or an ancient ape cradling a resilient pine, as strange sounds emanated from his throat, akin to the croaking of a golden toad, resonating like thunder. Practicing. This was Leo's self-created technique, inspired by various internal martial arts stances. Internal martial arts encompass both combat methods and training techniques, with stances being of paramount importance. Standing postures, particularly the horse stance, serve as fundamental exercises. Yet even the simplest horse stance is not easily mastered by the average person within a short span of time. To achieve a stable horse stance within a month is considered a rare gift. To command it effortlessly within 3 months, as if conjuring a steed from thin air, marks one as exceptionally talented. Most individuals, unable to maintain the horse stance for even a brief moment, suffer from fatigue and trembling limbs, a consequence of improper form. The horse stance is meant for strengthening, not for tormenting. The longer one stands, the more vigor one should accumulate. Thus it is with the horse stance. So too with other standing postures. The practice of internal martial arts begins with standing, much like how fitness commences with running. Steadfastness and stance yield strength. Each martial school possesses its own unique stances, and as one progresses, more refined techniques emerge. For instance, a master of the transformation techniques, seeking to nurture the elixir, must purify the marrow and eliminate impurities within the body, employing methods such as the thunder of the tiger and leopard or the muscle and marrow washing. For instance, the technique of fishing for the toad that Wang Chao learned from Wudong, akin to the thunderous resonance of Li Ao's abdomen resembling a golden toad, significantly enhances the body's hematopoietic capacity and accelerates metabolism. Thus, Li Ao is not merely practicing his skills but is also hastening his recovery from injuries. He forcibly activates the Jingmen point, disregarding his wounds to engage in a fierce clash with Hulk, sustaining considerable bodily harm. If he does not expedite his healing, he may suffer from lingering repercussions that could prove difficult to resolve. Should one illuminate his form at this moment, they would observe minute fissures permeating his bones, tightly bound by his muscles. Otherwise, they would have long since shattered. His capillaries are shattered innumerably, with ruptured internal organs visibly discernible. While these injuries are not fatal, they will undoubtedly impact his prowess in combat. Consequently, Betty witnesses a human-shaped behemoth ambling through her living room, resembling an old ape clinging to a tree, occasionally emitting croaks akin to that of a bullfrog, leading any onlooker to mistakenly believe that her home was filming a wildlife documentary. The effects of such behavior are markedly apparent by the time Ling Dai returns from the supermarket with groceries around 8 or 9 in the morning. Li Ao has regained approximately 70% of his strength, following a hearty meal to replenish his vitality and a day or two of tranquil meditation. He will be fully restored. Of course, this recovery pace still pales in comparison to Hulk's. That fellow will likely be completely recovered by noon today. After preparing a breakfast with his own hands, Li Ao immerses himself in the harmonious principles of culinary art, skillfully wielding his knife amidst dancing flames. As the culinary masterpiece emerges from the heat, his state of mind returns to a serene equilibrium. At the dining table, as they savor this astonishingly exquisite breakfast, the two women, who share an extraordinary bond with him, gaze at Li Ao with eyes aglow with disbelief. It is truly unexpected that someone who appears so robust and destructive could create such delicate pastries. Betty recalls the giant demolition machine she saw the previous night and then glances at the translucent, artful soup dumplings before her, finding it impossible to reconcile the amiable Li Ao, enjoying millet porridge, with the destructive force he exhibited just hours earlier. Chapter 91. Spider-Man 1 Principle Comprehended. All principles are comprehended, Liao stated nonchalantly. Crafting these dishes merely requires mastery over timing and knife techniques, along with an appropriate combination of ingredients. With Liao's martial arts prowess, timing and knife skills pose no challenge, and his perceptive abilities surpass those of an average person, allowing him to perform effortlessly. The essence of martial arts transcending to divinity. What does it mean to transcend? To the common folk, divinity implies omnipotence and omniscience. Achieving the pinnacle of martial arts training allows one to attain such a state. Particularly for Liao, while his battle with Hulk did not yield his soul, the experience gained from this confrontation is invaluable. Previously, he wielded power against those weaker than himself, but should he encounter an insurmountable adversary in the future, the flaws of his past approach will inevitably manifest. However, after enduring this battle, he gained a profound new understanding of his own strength and further refined his grasp on combat, much like Wang Chao retracing the Long March. This marked the beginning of Liao's journey towards invincibility. After spending 2 days at Betty's home, on the third day, Liao received the news he had anticipated. Banner had escaped. While Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. were embroiled in bureaucratic disputes, those sent to retrieve Banner's blood inadvertently provoked him, leading to a regrettable incident where Hulk wreaked havoc in the detention center, brutally assaulting the warden before making his escape. As for capturing him, I have no leisure for that, Liao thought. Did you not say he has already fled the country? You'll have to find a way to resolve it yourself. Apologies, but my team is not yet formed and cannot assist you. Liao hung up the phone, knowing that Ross wished for him to lead a team to apprehend Hulk. After witnessing Hulk's combat prowess firsthand, he realized that Hulk was precisely the ultimate biological weapon he desired. However, he lacked the means to capture him. In response, all Liao could do was scoff. Capturing Hulk would be a thankless task. He had nearly lost his life subduing Hulk this time, yet Hulk himself was limitless. Perhaps he could subdue him again in the future, but at what cost? To shed blood for Ross? Did he appear so foolish? As long as Hulk did not seek him out, he would not waste his time pursuing that creature. Moreover, once his own strength had grown, dealing with Hulk would naturally require little effort. Upon receiving news of Banner's escape, Betty visibly relaxed. However, upon noticing the unfriendly glint in Liao's eyes, her expression briefly stiffened before she adopted a look that seemed to say, "What concern is it of yours?" Yet, the glimmer of joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Following their intimate encounters and the days spent together, Betty's perception of Liao had significantly shifted. Furthermore, after Liao informed her of Banner's situation, she was compelled to confront the harsh reality: they had no future together. In truth, it was not entirely impossible. Liao had concealed certain truths. For instance, she too could transform into Hulk, the Red She-Hulk. It is worth noting that Hulk belonged to a vast lineage. Hulk, Abomination, She-Hulk, Red Hulk, and Red She-Hulk, among them. The two Red Hulks were none other than Ross and his daughter. After being infused with Hulk's blood and undergoing transformation, they possessed the power to become Red Hulk, significantly enhancing their strength. Ultimately, the military even deciphered this transformation method and created a device that allowed ordinary individuals to morph into small giants for a few minutes, which could be deemed remarkably extraordinary. However, Liao would certainly refrain from disclosing such information. Betty should simply accept her role as his woman. As for the colors of red and green, she need not dwell on them any longer. If possible, I shall endeavor to assist Bruce Banner. But if you wish to maintain any connection with him, then you must never entertain the thought of seeing him again. Liao's words marked a rare concession on his part, a form of compensation towards Betty. Yet, he had equally established a boundary. Should anyone dare to impose upon him, he would ensure they experienced true cruelty. Betty glared at Liao with wide eyes, words caught in her throat, leaving her to simmer in silent resentment. She understood that Liao was capable of following through on his threats. Frankly, his domineering nature unsettled her. It reminded her too much of her father, a man she had often questioned her mother about, seeking to understand her choice. But her mother had always responded with a knowing smile, leaving her queries unanswered. Now, she was beginning to grasp the complexity of it all. Although such forcefulness was discomforting, creating a sensation of being utterly controlled, as a woman, there was an inexplicable sense of security in that very control. I'll return in a few days. For now, you should resume your classes. The repairs outside should be completed soon, Liao stated, yet he lingered, his intense gaze fixed upon Betty, a flicker of fire seemingly igniting within his eyes. What do you intend to do? Betty's heart raced unexpectedly, a tantalizing thrill coursing through her. In that moment, Liao's gaze mirrored the fervor of the present, as if he meant to consume her completely. Let's engage in the activities we ought to partake in, Liao declared, sweeping Betty off her feet amidst her startled cries and struggles, before retreating to the bedroom and closing the door. Soon, the room was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. After what felt like an eternity, Liao emerged from Betty's home, invigorated, and made his way toward downtown New York. He had received word of a peculiar creature wreaking havoc at a school in the city, a towering lizard. Over 2 meters in height, causing destruction while clad in human clothing. Unsurprisingly, the New York police had already confronted this creature, only to be soundly defeated. To add to the chaos, several officers had been exposed to an unknown substance, transforming them into lizard-like beings. Consequently, the police had sought assistance. And the closest aid available was Leo's elite team. What is the situation? Have you uncovered who is behind this? Leo inquired as he stood on the rooftop. The noise below overwhelming. The transformed officers had all been police, making execution impossible. They could only be detained, resulting in utter disarray at the station. Black, examining the intelligence in his hands, spoke slowly. Currently, the information is rather vague. However, some reports suggest that the lizard appears whenever Spider-Man is present. We are uncertain if there is a connection between the two. Spider-Man. Leo raised an eyebrow, prompting Black to hastily elaborate. He's a vigilante, clad in a tight suit, seemingly possessing some abilities, often seen assisting people on the streets. Chapter 92, a fortuitous opportunity. That individual was not particularly welcomed by the police. His actions contributed little to the enhancement of public safety, yet they incited a growing discontent among the populace towards the law enforcement officials they funded with their taxes. Many believed that the officers were less effective than a mere vigilante on the streets. Furthermore, I overheard Deputy Chief George mention that this Spider-Man seemed to have somehow intercepted their radio communications, often appearing fortuitously at the sites of police operations, thereby undermining months, even years, of meticulous planning to dismantle criminal enterprises. Disturbingly, the media shamelessly portrayed the police as inept. Blake appeared equally unimpressed by Spider-Man, his words dripping with profound disdain. In contrast, Leo had little to say. He could not disclose to them that Spider-Man was merely a teenager, still in high school, who would eventually grasp these complexities. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Spider-Man's emergence, at least in the preceding years, had not aided societal security and may have even had adverse effects, as Blake had previously asserted. Spider-Man's frequent appearances on the streets, embodying a chivalrous spirit, seemed commendable at first glance. However, his flamboyant antics inherently commanded a considerable amount of media attention, resulting in the genuine guardians of public order, the police, being overlooked or deliberately disparaged by unscrupulous outlets. Let us be clear. Spider-Man is but a single individual. Even if Superman were to descend upon the streets, could his efforts rival the collective efficiency of thousands of New York's police officers in maintaining order? No matter how swift Superman may be, he cannot simultaneously be present in 2 locations. He cannot deflect a bullet here while saving a falling person there. If he could, he would transcend humanity and become a deity. Thus, one must ponder, why does a metropolis blessed with a superhero still rank among the cities with the highest crime rates in the nation? Moreover, it is crucial to note that Spider-Man's interception of the NYPD's radio communications allowed him to frequently arrive at crime scenes with uncanny precision. While this may seem advantageous, it is often said that well-intentioned actions can yield unfavorable outcomes. The police invest countless hours in investigations, utilizing undercover operations and surveillance, painstakingly locating the hideouts of criminals over many months, preparing to apprehend them en masse. Yet, with a mere display of speed and prowess, Spider-Man usurps their efforts, flaunting his feats before the media, leaving the diligent officers to ponder their own relevance. It is akin to nurturing a tree from its seedling stage, tending to it daily, only to have someone pluck its fruit at the moment of harvest, parading its sweetness before the original caretaker. Such behavior is intolerable for anyone, much less for the police, who have witnessed Spider-Man's repeated transgressions. It is no surprise that their sentiments towards him have soured. If this trend continues unchecked, Leo could envision a future where officers collectively resign, or when a call is made to the police, the dispatcher responds, "I'm sorry, this is the police department. Oh, you've been assaulted? Seek out Spider-Man, for we, the police, shall not involve ourselves in this matter." The fabric of societal order cannot solely rely on the intervention of superheroes. Perhaps the crime rate may diminish by a fraction, yet to eradicate crime and curtail its prevalence, one must depend on law enforcement, particularly with a figure like Spider-Man, who engages in crime fighting as a mere pastime. It is rather unjust that while he sporadically toils, others labor diligently every day, only for him to bask in greater glory and acclaim, absent any unforeseen circumstances. This situation is likely to persist until the moment when Leo casts a glance at Blake, which will ultimately lead to the revelation of Deputy Chief George Stacy's demise. Indeed, it is none other than George Stacy, the father of Gwen Stacy and father-in-law to Spider-Man, who enlightened Peter Parker, imparting this very truth. As for the lizard, it is presumably Dr. Kurt Connors. Leo crouched, observing the New York City skyline from the base of the towering edifice, while Blake stood behind him, awaiting orders. After a considerable pause, Leo finally spoke. "Blake, please contact Tony Stark and ensure the team is prepared." Once the call connected, Leo took the phone, watching as Blake departed to ready for combat. Then he addressed Tony. Tony, aren't you currently troubled by how to establish authority within the board? I have brought you the sword in the stone. Dr. Connors is of little significance. I could easily dispose of him. What truly matters is the man he represents, Norman Osborn. This is an opportunity. Norman Osborn has been gravely ill for quite some time, as I just inquired with Blake. When the head of the household is incapacitated, and the corporation's power is usurped or manipulated by others, what better chance exists to usurp Oscorp? Moreover, Oscorp has delivered a fortuitous gift, nearly placing the leverage directly into my hands, Dr. Kurt Connors. He is, at his core, a commendable and conscientious researcher whose endeavors genuinely benefit humanity. However, after the serum's injection, its side effects transformed his psyche, inciting a desire to obliterate humankind and forge an entirely new species, the lizard. And therein lies a golden opportunity, a divine chance. In the late hours of the night, within the vehicle, the team members eagerly anticipated their first mission, excitedly examining their weapons. Meanwhile, Leo remained outside, quietly gazing at the imposing structure before him, the illuminated letters of Oscorp glaringly prominent. Soon enough, Oscorp would belong to him. Sir, when do we strike? Someone could no longer contain their impatience over the radio. Having trained for months, they were acutely aware of their unique department, yet had yet to embark on a single mission, which was somewhat disconcerting. However, Leo merely offered a succinct response. Wait. He was biding his time for news from the other side of the street. If all proceeded as anticipated, Professor Connors would soon make his move. Since this individual was afflicted with a serum of his own concoction that polluted his mind, he has been consumed by thoughts of annihilating humanity. Yet, in his perception, he sees himself as a vanguard leading humanity towards evolution, a sage-like being. After all, he believes that the physique of the reptilian species is not only more robust, but also imbued with greater wisdom. To him, the transformation of humans into reptilians signifies a profound evolution, a transition from a lower species to a superior one. Theoretically, there is some merit to this notion. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that his so-called evolution is flawed and incomplete. He himself cannot sustain it for long. And since this evolution is a product of human intervention, it inevitably invites further manipulation by others. Chapter 93. The show begins. Where are you, Doctor? Leo murmured, suddenly casting his gaze towards the distance where the wail of police sirens echoed, signaling some form of unrest. A smile flickered across his lips as he soared into the air, leaping to perch atop a towering edifice. His hands, as fair as jade yet as unyielding as steel, plunged into the structure, allowing him to recline upon it. With another leap, he moved with the agility of a primate, navigating through the steel jungle with ease. In no time, Leo found himself high above the scene of the incident. Below, at an intersection, a manhole cover had been dislodged, and a colossal lizard clad in a white coat, with a backpack slung over its shoulder, was scurrying about. Hot on its trail was a peculiar figure in a red and blue spandex suit, desperately pursuing it. The show had commenced. From his vantage point, Leo observed the streets below as Spider-Man, in pursuit of Dr. Connors, the great lizard, was vociferously hurling taunts, hoping to provoke the creature into halting and confronting him. He had uncovered Connor's sinister plot to disseminate the lizard serum across New York City using machinery atop the Osborn Group's building. The repercussions of such a success would be dire. Thus, he must exert every effort to thwart Connors, though he now faced unexpected obstacles. A specialized tranquilizer dart landed before Peter. Had it not been for his quick spider sense, which halted him just in time, it would have surely embedded itself in his body. He was acutely aware that although his strength had significantly increased and his agility had heightened, he remained vulnerable to bullets. Most firearms posed little threat to him, barring a barrage of gunfire. Otherwise, he could evade small-caliber weapons. However, powerful sniper rifles would trigger his instinctive awareness the moment they aimed at him. Had he known Leo and mastered the internal martial arts, he would have recognized that his spider sense bore a striking resemblance to a legendary state of being. The path of utmost sincerity allows for foresight. Yet, this path of sincerity represents a mental state, a unique capability arising when one's spiritual cultivation reaches a certain pinnacle. Akin to supernatural powers, Peter's spider sense is an enhanced sixth sense resulting from biological mutation, both influencing the mind in a similar manner. However, the path of sincerity encompasses more than mere danger perception. In truth, this path possesses a profound ability to sense all matters pertaining to oneself, akin to an innate divination, allowing one to perceive both favorable and unfavorable events, as if the heavens had granted a supernatural advantage, revealing the trajectory of the future. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed around Peter, and watching Dr. Connors recede into the distance filled him with urgency. If allowed to escape, not only would Gwen, who had ventured to Oscorp to concoct an antidote based on his words, be in peril, but the entire city would also be at risk. Yet, The relentless pursuit by the police demanded his divided attention, leaving him disoriented and unsure of his next move. A moment of distraction. In the heat of battle, an unwelcome lapse in focus led Peter to suffer. A paralyzing bullet struck his back, and an intense surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering his muscles rigid. He plummeted to the ground like a tragic figure seeking an end. Surrounding him were officers, ready to subdue him. From a helicopter above, Chief George Stacy watched as Spider-Man fell under fire and quickly shouted into the radio. Spider-Man had been active for half a year, and during this period, the New York police had borne immense pressure. As an enforcer of the law, George Stacy harbored a deep disdain for this so-called vigilante who defied legal boundaries. If one is dissatisfied, they should file a complaint. If one wishes to serve the people, they ought to join the military or attend the police academy. What difference is there between parading around in a tight suit and mingling with criminals? Oh, you claim to capture wrongdoers? Do your actions not also breach the law, constituting willful assault? Does eavesdropping on police communications not threaten national security? The essence of law enforcement lies in curbing prominent figures. A well-functioning society must provide a platform for genuinely capable individuals to express themselves. Without such opportunities, it has surely descended into chaos. George Stacy's animosity towards lawless individuals drove him to study law and become a police officer. Now, he was determined to bring this chaotic Spider-Man to justice. Waving a hand to direct the officer who was handcuffing the subdued Spider-Man aside, George stepped forward and removed the mask from Peter's head. The youthful visage, adorned with soft fuzz, revealed a mere child. As George's daughter was about to graduate high school, he was momentarily taken aback. This was a boy nearly the same age as her. This initial impression significantly diminished George's contempt for Spider-Man. If he were a child, then there remained room for guidance and reform. A moment of impulsiveness or a surge of excitement could explain the boy's actions. Moreover, if it were a child, then he would be powerless to punish this individual. George had already contemplated this when he proclaimed that the recently celebrated Spider-Man was merely a child. It was to be expected that the media would erupt with articles, and the ensuing public pressure would compel the New York police to release the boy. At most, he would face mere detention, but he would soon be gloriously bailed out, subsequently becoming the darling of the media. Damn it, George cursed under his breath. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Peter, who had been keeping his head down, preventing Director Stacy from seeing his face, suddenly strained against his steel handcuffs, which were instantly torn apart. Then, the awakened Peter moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly incapacitating the two armed police officers nearby. His formidable strength sent them crashing against the vehicle, and in an instant, a web of silk ensnared them, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, his body leaped into the air like a master acrobat on a tightrope, performing a series of incredible maneuvers, shooting webs that tugged at the surrounding officers. Although the officers, confronted by firearms from a distance, felt uneasy, once in close quarters, even the most skilled combatants could not thwart his fists and feet. Yet, the caveat remained: without firearms, the outcome would have been different. Chapter 94. The Iron Rhino Don't Move. Stacy shouted, gun raised, aimed at Peter's figure. He felt a twinge of shame for his momentary lapse in judgment, nearly allowing the boy to escape. However, observing Spider-Man, who stood with his back to him, struggling as if faced with a painful choice, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Peter, Stacy gasped, his eyes widening as he beheld the youth turning to face him. This was the very boy his daughter had brought home for dinner. No wonder they had argued at the dinner table over the legality of Spider-Man. He had assumed he was merely an ignorant youth idolizing a quirky figure, yet it turned out he was indeed Spider-Man. Mr. Stacy, you must let me go. The lizard is headed towards Oscorp Tower, and your daughter is there. Please, allow me to leave, Peter implored, his voice trembling. This was the first time he had revealed his identity to anyone besides Gwen, and it was to Director Stacy, who had been intent on capturing him. It seemed that the dynamic between father-in-law and son-in-law had become a foregone conclusion. George Stacy wished to apprehend Spider-Man, while Ross had already embarked on tracking Banner. The rivalry between these two figures appeared perpetual. No one could bear to witness their beloved offspring being taken advantage of. Yet, upon hearing Peter's words, Director Stacy was momentarily taken aback. Gwen? Yes, he could not arrest Peter. He needed to allow him to rescue Gwen, his precious daughter. Watching Director Stacy stand there, stunned, Peter exhaled in relief, knowing that the other had acquiesced. He cast a deep glance at Stacy, then picked up his discarded mask from the ground. He was acutely aware that George Stacy had discovered his true identity. Consequently, his days as Spider-Man were likely numbered. Even if Director Stacy refrained from incarcerating him alongside the criminals he had once apprehended, he could no longer continue his vigilante pursuits on the streets. His existence as Spider-Man was drawing to a close. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to reach Oscorp Tower and rescue Gwen. In the skies above, Leo, having witnessed the unfolding drama, shook his head. He glanced down at Dr. Connors, who had already arrived at the base of the tower. With a swift motion, He propelled himself off the building, covering several hundred meters in an instant, landing mere meters from Oscorp Tower. With a thunderous impact reminiscent of cannon fire, Leo crashed into Dr. Connors, overwhelming him with an immense force that left the transformed lizard man momentarily dazed, feeling as if his very body might shatter. "Take control of the entire building," Leo commanded coldly. From his side, a well-equipped team surged forward, storming through the entrance of Oscorp Tower. Outside, Leo stood with one foot planted on Dr. Connors, their sizes vastly different. Yet, the lizard man was utterly immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains. "The first floor is secure," came the voice through the earpiece, as Mick led the assault team, with Blake coordinating from outside. They swiftly overtook the first to the 40th floors of Oscorp Tower, which were primarily business levels, facing little resistance. Merely a few armed security guards who crumbled under their assault. Though Leo's team was small in number, they were elite operatives. Having undergone covert hypnosis by Leo, they had acquired some martial techniques, honing their skills daily, thus surpassing their initial capabilities. In terms of strength, they were not at all inferior to the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team led by the future Captain America, a unit specifically tasked with handling violent incidents. That was a true elite team, each member possessing extraordinary abilities. Yet, in just over a month of training, Leo had elevated his subordinates to a comparable level, a remarkable feat indeed. However, this was where their progress would halt. Oscorp was a major American conglomerate, rivaling Stark Industries in stature, but unlike Stark, which primarily engaged in arms manufacturing, Oscorp ventured into a multitude of sectors. From healthcare to energy to cutting-edge technology, including weaponry. They had their hands in many pies, particularly excelling in biologically enhanced equipment. After all, in terms of hardware, no company could rival Stark. To capture market share, they had to turn to areas where Stark was less vigilant: biotechnology. With a resounding crash, a colossal, tank-like steel rhinoceros erupted from the building, its powerful engines roaring to life as it charged at the team members who had unwittingly provoked its emergence. "Shit, what manner of beast is this?" Baka roared in frustration. Their initial ease had led them to believe this was a straightforward mission. Yet, they failed to consider why Leo had repeatedly emphasized the necessity for caution and thorough preparation. Leo was acutely aware that within the hidden chambers of the Osborn building lay a cache of weaponry, armaments more suited for specialized operations, such as the Green Goblin armor, Rhino suit, and Vulture wings. This edifice was indeed a treasure trove, though the most significant bounty rested beneath Leo's very feet. "Fools, tread carefully, evade his onslaught." As his cornering abilities are limited, Leo cautioned his team, though he had no intention of intervening just yet. He aimed to further test their mettle. And should they prove capable, he would not hesitate to grant them another round of enhancements. Tony assured them that his suit would soon be ready. Coupled with the Green Goblin armor present in the building, and the spider and lizard serums potentially at Connor's disposal, he was open to bestowing rewards if they performed well. Boom. 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 Several grenades struck the rhino's head, yet this creature had forsaken many attributes, such as agility, channeling all its resources into two primary capabilities, offensive and defensive strength. "Be cautious," Baka shouted while running and reloading grenades. The firepower of this grenade launcher rivaled that of high-explosive grenades, yet even upon striking the creature's head, it barely caused a scratch. What manner of beast was this? Suddenly, a booming laugh emanated from within the rhino, followed by a barrage of grenades launched from its ribcage, hurtling toward the group. Boom. Debris scattered as Leo conjured a protective barrier of air around him, shielding against the hail of rocks. Observing the rampaging rhino and the evading members of his team, he couldn't help but sigh. Still inadequate. It seems we must seek out some extraordinary talents. Chapter 95. Chi Yuan/Leo raised his arm, conjuring a key energy sphere in his palm, which he then hurled like a baseball directly at the rhino. Boom. The energy orb, more potent than Baka's grenades, struck the rhino's head. However, aside from slightly altering its trajectory, the colossal creature seemed utterly unfazed. Haha, I am invincible. Prepare to perish. The rhino bellowed from within its armor, having withstood yet another bombardment. He was a test pilot employed by Osborn Corporation, a mad criminal sourced from society. Due to the obscurity surrounding many of Osborn's weapons, which often violated regulations, external awareness during development was strictly prohibited. Thus, they resorted to employing captured individuals as test subjects, easily disposed of once trials were concluded. The decision to unleash this rhino was driven entirely by the terror instilled in certain individuals within the building by the assault from the Special Operations Team, leaving them no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. Meanwhile, within the building, someone was on the phone, attempting to discern who dared to launch an attack against them. This is a realm governed by capital, where neither politicians nor military might hold dominion, but rather the forces of wealth. Major conglomerates manipulate the strings behind the scenes, with presidential elections being no exception. Yet now, A faction within the military has launched a forceful assault against them, catching them utterly unawares. What a farcical spectacle. The Osborne Group, a titan of the American corporate landscape, boasts a valuation nearing $1 trillion, rivaling the Stark Group, entwined in the interests of countless individuals. Who, pray tell, possesses such audacity to confront them? Leo stood beneath the towering edifice, having reprimanded the Special Forces team before they infiltrated the building to seize control of the situation. There was no rush to engage. However, the individuals inside should not entertain hopes of escape. Leo fixed his gaze upon the stout rhinoceros, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. What a brute. Though he himself might be reckless in combat, witnessing someone even more foolhardy stirred disdain within him. Merely a failed creation. This rhinoceros armor, a product likely developed by the Osborne Group, was intended as a substitute for tanks. It was designed for assault during group engagements. Yet even Leo could discern its lackluster combat capabilities. Despite its commendable firepower and single-person operation, its exorbitant cost rendered it far inferior in cost-effectiveness compared to tanks. A radiant sphere of energy materialized in Leo's hand as the rhinoceros charged once more, the roar of its engine echoing in his ears. He did not flinch but watched with calm resolve, the brilliance of the sphere intensifying. Chi element slash? A disc-like formation of energy coalesced as Leo beheld the oncoming rhinoceros, smiling as he hurled the chi element slash forth. He had perfected this lethal technique, its potency requiring no elaboration, capable of inflicting damage across tiers against high-level warriors. In the past, even when Krillin possessed a mere few hundred battle power, he could intimidate high-level warriors with the chi element slash. Similarly, Gohan, with just tens of thousands, could surpass Frieza's third transformation, which boasted battle power in the millions. The might of this technique was formidable, holding significance for Leo that rivaled his long-desired sky dance. After all, the Marvel universe differs from that of Dragon Ball, where warriors rarely employ weapons, and armor tends to be lightweight. In contrast, the Marvel realm is populated by individuals whose defensive capabilities often eclipse their offensive strength, underscoring the importance of the chi element slash. Boom, boom. Each thunderous step of the massive rhinoceros reverberated like an earthquake, its engine propelling its thick legs with incredible speed, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy. At that moment, Leo resembled a bull confronting an enraged rhinoceros, its pure steel horn aimed squarely at his throat. Swish. The disc-like chi element slash soared through the air, gliding past the rhinoceros, only to reappear behind it. As Leo dissipated the energy, it gradually faded into the atmosphere. Boom, boom. With two decisive steps, the colossal steel rhinoceros crashed to the ground, revealing a surface as smooth as a mirror from its horn to its tail. Everything in the upper half, including the head of the driver who had been concealed within the metallic beast, tumbled to the floor. Leo chuckled softly, then bent down to grasp the now unconscious Dr. Connors, whose breath he had controlled, and strode toward the building. He was about to claim his spoils. With a resounding crash, the steel door was kicked open. Leo cast a glance inside. It was a laboratory bustling with personnel. His probing senses detected no one with combat capabilities exceeding 5. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a striking young woman standing amidst the crowd. Unlike the others clad in lab coats, she wore casual attire, making her stand out, especially with the conspicuous vial she held in her hand. Gwen Stacy? Gwen looked at Leo, who had unexpectedly entered the lab, with a hint of surprise. She had been ready to leave after receiving news from her boyfriend, Peter, and had even activated the alarm, but a group of soldiers had suddenly stormed in, sealing the building and leaving her trapped with everyone else. "It's me, sir. Do you recognize me?" Gwen inquired, taken aback by Leo's military uniform. Yet, Leo simply remarked, "You know this person, don't you?" He raised the unconscious Dr. Connors in his hand, who was still under Leo's control, rendering his bodily functions impaired. Essentially, his brain was deprived of oxygen, and he would not awaken any time soon. "Dr. Connors," Gwen exclaimed, her recognition echoed by the rest of the lab personnel, as Connors had been the leading figure before his dismissal. "Is that the antidote? Hand it over." Gwen was momentarily stunned, surprised by Leo's apparent knowledge of the situation. But his authoritative demeanor left her no room for refusal. As a soldier who had apprehended what she perceived as the culprit, it was only logical that he should receive the vial of antidote. Thus, Leo acquired another pivotal item for this operation, the antidote serum. Chapter 96, Hand and Assembly. Who are you? Who gave you the audacity to stir trouble at Osborne Group? A powerful hand clutched the supervisor's neck, lifting the man, who had been acting as the president in Norman Osborne's absence, high into the air before crashing him onto his leather chair. Shoo! Leo stood before the supervisor, examining the employee identification badge in his hand. "Og, is it?" "Og." Seeing Og clutching his neck, flushed with embarrassment, Leo spoke calmly. "Listen, I dislike small talk, and I detest when others engage in it with me. If you wish to remain alive, it would be wise to keep quiet. Furthermore, instruct your men to cease their resistance, Otherwise, I assure you their demise will be quite gruesome. Suddenly, Leo turned, pointing in a specific direction. A beam of light erupted from his fingertip. Having mastered the Kamehameha wave technique, he had essentially learned to unleash such energy blasts with relative ease. In general terms, the Turtle School's Kamehameha is akin to the Six Meridian Sword, while other techniques resemble the One Young Finger. The move that bears a striking resemblance to a dumpling's hollow wave was subsequently conceived by Leo while he was researching Chi Yuan Slash. It is simple and swift, yet its power is formidable. Boom. The wall instantly shattered under Leo's light wave, and a figure clad in a black stealth suit, or rather, a ninja outfit, was blasted out. Leo's strength was perfectly calibrated, not excessive, yet sufficient to render this individual incapable of combat. Be careful, their people have made a move. Leo cautioned his teammates through the earpiece. These ninjas must be affiliated with Osborn's partners, or perhaps with one of the shareholders. In the Marvel Universe, two factions from the East have persistently remained in the spotlight. One is the Yashida clan, which once provoked Leo. They are a branch of Hydra, growing increasingly powerful under Hydra's support. The other faction is a dark force that rivals Hydra itself. The Hand, an organization formed by traders from the Celestial Kingdom's Kunlun paradise. They worship a malevolent deity from hell and possess the ability of immortality. Indeed, the ability to resurrect each time they are slain. It is not long before they are reborn, as that infernal deity retrieves their souls from the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, in terms of mystique and lethality, the Hand is no less formidable than Hydra. However, Hydra's vastness leads to a disparity in quality among its ranks. The Hand consists predominantly of diehard loyalists, after all. Compared to Hydra's elusive dominion over the world, the Hand's tangible experience of immortality is something they can truly grasp. When it comes to influence, the Hand is equally formidable as Hydra. They specifically target the dying leaders of large factions, granting them longevity, thereby gaining control over those powers. What of large conglomerates and underground criminal organizations? In the face of life and death, how many can resist such temptation? Had the Hand not originated from the East, their initial accumulation of capital would have lagged far behind Hydra's rise from the then center of the world, Europe. Their influence might even surpass Hydra's. However, upon seeing this ninja, Leo was reminded of an organization that should be active in New York, though he did not immediately ascertain whether this individual was indeed affiliated with the Hand. Yet, he soon confirmed his suspicion, as the voice of the Dimensional Prison System echoed in his mind, announcing the acquisition of a soul. Leo was astonished to discover that the ninja's corpse before him was gradually vanishing. The essence had dissipated almost instantaneously. Looking at the remaining ninja attire on the ground, Leo was somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly came to terms with it. These ninjas must surely be members of the Hand. The hellish deity they venerate is known as the Beast, and with each death and resurrection, the aura of the beast within them grows stronger. It is indeed the power of that malevolent entity that enables these deceased to return to the realm of the living. Once the prison of Leo thoroughly devours their souls, the bodies of these individuals will be left with nothing but the essence of that malevolent deity, inevitably leading to their disintegration. In this light, could I not be considered their nemesis? To resurrect, one must possess a soul, and Leo consumes the souls of those he has slain. Though this ability has its limitations, it nonetheless grants him the power to prevent the likes of the Hand and the Society from rising again. This notion is rather intriguing. Amidst his surprise, Leo felt a flicker of joy. Regardless of whether the Hand and the Society would trouble him, they too had extended their reach into the Osborn group, much like he had. Furthermore, Norman Osborn's predicament is precisely the kind of target the Hand and the Society most relish. With significant authority and as a billionaire magnate, Norman Osborn, the original Green Goblin, is in no way inferior to Tony Stark. Moreover, Norman is currently bedridden due to a hereditary illness with his days numbered. And even his son, Harry Osborn, is on a similar path. If Norman were to ally with the Hand and the Society, Leo's plan to usurp the Osborn group would not only fail, but also become exceedingly challenging to execute. The difference between having Norman's Osborn group and not having it is monumental, akin to the Stark father-son duo's influence over Stark Industries. Frankly, Norman's significance to his own company may surpass that of the Starks. After all, the Starks, in a sense, are researchers possessing vast technological expertise. Yet they are not the primary operators of the company, or at least not entirely, particularly during Tony's era. The operational control of Stark Industries was largely in the hands of Obadiah. However, Norman is different. He is a remarkably capable individual, having returned from death during the Dark Avenger era, taking command during the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming the Secretary of Defense, and establishing the Hammer Bureau. He even assembled a formidable new team to replace the Avengers, comprising Red Hulk, Ares, Sentinel, and himself as Iron Patriot, undertaking the grave responsibility of protecting Earth. In truth, Had it not been for the subsequent siege event that forcibly removed him from power, he might have fared quite well. Thus, Leo's lethal capability against the Hand and the Society greatly aids his bid for the Osborn Group, while for Norman Osborn, since he is nearing death, he might as well embrace it. Leo's gaze turned steely. His plans could not be disturbed by anyone. The Osborn Group holds paramount importance for his future dominion, as the Stark Group alone cannot fulfill his ambitions. Chapter 97. The anxious Peter Parker standing by the window, Leo gazed down at the city below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, sirens blared as Director George arrived with his team. Had Leo not intervened, the Osborn Group would have undoubtedly shifted all blame onto Dr. Connors. However, since he has arrived, I must apologize. The blame rests squarely on Norman Osborn and the upper echelons of the Osborn Group. After all, if they do not take responsibility, how could Leo allow Tony to pursue a hostile takeover? Tony has just recently seized control of the Stark Group, yet his position remains tenuous. Previously, he indeed served as the emblem of the Stark Group, but the issue lies in the fact that he did not directly engage in the company's operations. He was merely a figurehead. Now, he must persuade the board to permit him to continue in his role and gradually transform the Stark Group into his own enterprise. At the very least, it is imperative that he does not find himself in a position where he invents weapons, only for those beneath him to sell them to adversaries who would use them against him. What could be more advantageous for solidifying his authority than acquiring his greatest competitor? A soft sound caught Leo's attention. He glanced down to see, amidst the shadows of the building, a figure concealed from view, clinging to the glass facade as if it were a spider, without the aid of any harness. Keep a close watch on him. If necessary, he may be eliminated. Turning to Lingdai, Leo stepped out of the presidential office and made his way downstairs toward the laboratory bustling with researchers. Gwen Stacy was there. Hey Gwen, how are you? Peter, having just entered the room, removed his mask, still unaware of the unfolding events. However, it seemed that Dr. Connors had not succeeded in his nefarious plans, and circumstances had taken a turn. Hidden in the cramped space, Gwen gazed at the boy she cherished, who bore the weight of burdens far beyond what many men could endure. His face was marred with scars, and his body was bruised. A mere high school student on the brink of graduation, yet grappling with responsibilities not meant for him. I'm fine. An officer has apprehended Dr. Connors, and he seems well informed about the situation. I have given him the antidote. Matters here should be resolved, but for some reason, they have yet to release us. Gwen referred to the security personnel overseeing them under the direction of Mick and others. After being subdued, those guards, seeing the military uniforms, had no choice but to comply with orders. An officer? Peter furrowed his brow, confused as to why the military was involved. Shouldn't this be under the jurisdiction of the police? With a sharp sound, the supply room door swung open, revealing Leo at the threshold. He observed the two young individuals huddled within the cramped space, first casting a glance at Peter, the infamous underdog superhero, a character celebrated among the top 3 in the comic realm, and a formidable contender for the leading position in Marvel Comics. Change your clothes and come out. We need to talk. Leo held an Osborn employee's uniform in his hand, tossing it to Peter before turning to wait outside. The two exchanged glances in the storage room, and after a moment of hesitation, Peter reluctantly donned the garment, primarily to conceal his spider suit. To be frank, without the affection of his financial benefactor, Tony Stark, the suit he had crafted was rather subpar. It was merely a standard bodysuit adorned with some embellishments, and when compared to the remarkably stylish suit he had in another universe, this one certainly fell short. I'm just an admirer of Spider-Man, you know? A fan. Really, I'm merely imitating Spider-Man. I'm not him. You must believe me. After all, I'm just an ordinary high school student about to graduate. And my health isn't great. There is no way I could swing through the skies like Spider-Man every day. Stepping out of the storage room and trailing behind Leo down the corridor, Peter and Gwen felt a palpable sense of trepidation. They were acutely aware of the official stance towards Spider-Man. Gwen's father would gladly see Spider-Man imprisoned 100 times over, which made them unusually anxious. Particularly alarming for Peter was the sudden realization that his spider sense failed to detect Leo. It was already unsettling that Leo had approached the storage room without his notice. Now, as Leo walked ahead of him, Peter found that, without the aid of his own eyes, he could not sense Leo's presence at all. This was profoundly frightening. Since being bitten by the spider, his spider sense had saved him countless times, consistently proving its sensitivity and effectiveness. Yet now, his most reliable ability had seemingly failed him, leaving him in shock. Peter Parker, I know who you are. Rest assured, I have no interest in your side profession. The person you should be concerned about is your father-in-law, Director George, not me. Leo paused momentarily, turning to look at Peter, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, you could choose to ally with me. Your unique abilities are of great interest to me. You possess extraordinary power and wish to do something beneficial for the people that is commendable and aligns perfectly with the mission of my team. Join us, and I assure you, You need not worry about Director George sending you to prison tomorrow. Even if he did, I could easily tear the prison apart. Sir, first of all, I'm not yet aware of what you do. Secondly, I'm truly not Spider-Man. I'm surprised you know my name, but I don't possess any special abilities. Leo shook his head. The young spider was a target Leo had high hopes for. His strength was extraordinary, rivaling that of the Hulk in his normal state. And his agility, enhanced by his spider sense, allowed him to navigate through a hail of bullets with ease. Crucially, he was still young and had immense potential for growth. With proper guidance, Leo was convinced that this young lad could one day stand on his own. Lying is certainly not a commendable habit. As for my profession, you shall discover it in due time. However, at present, you might need to converse with your father-in-law, Director George. Chapter 98. The truth behind the conspiracy. By the time Director George Stacy arrived, the situation within the building had already settled into a state of disarray. Observing the tightly guarded personnel and the bound President Osborn, a look of bewilderment crossed Director Stacy's face. He could not fathom how a straightforward operation to apprehend the Lizard and Spider-Man had spiraled into such chaos. As previously mentioned, America operates within a capitalistic framework, and the Osborn Corporation boasts a valuation nearing $1 trillion. Even if it has not reached the trillion mark, it undoubtedly possesses several hundred billion. Moreover, given its entanglement in the military and healthcare sectors, the connections between the Osborn Corporation and the upper echelons of the government are intricate. After all, one must have channels to sell weapons, right? The adage good wine needs no bush does not hold true in modern society. Furthermore, even if one possesses superior weaponry, there must be a means to showcase it. At least fine wine has a fragrance that can entice. But how does an arms dealer exhibit their wares? By having a cadre of terrorists wield weapons to confront the government? Thus, it is evident that the Osborn Corporation holds considerable influence within the military. Akin to the relationship between Tony Stark and James Rhodes. Their initial acquaintance was not born from camaraderie, but rather from a shared interest in weapon performance testing. Similarly, Obadiah Stane has his military partners, likely far more powerful, potentially even a high-ranking general. The Osborn Corporation stands on par with Stark Industries, and their formidable allies are unlikely to be outmatched by Tony and Obadiah. In this nation, wealth signifies power. Even presidential elections can be swayed by money, let alone other matters. Are you familiar with political donations? The infamous political donation system in America exists precisely for this reason. Private consortiums may legally contribute substantial sums to support their chosen candidates, and this financial backing is entirely lawful. One can only imagine how many senators and representatives are brazenly bought by these consortiums under this system. The concept of political investment has reached its zenith in this country. Consequently, taking action against such a large entity is exceedingly arduous. Standing before Director George Stacy is Major Leo, accompanied by his daughter and the recently revealed identity of Peter. Major Leo, may I inquire as to what is happening here? Director Stacy demanded, casting a disapproving glance at Gwen, unhappy with her reckless decision to come here, which had placed her in jeopardy. However, he understood that his daughter, influenced by his own values since childhood, was driven by a strong sense of justice, and morally, he should feel a sense of pride. Yet, what parent does not desire their child to navigate life safely? Upon reflecting on this, George cast another glance at Peter. The latter's concealed identity could indeed offend many, including gangsters, criminals, and even terrorists. Should his identity be revealed, all those associated with him would inevitably be plunged into peril. No, it was imperative that he never be allowed to associate with Gwen unless he could promise to forsake his role as Spider-Man entirely. With this determination, George resolved to act, while Leo, standing before him, discerned his thoughts through his mind-reading abilities and regarded Peter with a sympathetic gaze. Given Peter's nature, persuading him to abandon his Spider-Man persona seemed nearly impossible. However, if he were willing to join Leo's ranks, this dilemma might be circumvented. Leo smiled subtly, bolstered by his newfound confidence in convincing Peter. Yet, first and foremost, he needed to ensure that Director George cooperated fully with him. Director George, you are pursuing someone, are you not? The Lizard? Leo inquired, observing George Stacy before continuing. I have received intelligence indicating that high-ranking officials within Oscorp are conducting a peculiar experiment that appears to contravene certain federal laws. Furthermore, during our investigation, we have uncovered their intention to execute a biochemical attack. Leo's gaze shifted to the police cars outside, where numerous officers lay unconscious, having been infected by Dr. Connor's earlier lizard serum, thereby undergoing transformation into lizard-like creatures. They intended to utilize a specific serum to infect the entire city, turning its inhabitants into grotesque monstrosities, lizard monsters. Director George squinted, speaking through gritted teeth. I understand what you mean. Are you suggesting that this scheme was orchestrated by the upper echelons of Oscorp? But is this truly the case? What could possibly motivate the executives of Oscorp to undertake such a reckless course of action, committing such heinous acts? New York, the world's largest city, boasts a population exceeding 10 million, with over 8 million registered residents and more than 3 million undocumented immigrants. To transform over 10 million souls into lizard beings is a crime beyond comprehension, an atrocity unparalleled in human history. If this were indeed true, then there was no need for further discussion. Oscorp would be doomed. Once exposed, even the most powerful figures could not shield the masterminds behind this plot, and Oscorp stock would plummet to unprecedented lows, leaving little room for recovery apart from a complete restructuring. Major, while I am aware that the lizard does indeed aspire to achieve such an outcome, this plan strikes me as rather insane. Moreover, what could possibly compel their executives to pursue such a course? George remarked, casting a glance at Peter, who seemed hesitant to speak. George recalled that it was Peter who had informed him about the lizard's intention to infect the entire city, a conversation that had taken place that very morning. At the time, George had dismissed it as too absurd to take seriously. After all, who would not scoff at such an outrageous notion? As the deputy chief of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy's position can be likened to that of the deputy chief of the police bureau in the illustrious city of the East. Achieving this status in his 40s is indeed a testament to his youthful ambition. Within the political circles, he stands out as one of the few representatives of the younger generation. Naturally, such an individual is not lacking in intelligence. Rather, he is quite astute. There is a saying that to be a good official, one must be more avaricious than the corrupt and more cunning than the wicked. Only then can one possess the power to overpower them. Stacy undoubtedly embodies this notion of a good official, and his capabilities are exceptionally remarkable. Why? How could this be? Where is the evidence? He could not possibly take Leo's word at face value and believe that the Osborn Group intended to annihilate humanity, only to then vilify a colossal corporation worth hundreds of billions, contributing tens of billions in taxes annually. Chapter 99. The Evil Scheme. Why? You require evidence, do you? A faint smile appeared on Leo's face, for this was precisely what he desired. Without revealing this evidence, how could he orchestrate the downfall of the Osborn Group and enable Tony to pursue the acquisition with impunity? The so-called acquisition often unfolds in this manner. When the size of the entity cannot be swallowed whole, one must first dismantle the opponent, leaving him with no choice but to accept the acquisition. Leo glanced outside the door, where numerous media personnel had already gathered, their bright lights flashing incessantly as they awaited the outcome beneath the Osborn Group's towering edifice. He gestured for Chief George to step forward, while he himself carried the incapacitated Dr. Connors behind him. Chief George, without suspicion, felt a tinge of curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued to discover Leo's intentions, as, at this juncture, everyone else remained utterly bewildered about the unfolding events. Even Peter, who was aware of the genesis of the lizard serum and had played a pivotal role in its creation, only understood that Dr. Connors had turned himself into a test subject, leading to this predicament. He had no inkling of the high-level machinations within the Osborn Group. However, he would soon learn how Leo intended to shift the blame and the terrifying repercussions that would ensue. As they approached the spotlight, Leo surveyed the gathered reporters encircling them. He then set Dr. Connors down, and at the very moment he did, Dr. Connors instantly regained consciousness, his blood flow accelerating at an astonishing rate. The serum Leo had discreetly injected from his backpack began to take effect. Thus, before the watchful eyes of the public and countless cameras, a man with a severed arm underwent a visible transformation. His skin morphed, his stature increased, and soon, a towering creature over 2 meters tall, muscular, and formidable, adorned with claws and a robust tail, emerged, a lizard man. Peter, witnessing this spectacle, felt his heart race. He hurriedly pulled Gwen aside, reaching for his mask. For once Connors transformed amidst the crowd, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hey, Peter, wait. Gwen grasped her anxious boyfriend's arm, signaling him to gaze ahead. Peter raised his eyes, and to his astonishment, beheld a startling scene. After Dr. Connors had transformed into the lizard, he had already exhibited a fearsome demeanor. Yet, inexplicably, following a cold snort from Leo, this terrifying creature, which had previously instilled such dread that the gathered reporters trembled in fear, suddenly fell silent. How on earth did he manage that? Peter stared wide-eyed at Leo. He had previously battled Dr. Connors and had suffered a crushing defeat. Based on his own estimations, he could overpower any martial artist in the world. Champions and athletes alike would struggle to withstand even a single blow from him. After all, he was a man capable of pulling trains, lifting cars, and dragging ferries, yet here he was, thoroughly dominated by the lizard, underscoring the latter's formidable strength. But what was this? The lizard had cowered? Peter could hardly believe his eyes as he observed the creature, now withdrawn and pitiably gazing at Leo. All he could muster was a stunned exclamation. The reporters were equally astounded. This fearsome lizard, many of whom had previously captured footage of it rampaging through the streets and battling police, where it had seemed invincible, effortlessly tossing cars aside and disregarding gunfire, was now subdued. Director George, might we temporarily release those unfortunate officers? Leo suddenly inquired. Director George Stacy, initially taken aback by Leo's unexpected command, quickly regained his composure and turned to the individuals overseeing the restrained officers, though he felt a twinge of worry. Leo's astonishing display and presence instilled an inexplicable confidence in Director George, prompting him to nod in agreement. As the camera shifted and the crowd's attention redirected, the previously bound lizard officers, somewhat smaller in stature, were freed from their restraints, letting out a ferocious roar. One of the lizard officers clad in black combat attire raised his head to the sky, his eyes glinting with menace as he surveyed the onlookers, seemingly filled with resentment toward those who had previously confined him. Then, Leo spoke gently, "Let them behave." The crowd regarded Leo with astonishment, uncertain of whom he was addressing. However, the emergence of Dr. Connors, who also bore the lizard form, clarified the situation. Dr. Connors stepped forward and emitted a low, resonant growl, an invisible pressure radiating from him. All present, save for Leo, who remained focused, were oblivious to this force. Yet, the newly liberated and fiercely agitated lizard officers suddenly bowed their heads in fear, as if confronted by an unspeakable entity, exhibiting a degree of submission that surpassed even that of Dr. Connors before Leo. "He can command the other lizard beings?" Director George gasped, his exclamation jolting the crowd back to reality. Thus, the gazes directed towards Dr. Connors underwent a profound transformation. The ability to manipulate the human mind is a terrifying power, so formidable that it instills dread in any authority figure, for one can never ascertain when they might fall under such control and relinquish their own agency. It is even conceivable that one could be manipulated without the slightest awareness. Why is Professor Charles regarded as the most formidable mutant, even surpassing Magneto, the world's foremost terrorist? Within intelligence agencies worldwide, Professor Charles consistently ranks as the greatest threat. This is due to his telepathic prowess, if he so wishes. The man confined to a wheelchair can dominate anyone's will, infiltrating the White House or the Pentagon with the same ease as one might stroll through their own backyard. Indeed, should he declare himself king of the world, few would dare to dispute his claim. Should he wish for all women to fall in love with him, none would find it amiss. He possesses the power to dictate the lives and freedoms of others at will, and should he grow weary, the annihilation of the world would be but a trivial matter. Not long ago, Apocalypse utilized his abilities to decimate the global nuclear arsenal. It is only now that nations have begun to replenish their stockpiles, yet the terror he instilled in humanity remains ever present. Chapter 100. The Downfall of Osborn, and now Dr. Connors has the ability to command other lizard people, even if not through direct control, merely through a genetic aura of dominance, akin to the queen ant over her subjects. This is sufficient to evoke panic in all. For millennia, our ancestors waged various wars under numerous pretexts, yet the ultimate aim was singular: dominion. Leo surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, their goal has always been to rule, to reign supreme as the singular, unparalleled deity. However, none have succeeded, for humanity is born free. Our thoughts and our very nature yearn for liberty. No one can dominate us. No one can enslave us. Thus, those who dared to entertain such notions have perished, lost to the annals of history. Leo's expression was fervent, his demeanor passionate, as if he glimpsed something profoundly stirring. Yet now, there exists a product that can transform others into these reptiles, compelling them to obey without question. Leo gestured towards the reptilian officers and Dr. Connors. Indeed, Dr. Connors can command other lizards. This is a simple manifestation of leadership, where the strongest within a tribe wields the highest authority, a common occurrence in the animal kingdom. However, humanity is different. Humans do not heed the commands of the strongest individual. Our definition of strength transcends mere physical prowess or intellectual superiority. It resides in the magnitude of one's power. Power may derive from various sources: wealth, connections, or followers. However, without exception, no emperor has ever succeeded in erasing the free will of others to become the sovereign of the people. Yet, this lizard serum seems capable of doing just that. With a snap of his fingers, Leo rendered Dr. Connors unconscious, followed by the incapacitation of the rogue lizard officers, before proclaiming amidst the astonished gazes of the media to deprive the populace of their rights and, through certain means, transform others into these lizard beings. Director George, I believe this constitutes a violation of federal law. Leo referenced federal law, not merely the laws of New York State. For such events occurring in New York could potentially unfold in other states and major cities if successful. It is crucial to note that these lizard beings possess intelligence, meaning they can wield human weaponry and technology, yet psychologically and physiologically, they have become an entirely different species. If executed adeptly, it is not inconceivable to mutate humanity worldwide with this serum. Conversely, if mishandled, a great conflict is inevitable. Should the lizard beings fail to infect humans, and the remaining humans cannot cure the lizard beings, the outcome will inevitably lead to a struggle for survival rights. Thus begins the Marvel version of a biological crisis. However, humanity in this world will face even greater hardships, as their adversaries are sentient beings, significantly stronger than ordinary humans. The mere ability to disregard small-caliber bullets and regenerate lost limbs is sufficient to cause catastrophic casualties among the unprepared. This is the consequence. This is the conspiracy that Leo seeks to thwart, the malevolence he aims to extinguish. The news broke. No one could resist such explosive headlines, even in the immediate aftermath. The various aides of the Osborn Group, along with their remaining shareholders, began to scramble to mitigate the damage. However, Tony, under Leo's command, had already intervened. A battle of public opinion, politics, and military actions commenced. In the realm of public discourse and legal matters, the Osborn Group found themselves ensnared by irrefutable evidence. With their executives facing the looming threat of incarceration, Leo's intentions were straightforward. Even if some were not apprehended, he intended to render the Osborn Group infamous, compelling everyone to distance themselves from them. Those who held shares, those who were once collaborators, must all sever ties. Only then would the Osborn Group plunge into the depths of despair. At that moment, the Stark Group, entering the fray with capital, would seize the opportunity to acquire this formidable conglomerate, transforming it into sustenance for their own growth. "You are truly formidable," Tony remarked, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on the events of the past week since the incident with Dr. Lizard. However, in that week, an overwhelming number of occurrences transpired. The Osborn Group had nearly reached its end, all due to Leo's sudden intervention and a few well-placed provocations. Norman Osborn died earlier this morning, and his son, Harry Osborn, inherited his shares. "Now is the opportune moment to act," Leo said softly, gazing at Tony. He then glanced downward and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Dr. Connor's technology? That lizard serum is remarkably potent, and it appears to be applicable to more than just one species." If Leo recalls correctly, Peter's spider abilities also stem from that very technology, cross-species gene transfer technology, to be precise. In simpler terms, it's akin to the lineage alteration prevalent in certain divine realms. However, this technology currently involves augmenting human beings with the abilities of other organisms. Peter's powers originated from the spider serum created by his father, Richard Parker, during his tenure at Oscorp. Notably, Richard infused his own genes into the spiders he cultivated, resulting in a peculiar outcome. Only his descendants could undergo mutation. Others who were bitten and injected with the serum faced genetic collapse and death. The prospects appear promising, but I am not an expert in biology, remember? I excel in mechanical engineering. Tony chuckled, tapping his newly upgraded Mark V armor beside him. Over this period, he had updated his suit several times, now reaching its 5th generation, with enhanced performance and numerous new features. However, Leo shook his head upon glancing at the armor. "You are overly reliant on external devices. I acknowledge your intellect, yet have you considered what you would do in the absence of your armor? Surely, it cannot grow from your own body." Leo intended for Tony to train with him for a while, imparting some skills, as even piloting the armor necessitated a certain level of physical capability. After all, the neighboring Dark Knight possesses high-tech weaponry that rivals yours, Tony Stark, yet his human physique is at its pinnacle, which you cannot hope to match. Chapter 101. The necessity of martial arts. Leo wished for Tony to engage in martial training to enhance his physical condition and abilities. However, upon hearing Leo's words, Tony paused. Glancing at his armor, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. "Oh, Leo, you are truly a genius." "No, I am the genius. I always felt something was amiss. A sense of insecurity, and now I see that what I lacked was this." Tony laughed heartily. "Indeed, no matter how multifaceted my armor's capabilities may be, it lacks the most crucial feature, to be in sync with me, to be an extension of my own body. My previous Mark III was a portable case, easily transportable, but even that could not be utilized at will." Tony, seemingly invigorated, paced excitedly in his expansive living room before addressing Leo. "A novel type of nanotechnology has emerged on the market. If I were to employ this technology to construct my armor, it could be concealed in a space no larger than," he gestured, then focused on his chest. "Just this much. Those nanostructures could be contained within. And whenever I require it, I could rapidly assemble whatever I envision through a brainwave connectivity device. For instance, consider battle armor, shields, swords, and even ion cannons." Tony grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while Leo blinked in bemusement, realizing that Tony was veering towards the premature unveiling of nano armor. "Ah, I acknowledge your brilliance. But to take my casual remark and spiral it into such a grandiose notion, while seamlessly adding to it, is rather impressive." Leo shook his head, then rose to his feet, seizing Tony, who was engrossed in strategizing the construction of components to render his armor capable of soaring through the skies. "We can discuss the armor later. What I mean to convey is that I want you to train with me, to practice martial arts." Leo grasped the nape of Tony's neck with a mischievous glint in his eye. No matter how inspired you may feel, qualifying to tread this path is not something just anyone can achieve. As the saying goes, when one arrives, one must inevitably instigate change. Otherwise, what would be the point of this journey? It is indeed extraordinary to have traversed into the Marvel universe, yet upon acceptance, it suddenly seems rather appealing. Especially after he navigated through life-threatening crises, triumphed over apocalypse, and found his footing, the spirit of mischief within him refused to be subdued. With power and ambition, he feared nothing. However, embarking on this journey alone is inherently solitary, and some tasks require the assistance of others. Thus, after contemplating the myriad of Marvel characters, Leo ultimately discerned that Tony aligned most closely with his own disposition and thoughts. Consequently, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Martial arts? Kung Fu? Tony, held aloft by Leo, appeared unperturbed by this peculiar position, gazing at Leo with curiosity. I have no need to learn combat. You must realize that my developed combat program can outmatch any martial arts master in the world. You must concede that the human brain cannot compete with a computer. Tony beamed with pride, convinced of the formidable nature of his program, believing that combat techniques ultimately boiled down to speed, precision, and ruthlessness, with the application of human physical strength falling under the domain of mechanical engineering. After all, he was a bona fide graduate with a master's degree in mechanical engineering from MIT. Yet, upon hearing his assertion, Leo merely chuckled softly. He had momentarily overlooked that while Tony was indeed a genius brimming with intellect, he possessed a significant flaw: arrogance. One may be confident, but excessive confidence leads to arrogance, ultimately resulting in the loss of a balanced perspective. You overestimate yourself, Tony Stark, Leo remarked, shaking his head. Have you truly grasped the intricacies of the human body? As for combat, let us not conflate martial arts with mere fighting, as they are disparate concepts. Can your current technological prowess truly unravel the complexities of human anatomy? Leo casually picked up a metal cup from the table, turning to Tony. According to your theory, could my finger's strength accomplish such feats? As Leo smiled at Tony, he summoned his inner strength, and before long, the sturdy metal cup in his palm was effortlessly molded as if it were mere clay, revealing itself through his fingers. The alloy cup, under the pressure of his flesh, transformed into a malleable creation, easily crushed and kneaded by Leo's hands. Remarkably, throughout this display, Leo's body remained largely still. Only the muscles in his palm were in motion, without the involvement of his forearms or even the strength of his pectoral muscles. Jarvis, conduct a scan of my muscular activity. Let our brilliant genius witness whether his so-called simple mechanics are truly so elementary. In truth, when Tony beheld this spectacle, he was utterly astonished. He had witnessed Leo in action before, but those instances were marked by blinding speed, leaving no trace behind. Initially, he could hardly discern the movements, and when Leo did engage, it was either with grand, sweeping motions or a flurry of techniques, from iron wings to Kamehameha waves. He had never experienced such proximity to, nor such a detailed understanding of, the unique skills that Leo possessed. This was not merely physical strength. Tony recognized that Leo's abilities exceeded those of ordinary humans, being either augmented or mutant. However, the scene before him was evidently beyond the capabilities of a mere enhanced individual. Take the Hulk, for instance. While he could crush metal into a ball, he could not reduce iron to a malleable state. This was a demonstration of skill, not brute force. Upon scanning, it was revealed that during Leo's recent actions, at least 70% of his muscles were engaged. Although it appeared he was motionless, he was, in fact, undergoing an intense physical exertion. What does 70% entail? The vast majority of human muscles remain untapped during our everyday actions, which predominantly utilize larger muscle groups, such as the gluteus maximus or biceps, leaving many smaller muscles dormant. Engaging 70% is no trivial matter. It transcends the realm of mere mechanics. Tony gazed at Leo, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. A thought crossed his mind. What if such extraordinary techniques could be applied to my armor? Chapter 102, An Encounter with Tony. Ultimately, matters of martial practice would have to be postponed. Tony was currently swamped with responsibilities, managing Stark Industries, while simultaneously pursuing the acquisition of Oscorp. Finding the time to share a drink with Leo was a rare opportunity. By the way, have you made any discoveries regarding that model I asked you to investigate? The matter of the new element is critical. The new element directly relates to Tony's very existence. Overexposure to palladium in his reactor could lead to poisoning. Even if Leo could assist in detoxifying him, it would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. No matter how quickly the toxins were cleared, the fact remained that Tony continued to inhale them daily. To resolve this predicament, without Leo's intervention, Tony found himself with only one viable option: the new element, which, even with Leo's involvement, merely presented another alternative. To cultivate national martial arts to the level of indestructibility, at such a time, a warrior's physical form would attain purity, resembling that of celestial beings, devoid of any impurities or toxins. Even if such impurities existed, they would be expelled instantaneously. This realm is referred to as the immortal golden body in Buddhism and as the celestial flesh and jade bones in Taoism. However, there are no shortcuts in the practice of national martial arts. Even if Tony were to begin training now, progressing at a pace akin to Wang Chao, it would require at least 5 years to transcend to the state of indestructibility. The likelihood, according to Leo's understanding, is that Tony's thoughts are currently quite chaotic, and he may be stuck at the pinnacle of Ming Jin, with little hope of achieving in Jin, let alone the higher realms of Hua Jin and Bao Dan. Of course, if we consider the later stages of the comics and films, where Tony has become accustomed to life and death, becoming a superhero after numerous experiences, his temperament may undergo a significant transformation, allowing him to practice national martial arts with greater efficiency. Practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism often engage in fasting and chanting, reciting the Huang Ting day and night, ultimately reaching a state of clarity in their minds, where their physical forms unconsciously reach the level of indestructibility. There is a concept of internal vision in Taoism and the notion of perceptual obstructions in Buddhism, both describing a similar process. Therefore, under these circumstances, to preserve his life, Tony must seek that new element. Fortunately, his father has left him a clear path. By following it, Tony could synthesize the new element with relative ease. Ah, by the way, I must thank you. I have already found it. Tony lifted his shirt emblazoned with his own likeness, revealing a shiny triangular new reactor firmly embedded in his chest. Not bad. At least for now, your life is secure. However, aren't you considering extracting what's inside? Tony's expression shifted abruptly, and even he, known for his confidence, appeared a shade paler. What Leo mentioned had always been a source of anxiety for him. After all, who would feel at ease knowing that several lethal fragments lay near their heart? The issue is that while he wishes to have surgery, he does not dare to proceed. He despises the feeling of entrusting his life to others, lacking faith in the doctors. Ultimately, he is someone who values his life, thus he hesitates. He believes that as things stand, he is not in immediate danger, but if he undergoes surgery, he has heard that even the most skilled doctors have less than a 40% success rate, which he finds utterly unacceptable. Let us discuss this later. I'm rather busy at the moment. Tony deflected the conversation, but Leo shook his head and tossed him a vial. This is the serum created by Dr. Connors. The lizard serum. Upon use, it grants extraordinary regenerative abilities, albeit at the cost of transforming into a large lizard. In fact, this should be considered a failed experiment. I know a child whose abilities stem from a mutated spider of the same origin as this serum, and the technology has manifested remarkably in him. You might consider researching it. Leo has illuminated a path for Tony, yet it is also for his own benefit. After all, it is exceedingly likely that Peter will not join his ranks, and Peter's nature dictates that he is not the type to shoot without hesitation. Thus, Leo must devise his own means. Can one not be Spider-Man without Peter? Absolutely not. The Marvel Universe is replete with Spider-Man. Countless individuals have acquired powers after being bitten by a spider. Although in this world, the fate of others who have been bitten often leads to demise. It is merely a consequence of the spider serum. Gazing at the serum in his hand, Tony suddenly lifted his gaze to Leo, his eyes slightly reddened. Honestly, brother, if it weren't for the beautiful women surrounding you, I would truly suspect you of harboring ulterior motives. Though Tony jested, his words revealed his profound gratitude for Leo, who had repeatedly acted in his best interest, saving him on multiple occasions. In Tony's view, without Leo, he might have met his end countless times, and the journey ahead would not have been as seamless. Leo simply smiled in response. Come now, even without me, Iron Man remains Iron Man. Is the protagonist or merely a joke? You carry on, I must return, as it seems I have a new assignment awaiting me. Leo rose, a distinct smile gracing his face. Since his promotion to Major, he has accomplished quite a bit, and the time has come for the rewards promised by the higher-ups for his contributions. It has been 6 months since the battle against Apocalypse, and he is due for an elevation in rank. Well, congratulations in advance, Major Leo. Tony raised a glass to him. By the way, if Rhodey were to learn of your rapid ascent, he would surely be quite perturbed. A major in the U.S. military in his 20s, wielding real power rather than a mere ceremonial title. Leo commands a base of nearly 1,000 personnel, and most crucially, he holds the authority of life and death, directly answering to the Department of Defense. However, the establishment of his department was specifically to address various threats. Within this scope, his actions are largely beyond reproach. After all, who can definitively assert whether the threats he addresses are real or hypothetical? Take, for instance, the recent operation against the Osborn Group. Who would dare to criticize? The evidence Leo presented, alongside that gathered from the Osborn Group, is clear and undeniable. Is he not addressing a threat? Or do those former collaborators of the Osborn Group, be they politicians or military personnel, wish to transform into lizard people? Chapter 103, Honors and Base Upgrades. Unless those in higher echelons have lost their senses, Leo will not only escape reproach in this matter, but will instead be lauded for his swift action and decisive measures. As for Stark Industries' acquisition of the Osborne Group, there is little to discuss. After all, it was Stark Industries that took action, not Leo. Leo merely maintains a good relationship with Tony and informed him with a phone call before proceeding. What's the harm in that? Had such matters been infrequent for them? Thus, Leo found himself on the receiving end of a promotion. Fueled by the impact of this recent operation and his prior accolades, the customary 6-month waiting period was rendered inconsequential. The elevation of Leo to a higher rank became a mere formality. Lieutenant Colonel Leo, may you continue to strive forward and contribute to the future of our nation. An elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair patted Leo on the shoulder before bestowing upon him a medal. This venerable figure was a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Defense, a genuine general and one of Leo's immediate superiors. Moreover, the Special Operations Team had performed commendably. While the agents of the SHIELD, as you might know, were deemed less impressive, the General Staff held you in high regard and decided to extend greater support. Thus, the Special Operations Team was elevated to a Special Operations Office, established at a regiment level, and would report directly to us. Leo, in his capacity as Lieutenant Colonel, would serve as the commanding officer, a distinguished honor indeed. The white-haired general was a figure at the zenith of power in the country. Had this been ancient times, he would have been akin to a feudal lord. For an ordinary individual to earn his esteem was tantamount to achieving the heights of success. One could only liken it to an auspicious stroke of fortune. Nonetheless, Leo remained unfazed. To him, these accolades were merely stepping stones on his path to ascendance. Naturally, he would likely need to leverage their influence in the future, so a modicum of courtesy was in order. Thank you for the commendation, sir. Leo responded with a calm demeanor, yet his countenance radiated confidence and determination. To the seasoned general, this was a manifestation of youthful ambition, brimming with pride and self-assuredness. At his level, the general no longer required adulation from others. In truth, only those who genuinely touched the corridors of power were worthy of such reverence. Conversely, Leo's displayed demeanor was pleasing to him, for it signified a promising youth, perhaps reminiscent of his own spirited days. As Leo listened to the unvoiced thoughts of the general, he merely smiled inwardly, choosing to remain silent. It must be said that the art of reading minds is indeed a valuable skill, particularly when dealing with such individuals. Rather than engaging in superficial pleasantries, one could simply discern their thoughts, smoothing their ruffled feathers as one would with a child, thus facilitating the remainder of the proceedings. After the ceremony of awards and promotions, Leo returned to his newly upgraded base. It was time for expansion. Previously, the forces at his disposal comprised merely a small team, just a handful of personnel, supplemented by a group of communication staff and a considerable number of logistical support members. Although he had gradually added some troops, they were predominantly support personnel, mere foot soldiers whose contributions amounted to little more than shouting encouragement during skirmishes. In stark contrast, his former superior, Ross, commanded a territory that could genuinely be described as a base, and not just one but several. His subordinates included a diverse array of researchers, state-of-the-art facilities, specialized equipment, armored vehicles, and aircraft, everything one could imagine. By comparison, Leo's domain appeared rather meager. Fortunately, he has been promoted, and his subordinate structure has transitioned to a regiment-level organization, which, in certain respects, is akin to Ross's setup, as he too operates at a regiment level. Given the uniqueness of such specialized units, forming a division is evidently impractical. The military funding has been allocated, amounting to $1 billion, which is quite substantial, after all. Ross's annual military budget is roughly the same. Yet, for me, it remains insufficient, Leo mused, shaking his head. Ross requires merely $1 billion annually because his equipment is fully operational and adequately supplied. Most of the remaining budget is dedicated to maintenance and payroll for upgrades. However, Leo's situation differs. He yearns to expand his territory and develop it to catch up with Ross, and he is unwilling to endure decades of gradual progress. Thus, significant investment is imperative. This $1 billion will merely facilitate the enlargement of the base. According to Leo's estimates, the construction of the base alone will consume over $20 million. And while this amount will be dispersed in several phases, it will likely be expended within a year. Next comes the reinforcement of firepower. During the recent encounter, the squad was utterly powerless against the giant lizard transformed by Dr. Connors, necessitating Leo's personal intervention. What, then, is the purpose of maintaining them? All the new weaponry must also be equipped, including powerful anti-material weapons. This time, they faced a prehistoric threat. Who knows what may come next, perhaps a Terminator? Conventional rifles are of little use, so it is time to procure something extraordinary. New, larger, and more formidable armored vehicles and aircraft must be acquired, which, if calculated, will require at least 2 to 3 billion just for the equipment upgrades. Additionally, Leo has negotiated with Tony to procure a suit of armor. In fact, Tony has recently faced governmental pressure. Once his armor was revealed, it sparked global interest, prompting the government to intervene in an attempt to acquire this cutting-edge weaponry. As previously mentioned, it provides overwhelming superiority against air forces. Currently, all fighter jets face annihilation when confronted by Tony's armor. After contemplation, Tony discussed with Leo and decided to sell 2 suits to the military to silence the critics, one for Rhodey, as per the original design, ensuring he does not escape the fate of becoming War Machine, though it remains uncertain whether his paralysis will alter that outcome. The other suit is designated for Leo. Yet Leo does not intend to wear it. He plans to wait for an upgraded model, and frankly, the current version offers minimal enhancement to his combat prowess, potentially even hindering him. However, the nanosuit is worth considering, as it is quite versatile and can adapt to various scenarios. Leo can now soar into the skies, but he lacks the capability to traverse outer space or the depths of the ocean. The world is intricate, fraught with unpredictable challenges. Leo currently lacks the means to survive in the cosmos or the deep sea. Therefore, possessing a nanosuit would prove immensely beneficial. These considerations pertain solely to hardware. The most crucial aspect remains the personnel. Although he is not responsible for disbursing salaries to the military, the soldiers he recruits from the boot camp receive their wages and allowances from the Department of Defense. However, the question arises, if one wishes to have others toil for them, there must be some incentive, mustn't there? Otherwise, they remain mere recruits. Rewards and allowances are indispensable. Chapter 104, New Sources of Wealth. Alas, the funds remain insufficient. Leaning back in his chair, Leo felt a tinge of melancholy. One cannot truly appreciate the cost of living without managing a household. He could continue to apply for financial support, yet such actions would grant others leverage over him. There exists a stark contrast between rewards and the funds he procured himself and those he sought from others. Unless absolutely necessary, such as when a project finds itself in dire need of capital, Leo had no intention of resorting to this. The internal dynamics of the U.S. military are exceedingly intricate. Until he wields substantial power, he wishes to remain uninvolved. Hydra does not merely lurk within S.H.I.E.L.D. Influential conglomerates are not solely represented within the government. However, seeking funds from Tony, despite his affluence, pales in comparison to the entirety of the U.S. military budget. The market capitalization of Stark Industries does not even approach the military's annual expenditure. Furthermore, it bears repeating that actively soliciting funds from others diminishes one's stature. At this juncture, Leo leads the relationship with Tony, who seems to be trailing behind him. Yet, if he were to request too much, the dynamics of their relationship might be irrevocably altered. Moreover, Tony is currently preoccupied with acquiring and assimilating Oscorp, grappling with his own financial flow. Selling armor to the military serves not only to alleviate troubles but also to potentially generate profit while enhancing Stark Industries' stock value. Where, then, is the money? Leo gazed up at the ceiling, pondering for a moment before abruptly turning to the contemplative Lingdai seated beside him. Lingdai, do you know of any other wealthy individuals akin to Oscorp? It must be understood that they are not entirely reputable, allowing us to take action. A smile graced Leo's features, yet his inquiry rendered Blake, seated below, somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, his superior relished stirring the pot. However, large conglomerates like Oscorp typically wield substantial power. Their networks intricate and convoluted, had it not been for Leo's decisive strike. Seizing the opportunity amidst Dr. Connor's madness to act swiftly and secure Oscorp with Stark Industries' unwavering support, compounded by Norman Osborn's critical illness, their success would have been far less certain. Such opportunities are not commonplace. Had Leo not directly invaded Oscorp's headquarters and seized control of the upper echelons, even if Dr. Connors had disseminated the lizard serum and subsequently released the antidote, the outcome would merely have resulted in public relations maneuvers, labeling it a terrorist plot or attributing it to Connors' personal actions, among other narratives. However, does such inhumane conduct frequently occur within ordinary conglomerates? To engage in anti-human and antisocial activities, one must first possess lethality, and thus, one must be a weapons manufacturer. The Stark Group is also engaged in weapon development, but they refrain from creating biological weapons. Their most formidable single-unit weapon is the Jericho missile, which, even when launched in the heart of New York City, would only obliterate a few streets. The issue, however, lies in the fact that such weaponry cannot be produced in urban areas. It necessitates a specialized munitions factory to manufacture, and it cannot be operated by just anyone. To fire one, at least a master's degree is required. In many respects, such technology is relatively safe. Consequently, incidents of this nature are more likely to arise from companies like Osborn Group, which delve into biological weaponry. For instance, Osborn and another globally renowned entity, Umbrella. Indeed, it appears there is such a possibility. Blake contemplated this, while Lingdai also pondered, eventually uttering a particular phrase. Leo immediately perked up, sitting upright and gazing at Lingdai, eagerly awaiting her subsequent words. Blake, who had initially dismissed this possibility, looked at Lingdai with a face full of astonishment. As Leo's aide, and having been occasionally hypnotized by Leo, Blake had become a staunch loyalist and was privy to many secrets, thus he was well aware of Lingdai's capabilities. Could such a force truly exist? Lingdai cast a captivating glance at Leo and began to speak slowly. Are you familiar with vampires? Leo paused momentarily, then quickly responded. Are there vampires in the Marvel Universe? Indeed, Marvel has vampires, and in fact, vampires constitute a significant faction within the Marvel realm. Moreover, there exists a particularly famous superhero associated with vampires, Blade. Blade debuted alongside the original Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, although at that time, the rights had been sold by Marvel to navigate through a difficult period. Blade also represents one of the earliest introductions to Western vampire mythology for the people of the Celestial Empire. Earlier vampire films were not imported, and later came the Night series and the Twilight series, with the remainder predominantly featuring zombies. In reality, the beliefs regarding vampires held by the people of the Celestial Empire, such as their aversion to silver, garlic, and the fatality that ensues when a stake is driven through the heart, can be traced back to the Blade series. Blade's silver-coated katana, silver nitrate bullets, and the ever-convenient garlic essence and silver stakes left an indelible impression. Thus, when Lingdai mentioned vampires, Leo's immediate association was with Blade. If vampires exist, then surely Blade must also exist, for he is the hybrid of human and vampire. His mother was bitten by a vampire during labor, resulting in his unique status as a daywalker, half human, half vampire, able to operate in daylight. Furthermore, recalling the Blade trilogy, aside from the rather disappointing portrayal of Dracula in the third installment, the first two films showcased vampires as immensely wealthy, possessing vast fortunes, each one a figure of opulence. Well done. It seems you do possess some value, Leo remarked as he rose, affectionately ruffling Lingdai's hair, then turned to Blake with a smile. Please contact Nick Fury. Since we are on a mission to hunt vampires, his involvement is indispensable. Moreover, I have a particular fondness for guides in such endeavors. If we are to pursue vampires, we ought to seek out vampire hunters. Collaborating with Blade would be advantageous. This arrangement benefits both parties. Blade seeks vengeance while Leo stands to profit. It is as straightforward as that. Regarding information about Blade, there is no doubt that Nick Fury possesses it. After all, Blade is indeed a unique individual. Not only does he play a crucial role in maintaining balance in the hunt for vampires, but his unparalleled identity as a daywalker is enough to raise the vigilance of SHIELD. It is quite simple. If every vampire could disregard sunlight as Blade does, this world would already belong to them.